Synopsis. The moment he steps out of prison, the entire world shall tremble. Haunted by deep-seated vendettas, he is destined to unleash a storm of blood and carnage. To those who deceived me, betrayed me, and harmed me, are you afraid? Do not fear, for I shall not spare you. Chapter 1. The Wolf King emerges, a sudden slaughter. The iron gates of the fourth prison of Quan City slowly creaked open. Quick, surround him. Dozens of brawny men, who had been waiting in the square outside, instantly surged forward, encircling the iron gate in an unyielding grip. Today, 8 convicts were being released from their sentences. The foremost prisoner stood bewildered, grappling with the sudden turn of events. The muscular figures before him were clad entirely in black suits, standing with their arms folded, their expressions stern, clearly indicating ill intent. At the head of this formidable group was a middle-aged man. Gripping a photograph in his hand, he meticulously compared it with the emerging prisoners, seemingly searching for someone among them. This caused beads of sweat to roll down the foreheads of those convicts, filled with trepidation. Could it be that among those released alongside me, there are enemies of these people? To be hunted down right after gaining freedom, what a stroke of bad luck! With that thought, every escaping convict hastened their pace. 2 minutes later, the first 7 prisoners had left, and Xiao Zhan was the last to step out of the prison. He casually closed the iron gate behind him, cast a glance at the unfolding scene outside, and with a demeanor as calm as still water, inquired, "Are you searching for me?" "Young master." The leading middle-aged man's pupils constricted sharply. The crowd surrounding him suddenly tensed, muscles coiled like springs, eyes glued to every movement of Xiao Zhan, poised to pounce and apprehend him at any moment. Xiao Zhan remained indifferent to this display. "Do not refer to me as young master." He shook his head and brushed past the middle-aged man. "The moment I was wrongfully imprisoned and expelled from the Xiao family 5 years ago, I ceased to be their young master." The middle-aged man raised an arm, barring Xiao Zhan's path. In an instant, the throng converged, tightening their circle around him. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside, so tightly packed that not even a fly could escape. "And if I refuse?" Xiao Zhan's expression remained unperturbed, but his gaze turned icy, retorting, "Did that old hag tell you what I might do if I remain unyielding? Alive for a person, dead for a corpse." The middle-aged man spun around, locking eyes with Xiao Zhan, his murderous intent unabashedly apparent. "They would not hesitate to kill. Is that so?" Xiao Zhan paused, then offered a sardonic smile that carried a hint of desolation. 5 years ago, he had been the pampered scion of the Xiao family in the capital, cherished by the patriarch as the heir apparent, with a promising future ahead, including an engagement to the daughter of the esteemed Lin family. However, fate is capricious. With the patriarch's demise, power fell into the hands of the matriarch. In stark contrast to the old man, the matriarch had never favored Xiao Zhan, viewing him as the offspring of a woman from the underprivileged Quan City clan, a mere illegitimate child unworthy of the Xiao surname, let alone its legacy. Years had passed, yet the embers of hatred in Xiao Zhan's heart had not dimmed, while the matriarch sought to eliminate him the moment he stepped from behind bars. "Youth, come with us." Now, Xiao Zhan appeared to the middle-aged man as wretched as a stray dog. "A path to life?" Xiao Zhan's gaze turned as cold as steel, locking onto the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke in a low, contemptuous tone. "Sadly, even if you were to kneel before me and beg for forgiveness, I would not grant you any mercy." Bang! The moment the words left his lips, the middle-aged man's body snapped into a curve, as if launched by an unseen force, hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into several of the surrounding thugs. Immediately, everyone stood frozen, shock written across their faces. Xiao Zhan's speed was astounding. So swift that no one could discern how he had struck, they merely sensed a flash of darkness before collapsing. You dare to show such disrespect." The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise, fury swelling within him as he bellowed, "Seize him. Kill him. I'll take full responsibility if things go awry." Bang! At that instant, another dull thud resonated. One of the burly men had raised his fist when suddenly a glaring bullet hole appeared in his wrist. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the faces of those nearby. Everyone was once again rooted in disbelief, the unmistakable sound of gunfire. The real bullet had pierced through the wrist of the burly man. Everyone, damn, well, better stop. Those who dare move will be met with merciless execution. A voice thundered from a distance. The imposing men instinctively turned their heads, only to see dozens of dark green military jeeps forming a long line down the previously empty street, roaring toward them. Each jeep was flanked by soldiers donned in camouflage, brandishing submachine guns. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Surround them all. In the blink of an eye, the jeeps halted in the prison square, and all soldiers disembarked, encircling the brawny men in 3 layers, leveling their guns at their heads, the muzzles glistening ominously. Gulch, gulch, gulch. The atmosphere became eerily silent, punctuated only by the sound of men swallowing nervously. These imposing men were trained bodyguards of the Shao family, renowned for their bravery and willingness to engage in bloodshed. Yet in the presence of armed military personnel, they felt utterly inadequate. Were it not for their conditioning, any ordinary person would likely have wet their pants in fear at such a scene. Yu, the middle-aged man lying on the ground, looked ashen, his shirt soaked with cold sweat, disbelieving as he muttered, "Who are you? Surely there's been some misunderstanding? We are the bodyguards of the Shao family from the capital." Capital? Shao family? The middle-aged man's gaze fixated on the commanding officer in the camouflage uniform, hoping that the name of the Shao family would carry weight. The officer bore a general's insignia on his shoulder, a rank of major general. However, the officer didn't even spare the middle-aged man a glance, disregarding his words entirely as he strode directly to Xiao Zhan, saluting him with respect, and with a tinge of remorse, stated, "Wolf King, I apologize for my tardiness." Chapter 2. The Engagement Ceremony, Premarital Pregnancy, the Wolf King. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply. However, the attitude of the middle-aged general toward Xiao Zhan left him feeling utterly despondent that a major general, in the presence of Xiao Zhan, was surprisingly obsequious and respectful. What could this signify? How could this be possible? Did this middle-aged general arrive with dozens of jeeps and a contingent of over 200 men merely to welcome Xiao Zhan's release from prison? For the past 5 years, had Xiao Zhan not been confined in the 4th prison of Quancheng? The middle-aged man was baffled. No, Xiao Zhan shook his head and said, "You arrived too early, Dado." The middle-aged general was taken aback. "Wolf King, my apologies. It was my oversight." The general seemed to comprehend the situation, hastily apologizing, then turning to regard the middle-aged man and those burly figures with a serious expression, stating, "Rest assured, Wolf King, I will handle this matter decisively." Xiao Zhan nodded and turned to leave. The middle-aged general waved his hand, and in an instant, the group led by the middle-aged man was apprehended and ushered into the jeeps, disappearing from sight as if they had never existed. Subsequently, the middle-aged general caught up with Xiao Zhan and inquired, "Wolf King, should we send someone to the capital to eliminate the Shao family?" "There's no need." Xiao Zhan shook his head, saying, "I have retired from active duty. I can handle my family matters myself." "Understood." The middle-aged general did not press further. Xiao Zhan then asked, "How did the arrangements I requested turn out?" "They have been taken care of." The middle-aged general produced a photograph and a document, handing them to Xiao Zhan while explaining, "This is a photo of the mother and daughter, along with the background information on the Su family. The engagement banquet will be held at the Junwang Grand Hotel today at 10 o'clock. Take me there." Xiao Zhan accepted the photograph and document and climbed into the middle-aged general's jeep that on the way, Xiao Zhan skimmed through the document, and then his cold gaze fell upon the photograph. As he looked at the mother and daughter embracing in the image, his previously solemn expression gradually softened, becoming somewhat gentler. Su Muchio. The woman in the photograph was 25 years old, in the prime of her youth, with exquisite features and a captivating figure, embodying the quintessential poise of a career woman. She was the unfamiliar woman who had unexpectedly appeared in Xiao Zhan's bed 5 years ago. Xiao Zhan did not have a profound impression of her. Initially, after waking up, he merely glanced at her before individuals dispatched by the Shao family barged in, capturing the scene as evidence, and then sent Xiao Zhan to the police station on charges of rape. Xiao Zhan had assumed that Su Muchio was in cahoots with the Shao family, conspiring to frame him. However, subsequent investigations revealed that Su Muchio was also a victim of that scheme. After awakening, he had at least seen Su Muchio a couple of times and was aware of what had transpired, while Su Muchio had been drugged by the Shao family and tossed onto his bed, waking up only to find herself already at the Su family residence. Throughout the ordeal, Su Muchio remained oblivious to his presence and had no recollection of that fateful night. She was even unaware of how she had become inexplicably pregnant afterward. A shocking revelation. This was something Xiao Zhan had never fathomed. After being imprisoned in the 4th prison of Quancheng for 2.5 months, he was suddenly secretively dispatched to the Northern Front. Called to arms, after 5 years of bloodshed and valiant combat, he achieved numerous military accolades, ultimately rising to the rank of a commander, known as the Wolf King of the North. Now, he was returning in triumph. Initially, he intended to visit the Su family to personally apologize to Su Muqiu and express his regret, but upon learning that Su Muqiu had given birth to a daughter, he altered his plans. He had the middle-aged general personally arrange today's affair. These past 5 years, you have endured so much. Gently running his right index finger across Su Muqiu's fair cheek in the photograph. Xiao Zhan inhaled deeply, a single crystalline tear shimmering at the corner of his eye. This girl is truly delightful. When his finger fell upon the small girl cradled in Su Muqiu's arms. A 4-year-old child, his tear-streaked gaze softened, blossoming into an extraordinarily tender smile. Just as Xiao Zhan made his way to the Junhuang Grand Hotel. Inside the hotel, the venue was filled with guests, laughter echoing, exuding a harmonious atmosphere. The Su family of Quancheng was hosting an engagement banquet for Su Muqiu at noon today, and her betrothed was none other than Xiao Zhan. In one of the hotel's private rooms, Su Muqiu sat at the dining table with an expressionless face, her teeth clenched tightly, her eyes reddening, desperately fighting to suppress her tears. Bastards. They are all bastards. Su Muqiu's mother, Lu Hongxiu, held an A4 sheet of paper in her hand, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously, stomping her feet in anger, cursing incessantly. After a moment, with a sharp slap, she slammed the A4 paper onto the dining table, exclaiming angrily, "A rapist," and with tendencies toward violence. He has been imprisoned in the 4th prison of Quancheng for 5 years. How can Muqiu possibly marry such a man? They are blatantly attempting to ruin Muqiu, ruin our entire family, Su Jianqing. If you have even a shred of decency left, if you are still a man, you must immediately find that old fool and annul this engagement. Lu Hongxiu grew, increasingly agitated, tears flowing freely. If you don't go, I will throw myself against the hotel's entrance. In Quancheng, the Su family could barely be considered a second-tier family. Their enterprise, the Su Group, boasted assets exceeding 100 million. Founded by the family patriarch Su Bingtian, Su Bingtian had 2 sons and a daughter. The Su family's assets were not up for contention by Su Jianqing's family, but Su Jiangwo remained unwilling to let them off the hook. This engagement banquet was entirely orchestrated by Su Jiangwo. Calm down, don't be impulsive, that Su Jianqing reached out to restrain Lu Hongxiu, interjecting, "Regardless, Muqiu is still his granddaughter, the flesh and blood of the Su family. I believe he wouldn't push Muqiu into the fire pit." Saying this, even Su Jianqing himself found it hard to believe. But what could he do if he didn't believe? Sitting helplessly in his wheelchair, his face flushed, tears streaming down, his heart ached with bitterness and anger, wishing he could confront the old man. However, within the Su family, the patriarch's word was law. No one dared to defy his wishes. Angering the old man would only lead to more severe consequences. Should Lu Hongxiu flung Su Jianqing off her, pointing at the A4 paper while crying out, "Are you blind? Can't you see the personal information on it? If that rapist, that violent man, were to enter our family, how would Muqiu ever live her life afterward? What about Mingming? She has only 4. Oh, the A4 paper contained Xiao Zhan's personal information. However, after the Xiao family had cast Xiao Zhan and his mother out 5 years ago, they had completely severed ties with him. So the Su family had found information stating Xiao Zhan's parents were deceased. He was an orphan, a vagabond, with a reclusive personality and a twisted psyche. A typical dangerous individual? Please continue reading. There are surprises ahead. Chapter 3. The Rise of the Underling. Xiao Zhan arrives this. Su Jianqing glanced at the A4 paper. Hesitating, this information was sent by Wen Chao. Perhaps he deliberately provided a false document to intimidate us. Self-deceit. Currently, this was all Su Jianqing could do. Su Wen Chao was Su Jiangwo's son, Su Muqiu's cousin, and it was said that he personally commissioned someone to investigate the backgrounds of the prisoners in the 4th prison of Quancheng, ultimately selecting Xiao Zhan. That I must have been blind to have agreed to marry you. You useless wretch. Lu Hongxiu was nearly fainting from Su Jianqing's self-delusion, her curses growing fiercer, tears streaming down. Su Muchio sat silently beside them, seemingly lost in thought, her body trembling slightly. That Su Jianqing watched this, his heart aching as he gripped his own numb thigh, filled with despair. "Mom, stop scolding. It won't help." After a moment, Su Muchio took a deep breath, gritting her teeth and saying, "What is meant to be will be. If it's misfortune, I cannot escape it. This is my fate, and I accept it. It's just an engagement. It's nothing significant." Muchio. Lu Hongxiu wanted to say more, but felt her heart wrenching in pain. 5 years ago, being an unwed mother had already burdened Su Muchio with immense pressure and subjected her to countless scornful glances. No one knew better than her mother how Su Muchio had managed to endure these 5 years in front of outsiders. Su Muchio always presented a strong facade, yet in the stillness of the night, she would hide away in her room, weeping in solitude. Over time, the stigma of being an unwed mother had gradually faded, and the family's life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Su Muchio had worked at the Su Group for 2 years, achieving remarkable results due to her exceptional abilities. Yet, just when it seemed she could catch a break, fate dealt a crushing blow. They were intent on driving Su Muchio to despair. The stronger Su Muchio appeared, the more heartbroken Lu Hongxiu felt. "Mom, what about Ming Ming?" Striving to muster a smile, Su Muchio shifted the topic. Only when discussing her daughter did she find a semblance of joy. "She is playing at the hotel entrance." Lu Hongxiu wiped her tears and sighed. "Ming Ming is still young. This occasion isn't suitable for her to participate in, that I fear it might leave her with psychological scars." Su Muchio nodded in agreement, fully understanding. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Su Wenchao appeared at the entrance, glancing around before his eyes lit up upon seeing the tear-streaked faces of Su Muchio's family. "Ah, today is my cousin's joyous day. Why are Uncle and Auntie crying? Are you overjoyed to the point of tears?" Lu Hongxiu glared at Su Wenchao, gritting her teeth as she spat one word: "Scram." "Auntie, what is with this attitude?" Su Wenchao suppressed his laughter, feigning a serious expression, and lamented, "I have toiled and labored, sending a friend to inquire for a considerable time at the 4th prison in Quanqing, only to have selected such an exceptional husband for my cousin. I acted as the matchmaker for both my cousin and her husband, that if you fail to express your gratitude, that is one matter. But to demand that I leave? Surely, that is rather inappropriate, is it not? A petty individual reveling in their newfound power, displaying a malicious demeanor. I could strangle you." Lu Hongxiu, already filled with righteous indignation, could hardly withstand Su Wenchao's provocation. Enraged, she turned and lunged at him, attempting to grasp his neck while clawing and scratching at him. "Mother!" Su Muchio sprang to her feet, intending to intervene, but she was a moment too late. "Get away!" Su Wenchao waved his large hand, pushing Lu Hongxiu aside. She stumbled, losing her balance, and fell onto the cold floor with a thud. Looking down at the seething Lu Hongxiu, Su Wenchao adjusted his tie, which had been skewed from her grasp, and coldly remarked, "Grandfather instructed me to inform you. Your husband has left the prison and is en route to the hotel, but he requests that your family of 3 attend the engagement ceremony in the hotel lobby shortly." "Su Wenchao, you scoundrel!" Su Muchio rushed over to help Lu Hongxiu to her feet, hurling insults at Su Wenchao. "Scoundrel!" Meeting Su Muchio's icy gaze, Su Wenchao not only remained unperturbed but smiled even more brightly. Boasting, "Ah, my dear cousin knows me well. Indeed, I am a scoundrel. What of it? Do you dare to challenge me?" Su Muchio felt a surge of murderous intent, to be more vicious. "I relish the sight of your family despising me to the core, yet being utterly powerless against me." "Ha ha, ha ha ha," with his raucous laughter echoing. Su Wenchao turned to leave. "Isn't my cousin's work capability rather impressive? Hasn't she secured several significant contracts for the company? Marrying a rapist, I shall see from now on. Who would dare to collaborate with you?" The tears that Su Muchio had been holding back finally fell, staining her fair cheeks. How could she not understand that it was precisely her outstanding performance at the Su Corporation over the past 2 years that made Su Wenchao feel threatened? He feared that the old man would recognize her abilities and alter his attitude towards her. Hence he resorted to underhanded tactics, slandering her and urging the old man to hastily arrange such a marriage for her. At the entrance of Junhuang Hotel, a dark green jeep came to a slow stop. The middle-aged general driving it glanced at the hotel and inquired, "Wolf King, Shall I send troops to surround the entire hotel? A swarm of ants. Why should the Wolf King take action personally? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Remember, I have officially retired. I am no longer the so-called Northern Wolf King. This is a personal matter. And you need not concern yourselves. This is a bustling area. If you send troops here, do you intend to incite panic? Having said that, he turned and exited the vehicle. The middle-aged general's expression darkened as he asserted. No matter when or where, the 81 brothers of the Blood Wolf Brigade were all raised by the Wolf King himself, and they will only heed the Wolf King's command. His voice was firm and resolute. Understood. The general pressed the gas pedal, and the jeep quickly vanished at the end of the street. Flanking the entrance were rows of luxury cars. Xiao Zhan strode directly to the hotel entrance, but suddenly halted, his ears perking up as he faintly heard a frantic wailing. Get away, you rascals. I want to find my mother. I want her to come and teach you a lesson. It was the voice of a little girl, looking for her mother. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of sensitivity to the sound of a young girl's voice, likely due to the possibility of having a daughter with Su Mucio. He took a few steps back and glanced toward the source of the voice. There, at the corner of the hotel, a group of 7 or 8 young boys formed a circle, holding hands as they spun around a little girl trapped in the middle. Chanting, Su Xiaoming, little wild seed, born of a mother, raised without a father. Grandfather is a good-for-nothing, broke his leg in an accident. Grandmother is an ugly hag, crying and buying vegetables. Their taunts were synchronized as if rehearsed. Su Xiaoming. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Zhan's heart jolted, as if struck by a heavy object, his expression darkening instantly, turning as cold as ice. Based on the investigative materials provided by the middle-aged general, it was revealed that after giving birth, Su Mucio had named her daughter Su Xiaoming, meaning, at this very moment, the little girl being surrounded and humiliated by those boys, crying and unable to escape, was indeed Xiao Zhan's beloved daughter, whom he had long yearned for. Boom! It felt as though a thunderous explosion erupted within him, the suppressed force uncontrollably released, within a 10-meter radius of Xiao Zhan. The litter on the ground was swept away by an invisible wind. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and cracks appeared in the hotel's entrance glass. The 2 receptionists standing at the door turned pale, feeling an overwhelming chill, their scalps tingling. Just moments ago, even facing dozens of burly men outside the prison, Xiao Zhan had managed to remain composed, refraining from unleashing his hidden strength. But now he could not contain himself. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his spot, covering the distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. You are the real wild seeds. Xiao Zhan appeared silently behind the boys. Hearing Su Xiaoming's defiant voice, she sat on the ground, tears staining her face. Yet she made no move to wipe them away. With her chin held high, she exuded an air of pride, her gaze and tone unwavering. As if deep down, she truly regarded the father she had never met as a super-invincible hero, confident and proud. Pa! One boy halted, disdainfully spitting at Su Xiaoming, rolling his eyes as he scoffed. Such nonsense meant to deceive children. Only a dimwit like you would believe it. The other seemed to rally behind this boy, echoing his taunts. Exactly, my mom said you were a freebie for topping up your phone. Your dad probably died long ago, that a super-invincible hero. Do you think your dad is Ultraman, capable of defeating monsters? Laughter erupted among the 7 or 8 boys, their mockery echoing. Enough chatter, drop your pants, and pee on her. The leading boy suddenly yanked down his pants, boasting. You said you have a dad, right? You said your dad is a super-invincible hero? Then shout for him and see if he answers. If that doesn't work, I'll step in that I'll be your dad. How about that? Amidst the laughter, the boys eagerly began to pull down their pants. However, just as they had gotten halfway, an intense, bone-chilling aura suddenly emanated from behind. It felt as if summer had abruptly transformed into a frigid winter, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver, except for Su Xiaoming, who remained undeterred in the center. Xiao Zhan had complete mastery over his hidden strength and would never harm his precious daughter. So cold. In disbelief, everyone hastily pulled up their half-lowered pants, turning to see the imposing figure of Xiao Zhan standing behind them, at a height of 1.85 meters. His muscular build and icy gaze made him appear as a formidable beast. Wow! A group of children under 10 could not withstand Xiao Zhan's chilling stare. With just a single glance, before he could utter a word, 2 boys were immediately frightened to tears, while 3 others attempted to flee, only to trip and fall to the ground. Why you? The leading boy gulped nervously, retracting his neck as he mustered the courage to ask, "Uncle, who are you? Are you this little wild seed's savior?" Slap. No sooner had he finished speaking than a vivid red imprint appeared on his cheek. "You dare to hit me?" The boy covered his face, fuming. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my dad is?" Slap. Another strike followed, leaving a red mark on the other side of his face. Tears streamed down his face. Originally, Xiao Zhan had no intention of laying hands on children. However, this leading boy was different. Xiao Zhan recognized him at a glance that he was Su Wenchao's son, his photograph and information provided in the middle-aged general's dossier. Su Meng, age 9. Ironically, Su Xiaoming was his cousin, and he should have regarded her as a sister. Yet instead of caring for her, he had gathered a group of companions to brazenly bully her, even intending to humiliate her publicly. This warranted punishment. If he were not merely a 9-year-old child, Xiao Zhan's wrath would have been enough to end him with a single strike. From this moment forth, no one is allowed to bully Su Xiaoming. Do you understand? Xiao Zhan surveyed the boys with a fierce voice. They stared at each other, paralyzed with fear, and one timid boy even wet himself to "Don't waste it. Didn't you want to pee on her? Very well. Hold her down and go to town. Whoever can pee the most will earn this 100 yuan. Xiao Zhan produced a 100 yuan note, casually pointing at the tearful Su Meng. Whoever dares not comply will be deemed his accomplice. Don't say I didn't warn you. Seeing no one respond, Xiao Zhan added, I'll go, whether it was the allure of money or the fear of Xiao Zhan. One little chubby boy gritted his teeth and bravely stepped forward, striding towards Su Meng. And I will too. I also wish to indulge in a moment. With one boy taking the lead, the others swiftly followed suit. And in the blink of an eye, they encircled Su Meng. Her face turned pale in an instant, and as she turned to flee, escape was futile. Within moments, she found herself pinned to the ground, trapped in the same predicament as the earlier Su Xiaoming. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. Xiao Zhan casually tossed 100 yuan into the crowd, then strode over to Su Xiaoming, embracing her trembling form. His previously icy demeanor transformed, radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze, as he inquired with genuine concern, Xiaoming, are you all right? Sir, do you know me? How do you know my name? Su Xiaoming, ever obedient, did not struggle, but instead wore a puzzled expression, her eyes blinking curiously at Xiao Zhan, that he chuckled. I know your father. Really? Su Xiaoming paused, her face lighting up with joy, only to pout moments later, retorting, You're lying. Mommy said my daddy went to a faraway place. You cannot possibly know him, that I'm not a 3-year-old child. I want to fall for your tricks. And how old are you? I am already 4 years old. I'm not so easily deceived that Su Xiaoming lifted her chin proudly, that a 4-year-old truly is quite clever. Xiao Zhan reached out to gently tease her little nose, warmth flooding his heart as he smiled. Shall I take you to find your mother? Sure. Su Xiaoming nodded eagerly, then countered, but Grandma, one tea let me in, that my cousin said there is a big bad guy who wants to be my daddy. Uncle, you're so capable. Can you help me deal with those little bad guys and later, help me with that big bad guy too? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened as he carried Su Xiaoming into the Junwang Hotel. Thinking to himself, aside from your father, I can handle anyone for you. Chapter 5, A Radiant Entrance. A match made in heaven in the hotel lobby, as soon as Su Muchio and her family of 3 made their entrance. They immediately became the focal point of attention. Gazes were cast their way, some filled with sympathy, others with regret, but most with a sense of schadenfreude that Su Wenchao had quietly disseminated information about Xiao Zhan. Thus the guests were well aware of the type of man who was soon to be betrothed to Su Muchio. Nevertheless, they approached to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, old Master Su. Miss Su is a beauty beyond compare, and Mr. Xiao is a young talent. It is truly a match made in heaven. Such blatant flattery. The elder of the Su family, Su Bingtian, sat at the head of the main table, clad in an exquisite Tang suit, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his low brows and gentle smile exuding an air of authority. Father, the guests have arrived. Su Jingwo leaned in to whisper behind Su Bingtian. Let us begin. Su Bingtian rose, gestured for silence, and the once lively lobby fell quiet. He declared with a hearty laugh, Today marks the engagement ceremony of my granddaughter, Su Muchio. It is an honor to have you all here. As you all know, my granddaughter not only possesses beauty akin to a celestial being, but also boasts formidable business acumen, making her a rare gem in the commercial world. Hence, I was particularly cautious in selecting her suitor. Ultimately, from dozens of candidates, a young man named Xiao Zhan emerged victorious. I hope you will treat Muchio well, and that the couple will enjoy a harmonious life and bear children soon. Such beautiful words were spoken so eloquently that those unaware might genuinely believe Su Bingtian had Su Muchio's best interests at heart, securing her a fortunate match and exemplary husband. Applause erupted from the audience, but to Su Muchio, the clapping felt like a slap in the face, leaving her with a sense of suffocating frustration. Looking up at the beaming Su Bingtian, she bit her crimson lip, nearly drawing blood. What a wonderful grandfather! Throughout her life, Su Bingtian had showered endless affection on Su Wenchao while disregarding her entirely, simply because she was a daughter destined to marry and unable to carry on the family lineage, especially 5 years ago when she bore an illegitimate child, bringing shame upon the Su family. Had it not been for the pity he felt for Su Jianqing's family, Su Bingtian would have cast them out long ago. Old fool. Lu Hongxiu seethed, cursing under her breath. She wanted to speak up for Su Muchio, but was stopped by Su Jianqing, who shook his head pleadingly, signaling her not to act recklessly. Useless. Lu Hongxiu gritted her teeth, but ultimately held her tongue. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention this way. That moment, Su Jiangwo, standing behind Su Bingtian, eagerly pointed towards the hotel's back door, exclaiming, "Next, let us welcome that fortunate young man, making his grand entrance." This moment had finally arrived. After nearly 2 months of scheming, Su Jiangwo's sole aim was to ignite discord in Su Muchio's life, thwarting her development within the Su group. Marrying a rapist, a violent man, what future could she possibly hope for? How could she focus on her work? The mere thought of Su Muchio's tragic fate filled Su Jiangwo with delight. With a resounding click, as all eyes eagerly awaited, the hotel's back door creaked open, revealing Xiao Zhan striding in with Su Xiaoming cradled in his arms. In an instant, the guests were left dumbfounded, jaws dropping in disbelief that he actually brought a child with him. Some recognized Su Xiaoming immediately and began to whisper among themselves, their gazes toward Xiao Zhan tinged with newfound respect, thinking to themselves, "You're quite something, embracing a little wild child and brazenly bringing her in. Do you not feel any shame?" Su Jianqing and Lu Hongxiu turned their faces away, quietly wiping away tears, unable to bear the sight. While Su Muchio did not shy away, her desperate gaze fixated on the hotel's back in trance, yearning to discern the true nature of her husband. Ming Ming? Upon a mere glance, Su Muchio's complexion shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in shock, rushing toward Xiao Zhan without a second thought. "Mommy!" Su Xiaoming beamed, opening her arms wide to embrace Su Muchio. Su Muchio took her daughter from Xiao Zhan's hold, clutching her tightly before finally turning her gaze to Xiao Zhan, asking, You were Xiao Zhan? How did Ming Ming end up with you?" "I happened to run in her downstairs." Xiao Zhan nodded with a smile, scrutinizing Su Muchio closely, then extending his hand. "Miss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our future interactions. To be honest." Xiao Zhan felt somewhat anxious. An inexplicable tension. "Hello," Su Muchio responded politely, but showed no intention of shaking his hand, instead retreating a few steps, regarding him with suspicion. Xiao Zhan found himself in an awkward position. Suddenly, Su Xiaoming pointed at him, saying, "Mommy, this uncle is amazing. He said he knows my daddy and just taught those little bullies a lesson for me. And he said he would also deal with that big bad guy who wants to be my daddy, Ditto." "Where's the big bad guy?" Su Xiaoming blinked her eyes, surveying the surroundings. Su Muchio was momentarily taken aback. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Zhan, her expression filled with doubt. "You claim to know Ming Ming's father. That's nonsense. I'm Ming Ming's mother, and I don't even know who her father is." At this, Xiao Zhan felt even more embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he averted his gaze from Su Muchio and smiled. "Little Ming, I was entrusted by your father to come and protect you and your mother. From now on, Uncle will be your Ultraman. Su Xiaoming was puzzled. "The big bad guy who wants to be my daddy is you. Is Uncle bad?" "Well, not really." Su Xiaoming pondered for a moment before shaking her head. But my daddy is a super invincible hero, and you're just a super invincible little hero at best. As long as you're not my daddy, I want to call you a big bad guy. Xiao Zhan was utterly flabbergasted in the presence of his biological daughter. He was unexpectedly outdone by another version of himself. The surrounding guests were even more astonished. This dramatic scene exceeded everyone's expectations. It appeared that the script was not written this way. Wasn't it supposed to be a case of flowers blooming amidst dung? Wasn't there supposed to be tension in the air? As Xiao Zhan stood alongside Su Muqiu and her daughter, they appeared surprisingly harmonious and well-matched, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Please, we are here to witness the drama and mockery, not to be treated to a display of familial affection. Could you please tone it down a bit, making it more tragic, and give us an opportunity for some cold mockery? One must not be too selfish. Su Bingtian's brows furrowed, equally taken aback. Wah! Su Jingwo's smile faltered, quickly asserting, this young man is quite clever, spouting nonsense. Clearly, he is trying to curry favor with Muqiu, through little Ming. Don't worry, Dad. I will have Wen Chao expose his deceit immediately. With that, he shot a glance at Su Wen Chao across the room. Smack, smack. Su Wen Chao immediately understood, rising to his feet and applauding, making his way toward Xiao Zhan, sneering, as expected of the grandson-in-law favored by grandfather. Brother-in-law is indeed magnanimous. Knowing that his sister has previously been wronged by another man and has an illegitimate daughter, he not only bears no grudges but treats them as his own. Vowing to protect them, as her cousin, am truly ashamed. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the hotel lobby. Chapter 6. A Public Humiliation. You are my wife initially. Su Wenchao had no intention of revisiting past wounds or exposing Su Muqiu's scars. But Xiao Zhan's ill-timed entrance with Su Xiaoming couldn't be ignored. How could he possibly endure witnessing the harmonious family life of Su Muqiu and her kin, amidst the cacophony of jeers? Su Muqiu's expression darkened to an extreme as she fixed her gaze on Su Wenchao, the scoundrel, intent on publicly humiliating her. Uncle. However, before Su Muqiu could chastise him, her daughter Su Xiaoming suddenly pointed at Su Wenchao and exclaimed to Xiao Zhan, Uncle. He is my cousin's father, a wicked man who often bullies my mother. Could you teach him a lesson for me? Innocent words. Su Xiaoming, pure and adorable, remained oblivious to the intrigues of adulthood, expressing exactly what was on her mind. Xiaoming, be good and don't make a fuss. Su Muqiu felt a pang of sorrow. Her daughter was merely 4 years old, yet had to endure such humiliation alongside her. As for Xiao Zhan, he was specifically summoned by Su Wenchao to torment the mother and daughter. So how could he oppose Su Wenchao for their sake? Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed in the hotel lobby. Turning her head, Su Muqiu saw Su Wenchao clutching his face, sprawled on the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief as he stared at Xiao Zhan. You dare to hit me? Su Muqiu was equally stunned. She had not witnessed when Xiao Zhan struck. In the blink of an eye, Su Wenchao had fallen. My goodness. This lad possesses audacity. He dares to strike even the young master of the Su family. It seems the information I received was accurate. This fellow has a severe propensity for violence, quick to resort to fists. The surrounding guests were left agape, gasping in shock. Gulping, Su Jianqing and Lu Hongxiu exchanged glances. Swallowing hard, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their expressions filled with complexity, surprise, exhilaration, and concern. They had never imagined that Xiao Zhan would act on Su Xiaoming's innocent words, let alone that Su Wenchao would end up in such a dire state. While it was gratifying to witness Su Wenchao's misfortune, they were uncertain whether Xiao Zhan's ferocity was a blessing or a curse. After all, Xiao Zhan had a criminal record, being a rapist, if he were to enter their family and later mistreat Su Muqiu. Who could stop him? Your mouth is too foul. You deserve to be struck. Ignoring the gasps around him, Xiao Zhan cast a disdainful glance at Su Wenchao, then turned to Su Xiaoming in Su Muqiu's arms. Asking Xiaoming, are you satisfied now? Very satisfied. Su Xiaoming nodded, grinning. Uncle can hit bad little guys and big bad guys. You're becoming more like my daddy. But is it merely resemblance? Xiao Zhan refrained from revealing his true identity just yet. Today was the first meeting between him and Su Xiaoming, and he understood that acceptance would take time. Patience is key. Gaining Su Xiaoming's approval was already a significant triumph for him. Enough of this nonsense. Su Bingtian, seated at the head of the main table, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, his dragon-headed cane shaking in his grip as he shouted, "Someone, apprehend this scoundrel." Footsteps rushed in, and 10 black-clad bodyguards stormed into the hotel lobby, encircling Xiao Zhan and his family. Simultaneously, a child's wailing pierced the air. "Dad!" Su Meng, tears streaming down her face, rushed to Su Wenxiao, indignantly stating, "Just now, a big fool slapped me twice, and those fat kids made me face their urine." At this moment, Su Meng's cheeks were swollen, her attire soaked, exuding a strong, offensive odor, clearly having been bullied by her peers. Furious, Su Wenxiao retorted, "What big fool?" Suddenly, Su Xiaoming couldn't help but burst into laughter at Su Meng's pitiful state. Su Meng looked up, and upon seeing Xiao Zhan beside Su Muqiu, her expression shifted dramatically. She quickly hid behind Su Wenxiao, crying even harder, pointing out, "Dad, it's him. He hit me, you little brat." Su Wenxiao glared at Xiao Zhan in disbelief. He had gone to great lengths to summon Xiao Zhan, intending for him to torment Su Muqiu and her daughter. How had it turned into a situation where both he and his son received Xiao Zhan's wrath? "Indeed, it was me," Xiao Zhan admitted nonchalantly, remarking, "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Your son's mouth is just as foul as yours. You dare to seek death." Su Wenxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. "What are you all standing around for? Beat him. Beat this ungrateful bastard to death." Yes, the 10 black-clad bodyguards wasted no time, charging at Xiao Zhan. Su Muqiu's face turned pale. Yes, a woman. She had never encountered such a perilous situation. The bodyguards were all professional fighters trained by the Su family, each one formidable, their menacing demeanor enough to terrify anyone. "Stay put. Give me 10 seconds." In the midst of her panic, Xiao Zhan's voice reached her ears, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Then came the sounds of fists connecting with flesh. Bang! One of the black-clad bodyguards was sent flying by a kick. Bang, bang. Then the second, the third. Xiao Zhan, the formidable king of the Northern Wolves, had spent the past 5 years dominating the battlefield. How could he be compared to Su family's guards? For him, dealing with them was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. An overwhelming disparity in power. Each kick was delivered with precision, as if he were playing soccer, in just 7 seconds. After the commotion subsided, Xiao Zhan shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. "You all are far worse than I anticipated." A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone gazed at Xiao Zhan as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They knew he was a violent man, but never expected him to be this extreme. "Wow, uncle, you're amazing." Perhaps this was the bond between father and daughter, a natural affinity. Su Muqiu felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within her, instinctively taking a few steps back to distance herself from Xiao Zhan. Questioning, "What are you doing?" Beating Su Wenxiao and his son, creating chaos at the engagement ceremony. Xiao Zhan's actions left Su Muqiu utterly perplexed. Like everyone else, a myriad of questions swirled in her mind. Is this really the husband my grandfather meticulously selected for me? Was he not meant to humiliate me? It seemed not quite so. Could there be another scheme at play? In a state of bewilderment, Su Muqiu locked eyes with Xiao Zhan, who spoke earnestly, "With me here, no one will ever bully you and Xiaoming again." "Why?" Su Muqiu blurted out, unable to comprehend. In front of so many guests, Xiao Zhan had tarnished the Su family's reputation. Both Su Wenxiao and Su Bingtian would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. Was it worth it for their sake? Because from this moment on, you are my wife, and Xiaoming is my daughter, that we are a family. Xiao Zhan's voice, though quiet, was resolute and powerful. Chapter 7. The Wife Weeps. The thief's heart unyielding, a family. Su Muqiu's heart trembled violently, her expression complex, momentarily lost in thought. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby had grown unbearably tense. With Xiao Zhan's disturbance, the banquet was completely ruined. The guests, sensing the shift, hastily departed, scattering like birds and beasts. Soon, the vast hotel lobby was left with only Su Bingtian, Su Jingwo, Su Wenxiao, and Su Meng. For members of the Su family, Dad, Su Jingwo's face was dark with anger. Useless. Su Bingtian raised his dragon-headed cane, striking Su Jingwo several times while berating him. "This is all you're doing. This is the person you brought in. Inviting a wolf into the house, bringing disaster upon ourselves." Su Bingtian, who typically valued his reputation above all, had now been utterly humiliated. "Dad, please don't be anxious," Su Jingwo hurriedly replied. "That brute is big and rough, his nature savage. It aligns with our investigation. However, I never expected him to be so reckless as to act like a mad dog, attacking anyone in sight." This was precisely the outcome Su Jingwo had hoped for. He had just been supporting Muchio. "Couldn't you tell?" Su Bingtian's anger flared. "That was all an act," Su Jingwo, confident in his assertion, continued. "Men, when trying to impress women, often display bravado, merely seeking to bed them. That don't forget, he is a recently released rapist. If Muchio doesn't comply, can he really hold back?" "That is indeed." Su Bingtian pondered for a moment, then scoffed. "Regarding the company, the major contracts in Muchio's hands are crucial. You all need to contact the clients immediately and finalize the agreements." "Understood." Su Jingwo was overjoyed, though Su Bingtian did not state it outright. It was clear his intent was to undermine Su Muchio. Once she lost her clients, expelling her from Su Group or even the Su family would be a mere formality. It appeared that this farcical scene had deepened Su Bingtian's disdain for Su Muchio and solidified his resolve to oust her from the company. After Su Bingtian left, Su Wenchao coldly remarked, "How fortunate for that Xiao scoundrel. Su Muchio's figure and beauty could rank among the top 3 in the entire city. That if she weren't my cousin, I would have been tempted myself." "And I too." With tear-streaked cheeks, Su Meng declared fiercely, "When I grow up, I will also have my way with that little wildling, Su Xiaoming." Silence. Su Jingwo scolded angrily, his face darkened. "You ungrateful wretches, your grandfather is still alive. He values his reputation above life itself. Even if you have such thoughts, keep them to yourselves." The implication was clear. Once the old man passed away, they could act as they pleased. Su Wenchao felt a surge of joy and couldn't wait to exclaim, "I have already prepared the contact information for those major clients. Time is of the essence. I shall call them immediately to discuss signing the agreement on behalf of Su Muchio." "You are indeed clever." Su Jingwo nodded in approval, feeling immensely gratified that that moment, in the Fuyuan community, which had stood for 25 years as the marital home of Su Jiansheng and Lu Hongxiu. The place now appeared somewhat dilapidated, starkly contrasting with the newly constructed upscale neighborhoods nearby. The modest 2-bedroom apartment, spanning merely 80 square meters, felt cramped. "Uncle, this is my home," Su Xiaoming said as she pulled Xiao Zhan around excitedly, introducing him. "This is the kitchen, this is the bathroom, this is Grandma and Grandpa's room. And here, this is my room with my mother, and those are all the toys my mother bought for me." The little girl was brimming with enthusiasm as Su Muchio watched, her heart a tumult of emotions. That moved her deeply that Xiao Zhan stood up for her, even at the risk of offending the Su family. However, emotion alone could not dictate her fate. Was she truly willing to resign herself to her circumstances, to endure and accept being Xiao Zhan's wife? Truth be told, she felt a deep-seated reluctance. Yet, what could she do? Forcing Xiao Zhan to leave would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Su family, and how could Xiao Zhan bear the brunt of their fury alone? Her heart ached at the thought. Just as Su Muchio was ensnared in a web of confusion and indecision, a hushed voice from the bedroom broke her reverie. "Uncle, you really won't bully my mother or force her to make you my dad, right?" "Of course not," Xiao Zhan replied with a smile. "Then, can you sleep on the floor tonight? Grandma says only my dad can sleep with my mom." Let us make a promise," Su Xiaoming chirped, pinky swear. "Forever, no changing." Though their voices were barely audible, to Su Muchio's ears, it was akin to a gentle hand plucking at the strings of her heart, and before she knew it, tears streamed down her face. "Muchio, why are you crying?" Lu Hongxiu had just pushed Su Jianxing through the door when she was met with the sight of Su Muchio in tears, her expression shifting to one of shock and anger. "Is that brute bullying you and Meng Meng?" The thought of Xiao Zhan's criminal past sent a chill down her spine. No. Su Muchio hastily wiped her tears and forced a smile. "He and Meng Meng get along quite well. Meng Meng doesn't seem to dislike him." "That still won't do," Lu Hongxiu expressed her concern. "Regardless, he is a—" The words rapist hung unspoken in the air. Throughout the journey, Lu Hongxiu was consumed with worry. Now that Xiao Zhan was engaged to Su Muchio and living with them, what if he were to turn violent towards her? "Mom, he is my husband now, as long as he treats Meng Meng sincerely. It's all right." Su Muchio managed to hold back her tears, gritting her teeth as if steeling her resolve. "But I'll go prepare dinner. Su Mucho turned to leave when suddenly her phone rang. That IT must be my cousin. She should be home by now. The call was from Su Wenchao, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A lonely man and a woman, newlyweds. Your husband is quite robust. Don't you feel an urge to, well, do something with your cousin? His voice was laced with mockery. How preposterous. Su Mucho retorted coldly. I have nothing to discuss. I am hanging up. Oh, don't. Su Wenchao continued smugly. Guess where I am and what I'm doing? I just contacted Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, and Mr. Zhao. They have agreed to let me take over your role and continue the cooperation. I am on my way to Zhao's group right now. In 10 minutes, I'll be signing the contract with Mr. Zhao. I must thank you for all the groundwork you laid, cousin. You plant the trees. And I enjoy the shade. Quite the business tale. ISNT it. Su Mucho's face fell, pale as ash. Her hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. Despicable. Though she had anticipated Su Wenchao's revenge after the chaos at the engagement ceremony, she had not expected his actions to be so swift. This is grandfather's directive. Do not blame me. Blame your husband for being so impulsive, daring to act violently in front of grandfather, essentially slapping him in the face. Su Wenchao chuckled. Without clients, ousted from the company, your family of 4? Oh wait, I mean 5 that you might as well prepare to starve. With that, he hung up. That Su Mucho stood frozen, her tears, which had just begun to subside, surged forth once more, a manifestation of her utmost distress. 2 years of hard work, reduced to ashes. Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianqing exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they prepared to comfort her. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan appeared at the bedroom door, his voice low and resolute. I was the one who hit him. I will handle this matter. Everyone was taken aback. You handle it. What the hell can you do? Aside from fighting, what else are you capable of? You may feel satisfied after a brawl, but you cannot withstand the old man's wrath. Lu Hongxiu shot Xiao Zhan an angry glare, her fury restrained. No. Su Mucho shook her head, her eyes reddening. You going will only escalate the situation. It's just a job. If it's gone, it can always be found again. That I refuse to believe that leaving the Su family means there's south no place for us in this city. Her resilience pained Xiao Zhan deeply. 5 years ago, she had been innocently ensnared in the Xiao's conspiracy against him, bearing their child and enduring the scorn of outsiders. Now, with Xiao Zhan's triumphant return, how could she suffer any further indignities? Not a chance. Thus, Xiao Zhan took out his phone and sent a text. Outside Zhao's group, a black BMW came to a slow halt. Su Wenchao exited the vehicle, a contract in hand, his face beaming with confidence and excitement. To his surprise, securing Su Mucho's clients went more smoothly than anticipated. Those old foxes must have heard about Su Mucho marrying a rapist and realized her standing within the Su family was in jeopardy. Hence their opportunistic betrayal. Business is war. Su Wenchao mused. One must assess the situation, seek fortune, and avoid disaster to survive. That I'm here to see Mr. Zhao, he announced at the front desk, puffing his chest with arrogance as he slammed the contract down. Mr. Zhao invited me for tea and to sign the contract at noon. The receptionist paused, perplexed. May I ask your name, sir? I am Su Wenchao, general manager of Su Group. Su Wenchao. The receptionist's expression turned strange as she discreetly signaled to the security guards across the room. In no time, 4 guards surrounded him, seizing his arms without a word and lifting him off the ground. What are you doing? Su Wenchao exclaimed, panic-stricken as he struggled. I'll say it again. I'm the general manager of Su Group. Mr. Zhao personally invited me. Let me go, you bastards! Bang! As his words faded, a sudden kick landed on his backside, causing him to grimace in pain. What the hell? He stammered in disbelief. That Mr. Zhao, the one who had kicked him, was none other than Zhao Yongrong, the owner of Zhao Group. That Zhao's expression was grim. That Mr. Zhao. What is the meaning of this? Su Wenchao was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what he had done wrong or how he had offended Zhao Yongrong. Everything had seemed so cordial over the phone. Why the sudden reversal? You're the one who should be asking. Zhao Yongrong charged forward, delivering another kick that sent Su Wenchao sprawling. Dare to set me up? I'll have your skin. Mr. Zhao, please don't, Su Wenchao cried, nearly in tears. There must be some misunderstanding here. I wouldn't dare to set a trap for you. I genuinely came to sign a contract. Sign your mother. Zhao Yongrong pressed Su Wenchao to the ground and unleashed a barrage of fists and kicks, only stopping after a solid 30 seconds, coldly stating, Our contract with Su Group is solely with Su Muchio. If she doesn't come, not even you little brat, nor that old fool Su Bingtian can make it happen. Su Muchio, what? Why? Su Wenchao was completely stunned. Throw him out. Zhao Yongrong concluded, waving his hand, and the 4 security guards promptly dragged Su Wenchao to the entrance, unceremoniously tossing him out like refuse. Young master. The driver, waiting outside, was horrified at the sight of Su Wenchao sprawled on the ground, and rushed over to help him. Get lost. Su Wenchao rebuffed him, seething with rage. You wait, Su Muchio. How dare you conspire with Zhao Yongrong and ruin my plans? I swear I will ruin you. As the young master of the Su family, he had never endured such humiliation. And Zhao Yongrong's earlier words had ignited his fury, which he directed squarely at Su Muchio. 10 minutes prior, he had just called Su Muchio to boast, and now, merely 10 minutes later, Zhao Yongrong had turned hostile, rejecting him at the door. If it weren't for Su Muchio's clandestine machinations, how could such a coincidence occur? Moreover, Su Muchio currently found herself devoid of money and power, in a precarious situation. What reason did Zhao Yongrong have to oppose the Su family on her behalf? In Su Wenchao's mind, there was but one answer. Su Muchio and Zhao Yongrong were entangled in a scandalous affair. With this thought, everything suddenly became crystal clear that in just 2 short years, Su Muchio, as a woman, had managed to thrive within the Su group, adopting the guise of a formidable career woman. It now seemed that it was not her professional prowess that shone, but rather her adeptness at ensnaring men. Let us seek out General Manager Li. At the Zhao Group, on the 18th floor in the CEO's office, Zhao Yongrong stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the black BMW that had vanished at the end of the street. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, speaking with utmost deference. Brother Hong, I gave that brat a beating. He has scurried away with his tail between his legs. A deep voice resonated from the phone. Remember, Su Muchio is a woman you cannot afford to provoke. From this moment forth, whatever demands she presents, you must fulfill at all costs. What? Zhao Yongrong exclaimed in astonishment. At all costs? Brother Hong, what background does she possess that even you regard her with such deference? Being in Quancheng, Zhao Yongrong was well aware of Su Muchio's circumstances. That wasn't she merely an overlooked granddaughter of the Su family. 5 years ago, she bore an illegitimate child, and now she was married to a rapist. Scorned like a rat crossing the street, the subject of incessant gossip. Yet now, Brother Hong claimed she was a woman who could not be trifled with. This left Zhao Yongrong utterly flabbergasted that it was not mere respect. It was profound fear. Brother Hong's tone turned grave. Her background is not for you to know. You only need to understand that should you offend her, a single word from her benefactor could lead to your ruin and destruction. He paused, adding, and that goes for me as well. Gulp. At those words, Zhao Yongrong swallowed hard, his heart racing at a mere word, ruin and destruction. Even Brother Hong was not exempt. In his eyes, Brother Hong was a figure of unfathomable depth, the architect of his current standing. The thought that a single word could obliterate Brother Hong. My heavens, just how formidable was Su Muchio's backing, Brother Hong? As a realization struck him, Zhao Yongrong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Voicing his concerns this morning in a moment of folly, I agreed to sign a contract with Su Wenchao. Furthermore, during negotiations, I had ill intentions towards Su Muchio and even touched her leg. Is there no issue? Seeking death, Brother Hong's voice turned icy, a palpable killing intent emanating through the phone, sending a shiver down Zhao Yongrong's spine. Brother Hong, I was wrong. Zhao Yongrong's legs buckled, and he collapsed in front of the window, pleading, I was blind and ignorant. I had no idea of her considerable backing. Considering my years of diligent service to you, I implore you to help me out of this predicament, to grant me a path to salvation. Slap, slap. The sound of his own slaps echoed as Zhao Yongrong struck his face several times. After a moment, Brother Hong snorted, You made this mess. You shall bear the consequences. Go to Fuyuan community immediately and bow an apology. As for the hand that touched Miss Su's leg, it should not remain intact. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhao Yongrong felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss at the Su group. Father, things are progressing smoothly. Wenchao has contacted General Manager Zhao, General Manager Li, and General Manager Wang. They have agreed to sign a contract with Wenchao, who has already taken the documents over. Good, excellent. though Su Bingtian maintained a composed exterior. Internally, he sighed in relief. The major clients held by Su Muchio were of paramount importance to the Su Group. Should the contracts be successfully signed, it would undoubtedly elevate the company to new heights. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to take action against Su Muchio. Now, it seemed he could both retain significant clients and eliminate Su Muchio, achieving two goals with one stroke. Wenchao is a capable lad. He follows my lead, handling matters adeptly and with poise, a talent worth cultivating. After a few words of praise, Su Bingtian sighed again. I am getting old, weary. It is time to step back and enjoy the fruits of my labor. Father, what do you mean? Su Jingwo's brow twitched, his eyes lighting up with a hint of understanding. Sure enough, Su Bingtian stated earnestly, once this matter is settled, the Su Group will soar to new heights. I plan to retire officially, relinquishing the position of chairman, allowing you and Wenchao to take the reins. Thud. Su Jingwo, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt before Su Bingtian, exclaiming, Father, rest assured, Wenchao and I will pour our hearts and souls into expanding the Su Group, living up to your trust. His words were fervent and impassioned. I realized that Su Bingtian's expression remained indifferent as he stood up. I have an appointment with Director Song from the Public Security Bureau at 2 o'clock this afternoon to play ball. I intend to discuss Xiao Zhan's matter with him. Xiao Zhan? Su Jingwo blinked, taken aback. Father, what do you mean? That young rascal possesses impressive skills. He is a potential threat that if he can be made to comply, it would be ideal. If not, then an opportunity must be found to return him to prison. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Su Wenchao burst into the office. Just in time, that Su Jingwo's spirits lifted. Eagerly inquiring, did you meet with General Manager Zhao, General Manager Li, and General Manager Wang? How did the discussions go? Was the contract signed? Aye. The thought of Su Bingtian discovering that the contract negotiations had been botched sent shivers down Su Wenchao's spine. Speak. Su Jingwo was irritable, wishing to slap Su Wenchao. Your grandfather is finally stepping down. Securing the major clients from Su Muchio means the Su Group will belong to us father and son. Why are you dawdling? Chapter 10. An eye for an eye. Bowing an apology after a moment's hesitation, Su Wenchao steeled himself. Li and Wang are of the same mind. Adjustment? Su Jingwo's face darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Old fox, however, Su Bingtian remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. The preliminary work was all handled by Muchio. Now that it has suddenly shifted to Wenchao, they likely wish to take advantage of the situation to gain a greater share. It is of no consequence that IT should be. Su Wenchao discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Noticing Su Wenchao's subtle gesture, Su Jingwo's instincts flared. Something was amiss, but in front of Su Bingtian he dared not inquire further. Suppressing his unease, thud. This time it was Su Wenchao who knelt before Su Jingwo. Father, I was beaten. Su Wenchao's face was a mask of despair. As soon as I arrived at Zhao's group, that Zhao Yongrong beat me without a word, claiming I was unqualified to sign a contract with him. Even if grandfather went personally, it would be futile. The only way to cooperate is through Su Muchio. As he spoke, Su Wenchao's disappointment morphed into fury. Gritting his teeth, Li and Wang were the same. Although they did not physically assault me, they explicitly demanded Su Muchio's presence before they would agree to sign. Businessmen seek profit, apart from Su Muchio's body. Zhao Yongrong and the others stand to gain nothing from this. Damn it. Su Jingwo's previously elevated mood plummeted, and he slumped onto the sofa, seething. You, Su Muchio, have truly sunk to the depths of depravity. His voice was laced with venom. Su Wenchao inquired, Father, what should we do next? Do not rush. Let me ponder. Su Jingwo contemplated for a moment before abruptly asking, did you mention any evidence of Su Muchio's involvement with them? Evidence? None, but no evidence? Then we shall fabricate some. Before Su Wenchao could finish, Su Jingwo coldly interjected, here is the plan. You will obtain a few photographs of Su Muchio with those old foxes, find someone skilled in Photoshop to digitally manipulate them, and then send them to Xiao Zhan's phone. Xiao Zhan? Su Wenchao was taken aback. Su Jingwo nodded. Currently, Xiao Zhan is Su Muchio's husband. If he were to witness Su Muchio being flirtatious with other men, given his violent nature, what do you think would happen? He would surely take it upon himself to deal with that wretched woman, Su Muchio. Su Wenchao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet. Turning to leave, there is no time to waste. I will take care of this immediately. A cold smile played on Su Jiangwo's lips. Xiao Zhan was a violent criminal. Should he lay hands on Su Muqiu? Would Zhao Yongrong and the others still find her desirable? Would they refuse to collaborate with the Su group for her sake? Moreover, Xiao Zhan had already disgraced the Su family at the engagement ceremony. Su Bingtian was pained by his actions and sought out Director Song, intending to send him back to prison, that if he were to strike Su Muqiu, it would provide the perfect excuse to apprehend him. Killing two birds with one stone. At that moment, at the Fuyuan community, Su Muqiu and Lu Hongxiu were busily preparing a sumptuous lunch, a feast of 5 dishes and a soup, the aroma wafting through the air. "Uncle, come, eat the meat." After half an hour of interaction, Su Xiaoming and Xiao Zhan grew closer, constantly serving him dishes. "Mama's braised pork is so delicious. Uncle, eat more, so you have the strength to defeat the bad guys and protect me and Mama." Xiaoming is truly obedient, relishing the meal prepared by his beloved wife and listening to his daughter's heartwarming words. Xiao Zhan's smile radiated with unparalleled brightness. The feeling of having a home is truly wonderful. However, Lu Hongxiu, observing this scene, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After much hesitation, she could not contain herself and mustered the courage to ask, "I heard that your imprisonment was due to." "Mom," Su Muqiu's expression shifted slightly as she interrupted Lu Hongxiu, whispering, "Ming Ming is still here. Why say such things? It's nothing." Xiao Zhan, unfazed, responded, "Mom, if I were to say that I was framed and wrongfully accused, would you believe me?" Framed? Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiansheng exchanged puzzled glances. That Su Muqiu's heart trembled, but if Xiao Zhan was indeed framed, wrongfully imprisoned, it could imply that he was not the irredeemable villain, the psychologically twisted danger that many believed him to be. At least, until now, he had shown no hint of malice towards Su Muqiu's family. "Did I believe you?" To everyone's surprise, Su Xiaoming served Xiao Zhan another piece of braised pork and then, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Uncle is a good person, just like my dad, a super invincible hero, only a tiny bit less heroic than my dad." As she spoke, she put down her chopsticks and made a gesture, her innocent and naive demeanor both amusing and endearing, evoking involuntary laughter. Xiao Zhan felt his heart melt, wishing to plant a hearty kiss on her cherubic face. "Truly, she is my daughter, blessed with an innate wisdom." Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone pierced the air, and Su Muqiu answered a call. "Mom, Z has invited me to go shopping this afternoon. Go ahead. It's good to clear your mind." Lu Hongxiu smiled and nodded. "Your father and I will take Ming Ming to school, and then perhaps dance a bit of square dance. I've heard from your aunt that Z has found herself a boyfriend, a young master from a wealthy family in the south of the city, driving a 500,000 yuan Mercedes, extravagant and treating Z exceptionally well." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Zhan, her expression tinged with disappointment. Xiao Zhan remained silent. After the meal, Lu Hongxiu pushed Su Jianqing out the door, taking Su Xiaoming to the nearby kindergarten. Just as they left, 3 cars rushed in, screeching to a halt in the Fuyuan community. Emerging from the vehicles were the visibly flustered Zhao Yongrong, along with General Li and General Wang. "Miss Su." They soon approached Su Muqiu. "General Zhao? General Li? General Wang?" Su Muqiu furrowed her brows in confusion. "What brings you here?" Earlier, Su Wenchao had called with great pride, stating that Zhao Yongrong and the others had agreed to collaborate with him, and that they were to sign a contract this afternoon. Hence, Su Muqiu was taken aback at their sudden appearance. What could their intentions be? Was Su Wenchao behind this, trying to take advantage of her misfortune? Suddenly, without warning, Zhao Yongrong and the others dropped to their knees before her, gasping for breath. "That I in an instant." Su Muqiu was rendered speechless. "Miss Su, we were blind and foolish to agree to sign with that scoundrel Su Wenchao." Smack. One slapped himself across the face as he spoke. Smack. Another followed suit. "We will sign with no one but Miss Su." Smack. The 3 of them, each taking turns to speak while begging for forgiveness, soon had their faces swollen and disheveled, utterly devoid of the arrogance typically associated with company executives. What are you doing?" Su Muqiu was engulfed in shock and bewilderment, her heart racing as she stared in disbelief. Had these individuals lost their minds? They had come out of nowhere to prostrate themselves before her in apology. It was merely a contract. If blame were to be cast, it was Su Wenchao's despicable conduct that deserved it, not theirs. "Please get up." In a daze, Su Muqiu instinctively reached out to assist them. But as she did so, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Looking down at Zhao Yongrong's left arm, her gaze sharpened, and she inquired, "General Zhao, what happened to your hand?" Only then did she notice the white bandage wrapped around his left arm, suspended from his neck, indicating an injury, with the sleeve conspicuously empty, devoid of a hand. "Miss Su," this is Su Muchio's brows knitted tighter, struggling to comprehend Zhao Yongrong's intentions. She accepted the wooden box he offered and glanced inside. A horrified scream escaped her lips. Her complexion paled drastically, her heart pounding wildly, her scalp tingling with shock as she instinctively stumbled back, dropping the wooden box, which clattered to the floor. A bloodied left hand rolled out from the box. "General Zhao, your hand! Your hand!" Realizing the implication of Zhao Yongrong's empty sleeve, Su Muchio could hardly fathom the situation. The box contained Zhao Yongrong's severed left hand for reasons unknown. "Miss Su, I was wrong." Zhao Yongrong's tone was earnest. "I was once audacious enough to reach out and touch your leg with this hand, but now I have severed it as a form of penance, hoping to earn your forgiveness." Bang! He bowed his head heavily onto the floor at Su Muchio's feet. "You! What are you?" Su Muchio felt as though she had turned to stone, her body rigid, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, as if caught in a dream, unable to believe her eyes. Why were they doing this? Who had sent them? "Please forgive us, Miss Su." Xiaozhan stood silently behind Su Muchio, but internally he mused, "The efficiency of Hong Zai's dealings is commendable. A single message, and these fellows have come to apologize. Touching my wife's leg, they deserve punishment. Please don't do this. Get up. That if Miss Su does not forgive us, we shall remain here kneeling." The three maintained a resolute attitude, devoid of any jest. Su Muchio was perplexed but refrained from pressing further. Nodding, "I forgive you. That should suffice. Now, hurry to the hospital." "Really?" The three exchanged glances, secretly relieved, before standing up. Just then, Xiaozhan's phone rang, a text message from an unfamiliar number. However, he recognized it. It had appeared in the dossier provided by the middle-aged leader. The owner must be Su Wenchao. Surprised that Su Wenchao, after receiving a beating from him, would dare to reach out, Xiaozhan opened the message. "Seeking death." Upon reading, Xiaozhan's pupils constricted sharply, his previously calm demeanor transforming into one of icy intensity. An aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The message was simple. "Brother-in-law, I just found out that my cousin was not only defiled by another man 5 years ago and bore an illegitimate child, but also that over the past 5 years, she has indulged in a life of debauchery, entangling with various men. She has become a public vehicle for all to use, and here you are, devoted to her. As a man, I feel it is a disservice to you." Below this were 5 photos, each depicting Su Muchio in intimate encounters with various men, set against backgrounds of streets, bars, and hotel rooms, among them Zhao Yongrong, General Li, and General Wang, the very men standing before Xiaozhan. "Wife, weren't you planning to go shopping later? Pack your things. I'll see them off." Xiaozhan stepped forward proactively. "You?" The term wife momentarily bewildered Su Muchio. "Let us go." Without revealing the contents of the photos to Su Muchio, Xiaozhan pushed Zhao Yongrong and the others out, closing the door of the Su residence behind them. "So, you are Miss Su's husband? That violent man? The rapist?" Zhao Yongrong and the others exchanged uneasy glances at Xiaozhan, clearly puzzled as to how someone as formidable as Su Muchio could be married to a man like him. Sensing their confusion, Xiaozhan inquired, "Did Hong Zai send you?" "Hong Zai?" The three were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Upon hearing the name, their faces drained of color, their eyes widening in terror, as they regarded Xiaozhan as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. And oh wonder, Su Muchio was previously marginalized and oppressed within the Su family, rendered helpless and forced to swallow her grievances. Now, she suddenly soars to great heights. Backed by a formidable ally, it is no surprise that Su Muchio would marry a man like Xiaozhan. That it turns out that Xiaozhan is the kind of influential figure even Brother Hong dares not provoke. Silence. With an impassive expression, Xiaozhan looked down at Zhao Yongrong and the others, his gaze chillingly cold. He scoffed, "Businessmen seek profit. It is only natural for you to avoid harm and agree to sign a contract with Su Wenchao. Acknowledging one's mistakes and offering an apology is commendable. I can choose to overlook the past." "Thank you, sir." Thank you, sir. The three men dared not raise their heads, breathing a silent sigh of relief. However, Xiao Zhan's tone shifted abruptly, growing icy as he declared, "Dare to touch my woman, and you shall meet a most unfortunate end." What? The three men trembled uncontrollably, the relief they had just felt now lodged in their throats. Cold sweat trickling down their backs, especially Zhao Yongrong. "Sir, driven by greed, I failed to recognize the gravity of my actions, and I touched Miss Su's leg. Did I? I deserve to die." Zhao Yongrong nearly soiled himself in fear, his voice quivering as he pleaded, "For Brother Hong's sake, for the sake of my self-mutilation, I beg you to consider me as insignificant as a mere fart, and spare my life from now on. I, Zhao Yongrong, will serve you loyally." Fearing Su Muqiu might emerge at any moment, Xiao Zhan, unwilling to waste further words on Zhao Yongrong and the others, tossed his phone towards them. This upon seeing the images on the phone. Zhao Yongrong and the others were left dumbstruck, their faces ashen. What in the world? The man in the photos was undoubtedly them, and they had indeed been holding a woman, but as heaven is my witness, the woman they embraced was not Su Muqiu at all. How? This is slander. President Li was the first to lift his head, forcing himself to shout in protest, "Sir, these photos are fake. All of them. I swear to heaven, I have never laid a finger on Miss Su. If I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. I swear to. I swear." Zhao Yongrong awkwardly added, "I only touched Miss Su's leg once." The three men swore vehemently, yet inwardly cursed, "Damn it. Who is this shameless bastard sending these photos at such a time? This could cost us our lives." "Su Wenchao." Suddenly, President Wang exclaimed. Zhao Yongrong and President Li were taken aback. "What about Su Wenchao?" "Look." President Wang pointed at the sender's phone number and the message at the top, gritting his teeth as he said, "This number belongs to Su Wenchao." And he referred to himself as brother-in-law. Who else could it be? In an instant, a blaze of fury ignited within the three men. Xiao Zhan inquired, "Are you suggesting that Su Wenchao fabricated these photos to deliberately frame you?" "Exactly. It must be so." The three nodded vigorously. "Then you understand what you must do," Xiao Zhan remarked with profound significance. "Rest assured, we will confront that bastard. We will make sure the entire Su family pays for this." With that, the three men stood up with an air of indignation, making phone calls to gather reinforcements as they stormed out of the Fuyuan community, heading straight for the Su group. "At least you understand the situation." That a glint of ruthlessness flashed across Xiao Zhan's brow. He was no fool. He recognized at a glance that the photos were photoshopped and false. Thus, he chose not to act against Zhao Yongrong and the others, but instead to use them to ensure Su Wenchao would face the consequences of his actions. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and face annihilation. When leaving the Junhuang Hotel earlier, Xiao Zhan had warned Su Bingtian, Su Zhengwo, and Su Wenchao, "If anyone dares to challenge me, let them come. Those who harm my wife and daughter shall die." Clearly, they had dismissed Xiao Zhan's warning as mere words, failing to take it to heart. If that was the case, then he would not hold back. Moments later, Su Muqiu emerged from her home, dressed in loose, casual attire, exuding a refreshing elegance and exceptional poise. Her delicate features and fair skin rendered her no less than a celestial being, rivaling even the stars of television. Xiao Zhan, upon observing her, felt the fierce demeanor on his face dissipate in an instant. "What are you staring at?" Su Muqiu approached Xiao Zhan, shooting him a glare. "Darling, you look stunning," Xiao Zhan remarked, smiling as he gave her a thumbs up. Su Muqiu's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Don't forget your promise to Meng Meng. Tonight, I will sleep in bed with Meng Meng, and you will take the floor. Though we are engaged, I hope you do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts." "Rest assured I know my boundaries," Xiao Zhan nodded. "Unless you fall hopelessly in love with me and take the initiative to embrace me, we shall maintain our respectful distance and never overstep. Dream on." Su Muqiu's cheeks reddened further, thinking to herself, "Are you teasing me? You want me to take the initiative?" Not a chance. At that moment, a black Mercedes approached the Fuyuan community. "Muqiu, over here," from 20 meters away. The passenger window was suddenly rolled down, and a young woman leaned out, waving at Su Muqiu. The Su Muqiu turned to Xiao Zhan. "Ze and the others are here to pick me up." "You." "I'll go with you," Xiao Zhan interjected, smiling. "They are a couple, and you are now a married woman. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to be the third wheel." "You." Su Muqiu hesitated, thinking to herself, "Do you even know your own identity?" A rapist, a violent man, just out of prison. You following me would be the real impropriety. Yet, the words caught in her throat, too hurtful to voice. Chapter 13. The Prince Charming and the narrow path of enemies. The black Mercedes halted before Su Muccio, and Sun Zi exited the vehicle, embracing Su Muccio before her gaze landed on Xiao Zhan, her brow furrowed in confusion. Muccio, is he your fiancé? Yes, Su Muccio nodded, after scrutinizing Xiao Zhan for a moment. Sun Zi's expression revealed a hint of disdain. However, before Su Muccio, she forced a smile that he certainly has a robust physique, that I've heard about what happened at the engagement banquet, that he stood up for you and Meng Meng, which shows he is a man of courage and responsibility. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Zhan accepted without hesitation. Sun Zi rolled her eyes, her disdain deepening. That I'm merely trying to comfort Muccio, can't you tell? Idiot. Shifting her gaze from Xiao Zhan, she explained, I was supposed to attend your engagement banquet this morning, but I got sidetracked having lunch with Xiaowei. That's all right. Su Muccio shook her head. Look, this is a gift from Xiaowei. Sun Zi pointed to the Cartier pendant around her neck, boasting, I checked online, and this pendant is worth 15,000. So expensive. Su Muccio was taken aback, examining it closely. It's beautiful, and it suits your complexion perfectly. In that dress, you look like a little fairy. You have an eye for beauty. No wonder you're my best friend. Sun Zi beamed with pride. Xiao Zhan could only shake his head inwardly. Sun Zi's features were decent, but compared to Su Muccio, she was in a different league altogether. Her heavy makeup and revealing red dress only emphasized her provocative demeanor. Little fairy. That's rather misleading. That a little pixie would be more fitting. Suddenly, the driver's door swung open, and Chen Xiaowei, who had been on the phone inside the car, approached. He walked straight to Sun Zi and Su Muccio, extending his hand to Su Muccio with a gentlemanly smile. Miss Su, a pleasure. Hello, Su Muccio responded politely, shaking his hand. Though Chen Xiaowei feigned indifference, his eyes unmistakably shone with admiration and a hint of desire as he looked at Su Muccio. Muccio, let me introduce you. Sun Zi obliviously turned to Chen Xiaowei, linking her arm with his and leaning against him in a display of intimacy. This is my Prince Charming, Chen Xiaowei, the young master of the Chun family from the south. The general manager of Huiguang Film Industry, one of the top 10 outstanding young men in Quancheng, and a member of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, as well as the vice president of the City Martial Arts Association. As Sun Zi spoke, her chin lifted slightly, a sense of pride radiating from her. Impressive. Even Su Muccio had to admit Chen Xiaowei was indeed remarkable, genuinely wishing her friend happiness. Finding such a great man is truly your good fortune. As your best friend, I am genuinely happy for you and hope you both find everlasting happiness. Of course. Sun Zi grinned, then quickly changed the subject. But Muccio, don't be too disheartened that it's just an engagement. You haven't registered at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiaowei has many friends, and if the opportunity arises, I can introduce you to them. Who knows, perhaps one of them could be your Prince Charming. Her voice was loud, showing no intention of being discreet in front of Xiao Zhan. Ditto. Su Muccio was momentarily taken aback. Chen Xiaowei chuckled and said, I have heard that this engagement ceremony is your grandfather's idea. If Miss Su harbors any grievances and wishes to annul the engagement, perhaps I could be of assistance. Indeed, at that time, I shall introduce Xiaohui's friends to you, and let us see who dares to bully you. It is undeniable that Sun Zi has Su Muccio's best interests at heart. However, Su Muccio cast a glance at Xiao Zhan, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head, saying, Forget it. Everyone has their own fate. I am not as fortunate as you, as long as Meng Meng is by my side. Growing up carefree, I shall be content. But it is getting late. Let us go. Although Sun Zi wished to persuade her further, Su Muccio did not grant her the opportunity. After all, speaking such words in front of Xiao Zhan would be too cruel for him. Those words, however, did not trouble Xiao Zhan at all, given his status. Being looked down upon and scorned is quite normal. If Sun Zi were to matchmake him with Su Muccio, that would truly indicate a lack of sanity. What concerns him is Chen Xiaohui's identity. The young master of the Chun family from the south of the city, the general manager of the brilliant film industry. How coincidental that a narrow road for enemies, especially since the Chen family is located in the south of the city. Xiao Zhan's maternal family is also from the south with connections there. Thus the families in the south are particularly attentive that on the night of Xiao Zhan's incident, it was precisely because he had indulged a little too much at a banquet, his consciousness hazy, that he was carried into a hotel room and found himself in bed with Su Muccio, Among those attending that banquet were the heads of three families: the Zhangs, the Lius, and the Chens. And the head of the Chen family, Chen Zhanghe, happens to be Chen Xiaohui's father. Today marks the first encounter between Xiao Zhan and Chen Xiaohui. Initially, they were strangers to one another. But in the south, there is only one prominent Chen family, and the predecessor of brilliant film industry, Xianjun Media, is actually a venture belonging to Xiao Zhan's maternal family. The two characters in Xianjun are derived from the names of Xiao Zhan's mother and father, Miao Xiangzhu and Xiao Pejuan, each taking one character. To suggest that the Chen family had no clandestine dealings with the Xiao family is simply incredulous. One cannot help but wonder how his maternal grandparents are faring now. With his mother tragically deceased, their enterprise seized. They must have endured great hardship in these 5 years. Sitting in the Mercedes, Xiao Zhan cast a glance at Chen Xiaohui, who was driving, an involuntary icy chill emanating from him. It appears that a trip to the south is imperative. If the Chen family truly had a hand in the conspiracy from years ago, they must pay for their blood debts in kind. In the Ruiding Mall, on the 6th floor, women typically shop for clothing, shoes, and cosmetics. Su Muchio and Sun Zi strolled ahead, browsing through shop after shop. After failing to find anything suitable in the first 5 or 6 stores, they finally entered a women's clothing brand store. Upon seeing a white dress hanging prominently in the center of the shop, Su Muchio came to a halt. How beautiful! She reached out to touch the white dress, her eyes shimmering with delight, clearly enamored. Although her self-muttering was soft, it did not escape Xiao Zhan's ears. Thus, he followed suit and said with a smile, "If you like it, just buy it." No way. Su Muchio shot him a glare, pointing at the price tag and shaking her head. "Look, it's 28,800. Too expensive that I can't afford it right now." With Su Jianqing incapacitated, Lu Hongxiu retired, and Su Xiaoming still a child, the family's expenses rested solely on Su Muchio's shoulders. She worked at Su Group, where her salary was already meager, and now, having been ousted by Su Wenchao, she found herself unemployed. She often said she could just find another job, but the psychological pressure was immense. How could she have spare funds to purchase such luxurious clothing? "Don't worry, I'll buy it for you." Xiao Zhan felt a pang of sympathy for Su Muchio. Just moments ago, Sun Zi had purchased numerous items, while Su Muchio, despite her evident fondness, walked away empty-handed. As he reached for his bank card to pay, at that very moment, a saleswoman suddenly approached, brusquely swatting Su Muchio's hand away from the white dress and coldly stating, "If you're not buying, don't touch it. If you dirty it, can you afford to pay for it?" Chapter 14. Make your woman apologize to me. You. The saleswoman continued, "This white dress is a new autumn design, crafted by a top British designer using the finest materials. Our boss went to great lengths to acquire it, and there is only this one piece that as she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Zhan, sneering, "Take care of your woman. Just indulging in a visual feast is enough. Being poor is no issue, but bringing your woman out to play, that is where you err." Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. He understood, and oh wonder the saleswoman had remained indifferent when Su Muchio touched the dress alone. The instant he approached, she had rushed over to intervene. Turned out he had inadvertently implicated Su Muchio. Although Su Muchio was not in the best of circumstances, she was dressed exquisitely. While she may be financially constrained, she at least appeared affluent, and in stark contrast, Xiao Zhan, despite having money in his pocket, wore clothing that could barely total 300 yuan, unmistakably portraying the image of a penniless individual. Judging by appearances. How dare you speak like that? Su Muchio's cheeks flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment at being referred to as Xiao Zhan's woman. She retorted coldly, "You run a business here. If I don't buy, am I not allowed to touch? Is this a case of forced selling? If your man had money, then let him buy it for you." The saleswoman showed no sign of retreating, her words directed at Su Muchio, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zhan with a condescending expression. "You have gone too far." Su Muchio was encountering such an unreasonable saleswoman for the first time. Gripping her wallet tightly, she bit her lip, determined to assert herself, and was ready to purchase the white dress outright. Just then, Chen Xiaohui and Sun Zi approached, with Chen Xiaohui glancing at the white dress and solemnly stating, "This young lady is my friend. What problem is there with her merely touching the dress?" As he spoke, he deliberately adjusted his tie, revealing a luxurious Rolex watch on his wrist. The saleswoman momentarily faltered. Then upon seeing Chen Xiaohui's designer suit and the Cartier pendant around Sun Zi's neck, her demeanor shifted entirely. transforming into a radiant smile that if she asks your friend, of course she can touch it. Turning to Su Muccio, she added, "There are fitting rooms over there. You may try it on." Mississippi Su Muccio's expression darkened profoundly. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Zhan was still her husband. Tio have another man pay for her in front of him. Where could she hide her face? What would become of Xiao Zhan's dignity? Moreover, Chen Xiaohui was Sun Zi's boyfriend. Would he not feel jealous? Muccio, stop dawdling and go try it on. Sun Zi, aware of Su Muccio's concerns, stepped forward generously, saying, "It's just over 20,000. To Xiaohui, that's a drop in the bucket. Consider it a gift from him to me, which I am passing on to you that we are close. After all, don't worry. I am not that petty." However, she had no intention of alleviating Xiao Zhan's predicament. Instead, she mocked, "Your man is useless. I'll take care of you from now on." With that, she seized the white dress, leaving no room for Su Muccio's objections, and confidently led her toward the fitting rooms. Xiao Zhan remained silent, brow furrowed. Although Sun Zi looked down upon him with disdain, he did not wish to stoop to her level. Especially as she was defending Su Muccio, as for the money, he would step in to pay later, ensuring that Chen Xiaohui's hypocritical schemes did not succeed. "Hey, this dress is lovely." Just as Sun Zi and Su Muccio reached the fitting room, a young woman entered the store and immediately spotted the white dress in Sun Zi's hands. Without a word, she snatched it away. Sun Zi's face darkened in an instant, and she exclaimed, "Hey, who do you think you are? Do you not know the rules of first come, first served? My friend saw this dress first. Give it back." "Mingo, this dress is beautiful. Quickly come and pay for it." The young woman paid no heed to Sun Zi, treating her as if she were invisible, and turned her back to admire herself in the full-length mirror while shouting outside, "You!" Sun Zi was infuriated, stamping her foot as she turned to Chen Xiaohui. Chen Xiaohui's expression also soured. He cleared his throat, about to support Sun Zi, when a middle-aged man in his 30s appeared at the entrance of the store. "If you like it, just wrap it up." The middle-aged man spoke casually, not bothering to inquire about the price. Clearly a wealthy individual. "Money. Does money grow on trees?" Chen Xiaohui recognized the middle-aged man instantly, his eyes widening in shock. "What do you mean money grows on trees?" Sun Zi frowned, puzzled, but from Chen Xiaohui's reaction, she sensed that this middle-aged man was not someone to be trifled with, at least not by Chen Xiaohui. "Have you heard of Qian Banqing, the richest man in Quanqing?" Chen Xiaohui whispered. "This is his son, Qian Yiming. He is also the president of the city's martial arts association, and I am the vice president. So to speak, he is my half-superior." "Ah, Xiaohui." Qian Yiming was somewhat surprised to encounter Chen Xiaohui here, addressing him in a tone akin to that of an inconspicuous subordinate. "It's me. It's me." Even so, Chen Xiaohui still displayed a look of astonishment, nodding and bowing as he said, "Today, I have truly encountered great fortune. To unexpectedly meet President Qian, that if President Qian has time, I would certainly like to invite you to dinner." Sycophant." The young woman shot Chen Xiaohui a disdainful glance, and then pointed at Sun Zi, inquiring, "She is your woman?" Yes, she is my girlfriend." Chen Xiaohui nodded vigorously. The young woman scoffed, "She just tried to steal my clothes. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see? And now you want to reason with me?" Truly lacking in manners, Sun Zi's face darkened. Ever since she had been with Chen Xiaohui, she had practically soared to new heights. She was accustomed to bullying others, but had never before been so humiliated. However, there was no way to confront the son of the wealthiest man in Quancheng. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "I will endure. It is all my fault. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation and did not properly discipline my woman. How about this? If the young lady desires this white dress, I shall buy it as an apology for both her and President Qian." Chen Xiaohui offered generously. The young woman raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, and retorted, "Is Minggu in such dire need of money? Can't afford it. Then, does the young lady wish for your woman to apologize to me?" This, Chen Xiaohui and Sun Zi exchanged glances, both wearing increasingly grim expressions. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaohui signaled for Sun Zi to comply with what the young woman had suggested. Sun Zi felt utterly humiliated. Yet, with no choice under the circumstances, she had to acquiesce, blaming Chen Xiaohui in her heart. She shot a furious glare at Xiao Zhan, directing all her resentment toward him. Then, she stepped forward to the young woman, bowing respectfully and forcing herself to say, "I am sorry. I was wrong, The young woman, brimming with self-satisfaction, deliberately asked, What was your mistake? I should not have attempted to take the young lady's clothes, nor should I have engaged in reasoning with her. What the young lady treasures is hers, and what she says is the truth." Upon uttering these words, Sun Zi felt a wave of nausea. "At least you were sensible." The young woman, however, took great pleasure in this and strutted over to the counter, declaring, "Pack it up for me." "Certainly." The sales clerk was equally respectful, devoid of the arrogance she had displayed earlier in front of Su Muchio. Such is the allure of wealth, the power of authority. Qian Yiming stood at the entrance, saying nothing, yet his mere presence transformed the atmosphere, altering everyone's demeanor. "And no need," but Su Muchio shook her head, saying, "Z, I am sorry. I have caused you trouble." "What trouble?" "It is merely an apology." Sun Zi smiled graciously and looked back at Xiao Zhan, disdainfully remarking, "That scoundrel is not a man at all. He watches as something you adore is taken away and does not dare to utter a sound." Su Muchio followed her gaze toward Xiao Zhan. Just then, as the sales clerk finished wrapping the white dress and Qian Yiming was about to pay, Xiao Zhan, who had remained silent and brooding, suddenly stepped forward and declared, "That dress was my wife's first choice. There is no need for a fitting that I will buy it." Chapter 15. The wealthiest man in Quancheng. Unfazed by it all at this proclamation, everyone was momentarily stunned. Chen Xiaohui looked at Xiao Zhan as if he were a lunatic. Was he truly seeking his own demise by intervening at such a moment? What a fool! The young woman cast Xiao Zhan a contemptuous glare. Su Muchio felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively wanting to stop Xiao Zhan, but was pulled aside by Sun Zi, who said he must not know Qian Yiming's identity. This is even better. If he offends Qian Yiming, he will have no place in Quancheng. Using Qian Yiming's hand to deal with this scoundrel, I can then introduce Xiao Hui's friend to you, killing two birds with one stone and saving a great deal of trouble. But, trust me, you won't regret it. Sun Zi held on to Su Muchio tightly, eager to watch the unfolding drama. "Hey, are you talking to me?" "Is that so?" Xiao Zhan strode to the counter, facing Qian Yiming directly. Their eyes locked, yet he remained unflinching as he casually stated, "I have changed my mind. Not just this white dress, but all the clothes in this store. I will take them all that if you wish to purchase anything. Go to another store. Do not linger here and be an eyesore." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder. In an instant, everyone stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished that Xiao Zhan dared to confront Qian Yiming, telling Qian Yiming to leave. This was a reckless path towards self-destruction. Chen Xiaohui whispered, "The Qian family is not only wealthy and powerful. Qian Yiming, as the president of the city's martial arts association, owns a security company filled with hundreds of skilled martial artists he has trained. With a single word from him, he could make Xiao Zhan disappear from Quancheng or even from this world. It would be easier for him to eliminate someone than to squish an ant." Sun Zi's face turned ashen. "Muchio, has that guy's brain been kicked by a mule? I heard he's a violent man, but I never imagined he would be this reckless." To be honest, Sun Zi was now feeling a hint of regret. Regret for stopping Su Muchio from preventing Xiao Zhan's actions. Although she found Xiao Zhan distasteful and wanted to use Qian Yiming to teach him a lesson to separate him from Su Muchio, she never wished for Xiao Zhan's life to be at stake. As the situation escalated, it seemed increasingly difficult to contain. Su Muchio gritted her teeth and rushed over, tugging at Xiao Zhan's arm, anxiously saying, "It's just a piece of clothing. Since this young lady likes it, let her have it and we can go to another store. Perhaps we will find something even better." As she spoke, she attempted to lead Xiao Zhan away. Let her have it. However, Qian Yiming was not willing to let the matter rest. He scrutinized Su Muchio, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes, and sneered, "Kid, you have quite the luck with women. If you want to let her have it, why not let your wife spend a few days with me? We can call today's events a wash. What do you say, bang?" Almost simultaneously with Qian Yiming's words, Xiao Zhan acted without hesitation, launching a powerful kick into Qian Yiming's abdomen. Qian Yiming, caught entirely off guard by Xiao Zhan's boldness, felt a jarring pain surge through him as he was propelled backward, landing 3 meters away in the corridor outside the store. Pooh! A mouthful of blood erupted from him, splattering across the corridor floor. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. Xiao Zhan's movement was swift. Too swift and without any warning. One moment he was still, and the next he struck like a ferocious tiger, sending Qian Yiming flying in the blink of an eye. The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart trembling as she pointed at Xiao Zhan, wanting to scold him but unable to utter a word. She turned to help Qian Yiming, exclaiming, "Mingo, are you all right?" Su Muchio was equally dumbfounded. Her eyes glazed over. Earlier, in the Junhuang Grand Hotel, she had witnessed Xiao Zhan in action and knew of his prowess, but that had merely been against Su's bodyguards. Now, however, he had struck the son of the wealthiest man in Quancheng. The gravity of the situation was entirely different. It was over. He had landed himself in serious trouble as Su Muchio felt her heart sink, nearly in despair as she said, "Do you realize he is the son of Qian Bancheng, the wealthiest man in Quancheng? If you harm him, not only will you suffer, but even the entire Su family will be unable to withstand the wrath of the Qian family." Wealthiest man. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly and then laughed. "So what? I have said it before. From now on, no one shall bully you or Xiao Meng. Let it be known, not even the wealthiest man in Quancheng, should he dare to disrespect you, will I hesitate to strike." His tone was calm, yet it carried an unspoken air of dominance. Su Muchio opened her mouth, meeting Xiao Zhan's unwavering gaze. Initially, she wanted to admonish him, but the words stuck in her throat. Indeed, Xiao Zhan had repeatedly fought for her sake, disregarding the consequences. Foolish. Sun Zi approached with a dark expression, urgently saying, "I see now. Despite your flaws, you truly care for Muchio. For her sake, you would dare to strike Qian Yiming. But have you considered what comes after? You may feel victorious now, but what about Muchio? What about the Su family? If the Qian family retaliates, you, a recently released convict, would have nothing to lose. But what about them? They will bear the brunt of your impulsiveness." "You are simply a stubborn fool." The more Sun Zi scolded, the more fervently she spoke. Yet, her intentions were genuinely for Su Muchio's benefit. Xiao Zhan held no resentment toward her. "The trouble I cause, I will resolve myself." A single statement left Sun Zi seething, as she pulled Su Muchio behind her, huffing, "All right then, since you are so obstinate and determined to put on a brave front, you can deal with the aftermath. I am keen to see how you will resolve this." Chapter 16. The Supreme Black Card. Use it freely, foolish woman. Chen Xiaohui stood to the side, thinking that while Sun Zi called Xiao Zhan a fool, she was just as foolish herself. Knowing full well that Qian Yiming would seek revenge, the most crucial thing was to quickly distance themselves from Xiao Zhan and Su Muchio to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Sun Zi seems to have taken it upon herself to defend Su Muchio. Is this not foolishness? Chen Xiaohui cast a glance at Qian Yiming, who lay outside the store, writhing for a considerable time, perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, unable to even sit up. The explosive force of Xiao Zhan's earlier kick was evident. What sheer ferocity! Chen Xiaohui felt a chill in his heart. Qian Yiming, the president of the city's martial arts association, possessed a physical constitution and martial prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The fact that Xiao Zhan could injure him so severely with a single kick indicated that Xiao Zhan's strength was certainly on par with his own. Now observing Xiao Zhan, Chen Xiaohui's demeanor shifted to one of gravity and apprehension, completely vanquishing his previous disdain and mockery. "Brother Ming, how are you?" A young woman squatted beside Qian Yiming, weeping pitifully. After much effort, she managed to help him to his feet. Qian Yiming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, fixating on Xiao Zhan like a ravenous wolf. "That I truly underestimated you. Just wait. If you manage to leave Ruishing Mall alive today, I'll take your surname." With that, he pulled out his phone, preparing to call for reinforcements. Xiao Zhan, uninterested in his threats, addressed the sales associate directly. "I'll take all the clothes in your store. How much is that in total?" 994,876. The sales associate, who had previously looked down on Xiao Zhan, now lacked any trace of arrogance. After fervently calculating with the invoice and a calculator, her voice trembled as she spoke. Pondering, could it be that this raggedly dressed individual is a hidden scion of wealth? Otherwise, how could he dare confront Qian Yiming? What a windfall, if Xiao Zhan truly could purchase the entire store's inventory. The sales associate would earn a commission of around 50,000, equivalent to half a year's salary. "You come here." Just then, while the sales associate was overwhelmed with excitement, Xiao Zhan suddenly pointed to another sales associate across the way. "Me?" The other sales associate was momentarily taken aback, then produced a black card. The sales associate was stunned for a good 10 seconds. Once she regained her composure, she was practically ecstatic, as if a great fortune had suddenly fallen upon her. She rushed over, respectfully accepting Xiao Zhan's black card. Nodding fervently, "Sir, please hold on." The first sales associate was left utterly dumbfounded, struck as if by lightning. "A commission of 50,000, Muccio. Are you certain this guy just got out of prison?" Xiao Zhan's self-assured demeanor left Sun Zi feeling somewhat dazed. She could not help but whisper, "Can he really produce over 90,000? Look at that card. It's so dark and filled with English. I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be that he just grabbed a supermarket membership card to fool us? Xiaowei, have you ever seen anything like it?" Nochin Xiaowei shook his head. As a wealthy heir, he possessed nearly every type of bank card, but the black card Xiao Zhan had produced was something he had never encountered, that he too suspected that Xiao Zhan was merely putting on a show. Suddenly, as everyone's gaze fixated on the mysterious black card, a strange noise emerged from behind them. Turning around, they saw Qian Yiming standing at the store entrance, seemingly petrified, his right hand still poised as if making a call. But his phone had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the floor. His once menacing expression was now overshadowed by profound shock. Gulping audibly, Qian Yiming murmured to himself, "How could this be? Impossible! The limited edition Supreme Black Card from Global Bank. Why is it in this brat's possession?" The Supreme Black Card. Sun Zi had never seen such a card, nor had Su Muccio or Qin Xiaowei. Yet, as the son of Qian Bancheng, the wealthiest man in Quancheng, Qian Yiming recognized it. However, he had only seen it in photographs before today. This was his first encounter with the actual object. Such black cards were exceedingly rare. Issued in limited quantities by Global Bank, they had a credit limit of 1 billion, with no interest. Moreover, their value transcended mere monetary assessment. They symbolized status and identity. It was no exaggeration to say that possessing a Supreme Black Card could enable one to halt train operations, force planes to land, or even temporarily close ports when necessary. Those who held such a card were invariably titans who had made remarkable contributions to the global economy. Previously, Qian Bancheng had attempted to apply for one, but was told he lacked the qualifications. Here was the illustrious son of Qiancheng's richest man, possessing nearly 100 billion in assets, yet unable to even apply for such a card. The difficulty was evident that it was precisely this knowledge that rendered Qian Yiming so astounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. This kid? A super magnate? Qian Yiming felt his mind racing, to the point that his phone slipped from his hand mid-call, forgotten as he grappled with a singular thought. Is that card real? Is it Xiao Zhan's own, or did he steal it, find it, or perhaps even rob it? At that moment, the sales associate pushed the POS machine in front of Xiao Zhan, indicating, "Sir, please enter your password." Password. There was uncertainty, anticipation, and concern, save for the young woman, who was indifferent to the nature of the black card, or whether it held any funds in her eyes, even if Xiao Zhan could indeed purchase every item in the store. What did it matter? Who in Quancheng could rival the Qian family, or Qian Yiming himself? "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" The young woman bent to retrieve the phone, handing it back to Qian Yiming. Glancing at the screen, she noted that the call was still active and urged, "Brother Ming, hurry, call for help. We must take down that arrogant brat." Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, Qian Yiming struck her face with a resounding slap. Stinging pain radiated through her. "Brother Ming, why did you hit me?" The young woman, stunned, stared at Qian Yiming in disbelief that if you don't call for help, they'll pay and escape. "Run! Damn you! Get out of my way!" Another slap sent the young woman sprawling to the ground as Qian Yiming roared, "Don't obstruct my view." Qian Yiming's eyes widened, fixed intently on Xiao Zhan's every move, his heart pounding furiously in his chest, nearly driving him to madness. Chapter 17. This card has issues. If Xiao Zhan knew the password and the payment went through, it would suffice to prove he was the owner of that black card. As for whether it was indeed the legendary Supreme Black Card, Qian Yiming could only gaze from a few meters away, filled with doubt yet unable to confirm. Beep beep beep, moments later, accompanied by the familiar sound. The POS machine dispensed a receipt, indicating a successful transaction. My goodness, this fellow truly has money. The first to exclaim in astonishment was Sun Zi. Muccio, wasn't he imprisoned for 5 whole years? How could he possibly have so much money now? Nearly 1 million. Surely he didn't just get out of prison and resort to robbery. Sun Zi struggled to conceive of any alternative explanation, linking Xiao Zhan's propensity for violence with the notion of robbery, which seemed more plausible. Su Muccio shook her head, genuinely perplexed that if it weren't for the crowd, she would have been unable to contain her overwhelming curiosity and would have pulled Xiaozhan aside to demand an explanation. "It is all my fault for being careless. I let a big client slip away." The previous sales associate had discreetly glanced at the figure displayed on the receipt, her face turning ashen. Her heart bleeding as she regretted not slapping herself for allowing nearly 50,000 in commission to slip through her fingers. A cooked duck had simply flown away before her eyes. Realizing that the card was indeed genuine, she turned to leave. "Hey, Brother Ming, don't go. We still need to teach that brat a lesson." "Yes, just leaving." What happened to calling for help to take down Xiaozhan? What about that vow that if he couldn't defeat Xiaozhan, he'd take his surname? After being humiliated, he just walks away. The son of the wealthiest man behaving so irresponsibly. This was clearly not Qian Yiming's usual style. It seemed that there was something amiss with that card. Chen Xiaohui furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He knew Qian Yiming well enough to understand that he wouldn't be frightened off by Xiaozhan's earlier kick or the mere prospect of 90,000. Therefore, the issue must lie with that peculiar black card Xiaozhan possessed. Truly, the son of the wealthy was somewhat knowledgeable. While others remained oblivious, Xiaozhan understood perfectly why Qian Yiming had suddenly departed. He tucked away the supreme black card and turned to Su Muchio, smiling, "Wife, all the clothes in this store are now yours. Take whatever you fancy, did I?" Even now, Su Muchio felt a lingering disbelief, awkwardly stating, "There are so many clothes, I can't possibly wear them all. This is too extravagant." "Then let Z help you. You both can wear them together." Xiaozhan glanced at Sun Zi. "To me?" "Oh, I see." After pondering for a moment, Xiaozhan added with a smile, "It's all right. If something doesn't fit, we can just leave it behind." Leaving it behind is not an option. Upon hearing this, the heart-wrenching vendor stepped forward, shaking his head and stating, "Sir, we have a strict no-refund policy for items sold in our store, but if you reserve the entire venue merely to vent your frustrations towards Master Qian, and now that he has left you wish to retract your decision, that simply cannot be accepted. There's no way. After all, this rare opportunity to express your grievances will not be squandered by the vendor." Chapter 18. The more ferocious, the better. It's terrifying. Rest assured. "I won't be asking for a refund," Xiaozhan retorted, rolling his eyes. "That's so you are giving it to me?" Another vendor's eyes widened, feeling as if a great fortune had suddenly fallen into his lap. "Indeed, it's a gift for you." Xiaozhan nodded. A well-mannered vendor deserves such a delightful surprise. "Thank you, sir," the other vendor exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. But Su Muchio and Sun Zi exchanged glances, both recognizing the 5 glaring words in each other's eyes. Nouveau riche. Spendthrift. Over 100 garments, valued at more than 900,000. Even if Su Muchio and Sun Zi were permitted to choose freely, they could only select half that were suitable for themselves and their family. The remaining half could easily fetch around 400,000. Xiaozhan's casual remark about gifting them seemed almost inconceivable. Moreover, it was to a complete stranger, a mere shopkeeper. Gulp. The previous vendor swallowed hard. His pallid complexion akin to one who had ingested something foul, his heart racing with trepidation, feeling as if his very lifeblood was draining faster. He was overwhelmed by the impulse to headbutt something. How pretentious can one be to invite calamity upon oneself? Whereas the lightning. Upon leaving Ruiting Mall, Qian Yiming swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Find out about a person for me. And a card as well. The more detailed, the better." Outside the mall, a red Ferrari was parked in the square. As Qian Yiming spoke, he entered the Ferrari, and just as he hung up, a young woman chased after him from Ruiting Mall, calling out, "Mingo, wait for me!" Alas! In her haste, she twisted her ankle, snapping the heel of her high-heeled shoe, causing her to lose her balance and collapse onto the square, her ankle ablaze with pain. In previous times, Qian Yiming might have stopped to assist her. However, today was different. He casually instructed his driver, without so much as casting a glance at the young woman, discarding her like refuse left behind at Ruiting Mall. Qian Bancheng, the richest man in Quancheng, possessed nearly 100 billion in assets, with Qianjiang Group as his core enterprise and his usual workplace. "Mingge, don't go. What'll I do if you leave?" She sobbed, tears streaming down her face, feeling as though she had plummeted from heaven into hell, her heart aching more than her foot. That a gust of wind tousled her hair, leaving it in disarray. Meanwhile, in front of the Su Group's building, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as 5 individuals leapt from each van. 30 vans in total. comprising 150 people, all clad in identical security uniforms, albeit with slightly varied designs. Divided into 3 groups of 50, they surged forth. 3 cars came to a halt, and from them emerged a middle-aged man, none other than Zhao Yongrong, alongside General Manager Li and General Manager Wang, who had rushed from Fuyuan community. "Are we all set?" The 3 stood at the forefront, their expressions filled with anger. "Ready," the 150 security personnel responded in unison. "Let us go. Follow me inside." Zhao Yongrong commanded, his tone fierce. "Target Su Group. Once inside, feel free to wreak havoc. Smash everything. The more ferocious, the better. If anything goes awry, I'll take responsibility." With that, he boldly led the charge into the Su Group building, followed closely by General Managers Li and Wang. The 150 security personnel, eager to unleash their pent-up energy, were filled with excitement, though they did not comprehend their employer's sudden animosity towards Su Group. The monotony of their usual duties made today's large-scale spectacle a rare thrill, and they felt a sense of pride in being part of it. "Zhao General?" The receptionist at Su Group froze upon seeing Zhao Yongrong. "General Manager Li, General Manager Wang." Upon spotting the 2 men following Zhao Yongrong, her surprise deepened. Instantly, the 150 security guards surged forward, a dark tide that flooded the reception area, swiftly overwhelming it, their expressions fierce and threatening. "What is the meaning of this?" The receptionist's heart raced, her eyes twitching in fear, her face paling to a ghostly white, nearly succumbing to the urge to urinate. The scene was utterly terrifying. A mere receptionist had never witnessed anything like this. "Smash it." Zhao Yongrong dismissed her without a second thought, uttering a single command. "Get to it." General Managers Li and Wang signaled their teams to act. "Who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus at Su Group?" Suddenly, Su Group's own security personnel rushed in, intending to intervene. However, upon witnessing the chaos in the lobby, their eyes widened in shock, panic gripping their hearts, and an involuntary curse escaped their lips as they felt sweat bead on their foreheads and their legs tremble. Where was the courage to confront this? After a brief moment of hesitation, they turned and fled. "What are you doing?" "Don't touch my things, my computer, my phone, the takeout I just ordered." In mere moments, what had been a peaceful Su Group transformed into a cacophonous marketplace, filled with screams and cries, the sounds of destruction echoing as computers and furniture shattered, phones and documents flying in all directions. Within a few minutes, chaos reigned, and the employees scattered like frightened birds, oblivious to the cause of the turmoil. Among them, a female employee raced towards the president's office. "Let us go find that bastard Su Wenchao and settle the score." Zhao Yongrong, along with General Managers Li and Wang, exchanged glances before calling over a few individuals, all heading directly for the president's office. Chapter 19. Inquisition. Terrifyingly intimidating in the president's office at that moment, 3 individuals were present, aside from Su Jiangwo and his son Su Wenchao. There was a middle-aged man, Chen Xiaohui's father, Chen Zhonghe. Chen Zhonghe, holding a freshly signed contract, smiled as he shook hands with Su Jiangwo. "Mr. Su, this project is worth 50 million. It is crucial for both our companies. So I hope for a pleasant collaboration." "Pleasant collaboration," Su Jiangwo replied with a smile, secretly relieved. The old man had finally considered retirement, and the Su father and son were in dire need of significant contracts and strong performance to validate their capability to lead the Su Group. However, with the issues arising from Su Muchio, the substantial orders from Zhao Yongrong and General Managers Li and Wang had encountered setbacks. Chen Zhonghe's arrival to sign a 50 million deal was akin to a lifeline for the Su father and son, symbolizing far more than the project's actual worth. "Humph, Su Muchio, what do you have to contend with me?" Su Wenchao stood nearby, wearing a smug expression, internally cursing. "You think flaunting your looks and charm, seducing a few men, makes you special? A casual move from me can land a 50 million project. To annihilate you is as effortless as squashing an ant." The photos have been sent to Xiao Zhan over half an hour ago. Given Xiao Zhan's volatile nature, he was likely to erupt upon discovering that his newly acquired beautiful wife had been unfaithful, and not just once. His fury would undoubtedly be monumental, and by now, he must have wreaked havoc on Su Jinqing's family, leaving Su Muchio battered and bruised. The thought delighted Su Wenchao, and had he not been occupied, he would have driven to Fuyuan community to witness Su Muchio's miserable fate firsthand. Just then, a distant uproar reached their ears that Su Juo turned to Su Wenchao. "That I'll go take a look," Su Wenchao frowned, turning to leave, but just as he reached the office door, it swung open with a bang. A female employee bursting in, panic etched on her face. "What is going on? Why are you so flustered?" Su Wenchao snapped, his eyes widening. With Chen Zhongyi still present, the sight of Su Group's employees in such disarray was far from favorable. "Mr. Detsu." The employee hesitated. "Zhao General and General Managers Li and Wang. They've arrived at O." Su Wenchao's heart leapt with joy. Had the photos already taken effect before he could hear news of Su Muchio being beaten? He was greeted by the arrival of Zhao Yongrong and General Managers Li and Wang. Were they abandoning Su Muchio to join forces with him? Were they here to apologize? In an instant, Su Wenchao's mind raced with possibilities. Let them come. What is the rush? He suppressed his joy, cleared his throat, and feigned a stern demeanor. "Bring them to my office." But the employee glanced at Su Jiangwo and Chen Zhongyi, whispering, "Mr. Su, could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with you privately." It was clear the employee understood that the chaotic scene outside was unsuitable for Chen Zhongyi's eyes, fearing it might jeopardize their collaboration. Thus, she wished to privately inform Su Wenchao, urging him to resolve the matter with utmost urgency. What a ridiculous notion! However, Su Wenchao, intoxicated by his self-perceived triumph, remained oblivious to her disquiet and failed to grasp her intentions. Eagerly, he declared, "President Chun is not an outsider. If there's something to discuss, feel free to do so in his presence." His voice boomed deliberately, ensuring that Chen Zhongyi could hear him. And Chen Zhongyi was undoubtedly the most ideal spectator. Allowing him to witness Zhao Yongrong and others groveling before him would not only gratify Su Wenchao's vanity, but also serve to showcase the prowess of the Su Group that a twofold benefit. What is not to relish? Less talk, more action. Speak quickly. Su Wenchao felt the urge to resort to violence, exclaiming internally, "For heaven's sake, just say it." What is with all this hesitation? Previously, at the Zhao Group, I was unceremoniously ousted by that scoundrel Zhao Yongrong, left in utter disgrace. Now the opportunity for revenge has arrived, and I am eagerly waiting to strike back and flaunt my superiority. The female employee, resigned, could only report the facts. Indeed, General Manager Zhao, General Manager Li, and General Manager Wang have arrived, and not just the three of them. They brought over 100 security personnel. Those guards stormed into the company, smashing everything in sight. What? Before the female employee could finish her sentence, the smile that had blossomed on Su Wenchao's lips abruptly froze, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. Repeat that. Su Wenchao thought perhaps his ears had betrayed him. This was a far cry from what he had anticipated. Zhao Yongrong and his cohorts were not here to apologize, but to settle the score. How could this be? How dare they? President Su, I cough, cough. The female employee's once fair face turned crimson, her body trembling, her voice quivering. What I said is true. You all must hurry and check. The entire company has been turned upside down. At that moment, the commotion outside grew increasingly raucous, audible even within the confines of the office, undeniably corroborating the female employee's account. With a thud, Chen Zhongyi's hand trembled, causing the contract he had just signed to fall to the ground. Yet he could not afford to bend down to retrieve it. Instead, he turned to Su Jiangwo, frowning. "President Su, this, President Chun, please remain calm." That Su Jiangwo's face had turned an ominous shade as he struggled to suppress his mounting fury, forcing a semblance of a smile as he explained. "We are currently negotiating a partnership with General Manager Zhao, General Manager Li, and General Manager Wang. There may be some misunderstandings. It's nothing to worry about." As he spoke, he gestured discreetly to Su Wenchao, indicating that he should handle the situation immediately. With a thud, Su Wenchao unceremoniously tossed the female employee to the ground and was about to exit when footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a familiar voice. Misunderstanding? Fabricating stories, distorting the truth, brandishing a few digitally altered photographs to slander me, nearly bringing me to ruin. This can still be called a misunderstanding. It was none other than Zhao Yongrong's voice. Chapter 20. A scene of unbearable misery, unworthy of polishing shoes. Moments later, Zhao Yongrong, accompanied by General Manager Li and General Manager Wang, stormed in with great fervor. "What the hell are you doing?" "Zhao." Su Wenchao seethed with rage. With a resounding slap, Zhao Yongrong approached Su Wenchao, striking him fiercely across the face, exclaiming, "Today, I am here to settle accounts with you. You dare strike me?" Su Wenchao was nearly driven to madness. Previously, at the Zhao group, he had endured Zhao Yongrong's aggression since it was on Zhao's territory. But now, in the office of the Su group as president, such audacity was intolerable. Seething, he raised his fist to retaliate. Yet 5 security guards surrounded him, restraining him tightly. Bang! Zhao Yongrong delivered a kick to Su Wenchao's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Seething, "Not only do I dare to strike you, but I also dare to kick you. You deserve a good thrashing. Had it not been for your petty scheming, I would not have lost my left hand." His words only fueled the fire of anger, after stepping on Su Wenchao's back twice. Su Wenchao felt dizzy and nauseous, his insides churning violently, that he attempted to hold back but was unable to, spitting out a few mouthfuls of foul blood. Struggling to lift his head, he finally noticed the empty sleeve of Zhao Yongrong's left arm, which was secured with a white bandage, showcasing the absence of his left hand. Yet, what did this have to do with him? Su Wenchao could not comprehend, nor could Su Jiangwo to them. Su Muchio's family was powerless and insignificant. Bullying her was akin to crushing a mere insect. How could someone of Zhao Yongrong's stature lose his left hand over such a matter? It simply defied logic. Thus, with a grim expression, Su Jiangwo forced himself to inquire, "General Manager Zhao, the court requires substantial evidence for the conviction of criminals that in broad daylight. You stormed into the Su group, vandalized our property, and assaulted our employees. Do you not owe me an explanation?" "An explanation? Certainly." Zhao Yongrong turned to General Managers Li and Wang beside him. The two exchanged knowing glances, nodded, and then strode towards Su Jiangwo as Su Jiangwo's pupils constricted. General Manager Li approached him and asked, "Is it correct that your company has been obstructing the collaboration with Miss Su, aiming to oust her and replace her?" "That is correct, but what?" Before Su Jiangwo could elaborate, General Manager Li delivered a powerful punch to his nose. Cutting him off, "That's enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses." Su Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, staggering backward, nearly losing his balance, only to be steadied by the surrounding security guards that do not push your luck. "Today, I am indeed here to bully you. What can you do about it?" General Manager Li retorted fiercely, his demeanor exuding authority. "That scoundrel Su Wenchao digitally altered several photos of us with Miss Su. This must have been your suggestion, right? You are courting death, daring to trouble Miss Su and slander her reputation. It was merely a light punishment to strike you." With one punch after another, General Manager Li unleashed a barrage of blows. Su Jiangwo's vision swam, blood gushed from his nose, and 2 of his dentures were knocked out, leaving him in a pitiful state. Furthermore, General Manager Li's words left him in shock. "Miss Su? Are they referring to Su Muchio? She is my niece. I have watched her grow up, that I know her background better than you outsiders. How could I be unworthy of serving her? Just because she is allied with you, reveling in your glory, you would dare to stand up for her, even at the risk of severing ties with the Su family." Gulp. Standing nearby, Chen Zhanghe watched as the Su father-son duo was successively beaten, unable to suppress a gulp. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, caught in a dilemma, whether to enter or retreat. "President Chen, are you here to collaborate with the Su group?" General Manager Wang approached Chen Zhanghe, bending down to pick up the contract that had fallen earlier. After a cursory glance, he scoffed, "What a remarkable project worth 500 million. President Chen has quite the ambition." Chen Zhanghe opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. He was not foolish. Every utterance from Su Wenchao and Su Jiangwo had been met with a slap or a punch, making it clear that in such a situation, silence was preferable to risk saying something wrong. With a rip, General Manager Wang tore the contract in 2, then in 4, and then in 8 pieces. In less than half a minute, the 500 million collaboration agreement had been reduced to a heap of confetti carelessly scattered on the floor. "What a pity, what a pity. President Chen won't mind, will he?" Chen Zhanghe's expression darkened to the extreme. It was impossible to claim he was unperturbed. Yet, glancing at the 3 security guards surrounding him, he could only suppress his anger and shake his head. "Of course not. A true man must have the capacity to endure. For now, I shall endure." Employees of the Su group scattered in panic, many fleeing the corporate building, some hailing taxis to escape, others frantically dialing 110 to report the chaos. A few, knowing Chairman Su Bingtian's phone number, immediately called him. Chinjiani's driver, waiting downstairs, was equally startled by the sudden upheaval, hastily pulling out his phone to contact Qin Xiao at the same time. Qin Yiming's personnel, dispatched to investigate Xiao Zhan's background, had just alighted from their vehicle, utterly astonished by the tumultuous scene before the building. Chapter 21. Xiao Zhan's unique identity. Meanwhile, at the golf course in the western suburbs of Quan City. After more than half a month without a match, Director Song's skills had improved dramatically. He was becoming increasingly proficient. With my aging bones, it seems I shall never be able to outplay you again. Seated on a sofa beneath a sunshade, Su Bingtian set down his golf club and poured 2 cups of hot tea. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, Song Qingshan, the chief of the Quan City Public Security Bureau. Such modesty, Su Lao, Song Qingshan chuckled, shaking his head, that my skills are entirely attributed to your meticulous guidance, that I should rightly address you as my master, that my eyes are not blind. How could I fail to notice that you have been deliberately letting me win? As Song Qingshan occupied his current position, Su Bingtian had secretly lent considerable support, helping him in numerous endeavors. Thus, he held a deep sense of gratitude and respect for Su Bingtian. This is also the reason why Su Bingtian can easily summon him. You, my friend, are inherently suited to be a police officer. Your keen eyes are quite discerning. Su Bingtian offered a few compliments before getting straight to the point, inquiring, have you managed to uncover the information I requested? Song Qingshan frowned and replied that Xiao Zhan wasn't Wen Chao able to access his personal records and criminal history during his visit to the 4th prison in Quanqing. Is there an issue? Previously, Su Wen Chao had leveraged Song Qingshan's connections to access pertinent information about the inmates and select Xiao Zhan. Alas, it is a complicated matter. Su Bingtian's expression darkened as he succinctly recounted the events from the engagement banquet that morning to Song Qingshan. Oh, Song Qingshan's face reflected astonishment. Are you implying that the young man acted out of line, audaciously assaulting Wen Chao in front of everyone and causing a scene at the engagement banquet, thereby putting you in a difficult position? Indeed, Su Bingtian nodded. He is untamed, exceptionally skilled, and exhibits a severe propensity for violence, that I fear that retaining such a dangerous individual within the Su family will inevitably lead to disaster. Furthermore, should he escape and cause havoc, it poses a significant threat to public safety in Quanqing. Su Bingtian, crafty and shrewd, sought to utilize Song Qingshan's influence to eliminate Xiao Zhan while avoiding any implications of favoritism. Thus, he elevated the threat posed by Xiao Zhan to a societal level. This portrayal rendered his intentions noble, implying that his actions were not solely for his own benefit or that of the Su family, but rather for the welfare of the citizens of Quanqing. As the head of the municipal police, it was, after all, Song Qingshan's duty to maintain social order. How could Song Qingshan refuse? Being astute, Song Qingshan instantly grasped Su Bingtian's motives and asked, then, how does Su Lao plan to handle this? Perhaps it would be best to proceed in this manner. Very well. Without hesitation, Song Qingshan acquiesced while silently mourning for Xiao Zhan for a few seconds. To fabricate a charge against someone is a trivial matter. After all, the Su Bingtian's intent to impose an unfounded accusation upon Xiao Zhan would be exceedingly simple. The only blame lies with Xiao Zhan himself for being too ostentatious, failing to recognize the gravity of his situation, and aligning himself with Su Muchio, thereby becoming an adversary of Su Bingtian. Is it not possible to trace the victim from 5 years ago? The one Xiao Zhan assaulted? Su Bingtian suddenly inquired. Song Qingshan shook his head. Strangely enough, the officers who handled that case have all left Quanqing, their whereabouts unknown. Currently, all we can ascertain is that Xiao Zhan was imprisoned for a charge of rape. Beyond that, the records hold no further details. How can this be? Su Bingtian's pupils narrowed, clearly skeptical. Song Qingshan's expression grew solemn as he stated, based on my past experiences, such a situation generally indicates one of 2 possibilities. Go on. Either one of the parties involved possesses a remarkable identity, or the case itself is extraordinary, resulting in the detailed records being classified. Individuals without the requisite clearance can only access a redacted version. Or perhaps a fabricated dossier has been provided to mislead Ditto. Su Bingtian's pupils constricted further, his brows furrowed, his gaze becoming chilling. Previously, he had entrusted Su Wen Chao with the task of selecting a fiancé for Su Muchio from the 4th prison in Quanqing, considering it a trivial matter unworthy of his concern. Who could have anticipated that Su Wen Chao would select such an anomaly as Xiao Zhan? The records being classified. Does it imply that Xiao Zhan's identity is not ordinary? Or is it that the incident from 5 years ago is exceptional? If Su Bingtian were to discover that his granddaughter, Su Muqiu, was the victim of that very case, and that Xiao Zhan is the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, the formidable Wolf King of the North, how would he react? In my view, it is highly likely that Xiao Zhan, Song Qingshan's meticulous mind and extensive investigative experience seemed to grasp something significant. Just as he was about to speak, an abrupt, jarring ringtone interrupted him. "It was Su Bingtian's phone. Did I need to take this call?" "You have 30 seconds. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button and coldly demanded, "What is it?" "Speak, Mr. Su. We have a situation. A grave situation." A panicked male voice emanated from the phone. "Zhao Li and Wang have entered the company with over 100 people, wreaking havoc." "What?" In an instant, Su Bingtian's eyes widened, his fury igniting, his anger palpable. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. "Su Lao." "What happened?" This time, it was Song Qingshan's phone that he promptly answered. "Xiao Lu, what is the situation?" "Director Song." The anxious voice on the line belonged to another man. "We have received 18 consecutive reports from employees of the Su Group, stating that Zhao Yongrong of the Zhao Group, Li Hong of Litang Technology, and Wang Jitai of Shenglong Building Materials, along with approximately 150 security personnel, are currently rampaging through the Su Group. And the situation is extremely dire." The Su Group? Chapter 22. Hidden Depths. Women like clothes. Half a minute later, both men hung up their phones. "Bastards!" Su Bingtian gritted his teeth in anger, his calm demeanor shattered. He seized the cup of tea he had just overturned and hurled it to the ground, shouting, "How dare they create chaos at the Su Group? They must have a death wish." Crash! The teacup shattered into countless pieces, tea splattering everywhere. "Su Lao, please try to remain calm," Song Qingshan urged. "Every action has its cause. These individuals are all cunning old foxes, but if they lack sufficient justification and confidence, they would never dare to act so brazenly. Therefore, I will accompany you to ascertain the situation." "Very well," Su Bingtian grunted. "Bring your men. If they cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, arrest them all. Lock them up, every last one of them." Su Bingtian was truly infuriated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Understood. Subsequently, the two men departed the golf course, heading straight for the Su Group. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the Ruiting Mall, over 100 garments hung on racks, a dazzling array that dazzled the eye with various styles and sizes. Su Muqiu and Sun Zi had spent half an hour selecting merely 20 pieces each. "Muqiu, how about this one?" Sun Zi casually draped a garment over herself, striking poses that Su Muqiu scrutinized it for a moment and smiled. "It looks quite good, flattering your figure and temperament, though it is slightly snug." "Who cares?" she replied, inching closer to Su Muqiu and glancing at Xiao Zhan before whispering, "How much do you think that guy has in his card?" He nonchalantly spent over 900,000 without batting an eye, showing no signs of remorse. Even Chen Xiaohui wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Comparisons between individuals can be disheartening. The Cartier pendant that Chen Xiaohui gifted to Sun Zi was worth 150,000. And while she had initially been overjoyed now, witnessing Xiao Zhan's casual expenditure of over 900,000, any sense of superiority had evaporated, leaving her feeling unbalanced. "Why ask me? Who should I inquire of?" Su Muqiu rolled her eyes, feeling awkward. She and Sun Zi knew just as little about Xiao Zhan. Not knowing is fine, that if he hasn't stolen or robbed, he might indeed be a treasure, a wealthy man. You might as well go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him, collect your marriage certificate, and secure this golden goose before slowly reaping the rewards. Even if you end up not liking him, you can always kick him to the curb and still claim half of his assets. As Sun Zi spoke more excitedly, Su Muqiu retorted playfully, "Enough with that nonsense." She waved her hand, signaling to continue picking outfits. "With so many clothes, you can't possibly be quiet. That I can handle my own affairs regarding Xiao Zhan." Her engagement to Xiao Zhan was not by Su Muqiu's choice. She certainly would not go out of her way to please or deceive him merely for monetary gain. When it came to matters of the heart, she had her own principles. However, her gaze drifted toward Xiao Zhan, filled with curiosity about the man who had suddenly entered her life. Initially, she had thought that becoming engaged to him was the beginning of a tragedy. But within just a few hours, he had surprised her multiple times. What manner of man is he, truly? As she selected clothes, such thoughts pervaded Su Muqiu's mind, refusing to dissipate. Even Chen Xiaohui felt the same way. Bro, you truly are a hidden gem. Standing at the entrance of the store alongside Xiao Zhan, Chen Xiaohui quietly observed Su Muqiu and Sun Zi as they browsed through the garments. After much hesitation, he could no longer contain his amusement. That I must admit, I underestimated you. That I had assumed, upon hearing you had just been released from prison, that you were not a good person, that if I've been disrespectful in any way, I hope you won't take offense. Chen Xiaohui was not foolish. Although he was unaware of the peculiar black card Xiao Zhan possessed or the extent of its funds, nor did he know if the sudden departure of Qian Ming was connected to it. His intuition told him that Xiao Zhan was no ordinary individual. Better safe than sorry. What if Xiao Zhan possesses a formidable background and an extraordinary identity, being a person of such stature that even Qian Yiming would not dare to provoke him? Chen Xiaohui hesitated to gamble, for he could not afford to lose. That it's nothing, Xiao Zhan replied, shaking his head without even casting a glance at Chen Xiaohui. Although Chen Xiaohui felt displeased internally, he did not let it show and continued. I have heard that you were imprisoned for a charge of rape. Yet, with your impressive skills and wealth, you should have no shortage of women around you. How could it be? This aspect genuinely perplexed Chen Xiaohui. As the young master of the Chen family in South City, Chen Xiaohui epitomized the typical affluent scion, well-versed in the lifestyle of the wealthy, that he could casually produce over 900,000 without batting an eye. What kind of woman could a man like Xiao Zhan not obtain? Why resort to rape? In the eyes of wealthy men, women are akin to the garments in this store, available for selection and choice at will. To be worn however one pleases. When one tires of them, they can be discarded at any moment. For instance, just 3 days ago, Chen Xiaohui had merely taken Sun Zi out for a Western meal, and she was swiftly in his bed, ecstatic over a pendant he gifted her, eager to indulge in further encounters, exploring various positions. You heard? Ah, Chen Xiaohui was taken aback, astonished. Do you know my father? I do not know him, but I have heard of him. Xiao Zhan diverted his gaze from Chen Xiaohui, contemplating inwardly. Truly, he is the son of Chen Zhonghe. Do you not understand? But your father does. Moreover, he is likely one of the executioners who sent me to prison 5 years ago. Just wait that if time permits, I shall visit South City tomorrow to pay respects to my grandparents and to inquire thoroughly about the events of 5 years ago. Once I ascertain your father's involvement, I will certainly pay him a visit to settle the score. By then, you shall understand thoroughly. Chen Xiaohui sensed something amiss in Xiao Zhan's demeanor, a vague awareness of something being off. However, before he could pursue further inquiry, a jarring ringtone interrupted the moment. Upon checking his phone, he found it was a call from Chen Zhonghe's dedicated driver. Chapter 23. I want it 6.2 million. Charge it. Is it over? Young master, there has been an incident at the Su Group. A middle-aged man's grave voice resonated from the phone. 10 minutes ago, over 100 security personnel suddenly stormed into the Su Group. Those fleeing claimed they were from the Zhao Group. Li Tang Technology and Shenglong Building Materials, led by Zhao Yongrong, Li Lihong, and Wang Zhiqiao, causing chaos inside. Oh. Chen Xiaohui's pupils constricted sharply, taken aback. Where is my father? The old master is still trapped inside and has not come out. The middle-aged man expressed concern. Those individuals do not come with good intentions. They have sealed the gates of the Su Group, and I cannot enter. Alone, the old master may be in danger. You must hurry over. Understood. Chen Xiaohui's expression darkened. He had initially thought it was merely an ordinary business negotiation. Thus, he had not accompanied his father, seizing the opportunity to date Sun Zi instead. However, he never imagined that Zhao Yongrong and the others would audaciously storm the Su Group in broad daylight. Trapping Chen Zhonghe inside Zi, he left without finishing his sentence. Sun Zi and Su Muqiu, who were selecting clothes in the store, were both taken aback. Sun Zi exclaimed, "Shall we wait? Don't go. What will we do with all these clothes if you leave? What if I go with you?" No need. Sun Zi and Su Muqiu exchanged glances, their faces filled with worry. What should we do? Just keep selecting. You. Sun Zi shot a glare at Xiao Zhan. Huffing indeed. Look at your burly frame. It would be a pity not to help carry things that at 1.85 meters tall. With a physique brimming with muscle, it would be a trivial task for him to carry a few dozen pieces of clothing. The formidable king of the northern border, having vanquished numerous foes and boasting a stellar military record, if he were to expend his strength on moving items for women, it would indeed be a waste of talent. Taking advantage of the time Sun Muqiu and Sun Zi spent selecting clothes, Xiao Zhan departed from the Ruiding Mall and headed to a nearby Bentley dealership to purchase a car. Chen Xiaohui's sudden departure was a mystery to Sun Muqiu and Sun Zi. But Xiao Zhan understood perfectly. Zhao Yongrong and the others had gone to the Su group, and coincidentally, Chen Zhonghe was also there. The collaboration was likely doomed. For the time being, Chen Xiaohui would be unable to extricate himself. Furthermore, tomorrow, Xiao Zhan planned to visit his grandparents in South City. It would not do to rely on a taxi for such a journey. Living in the city necessitated the purchase of a vehicle. "Sir, are you looking to buy a car?" The sales staff showed no inclination to attend to him. Instead, a female salesperson busy preparing coffee caught sight of him, her eyes lighting up as she promptly set down her cup and approached with a smile. "Look, she's coming over again, that if I am not mistaken. This is the 8th one today, right?" A new recruit, truly lacking awareness, wasting time on these penniless individuals who merely browse without buying, and no wonder they hadn't sold a single car this month. In 3 days, her internship would be over, and she would have to pack up and leave. The group of female salespeople nearby exchanged amused glances, their voices low yet unreserved, ensuring their remarks reached both Xiao Zhan and the approaching salesperson. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, thinking, having served as a soldier in the northern border for 5 years, have people become so materialistic? Just because I am dressed modestly, I was looked down upon while shopping for clothes at Ruiding Mall. And now I am being scorned at the 4S store? The female salesperson before him wore a similarly awkward expression, but maintained her smile, gesturing. "If you wish to purchase a car, I can take you to see some options." "No need." Xiao Zhan shook his head, that as soon as he finished speaking, a mocking laugh erupted from across the way. Indeed, just a country bumpkin. Not only can he not afford it, but he is also too embarrassed to even look. Probably fearing to dirty the car and unable to compensate for it. Our store features cars worth over $1 million. Let alone him. Even an ordinary small business owner can only come for a visual feast. Each word was a sharp jab to the ears that if this had been the battlefield in the northern border, encountering such condescending individuals, Xiao Zhan would have struck them down with a single blow. Yet now, retired, this was not a brutal battlefield, but a bustling city. Thus, Xiao Zhan endured, ignoring the derisive comments from the saleswomen. He pointed towards a Bentley Mulsanne displayed across the way and said, "No need to look. I want that one, da-da." The female salesperson was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Zhan had just stated there was no need, and she had assumed he was not there to buy a car. The Mulsanne Bentley? Following Xiao Zhan's finger, upon seeing the car he indicated, her eyes widened even further, utterly flabbergasted. Even the other saleswomen across the way were taken aback, nearly dropping their jaws, glancing between the Mulsanne and Xiao Zhan. A singular thought echoing in their minds. This guy must be putting on an act, trying to inflate his image. This was a Bentley dealership, boasting a plethora of models. The one Xiao Zhan pointed to. The Mulsanne 6.8T Ultimate Edition, with twin-turbocharged 537 horsepower, had a base price of $5.558 million, making it the most expensive model in the store. Xiao Zhan paid no heed to the astonished or skeptical gazes of the saleswomen. He simply pulled out his supreme black card and handed it to the female salesperson before him, indicating, "Charge it, sir." For a long moment, the female salesperson could not recover from her shock, numbly accepting the supreme black card. Incredulously confirming, "You truly wish to purchase that Mulsanne Bentley. The base price is $5.558 million, and with taxes and insurance, it will total around $6.2 million. I am in a hurry." Yes, the female salesperson nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable as she turned and hurried away. Chapter 24. Fortune and Misfortune. I bought a car half an hour later. "Sir, the total is $6,187,642. Here is your card and invoice. The vehicle currently has a temporary license plate. If you have time, please come by tomorrow afternoon to have it replaced with a permanent one, and we'll also provide a film service and a fuel card." The female salesperson handed the supreme black card and invoice to Xiao Zhan, her voice trembling with exhilaration. What a lavish customer. She had worked at the Bentley dealership for nearly 3 months and had never encountered a customer like Xiao Zhan, dressed plainly, even somewhat shabbily. But when it came to spending, he exuded an air of grandeur. Over $6 million for a Mulsanne Bentley, without inquiring about the price or taking a test drive. He simply pointed and purchased. As if buying a luxury car was no different from purchasing a jar of pickles. "Thank you." Xiao Zhan accepted the supreme black card and invoice, inquiring, "Now, may I take the car?" "Yes, of course." Xiao Zhan turned and drove away, leaving in a cloud of dust. Did he really buy it? This guy truly has that much money? So impressive. spending without a second thought. Only at that moment, as they watched Xiao Zhan drive away from the 4S store, did the group of female salespeople snap back to reality. Staring at one another in disbelief, they regretted their oversight. They had initially seen Xiao Zhan enter the store but failed to approach him first, allowing an inexperienced newcomer to unwittingly seize a tremendous opportunity. Envy, jealousy, hatred, unwilling to accept defeat. Most importantly, that newcomer's 3-month internship is about to conclude in just 3 days. We could have sent her packing. But now, selling a single Mulsanne Bentley is enough to secure her position. Infuriating, one of the female sales representatives glared at the newcomer with malice, scoffing, "She has taken away our major client. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." "So, Mei Jie, what do you suggest we do?" "We will follow your lead," another female sales representative inquired. "Yes, I too will heed Mei Jie's counsel," echoed several others, seemingly rallying behind the one called Mei Jie. "Excellent. Mei Jie is indeed formidable. With just a flick of her fingers, she could easily crush her, leaving her jobless and without a salary." They scoffed. How dare she feign superiority, refusing even the slightest touch from a client? Their words flowed together, a chorus of disdain. Meanwhile, the newcomer, believing she had encountered a savior in Xiao Zhan, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, utterly unaware that while he brought her fortune, he also ushered in calamity, rendering her a thorn in the side of her colleagues, a target for their wrath. At that moment, Mu Qiu, "Where is your cheap husband?" "That scoundrel." "Hurry, call him. Once he arrives, I shall show him how to deal with this." Mu Qiu felt utterly embarrassed. She too wished to contact Xiao Zhan, but the problem was she didn't even remember his phone number. Xiao Zhan, feeling a twinge of anxiety, approached with a smile, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that the clothing selected by Mu Qiu and Sun Zi had nearly emptied the racks, leaving only 3 or 4 dozen scattered garments hanging. The 7 or 8 garments chosen were stuffed into 2 large burlap sacks. A total of 2 hefty sacks must weigh over 100 jin. Quite the selection. Mu Qiu refrained from approaching him. Yet Sun Zi launched into a tirade against Xiao Zhan. "There were too many clothes to carry, so I bought a car." As she spoke, she effortlessly lifted one sack, casually tossing it over her shoulder as if it were a mere trifle, striding away with purpose. "A car?" Mu Qiu and Sun Zi exchanged incredulous glances, surprise and confusion evident in their eyes. "Wait a moment." While Mu Qiu hesitated to pry further, Sun Zi, emboldened, chased after him, demanding, "So, you just went out to buy a car?" "Yes," Xiao Zhan replied, nodding as he continued on. Sun Zi clearly remained skeptical. "Xiaohui bought me a pendant worth 15,000. He buys you over 900,000 worth of clothes. Xiaohui has a car, yet he secretly went to buy one. Then I must see just how much money he has on that dark card of his, what kind of car he can afford. If it doesn't surpass Xiaohui's Mercedes, I shall make him regret it." Sun Zi ground her teeth in frustration. After all, she had finally found a wealthy heir like Chen Xiaohui as her boyfriend, and her intent to flaunt him alongside Mu Qiu was thwarted by Xiao Zhan's ostentatious spending, severely undermining her sense of superiority. With Chen Xiaohui hastily departing, leaving only Sun Zi behind, Xiao Zhan's new car purchase, yet another display of wealth, was simply intolerable to her. "Are you two trying to flaunt your affection in front of me? For goodness sake, I should be the one showing off my man. Now that mine is gone, you two just can't stop. Does anyone have any shame? Is there no sense of public decency? He has spent 5 years in prison. What money could he possibly have now?" Mu Qiu attempted to soothe her. That black card should hold his savings from before his incarceration. Spending over 900,000 just now must have depleted it significantly. He can't possibly afford a Mercedes now. "I think so too." Sun Zi nodded, her previously suppressed sense of superiority surging back. She lifted her chin and scoffed. How can a freshly released convict like him compare to a rich young master like Xiaohui? If he can truly buy a Mercedes, I would gladly be his maid. Sun Zi spoke hastily, her words a spontaneous bravado. That moment, Xiao Zhan, shouldering 2 heavy sacks, headed straight toward the Mulsanne Bentley parked across the square. Chapter 25. "Wife, get in the car." The moment of heartfelt longing. Sun Zi, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Mu Qiu looked quickly. "Is it the car you just bought? No wonder it only took half an hour." "Ha, this is too amusing." Mu Qiu frowned and turned to glance at Xiao Zhan. He strode confidently toward a nearby Mulsanne Bentley, halting before it to set down the 2 sacks he had been carrying. Next to the Mulsanne stood a brand-new electric tricycle. Instantly, Sun Zi concluded that the tricycle was the vehicle Xiao Zhan had just purchased, a notion that Su Muqiu shared, that it seemed he truly had run out of money. Su Muqiu sighed quietly, her expression darkening as she forced a smile, explaining, "It's merely for transporting some clothes. A tricycle suffices. It's economical and practical. Oh, please." Sun Zi rolled her eyes. "Muqiu, your attitude is all wrong. Having a husband like this spendthrift, who in a bid to maintain appearances has squandered all his money. If it were me, I would have flayed him alive. You actually defend him." Suddenly, recalling something, Sun Zi exclaimed, "Heavens, you can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you?" "Of course not. Don't be ridiculous." Su Muqiu's cheeks flushed, shooting a glare at Sun Zi, retorting, "I merely believe that since we are not related by blood, and even though we are engaged, there is no emotional foundation, so he has no obligation to treat me well, nor do I have the right to blame him. Isn't that so?" Su Muqiu spoke earnestly, devoid of jest. "You are simply too kind, too soft-hearted." Sun Zi tugged at Su Muqiu, leading her toward Xiao Zhan, adding, "Regardless, he just embarrassed both me and Xiao Wei. Now that we have a chance, watch how I make him regret it." "Don't." Su Muqiu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. "Is this the car you bought?" she demanded. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Zhan frowned. 5 years ago, when he was still the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, he had always driven a Bentley. Even in a city bustling with influential figures, a Bentley was not considered low-end. Why now, in a mere small town, does Sun Zi view the Mulsanne Bentley as anything but luxury? If memory serves, Chen Xiaohui's black Mercedes was merely worth 500,000, equivalent to the tax on the Mulsanne Bentley. "This is a serious issue. Muqiu, come on. Let's take a cab," he said, taking her hand and turning to leave. "You would ride in such a shabby vehicle?" Sun Zi snapped. Su Muqiu forced a smile, lowering her voice to explain, "Regardless, he is still my husband, and these clothes are his purchases. Leaving him behind wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, I usually ride an electric bike for work, so I am accustomed to it. What's the difference between 2 wheels and 3? Though she whispered, her words did not escape Xiao Zhan's ears. "2 wheels. 3 wheels? What nonsense." He turned to glance at the shiny new electric tricycle beside him, connecting the dots with Sun Zi's earlier comments, and his expression darkened as realization dawned. Nevertheless, Su Muqiu's attitude warmed his heart. Kind, generous, and considerate. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Had a woman like Sun Zi been in his life 5 years ago, bearing his child, he would have been at a loss. Thank goodness fate intervened. With a quiet sigh, Xiao Zhan pulled out the key to the Mulsanne Bentley, opened the trunk, and deposited the 2 sacks of clothing inside before gesturing for the passenger door. "Wife, get in the car." "What car?" Smack. Sun Zi's words trailed off as she turned to glare at Xiao Zhan. Yet, at that moment, as she beheld him standing before the Mulsanne Bentley with the door already opened, she froze as if struck by lightning, her handbag slipping from her grasp and landing painfully on her foot. You. Sun Zi gazed at Xiao Zhan as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This. Indeed, what else could it be? Gulp. Sun Zi swallowed hard, feeling the heat of embarrassment flooding her face as if she had been slapped. Just moments ago, she had asserted that if Xiao Zhan's car could rival Chen Xiaohui's Mercedes, she would willingly serve him as a maid. And now, before her stood a brand new Mulsanne Bentley, worth over 6 million, a single car that could equal 10 Mercedes. How could any comparison be made? In that fleeting moment, Sun Zi even entertained the thought that if Xiao Zhan were not Su Muqiu's husband but her own, how wonderful it would be, tall, strong, and generous, spending money without a second thought. Buying cars like groceries. Just a rapist, a violent man. Come on, ravish me, hit me. To be violated by such a man would be an exquisite misfortune. Beneath the towering edifice housing the Su Group, a throng of people had gathered. Employees of the group, curious onlookers, and media reporters who had rushed to the scene, creating a bustling and chaotic atmosphere. Suddenly, a sleek black Mercedes sped into view, halting just outside the crowd. "Young master," as Chen Xiaohui alighted from the vehicle. The waiting driver swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "The master has yet to emerge, and I cannot reach him by phone. The main entrance is blocked by several security guards, preventing entry." Chapter 26. Brazen and bold. Have you ascertained the situation? Chen Xiaohui's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and questioned, "What is their intention in storming the Sioux group? Are they attempting to thwart our collaboration with them?" "Not quite," the driver replied, shaking his head. "From what I've gathered from those who escaped, it seems Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao have offended them. They are specifically here to settle scores with Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao." "Settle scores?" Chen Xiaohui scoffed. "They can settle their own scores. Why can't my father come out?" The driver, his face contorted with frustration, had no words to offer. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Sioux group, where, as the driver had indicated, several security guards stood sentinel. Just as Chen Xiaohui stepped forward, one of the guards raised a hand to halt him. "Who goes there? Step away. I am Chen Xiaohui of the Chun family from Chengnan. My father is inside negotiating with President Su." Chen Xiaohui continued forward without hesitation. "Chengnan Chen family?" The guard paused momentarily before shaking his head. "Without the boss's orders, no one is permitted entry, that if you have business. Wait outside." "Wait for what?" Anger that had been simmering within Chen Xiaohui erupted as he approached the guard, unleashing a low growl of contempt. Without further ado, he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the guard's abdomen. Thud! The blow was unexpected, sending the guard reeling backward, curling up like a shrimp, and he flew over 2 meters away. Chen Xiaohui, being the vice president of the Quanqing City Martial Arts Association, was no stranger to combat. Easily handling a few guards without concern, that he had grown accustomed to his domineering ways in Qingnan, which was why the driver had summoned him in the first place. "Get him! Surround him!" The remaining guards, startled by the sudden turn of events, rushed forward, encircling Chen Xiaohui and the driver. Unfazed, Chen Xiaohui prepared to retaliate. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. "Everyone, stand down." In the next instant, a contingent of uniformed police officers burst onto the scene, encircling the guards with guns drawn, their dark barrels aimed squarely at the security personnel. The guards were instantly thrown into disarray. Having accompanied Zhao Yongrong and the others, they intended to intimidate the crowd, but never anticipated they would find themselves facing genuine firearms, ones capable of taking lives. "Hands on your heads! Crouch down!" one officer barked. The guards exchanged nervous glances, hesitating briefly before collectively complying, dropping to the ground with hands raised. At that moment, Su Bingtian and Song Qingshan arrived. "Arrest them all." Su Bingtian, still fuming, raised his cane and struck one of the guards on the back, his voice cold and commanding. "Do you not realize whose territory this is? Daring to cause a ruckus at the Sioux group. None of you shall leave today." The guard who was struck fell silent, while the one who had been kicked by Chen Xiaohui slowly rose. Clutching his abdomen, with a grin, he remarked, "Director Song, your arrival is timely. Our boss is waiting for you in the president's office." "Waiting for me?" Song Qingshan frowned. The guard nodded, "That we could have left earlier, but our boss insisted on speaking with you directly." Song Qingshan turned to Su Bingtian. "Let us proceed to the president's office. I am eager to uncover their intentions." A flicker of unease crossed Su Bingtian's brow. Though his words were firm, he felt an ominous foreboding. Just as the guard had said, they could have departed but chose to remain. This was audacity at its finest. Whose backing did they possess that gave them the gall to linger without fear of the police? Should Song Qingshan falter, then, "I shall accompany you." Chen Xiaohui and the driver followed suit, motivated by concern for Chen Zhongyi's safety and curiosity about Zhao Yongrong's grandstanding at that moment within the president's office. Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao lay sprawled on the cold floor, resembling 2 beaten dogs, their faces bruised and battered. Li Lihong sat leisurely in the swivel chair behind the desk. 5 minutes later, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and Su Bingtian and Song Qingshan entered together. "Father, grandfather!" Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao cried out in unison, tears streaming down their faces. "What have you done?" A single glance at their wretched state left Su Bingtian aghast. As if struck by lightning, his heart raced, and a wave of dizziness overcame him. Had it not been for Song Qingshan's timely support, he might have collapsed. After a moment of shock, an overwhelming fury surged within him. "Scoundrels!" His fierce gaze swept over Zhao Yongrong and his cohorts, his jaw trembling with rage. "You brutes, how dare you come to the Sioux group and resort to violence?" Qingshan, in a fit of rage. Su Bingtian grasped Song Qingshan's arm, gritting his teeth. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, bring your men in and give them a thorough beating. Beat them until they beg for mercy, then haul them off to the police station and bring them to justice. Were it not for his frailty, Su Bingtian would have taken matters into his own hands. This. Song Qingshan hesitated, glancing at Zhao Yongrong. Since Mr. Zhao has chosen to wait for me here, shouldn't he provide me with an explanation? Su Bingtian, astute, sensed the underlying tension. Song Qingshan, too, was not naive. They both harbored similar concerns. What support did Zhao Yongrong possess that instilled such confidence in him? Until they clarified this matter, Song Qingshan would not act impulsively. For fear of misjudging the situation, each harbored their own calculations, seeking to safeguard their interests. Even though Su Bingtian had shown kindness to Song Qingshan, it was insufficient to compel him to take such risks. Mr. Zhao Yongrong chuckled, retrieving his phone and tapping on the screen a few times before tossing it to Song Qingshan. This is my explanation for Director Song. I believe you will find it quite satisfactory. Song Qingshan caught the phone, glancing down to see it was in a call state, the screen displaying a name. Duan Yihong. Song Qingshan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting instantly. Chapter 27. A death sentence for the Duan family of the provincial capital. What is this? Noticing Song Qingshan's reaction, Su Bingtian's heart sank, sensing a foreboding that he looked down at the phone screen. But Song Qingshan turned the device away, awkwardly stating, "Old Su, please hold on. I must take this call." That he turned and walked away. Su Bingtian's jaw quivered even more violently. Whose call could provoke such a drastic change in Song Qingshan's demeanor that he felt compelled to answer. "Father, are you all right?" Qin Shaohui approached Chen Zhanghe, glancing at Wang Jitao. "Have they given you any trouble?" "No, not at all," Chen Zhanghe replied, relieved to see Song Qingshan and his son, his heart finally at ease, with the police and his son present. Zhao Yongrong and his group would undoubtedly refrain from inflicting harm. They had narrowly escaped this ordeal. 3 minutes later, Song Qingshan returned, his expression graver than before. "What is the matter, Director Song?" Zhao Yongrong asked with a smug smile. "Did I deceive you? Are you satisfied with my explanation?" Qingshan, Su Bingtian, in stark contrast, felt increasingly anxious as Zhao Yongrong's confidence grew. Grasping Song Qingshan's arm, he spoke in a low voice. "I care not whose call it is or what was said. But one thing is certain. It was I who supported you to your current position. Now that the Su family is in peril, you cannot remain indifferent. If the Su family collapses, it benefits neither of us." He spoke subtly, his meaning unmistakable, an appeal laced with a threat. Song Qingshan's rise to prominence owed much to Su Bingtian's covert assistance. That I end this process, Su Bingtian had learned many of his secrets, which could be leveraged against him, exposing his vulnerabilities and potentially leading to his ruin. "Refuse to help me? Very well, then we shall both suffer the consequences. I can elevate you to the position of police chief. Yet I can just as easily pull you from my teat. As the saying goes, he who eats from another's hand is bound to be beholden. You have benefited from my support, yet refuse to assist me? Not a chance. Old Su, please do not rush. Allow me to explain." Pulling Su Bingtian aside, Song Qingshan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Old Su, let it go. Let it go." Su Bingtian's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed. "These bastards, brazenly barging into the Su group, shattering my company, and assaulting my son and grandson, that I the police chief. Are you telling me to simply let this go?" Su Bingtian was nearly beside himself with rage. Song Qingshan advised, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. This is an unavoidable circumstance. That it is regrettable that Zhang Wo and Wen Chao have somehow offended those formidable figures we cannot confront. It is not that I wish to turn a blind eye, but rather that I cannot intervene, dare not intervene, and truly cannot intervene. Indeed, upon hearing Song Qingshan's words, Su Bingtian instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Yongrong and his associates dared to act so audaciously because they had powerful backers. And one mere phone call could instill such fear in Song Qingshan, indicating that this was no ordinary figure of authority. Who could it be? Su Bingtian's heart sank. Provoking him would lead us all to dire consequences. With a thud, just as Song Qingshan was halfway through his statement, Su Bingtian's face turned ashen, his scalp prickled, and a cacophony erupted in his mind. His dragon-headed cane slipped from his grasp, and he staggered back several steps. Barely managing to steady himself by clutching the door frame, that Su Bingtian was at a loss. He then inquired, Did he mention how Jiang Wo and Wen Chao offended him? No, Song Qingshan shook his head. He did not disclose the reasons. Only the outcome. What outcome? Su Bingtian's heart raced, his anxiety palpable, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. Song Qingshan sighed deeply and stated gravely, to have the Su group expelled from Quancheng. With a jolt, Su Bingtian's face turned ashen. His heart trembled violently before coming to a halt. His entire being collapsed backward, falling at the threshold of the office. Expelled. This was tantamount to handing down a death sentence to the Su group. A fallen Su Bingtian was no longer worth his effort to support. Moreover, if Su Bingtian were to perish in this manner, it would indeed be a blessing for him, as it would ensure the preservation of his secret. Dad, Grandpa. Upon seeing Su Bingtian unconscious, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao were struck as if by lightning, disregarding their own pain as they frantically crawled toward him. Song Qingshan did not spare them a glance. Striding purposefully to Zhao Yongrong's side, handing over his phone with a stern face, stating, "I have acted according to his instructions. I hope you will honor his promise. Rest assured." Zhao Yongrong accepted the phone with a smile, remarking, "Director Song's performance today has been exemplary. I shall speak highly of you when the time comes." Without another word, Song Qingshan turned and departed on the couch. Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhonghe exchanged glances, both reflecting the same profound shock in their eyes, their minds swirling with the same question. Who was the individual that had just made that call? Chapter 28. It really is him. Xiao Zhan has returned. Send the three of them to the hospital. Zhao Yongrong turned to the nearby security personnel, instructing, without the boss's orders, they are not to die just yet. Spare their lives and await the boss's further instructions. Yes. A group of security guards surrounded Su Bingtian, Su Jiangwo, and Su Wenchao, lifting them as they exited the office. And you two. Subsequently, Zhao Yongrong approached Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhonghe, placing a hand on their shoulders, and cautioned, "What you have seen and heard just now, it is best to keep it to yourselves, that if it leaks from your lips." He chuckled ominously. "Perhaps I shall personally pay a visit to Huiguang film industry one day." The threat was palpable. After speaking, without waiting for Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhonghe to respond, he turned and left, followed closely by Li Lihong and Wang Zhitung. "That I don't know." Chen Zhonghe shook his head. Although he had witnessed the entire ordeal, he remained utterly perplexed. "Then what about our collaboration with the Su group? The Su family is finished." Chen Zhonghe rose, glancing down at the shredded contract beneath his feet, his expression grave, if it were merely some influential figure in Quancheng. Even if the wealthiest man, Qian Bancheng, personally intervened, it would not be enough to frighten Song Qingshan and Su Bingtian into such a state. Thus, the person who called earlier must be at least a provincial bigwig, or perhaps someone of significant power from the capital. The involvement of such high-caliber individuals in Chuancheng's affairs could spell the end of the city as they knew it. A provincial bigwig? A capital authority? Chen Xiaohui felt a chill run down his spine, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of Xiao Zhan. More precisely, he recalled the peculiar black card in Xiao Zhan's possession and the moment Qian Yiming hastily retreated. Was there a connection between Qian Yiming's unusual reaction and that black card? If so, it would suggest that the card was indeed extraordinary, so unique that even Qian Yiming would be deterred by it. Who was Qian Yiming? He was the son of Chuancheng's wealthiest man, Qian Bancheng. What could possibly frighten him in the entire city? The only possibilities that came to Chen Xiaohui's mind were indeed a provincial bigwig or a capital authority. But Xiao Zhan, could it be that the unremarkable fellow was truly so formidable? "What are you thinking about?" Chen Zhonghe noticed Chen Xiaohui's peculiar demeanor. Nothing at all, since he had been too far from the action. Chen Xiaohui could not see clearly and could only vaguely recount the details to Chen Zhonghe based on memory. Ditto. Chen Zhonghe's brow furrowed as he contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I have no recollection. Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" "I met someone today." Chen Xiaohui proceeded to recount everything he knew about Xiao Zhan. "He is the newly-wed husband of the Su family. Su Muchio. I heard he was imprisoned 5 years ago for rape and has just been released. 5 years ago? Rape!" The words were spoken innocently, but they carried weight to the listener. Chen Xiaohui had not been involved in the incident from 5 years prior and was unaware of its significance. Thus it slipped from his lips with little thought. However, Chen Zhonghe was different. He had been present at the banquet, one of the masterminds behind the incident, and he knew the entire story, including the fate of Miao Xiangzhu and Xiao Zhan's mother and son. Miao Xiangzhu's grave lay in the Yong'an Cemetery on the western outskirts of Quancheng. What a coincidence. Both occurred 5 years ago, both involved rape. Moreover, it was precisely the son-in-law of the Su family, the husband of Su Muqiu. At that time, it was Chen Zhonghe, along with Zhang Jia's head Zhang Fenglin and Lu Jia's head Lu Hongguang, who conspired to select Su Muqiu and place her in Xiao Zhan's bed as evidence of the alleged crime. Thus, outsiders were unaware. The Su family was oblivious, and even Su Muqiu herself did not know that Xiao Zhan was actually the biological father of Su Xiaoming. Yet Chen Zhonghe knew, to be safe. He had buried the incident from 5 years ago deep within his heart, never once mentioning it to anyone. Even his son Chen Xiaohui remained in the dark. "Dad, what's wrong?" Chen Zhonghe's face changed dramatically. Startling Chen Xiaohui. "What is the name of the man you spoke of? What does he look like? How old is he? Describe his height and build in as much detail as you can." Chen Zhonghe halted, gripping Chen Xiaohui tightly, his hands trembling with excitement. "Dad, what is this about?" Chen Xiaohui's brows knitted together in confusion, his mind racing, instinctively thinking. Could it be that Xiao Zhan is indeed a hidden powerhouse, recognized by even Qian Yiming, prompting his hasty retreat? And now, even my father knows him? Enough talk, just tell me. Yet Chen Zhonghe continued to press for answers without any intention of explaining further. Reluctantly, Chen Xiaohui had no choice but to respond truthfully. His surname is Xiao. His name is Xiao Zhan. He is in his 20s, approximately 1.85 meters tall, well-built, and quite strong. Xiao Zhan. Even though he had steeled himself for the revelation, hearing Chen Xiaohui utter the name still struck Chen Zhonghe like a bolt of lightning. Muttering to himself, "It is him. It truly is him. He has returned." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried an unmistakable undercurrent of panic and malice. "Dad, do you know him? Go now, book a flight to the capital for tonight. You and your mother." Chen Zhonghe's demeanor was grave. "Head to the capital to find your second uncle and your elder brother. They have been expanding their market there these past few years and are doing well." Chen Xiaohui was taken aback. "To the capital? Why on earth are you suddenly sending me and Mom there? It sounds as if we are fleeing for safety, Dad. Are you hiding something from me?" Even if Chen Xiaohui were dull-witted, he could sense that something was amiss, and the issue was substantial enough to rattle the typically composed Chen Zhonghe, leaving him visibly flustered. "Trust your father. It's for the best." Chen Zhonghe asserted gravely, "Do not think, do not question. Once we arrive in the capital, your second uncle will explain everything. What about you? Rest easy. I am fine." After leaving the Su group and reaching the bottom of the building, Chen Zhonghe pushed Chen Xiaohui into a black Mercedes, watching him disappear down the street before he took a deep breath, turned, and entered his own vehicle, instructing the driver, "Take me to the Haihu Grand Hotel immediately." Then he retrieved his phone, scrolling through Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongguang's numbers, dialing each one in succession. Chapter 29. The Wolf Head Emblem. The truth from 5 years ago, unbeknownst to Chen Zhonghe. Not far behind him, a silver-gray Volkswagen Lavita had been parked as his car departed. The Lavita slowly activated and followed in pursuit. The young man seated in the Volkswagen Lavita was dispatched by Qian Yiming to investigate the intricate details surrounding Xiao Zhan. As he drove, he dialed Qian Yiming's number. "Brother Ming," he spoke in a low tone, "Su Bingtian and Song Qingshan have arrived with a contingent of police, storming into the Su group. The situation is unclear." Approximately 20 minutes later, Song Qingshan exited alone, refraining from making any arrests. Instead, it was Su Bingtian, Su Zhengwo, and Su Wenchao, the 3 generations, who were carried out and taken to the municipal hospital. He provided Qian Yiming with a brief overview of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yiming inquired, and then, ultimately, it was Chen Zhonghe and his son Chen Xiaohui who emerged. The young man continued that I vaguely overheard Chen Zhonghe instruct Chen Xiaohui to book tickets for tonight and leave Quancheng with his mother to seek refuge with Chen Zhonglin and Chen Xiaowang in the capital. "Follow them," Qian Yiming directed. "Confirm Chen Zhonghe's whereabouts and his meetings, then report back to me." "Understood." The young man hung up and tightened his grip on the steering wheel, focusing on Chen Zhonghe's vehicle. Meanwhile, in a spacious and well-lit office, Qian Yiming sat in a swivel chair before his desk, setting down his phone to gaze intently at the computer screen, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is the limited edition Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank." The screen displayed an image of the Supreme Black Card that Qian Yiming had discovered, strikingly similar to the one Xiao Zhan had previously used, differing only by a wolf's head emblem. Roughly the size of a fingernail. In the upper left corner, that a wolf's head. Qian Yiming mused quietly. Could it be a decorative embellishment he affixed himself? Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor. You rascal. How can you find time to come to the office when you're always immersed in the martial arts society? The newcomer was none other than Qian Yiming's father, Qian Bansheng, the chairman of Qinjiang Group and the wealthiest man in Quancheng. He was slightly portly, clad in a well-tailored black suit, with a square face and sharp, eagle-like eyes, exuding an air of authority even in jovial conversation. Dad, Qian Yiming promptly exclaimed, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Speak, Qian Bansheng replied, glancing at his watch, that I have a meeting in 10 minutes. Just now, I saw someone using the Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank. What? Qian Bansheng's smile faltered, his previously relaxed demeanor instantly stiffening, that he looked up at Qian Yiming, frowning. Repeat that. What did you see? The limited edition Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank. As he spoke, Qian Yiming turned his laptop towards Qian Bansheng, pointing at the image on the screen, that it's precisely like this card, nearly identical, except for the wolf's head emblem in the upper left corner. Oh! Qian Bansheng's pupils narrowed as he stared at the photograph, remaining silent for a good 10 seconds before asking, Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Unbelievable. This is Quancheng, after all. Who could possibly outshine me? Qian Bansheng in wealth? I am the undisputed richest man in Quancheng, with nearly 10 billion in assets that a mere stamp of my foot could make the entire city tremble, and a spit could drown a multitude of small and medium enterprises. If anyone in Quancheng could possess the Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank, it would undoubtedly be me. Yet, the reality is I lack even the qualifications to apply for it. If I can't, who can? No one knows better than I how arduous it is to acquire the Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank. Thus, his immediate reaction was to assume that Qian Yiming was mistaken. The likelihood of the Supreme Black Card appearing in someone else's possession was evidently a more plausible explanation. It's highly likely he didn't missee it. Qian Yiming understood that this matter was indeed quite extraordinary, hence he refrained from making overly assertive statements, that he spoke solemnly. I have already dispatched someone to investigate that individual's background. Perhaps we can ascertain the authenticity of that card through his identity. Elaborate. Who is this person? Where did you see him? Qian Bansheng settled onto the sofa across from him. Very well. Consequently, Qian Yiming detailed Xiao Zhan's recent release from prison, his arrangement to marry into the Su family, the chaos he instigated at the engagement banquet, and the extravagant sum of over 900,000 spent at the Ruiding Mall to acquire an entire store's worth of clothing for Su Muchio, as well as the events concerning the Su group, conveying every detail to Qian Bansheng. Upon concluding, Qian Bansheng's expression grew even more grave. Director Qian, the meeting time has arrived. Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing a female secretary at the threshold. Qian Bansheng shot her a glare. The meeting is cancelled. The secretary appeared taken aback. But, get out! Qian Bansheng's sharp rebuke startled the secretary, causing her to tremble and nearly lose control, hastily shutting the door behind her as she fled. You just mentioned that the man is surnamed Xiao, named Xiao Zhan. In his 20s, standing at 1.85 meters, capable of delivering a kick strong enough to incapacitate you? 5 years ago, he was imprisoned for a crime of rape, selected by the Su family to become their son-in-law. Qian Bansheng turned his gaze back to Qian Yiming. Indeed, Qian Yiming affirmed with a nod. I suspect that the affairs involving the Su group may also be linked to him. Your suspicion is accurate. The Su family is his first target for revenge, but certainly not the last. The Chun family, the Lu family, the Zhang family, none shall escape. If my intuition serves me right, Chen Zhongyi's departure from the Su group likely leads him to meet with Lu Honggan and Zhang Fenglin to deliberate on strategies. Qian Bansheng evidently grasped Xiao Zhan's identity and was aware of the truth behind the wrongful case from 5 years prior. Daddy, Qian Yiming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You already know Xiao Zhan? Indeed, I do, Qian Bansheng nodded. Approximately 20 years ago, when he was merely 5 or 6 years old, I encountered him and even held him that time. I was just an inconspicuous small vendor, while his mother was my university classmate who married into a prominent family in the capital. One person ascends, and all associated rise. Qian Yiming suppressed the shock welling within him, listening intently. For over half an hour, Qian Bansheng dismissed his previously scheduled meeting and shared everything he knew about Xiao Zhan. though his encounters with him were limited, as Xiao Zhan had grown up in the capital and seldom visited Quancheng. Even so, the revelations left Qian Yiming profoundly shaken, far surpassing his expectations. Who would have thought that the young man who had injured him at the Ruiding Mall was 5 years ago, the young master of the Xiao family from the capital? Qian Yiming possessed some understanding of the Xiao family. Tio put it succinctly, while the Qin family enjoyed the stature of Qianqing's wealthiest. With nearly 10 billion in assets, they paled in comparison to the vast Xiao family, which could be likened to a towering mountain, while the Qian family was but a humble hillock, an abyss of difference. From what he knew, Qian Bancheng had been seeking collaboration with the Xiao family in recent years, hoping to climb the ranks through association to elevate the development of Qianjiang Group. Now, with Xiao Zhan's sudden emergence, it seemed a rare opportunity. Xiao Zhan harbored a profound hatred for the Xiao family, who undoubtedly yearned to eliminate him. Thus, knowing Xiao Zhan's identity and tracking his movements could very well facilitate reaching out to those associated with the Xiao family in the capital, testing the waters for their favor. After recovering from the shock, Qian Yiming quickly contemplated many possibilities. Dad, he then queried, "What do you plan to do next?" Chapter 30, Inviting the Wolf into the House. The hound of the family, yes. What shall we do? Qian Yiming's thoughts mirrored those of Qian Bancheng, who undoubtedly pondered even more. After a moment, Qian Bancheng concluded, "I believe we should adopt a wait-and-see approach." His eyes glinted with intensity as he spoke solemnly. Xiao Zhan was wrongfully imprisoned, and his mother met a tragic end. Now that he has emerged, he will certainly not rest until he exacts his vengeance. The skies over Quancheng are about to change. He continued, "Our current course of action is to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance." "You mean to simply watch and do nothing?" Qian Yiming responded, bewildered. "What else is there?" "Dad." Qian Yiming, brimming with youthful vigor, clearly held more aggressive views that he pressed. "As you mentioned, Chen Zhanhe has left the Su group to meet with Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hangan to discuss strategies, and has sent Chen Xiaohui to the capital for refuge. That it is evident that they are aware of Xiao Zhan's identity. 5 years ago, they dared to act against Xiao Zhan and his mother, seizing the Miao family's assets. They must have established ties with the Xiao family in the capital, and presumably acted under their directive. Therefore, they likely have connections to the Xiao family and will inform them of Xiao Zhan's whereabouts. Time is of the essence. If they seize the initiative, what significance remains in our knowledge of these matters? To him, waiting would only lead to missed opportunities. "You are still too young," Qian Bancheng sighed, shaking his head. "Whether it be the Xiao family or Xiao Zhan, neither is to be trifled with. Stability and position are of utmost importance. Aligning with the right side holds boundless promise, whereas choosing the wrong side can lead to endless troubles. The conflict between Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family is just beginning. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty, and it is not yet time for us to declare our stance. Only by clearly understanding the situation and adapting accordingly can we secure our position. Do you understand?" Each word was delivered with calm composure. However, Qian Yiming held a differing opinion. "The situation is not yet clear enough. You understand better than I the vast influence of the Xiao family. Wasn't Xiao Zhan once revered because he was the young master of the Xiao family? However, now he has become the adversary of the Xiao family, merely a son-in-law who has just emerged from prison. As destitute as a stray dog, to say nothing of the Xiao family, we could extinguish his life as effortlessly as squashing an ant. What right does he have to be compared with the Xiao family? What means does he possess to contend with them?" His rhetoric was impassioned and brimming with bravado, in stark contrast to Qian Bancheng's demeanor. Qian Bancheng glanced at the image of the supreme black card on the computer screen and remarked, "Have you forgotten the significance of this supreme black card? If it indeed belongs to Xiao Zhan, it signifies that his background and foundation are undeniably more intricate than we perceived. To blindly oppose him would be a foolhardy strategy." The authenticity of the card was still in question. Qian Yiming rolled his eyes in rebuttal. "Let us take a step back. Even if the card is genuine, it may not necessarily belong to Xiao Zhan himself. It could very well have been a gift from the elder of the Xiao family 5 years ago. You mentioned earlier that before his demise, the elder held him in high regard and even groomed him as a potential heir. Bestowing upon him such a card would not be unusual, would it?" Qian Bancheng shook his head, asserting, "To my knowledge, the elder of the Xiao family never applied for the supreme black card from the global bank. Thus it is impossible that he gifted it to Xiao Zhan, that if the elder of the Xiao family never possessed it, what justification does Xiao Zhan have to? Qian Yiming countered. Nevertheless, this did not alter Qian Banqing's stance. In a high-stakes game of masters, the outcome was uncertain. He rose, his expression grave, and declared, should we engage in the conflict between Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family, we would be gambling the very foundation and destiny of the Qian family. We must proceed with utmost caution. However, enough. Qian Yiming sought to argue further, but Qian Banqing denied him the opportunity, coldly stating, as for our course of action, I have my own plans. Focus on your martial arts society. If your intervention is deemed necessary, I shall notify you. With that, he turned and exited the office. Bang! Qian Yiming slammed his fist onto the desk, his face contorted with indignation, yet he was powerless, for Qian Banqing was his father. In the Qian family, Qian Banqing's word was law. Previously, Qian Yiming had always heeded his father's directives, never daring to defy him. However, this time, he was resolute in his belief that he was in the right. Father, you are growing old. Gazing in the direction of Qian Banqing's departure, Qian Yiming muttered to himself, growing older, yet becoming more timid, hesitant and indecisive. If you dare not gamble, then so be it. I shall take the risk. I am eager to see what sort of background and foundation that rapist Xiao Zhan truly possesses. He gritted his teeth. At the Ruiding Mall, suffering severe injuries from a kick delivered by Xiao Zhan, Qian Yiming still felt a dull ache in his abdomen. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he had always been the one to strike others. This was the first time he had been bested. He could not swallow this grievance. If Xiao Zhan were indeed an untouchable superpower or still the young master of the Beijing Xiao family, then he would endure the beating, accepting it as fate. Yet now, having discerned Xiao Zhan's true nature, merely a stray dog cast out by the Beijing Xiao family, he had no reason to feel fear. If bitten by a dog, what should one do? No, Qian Yiming's customary approach was to skin that dog alive and beat it to death. Brother Ming to AT that moment, a young man's voice reached him. Qin Zhang, he has gone to the Haihu Grand Hotel in the southern part of the city. Just now, Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hangong entered as well. They must have made arrangements. Indeed, it was precisely as Qian Banqing had surmised. I understand. Good, the young man, a trusted aide of Qian Yiming, acted swiftly and followed his orders without question. Meanwhile, oh, is little Ming back from school? Wang Mei greeted with a smile, glancing down at Su Xiaoming before looking up to ask, I heard Mu Qiu got engaged this morning, and the son-in-law is living in your home? Where is he? Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiansheng exchanged glances, both displaying discontent. You are truly something. Wang Mei continued. Regardless of the circumstances, our families are neighbors, and given the close relationship between Zi and Mu Qiu, how could she not notify me of her engagement? I was looking forward to savoring her wedding sweets, that Mu Qiu, with her striking beauty and exceptional abilities, surely found a partner of great merit and wealth. At the very least, someone akin to our future son-in-law, Chen Xiaowei, a wealthy second-generation heir, driving a Mercedes worth $500,000, right? The tone was clearly one of feigned ignorance, intended to mock. What does it matter to you? Lu Hongxiu's face darkened, unable to restrain a retort. Given Xiao Zhan's identity, his engagement to Su Mu Qiu was not a matter of pride for the Su family. Hence, Lu Hongxiu had concealed this from the neighborhood, telling no one that unfortunately, the truth could not be hidden for long, and within mere hours, it seemed the entire community was aware that it was utterly humiliating. Su Jianqing sighed, shaking his head, devoid of the strength to argue. It was Su Xiaoming, however, who pouted and with a semblance of understanding looked at Wang Mei seriously and said, Grandma Wang, the new uncle is quite formidable, just like my dad, a super invincible hero. He helped my mom and me drive away the bad guys and said he would tell me stories about my dad tonight. Su Xiaoming's favorable impression of Xiao Zhan further unsettled Lu Hongxiu, who grasped Su Xiaoming with one hand and pushed the wheelchair with the other, preparing to leave. Really? Wang Mei questioned with interest. Her eyes sparkling that a great hero. Hee. How come I heard he's merely a rapist just released from prison, and apparently has severe psychological issues and a tendency for violence. Little Ming is still young and naive. As grandparents, you must keep a close watch on her, especially at night, that do not let a wolf into the house, allowing the new son-in-law to harm Mu Qiu and deceive little Ming. The more she spoke, the more fervent and excessive her remarks became. You, Lu Hongxiu, exasperated, reddened with anger. Are you angry? Wang Mei spread her hands, feigning innocence, and rolled her eyes at a neighbor. I am merely concerned for you, offering you a kind reminder. If you choose not to appreciate it, that is your prerogative, but do not take your anger out on me. Z mentioned that once Mu Qiu and that rapist part ways, she would introduce another man to Mu Qiu. After all, our Xiao Hui is wealthy and influential, with numerous acquaintances. Any one of them would be 100 times better than your great hero. Mentioning Chen Xiaohui, Wang Mei raised her chin, her face brimming with pride. Lu Hongxiu, overwhelmed with anger, trembled, wishing she could strike someone if not for the fact that they lived in the same community and encountered each other frequently. Beep, beep. At that moment, a sudden honking sound rang out, causing everyone to turn instinctively toward the source that a brand new Mulsanne Bentley glided into the community, heading directly toward them. Chapter 31, A Loving Embrace. My esteemed son-in-law Wang Mei froze momentarily before casually exclaiming. Did you see that? Do you recognize it? The Mulsanne Bentley. That is the vehicle a successful man should drive that I heard it costs over 5 million. The entire package runs upwards of 6 million. That is 10 times the price of our Xiaohui S Mercedes. As she spoke, envy painted her features, her thoughts drifting to how wonderful it would be if their Xiaohui could acquire such a luxury car. Her status as a mother-in-law would soar. Henceforth, she could strut around the community with her head held high. Lost in her reverie, the Mulsanne Bentley approached the group and came to a halt, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Could it be someone they knew? Mom, in the midst of confusion, the passenger door swung open, and Su Muqiu emerged, calling out to Lu Hongxiu before rushing over to envelop Su Xiaoming in her embrace. Muqiu? The onlookers exchanged wide-eyed stares, all utterly astonished. Goodness! Muqiu, what is this? Before Lu Hongxiu could voice her concerns, Wang Mei interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. The first thought that crossed her mind was, could it be that Su Muqiu has already broken up with that rapist and is now involved with another wealthy heir? It cannot be so soon, right? Z finally found a rich boyfriend. And now I must keep up appearances and strut around the community. How am I supposed to maintain my dignity now? Mom. Su Muqiu was about to explain when suddenly the rear door swung open, and Sun Z stepped out. However, her expression was markedly grim. Z? Why are you also? Wang Mei's face registered shock, her brows furrowing as if a realization struck her. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Xiaohui, he really got a new car? Thank heavens. It seems that wishes do come true. This is fantastic. It turns out it was just a false alarm. Now I can continue to flaunt my status and strut around the community. Mom, it's not. Sun Zi's face darkened further, shaking her head to deny. But Wang Mei, caught in the elation of her own concocted fantasy, lost her reason and refused to listen. Xiaohui, my son-in-law, my wonderful son-in-law. Overcome with excitement, she beamed and rushed toward the driver's seat of the Mulsanne Bentley, eager to lavish praise upon her esteemed son-in-law and take a jab at Su Muqiu's family. Sun Zi's expression shifted dramatically, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Snap! At the moment the car door swung open, Wang Mei looked up to see Xiao Zhan seated in the driver's seat. In an instant, her smile froze on her face, her pupils dilated, and her raised right hand hovered in midair, leaving her utterly stunned. You. Xiao Zhan offered a faint smile. Annie, I apologize that my surname is Xiao. Xiao Zhan, that I am Muqiu's husband and the son-in-law of the Su family, not your esteemed son-in-law. Saying this, he stepped out of the car and turned to retrieve something from the trunk. Mom, look at you. Sun Zi felt mortified, glaring at Wang Mei with disdain. She had underestimated Xiao Zhan, only to be met with a shocking reality. Already feeling disheartened from the journey, Wang Mei boldly addressed him as her son-in-law. The Su family was still present. How embarrassing! However, Sun Zi stole a glance at Xiao Zhan's retreating figure, secretly wishing that if he truly were their son-in-law and her husband, how wonderful that would be. Z, this bag is for you. Xiao Zhan opened the trunk and lifted out 2 large burlap sacks, handing one to Sun Zi. As she reached to take it, she inquired, What is this? No. Xiao Zhan looked at her. Sun Zi quickly replied, Mom. This contains all new clothes, dozens of pieces, each costing nearly 10,000, totaling hundreds of thousands. Ah! Wang Mei gasped in astonishment. Upon realizing their worth, she bent down and hugged the burlap sack with glee, her expression shifting faster than flipping a page, exclaiming, "These were all bought for you by Xiaowei. Truly, my chosen son-in-law is generous with his spending." She deliberately raised her voice, casting a provocative glance at Lu Hongxiu. Opposite her, Lu Hongxiu's face turned ashen. "Dear, this bag is for you, Ditto." "Thank you, uncle." Su Xiaoming opened her arms to Xiaozhan. "The teacher says that when someone gives you a gift, you should also give one in return. This is called reciprocity. However, I have nothing good to give you, so may I offer you a hug of love instead?" "Of course, that would be lovely." Xiaozhan embraced Su Xiaoming, his chiseled features softened by a gentle smile, stating, "For an uncle, Xiaoming's loving hug is the finest gift in the world." Su Xiaoming beamed. "Then from now on, no matter what gifts you give me, I will always return them with a hug of love." Xiaozhan's heart melted. Glancing at Su Muchio by his side, he thought, with such a wife and daughter, what more could he desire? In contrast, Su Muchio's cheeks flushed. Witnessing such a scene left her uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. Lu Hongxiu's heart sank to the depths. This was becoming perilous. What nonsense! Just then, a harsh voice interrupted the warmth of the moment. Wang Mei, initially overjoyed at receiving the new clothes worth hundreds of thousands, felt a wave of displeasure as she saw Xiaozhan take the other burlap sack to indulge in affectionate displays with Su Muchio and Su Xiaoming, that to her. These new clothes were gifts from her son-in-law, Qin Xiaowei. Real money spent, and she questioned their right to take a sack without a word. Hundreds of thousands? Were they playing with it? How infuriating! Moreover, not only were they taking it, but they were also flaunting their affection in front of her. How shameless! Unable to endure it any longer, she marched over, reaching to snatch the burlap sack from Xiaozhan's hands, huffing, "I don't care what Xiaowei promised you. Whether these new clothes were a gift from him or not, I won't allow it. You can't have a single piece." Her brazen attitude resembled that of a shrew. "Mom." Sun Zi's face turned pale. She had refrained from revealing the truth to Wang Mei, fearing the embarrassment it might cause her in front of so many people. However, it now seemed Wang Mei was pushing her luck, making things worse. Reluctantly, she steeled herself and rushed over, pulling Wang Mei aside while exclaiming loudly, "Mom, stop this. These clothes were not bought by Xiaowei. They were purchased by Xiaozhan for Muchio, who couldn't wear them all, so he gifted me a sack." Chapter 32. Floating on air. "You're amazing." The revelation stunned everyone. What nonsense! Wang Mei, Lu Hongxiu, and Su Jianqing all turned to Xiaozhan, their faces reflecting disbelief. "He spent the money, bought these for Su Muchio. How could this be possible?" According to Sun Zi, each piece cost nearly 10,000, with dozens in a sack, totaling hundreds of thousands. 2 large sacks. The clothes inside must be worth at least 500,000. How could Xiaozhan, a man recently released from prison after 5 years for a crime, have such money? Even if he had some savings, would he be so generous to spend it on Su Muchio? In an instant, they were all left in a daze, their thoughts disarrayed, feeling utterly perplexed. Muchio Zi she. After a moment, Lu Hongxiu swallowed hard and asked, "Is what she said true?" "Yes," that Su Muchio nodded, though she preferred to remain low-key. She despised being misunderstood even more. Wang Mei's earlier boorishness had deeply irritated her. Furthermore, she felt a twinge of fear. What if, as Wang Mei suspected, these clothes were not bought by Xiaozhan, but Qin Xiaowei? How would they save face today? They would surely be humiliated by Wang Mei. Those who insult others will inevitably be insulted in return. This afternoon at the Ruiding Mall, Xiaozhan had spent over 900,000 to buy out an entire clothing store, acquiring over 100 pieces. Both she and Zi picked dozens each. Hers, her father's, her mother's, and Xiaoming's, all included. The remaining pieces, which were unsuitable, were gifted to the sales staff. Su Muchio recounted the events plainly, without exaggeration. Bought out the entire store? Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianqing were left dumbfounded. They typically bought clothes worth a few hundred or at most 1,000, yet Xiaozhan had bought out an entire clothing store. More importantly, he was purchasing clothes for Su Muchio. How extravagant! Their gazes toward Xiaozhan shifted, becoming complex with surprise, confusion, and deep concern. They could not understand why Xiaozhan, who had only met Su Muchio that morning, would treat her so well despite their lack of emotional foundation. Why such generosity towards her? Unusual circumstances often indicate hidden motives. Unable to comprehend, their hearts were unsettled, instinctively suspecting Xiao Zhan of harboring some unknown scheme or ulterior motive. "Uncle, you're amazing." In contrast, Su Xiaoming, who was the youngest and held in Xiao Zhan's embrace, remained the most composed. She did not fully grasp what it meant to buy out an entire clothing store or what 900,000 entailed. Yet, observing the reactions of those around her, she felt that this new uncle was remarkable, always appearing at crucial moments to help her deal with the bad guys. 900,000. Wang Mei's face turned ashen. The figure struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind buzzing. She knew that the black Mercedes, which she had always taken pride in, was only worth around 500,000 to Xiao Zhan. On the other hand, casually spending that much on clothes for Su Muqiu nearly equated to 2 Mercedes. She glanced at Xiao Zhan and then at Su Xiaoming in his arms. Incredible. She had to admit that Xiao Zhan was indeed impressive. But please, could he not be so impressive? His greatness left her feeling utterly embarrassed. Had he considered her feelings at all? One shouldn't be so selfish. Sun Zi felt mortified, wishing for a hole to hide in, tugging at Wang Mei's arm, urging her to leave. However, Wang Mei refused to relent. Sun Zi said he had something to attend to and left. Wang Mei felt a surge of anger. Yet when her gaze fell upon the brand new Bentley Mulsanne nearby, her confidence surged. She thought it didn't matter if he left as long as the car remained. Clothes worth over 900,000. Ha! Compared to the 600,000 Bentley Mulsanne, that was insignificant. Thus, why didn't you say earlier that you bought those clothes? Trying to put on airs, acting like big shots. They're just a few shabby clothes. If you can't wear them all, are you sending them to our Z? What do you take Z for, a beggar? Wang Mei kicked the burlap sack in Xiao Zhan's hand, her face contorted with disdain as she huffed. "We're not interested. Our Xiaowei has plenty of money. We don't need to covet your little trinkets. Take them all away." Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows, and he understood now that Wang Mei was a typical social climber, bullying the weak, sharp-tongued, and vain, caring more about face than anything else. "Mom, what are you doing?" Sun Zi exclaimed in alarm. After getting into the car, she couldn't help but poke her head out, smugly declaring, "Did you see? Bentley Mulsanne, over 600,000. My son-in-law bought a new car for our Z. What do a few shabby clothes matter? Real wealthy people give cars." The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became. The luxury car felt different. Sitting inside was like taking a throne, instantly transforming her into a queen, brimming with confidence and vigor. She looked back at Xiao Zhan and Su Muqiu's family, as if gazing down upon a mere gathering of insignificant ants. The ethereal sensation was simply exhilarating to the core. "Mother!" As she gazed upon Wang Mei's haughty demeanor, Sun Zi stood frozen in shock, her face ashen, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to weep, even contemplating the unthinkable. Truly, Wang Mei was about to shame her to death. "Annie." Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over him, as he shook his head and said, "I apologize, but this vehicle, much like the garments, was not purchased by your esteemed son-in-law Chen Xiaowei for your daughter Sun Zi. It was, in fact, a gift from me to my wife Su Muqiu. Therefore, I kindly ask you to exit the vehicle and refrain from soiling the seats." Chapter 33. The first hand-holding after 5 years. Xiao Zhan's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder. "What did you say?" Wang Mei's triumphant sneer faltered, her heart racing as she thought her ears had betrayed her. Stunned, she demanded, "Repeat that." What more was there to say? The more one spoke, the more humiliating it became. "Mother." Sun Zi's face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes, the word mother escaping her lips with a blend of frustration and choked emotion, as she rushed forward and, without a word, yanked Wang Mei from the luxurious Bentley. He speaks the truth. The clothes were indeed purchased for Muqiu by him, as was the car. Xiaowei left in haste and could not buy me anything. Thud! As Wang Mei stepped out of the car, those words struck her like a bolt, her legs giving way as she crumpled to the ground, her face darkened with disbelief. Over 900,000 worth of clothing, and a luxury vehicle exceeding 6 million. Good heavens! Was this burly, unremarkable man, clad in somewhat shabby attire, truly just released after 5 years of imprisonment? Was he genuinely a rapist? With such lavish spending, his demeanor and financial prowess could easily overshadow Chen Xiaowei by tenfold. In that fleeting moment, Wang Mei's worldview was on the brink of collapse. Thank you for your cooperation. Xiaozhan offered a faint smile, cradling Su Xiaoming as he approached, shutting the passenger door, then retrieving the car keys to lock the vehicle. Just a neighborly aunt. He had no intention of putting on airs in front of Wang Mei. Yet, compelled by her relentless pursuit, akin to a rabid dog, he found it necessary to assert, "You lack the qualifications to flaunt your arrogance before me." As he turned to leave, Su Xiaoming, nestled in his arms, suddenly inquired, "Uncle, what is a rapist?" Xiao Zhan's eyelids twitched. "Why such a question?" He countered that Su Xiaoming pointed at Wang Mei and said, "Just now, while you and Mommy were away, Grandma Wang said that you were a rapist and that she would find Mommy a man 10 times better than you." Her innocent voice carried a genuine curiosity. Not intended as a betrayal, Su Xiaoming simply did not comprehend, and thus asked that that's so. Xiao Zhan halted, turning to Wang Mei, his previously gentle gaze transforming into a frigid glare, a dark energy emanating from him, enveloping Wang Mei and Sun Zi in a chilling aura. Thud! Just as Sun Zi helped Wang Mei to her feet, upon hearing Su Xiaoming's words and locking eyes with Xiao Zhan, both mother and daughter felt their faces drain of color, their hearts racing uncontrollably, as if their bodies had lost all autonomy. Collapsing to the ground in unison, it felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Cold, an indescribable chill enveloped them, the temperature around them seemingly plummeting by several degrees. Transforming from a warm embrace to a bone-chilling frost, it felt as if invisible hands had gripped their bodies, forcing them down onto the ground. The sensation was strange and terrifying. "Your words stink." Xiao Zhan looked down at the two of them, his left arm still cradling Su Xiaoming, while his right hand slowly rose, disdain dripping from his voice. "You deserve a slap." Typically, he refrained from striking women. However, there must be limits. Previously, he had tolerated Sun Zi's endless mockery and disdain, considering her close bond with Su Muchio, who thought only of her friend. But Wang Mei was far worse. Taking advantage of his absence to gossip maliciously about Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianqing was one thing, but to call him a rapist in front of a mere 4-year-old child, to suggest replacing Su Muchio with another man, such words were despicable, such actions were detestable, such intentions were unforgivable. I. Wang Mei swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down her forehead and back. Under normal circumstances, she would have defiantly retorted, "So what if I call you a rapist? Aren't you one?" Did I misspeak? Suggesting a new man for Su Muchio was merely out of pity. Yet now, she found herself unable to raise her voice. Her tongue felt knotted. Not only was she unable to shout, but even words eluded her. Forget it. Just as his raised hand was about to come crashing down onto Wang Mei's startled face, Su Muchio's voice called from behind, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps as a gentle hand grasped Xiao Zhan's right arm. "Aunt Wang is rather straightforward, but she's not a bad person." Su Muchio interjected to end the past. "Whenever our family faced difficulties, it was Aunt Wang and Zi who came to our aid. It's just a few words. There's no need to hold a grudge." If he struck her now, how could Su Muchio and Sun Zi continue their friendship? Living in the same neighborhood, how would they face each other afterward? Thus, Su Muchio stepped forward, although she harbored little affection for Wang Mei. She did not wish to escalate tensions. Sun Zi added, "If my mother and I have offended you with our previous remarks, I apologize on behalf of both of us that we were unaware of your true character and hastily judged you as unworthy of Muchio. Rest assured, given your kindness towards Muchio, I will no longer urge her to break up with you, nor will I introduce her to other men." Sun Zi spoke from the heart. She regretted her earlier rashness and impulsiveness, realizing too late that she had offended a hidden tycoon like Xiao Zhan. Had she known of his wealth, she would have sought to win his favor. Xiao Zhan finally relaxed his dark energy. "I'll heed your words." Exchanging a glance with Su Muchio, feeling the warmth radiating from her hand, Xiao Zhan's icy demeanor gradually softened. After 5 long years, this was the first time he held Su Muchio's hand. It was warm and tender. Xiao Zhan cast a look at Su Muchio, as if to convey, "You are my wife. Holding your hand is my privilege." It was possessive as Su Muchio's face flushed deeper, a hint of warmth creeping in. Yet she did not resist, allowing Xiao Zhan to guide her hand as they walked side by side. Strangely, after merely half a day's interaction, being with Xiao Zhan instilled a rare sense of security within her. Her heart felt at ease. It seemed that no matter the challenges or troubles that arose, With Xiao Zhan by her side, he would shield her and resolve her issues. This feeling of being protected stood in stark contrast to the oppression and bullying she had endured over the past 5 years, creating a profound disparity. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, the three of them cast elongated shadows that intertwined with one another, a scene brimming with warmth and sweetness. However, to Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianqing, this tableau appeared far from harmonious. Exchanging glances, both discerned deep-seated concern reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be that Muqiu has genuinely developed feelings for him? Lu Hongxiu thought, alarm bells ringing within her. This won't do. I must confront him to ascertain his intentions. How could someone so wealthy choose to become a live-in son-in-law in our family? What ulterior motives could he possibly have? With that, she nudged Su Jianqing and hurriedly pursued Xiao Zhan. Chapter 34. If they cannot, let me try. Su Muqiu retrieved 2 sets of men's suits from the closet, presenting them to Xiao Zhan. These are for you to try. Thank you, my dear wife. Xiao Zhan replied, taken aback that Su Muqiu's cheeks remained flushed as she gestured. I wasn't too sure of your size, so I chose based on instinct. After your shower, please try them on and see if they fit. Whatever you choose, it will undoubtedly fit perfectly. Xiao Zhan flashed a charming smile. Su Muqiu felt both embarrassed and irritated, though they were merely engaged. Having neither held a wedding nor registered their marriage, they were still not legally a couple. Yet, Xiao Zhan unabashedly referred to her as wife, clearly taking advantage of the situation. Just then, Lu Hongxiu barged in, pushing Su Jianqing along. Upon entering, she witnessed the playful exchange between Xiao Zhan and Su Muqiu, which only darkened her already troubled expression. She shot Xiao Zhan a fierce glare before turning to Su Muqiu. Muqiu, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss. With that, she strode into the kitchen. Su Muqiu shot Xiao Zhan a hard look. Without needing to guess, she understood Lu Hongxiu's concerns and inquiries. The mother and daughter headed to the kitchen, where Su Xiaoming was busy playing with her new clothes. Only Su Jianqing and Xiao Zhan remained, their gazes locking, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jianqing broke the silence, asking, is that car outside truly yours? Did you really spend over 6 million on it? Yes, Xiao Zhan affirmed without hesitation. That Su Jianqing pressed further. Where did you acquire such wealth? From my previous savings, Xiao Zhan replied casually, spinning AFIB.in truth. After 5 years of service in the military, Xiao Zhan had fought valiantly, earning countless accolades and establishing himself as the formidable Northern Wolf King. Feared by adversaries on multiple occasions, he had even salvaged the world economy from the brink of collapse. As a result, he was rightfully awarded a limited edition black card from the Global Bank, a card that was customized specifically for him. The wolf's head emblem on the black card is truly one of a kind. It symbolizes the formidable Blood Wolf Brigade under his command. And the wolf's head itself serves as a representation of the Wolf King, imbued with profound significance. In the past, accumulated, Su Jianqing's brow furrowed. He was not foolish and could easily discern that Xiao Zhan was deliberately withholding the truth. He was eager to inquire, what did you do before? How did you amass over 6 million? Could you possibly share your method so that I might learn to save some as well? However, Xiao Zhan was reluctant to divulge any details. He contemplated for a moment, the words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet refrained from asking. Dad, he called out, subtly shifting the topic. It's merely a car. Nothing of great consequence. Once your legs have healed, and you are able to walk and drive again, I shall purchase another one for you that time. You can take Mom and me for a drive. Enjoying the bliss of life. My legs. Useless. A car accident years ago rendered Su Jianqing crippled, inflicting immense emotional and physical trauma. For the past few years, he has lived in a daze, his standing in the Su family diminished to nothing. He had lost the fighting spirit he once possessed, showing little interest in the family's enterprises, knowing full well he could not compete or reclaim his former status, for recovery. He had never dared to hope. It was an unrealistic dream. Alas, there is no greater sorrow than the death of hope. The present-day Su Jianqing is a living testament to this, having once been the sole man in a family of 4, the original pillar. He watched as Su Muqiu and Lu Hongxiu toiled tirelessly while he remained confined to a wheelchair, relying on others for sustenance. Not only could he offer no assistance, but he also felt like a burden, dragging Su Muqiu and Lu Hongxiu down. The anguish he felt was beyond expression, To live required immense courage. Dad, do not lose heart, as a man who had faced a similarly devastating blow years ago. Xiao Zhan could empathize with Su Jianqing's suffering. He had experienced the bitterness of despair, the sense of helplessness that accompanies crying out to the heavens and receiving no answer. The death of his mother was an everlasting wound in his heart. Having been unable to save his mother, he now aspired to help Su Muchio's father. Hence, Xiao Zhan spoke earnestly. In truth, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine and practiced as a doctor, possessing knowledge of acupuncture and massage techniques. I have successfully treated cases like yours, Dad, individuals who have been disabled for years, that if you trust me, allow me to give it a try, you. Su Jianqing lifted his gaze, staring at Xiao Zhan in disbelief. His eyes wide with astonishment. Really? Yes. Xiao Zhan nodded. There is no harm in trying that. If I am unsuccessful, the situation cannot possibly worsen. But what if I succeed? However, Su Jianqing was filled with doubt, yet Xiao Zhan did not afford him the opportunity to refuse. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Su Jianqing stood there, frozen, watching Xiao Zhan's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. After years of silence, the embers of hope rekindled within him, ignited by Xiao Zhan's words. Illuminating a glimmer of possibility, that he felt a surge of excitement, yet he dared not express it, suppressing that flicker of hope and exhilaration deep within his heart, for he considered such hope to be painfully tenuous. Its realization almost impossible. How could it be mere coincidence that the son-in-law who had been in the Su household for less than a day happened to be a doctor, skilled enough to treat his leg injuries? It was hard to believe. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. For someone like Su Jianqing, who had once experienced death, being given hope felt akin to resurrection. Should he fail, the ensuing disappointment would be tantamount to dying once more. In the kitchen, do not attempt to deceive me, Lu Hongxiu said with a frosty demeanor. I am your mother. No one knows you better than I do. Ever since 5 years ago, when some scoundrel caused you to inexplicably become pregnant. You may not speak of it, but it has tormented you profoundly. You even developed a phobia towards men, refusing to let any man touch a single finger of yours. Yet just now, you allowed that rapist to hold your hand? Tell me honestly, did he say something to you? Did he do something, or did you? Did you perhaps feel moved by his kindness toward you and Ming Ming? Lu Hongxiu's anxiety drove her to the point. Avoiding any indirect language. Chapter 35. Truly shameless, yet quite comfortable. Su Muchio's expression tightened, and she hurriedly shook her head. That is not the case. Mom, do not overthink it, nor speak recklessly. How could I possibly develop feelings for him? I simply momentarily lost my resolve. That as she spoke, her face flushed. To suggest that she had fallen head over heels for Xiao Zhan after just half a day's acquaintance was utterly implausible. It did not align with Su Muchio's character, nor with her current circumstances. With Su Jianqing's disability and Su Xiaoming still young, Lu Hongxiu had retired early to care for the two of them, placing the entire family's financial burden squarely on Su Muchio's shoulders. She, as a woman, was shouldering an immense weight. Now, having been expelled from the Su group and losing her job, she faced a dire survival crisis. Under such conditions, where would she find the emotional bandwidth for romance? Moreover, the sudden pregnancy 5 years prior had left her with a profound psychological scar, extinguishing any longing for love or men. Replaced only by repulsion. Really? Lu Hongxiu frowned. Skepticism etched on her face. That of course it's true. Su Muchio replied firmly. Mom, when have I ever deceived you? For 5 years, I have been investigating the circumstances surrounding my pregnancy. Until I uncover the truth about Mingming's biological father, I cannot transcend this mental hurdle. Until then, I shall not accept any other man. As for Xiao Zhan, she glanced towards the doorway, sighing. You saw for yourself. Despite his criminal past, having served time, and his propensity for violence, every instance of his aggression was directed at protecting me and Ming Ming, safeguarding our family, that he genuinely cares for Ming Ming, and she is willing to be close to him. If it brings Ming Ming joy, let us allow him to stay with us for now. He has just emerged from prison, homeless and rather pitiable. That Su Xiaoming's favorable impression of Xiao Zhan caught everyone by surprise. Even Su Muchio had to concede that compared to other men, she felt less intense repulsion toward Xiao Zhan. That it was a peculiar feeling. For instance, when Xiao Zhan had held her hand earlier. Her instinct was to pull away, but after failing to do so, she felt her heart race, yet did not experience disgust. However, she dared not confide these thoughts to Lu Hongxiu. That might be the case. Lu Hongxiu mused, suddenly inquiring, "Those clothes and that car together cost 7 million. How could a freshly released rapist possess such wealth? Have you inquired where his money comes from?" Su Muchio shook her head. "He did not divulge, nor did I ask. After all, we are not truly married. There is no emotional foundation or marriage certificate that if he is wealthy, that is his affair, and I find it inappropriate to pry." But Lu Hongxiu expressed her concern. What if that money is ill-gotten? If he dares to commit rape, he might also resort to robbery. Should that money be obtained through theft, would it not implicate our entire family if he were pursued? This left Su Muchio at a loss for words that no. Lu Hongxiu gritted her teeth. "If you wish for him to stay with us, we must first ascertain his background. He was brought in by Su Wenchao from prison. Who knows if they conspired together, deliberately staging an act of aggression against Su Wenchao for our benefit. If that were the case, he might be harboring ulterior motives." With each word, Lu Hongxiu's anxiety grew. She reached for a kitchen knife, declaring, "Go and summon him here, that I want to speak with him privately, that if he dares to harbor any ill intentions towards you or Meng Meng, I shall confront him." The more exceptional Xiao Zhan's behavior appeared, the more Lu Hongxiu's apprehensions deepened. She could not shake off her doubts. To her, Xiao Zhan was a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment. Keeping him in their home felt perilous. Unable to resist Lu Hongxiu's insistence, Su Muchio reluctantly left the kitchen to find Xiao Zhan. However, as she entered the living room, she was met with an unexpected sight. In the living room, Su Jianqing sat in his wheelchair, while Xiao Zhan crouched before him, unexpectedly helping him massage his legs and wash his feet. "Dad," Su Muchio strode over in astonishment, exclaiming, "What are you two doing?" "Just giving Dad a foot bath and a leg massage." Su Jianqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, a foot soaked that Su Muchio rolled her eyes at a leg massage. "A foot bath? How does it feel as though you were deliberately trying to ingratiate yourself with my father?" Initially, she had dismissed Lu Hongxiu's earlier words, but now she found herself reconsidering, feeling that Lu Hongxiu's concerns were not unfounded. Winning favor, Xiao Zhan had previously defended Su Xiaoming from trouble, drawing her closer to him. In the afternoon at the mall, he had purchased clothes for Su Muchio and a car, causing her initial wariness and aversion to dissipate, even allowing him the opportunity to hold her hand. Was this not a strategy of divide and conquer? Next, is it time for Lu Hongxiu? In this world, there exists neither hatred without cause nor love without reason. Xiao Zhan's actions are exceedingly peculiar, entirely uncharacteristic of a newlywed son-in-law to the Su family, and certainly not the demeanor of a concealed, affluent individual. When circumstances stray from the norm, there must be something amiss. To assert that Xiao Zhan harbors no ulterior motives is a notion that even Su Muchio finds hard to believe now. "Mom is looking for you," that Su Muchio buried her doubts deep within, growing increasingly vigilant toward Xiao Zhan, signaling that she wished to speak to him privately. "All right." Xiao Zhan nodded. "Just give me 10 minutes. That will suffice." "You go ahead," that Su Muchio replied. "I'll wash Dad's feet and give him a massage." "That won't do." Xiao Zhan shook his head. "I have learned massage professionally. Dad's legs can only be treated by me. And for the next half-month, I'll need to massage them for half an hour each evening." Su Muchio's lips twitched slightly as she rolled her eyes, thinking, "You are being excessive. Even if you wish to ingratiate yourself, you shouldn't overstep like this, that I am their biological daughter. After all, you're competing with me over washing feet and giving massages. How shameless." Seeing the atmosphere shift, Su Jianqing cleared his throat and laughed. "Muchio, let Xiao Zhan handle the massage. He is genuinely well-intentioned, to be honest. He really is quite skilled at it." Upon hearing this, Su Muchio nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. "Comfortable?" "He is my father. In less than half an hour, you're already smitten like Meng Meng." Captivated, "Your legs have been impaired for years and are devoid of sensation, and yet you can still feel comfortable? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? What nonsense." Su Jianqing realized he had misspoken, feeling a wave of embarrassment. However, Xiao Zhan was not lying. The massage he provided was not ordinary. Through the process, he subtly infused his energy into Su Jianqing's legs, aiding in healing the damage. Not even professional massage therapists could replicate what he did. Chapter 36. "Do not call me Mom," the threat of the mother-in-law 10 minutes later. "All done." Xiao Zhan stood up. Smiling, "Dad, you can rest now. No need to put on socks. Su Jianqing nodded. Traditional Chinese medicine, Su Muqiu was taken aback. Soaking feet in medicinal liquid is beneficial for Dad's legs, Xiao Zhan explained before turning towards the kitchen. After half an hour of massage, Xiao Zhan had gained a general understanding of Su Jianqing's disability and felt confident in restoring him to his former state, allowing him to stand again. Soaking his feet in the medicinal solution would invigorate blood flow and expedite the healing process, reducing the massage duration from half a month to 10 days. With acupuncture, Su Jianqing's legs could regain sensation within 20 days at most. As for standing and walking again, that would take a month or two. Mom, you were looking for me. In the kitchen, Lu Hongxiu was chopping vegetables. Xiao Zhan's casual call of mom made her uncomfortable, and her expression immediately turned cold as she brandished the kitchen knife, appearing quite fierce. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Zhan, stating earnestly, "You and Muqiu are merely engaged. You have not married yet. It is sufficient to call me Annie. No need to keep calling me Mom. I'm not accustomed to it. All right." Xiao Zhan was unfazed and asked, "So Annie, what is it that you need, of course?" "There is something." Lu Hongxiu remained direct, questioning sternly. "Tell me honestly, what benefits did Su Wenchao provide when he got you out of prison? What conditions did you agree to? Is there some hidden conspiracy between you two? Did he give you that money?" Lu Hongxiu pondered for a long time, feeling that this was the most plausible scenario. Su Wenchao had given Xiao Zhan a substantial amount to marry Su Muqiu and join their family, thereby wreaking havoc on their household. It was only natural that Xiao Zhan aroused her suspicion. "Annie, I can understand your feelings." Xiao Zhan had anticipated that his sudden emergence into the Su family's life would evoke mistrust from Lu Hongxiu, Su Jianqing, and Su Muqiu alike. Therefore, Lu Hongxiu's inquiry did not surprise him at all. Shaking his head, he replied earnestly, "I assure you, my agreement with Su Wenchao to marry Muqiu is solely to protect her from being bullied by others. I harbor no ill intentions towards your family." Their gazes met, and Lu Hongxiu fixed her unwavering stare into Xiao Zhan's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. After a moment, she asked, "Why? You and Muqiu are complete strangers. What compels you to protect her? Because I can't say?" Lu Hongxiu's suspicion deepened as she scoffed. "Is it that you can't say, or that you're afraid to say? From my perspective, you're just worried about slipping up and having me expose your lies, aren't you? With such an attitude, what gives you the right to make me trust you?" As she spoke, she waved the knife before Xiao Zhan in a threatening manner. "I warn you, do not so much as lay a finger on Muqiu or Meng Meng. Do not harm them in any way, or I will fight you to the end." Xiao Zhan nodded. The love of a parent is truly profound that he completely understood Lu Hongxiu's worries. However, the events from 5 years ago were not yet ready to be disclosed. Thus, he could only silently endure Lu Hongxiu's doubts and threats. Time will eventually reveal the truth. "Hey." Just as Xiao Zhan exited the kitchen, Su Muqiu approached him, whispering, "My mom, didn't he make things difficult for you?" "Did she?" No. Xiao Zhan shook his head with a smile, countering, "Wife, are you showing concern for me? Don't be ridiculous. Who is concerned about you?" She added, "By the way, I've sent out several resumes and need to interview at other companies." Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Looking for a job? Interviews? He had to admit, Su Muqiu was indeed a decisive woman with remarkable efficiency. Just that noon, she had been robbed of an order by Su Wenchao and expelled from the Su group. And by the afternoon, she was already seeking new employment, without a moment to dwell on her sorrow. While astonished, Xiao Zhan couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. Who would willingly endure such pressures and hardships? Especially someone as delicate as Su Muqiu. This burden had been hers for 5 long years. Furthermore, Xiao Zhan felt partly responsible. Whether intentional or not, it was his actions that had embroiled Su Muqiu in difficulties, leading to her unwed pregnancy and subjecting her to scorn for 5 years, diminishing her status within the Su family. Thus, "All right." Xiao Zhan nodded. "That car was initially meant for you. Feel free to use it whenever you like." He then took out his phone and sent another text message. The message was brief, just a few sentences. "I give you until tonight. Take my money, purchase the Su group in your name, and have Su Muqiu replace Su Bingtian as the president of the group. Tomorrow morning, Su Muqiu is to start her new role at the Su group. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the Hyo Hotel, 3 middle-aged men sat across from each other. They were none other than the perpetrators of the wrongful case from 5 years ago. Chen Zhanghe, Lu Hongguang, and Zhang Fenglin. the heads of the three prominent families from the southern city. The atmosphere in the room was tense, their expressions grim. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone shattered the silence. Their hearts skipped a beat as Lu Hongguang and Chen Zhanghe turned to Zhang Fenglin, who took a deep breath. Placing the phone to his ear, "What is the situation? Speak." At the Quan City 4th prison, with Zhang Fenglin's connections, Chen Zhanghe had shared the news about Xiao Zhan, prompting Zhang Fenglin to call for verification. And now, the investigation results were in. He really had been released, surrounded at the prison gate by dozens of men in black, with several jeeps and armed soldiers. They had come to take him away. The more Zhang Fenglin listened, the more his heart raced, and soon his face turned as pale as a sheet. Chapter 37. Rooting out the problem. The Xiao family in the capital. The call lasted about 10 minutes. Snap. Just as he hung up, Zhang Fenglin's hand trembled, causing his phone to slip from his grasp, crashing to the floor, screen darkening as it powered off. Lu Hongguang and Chen Zhanghe exchanged glances, both sensing that the situation had turned dire. It's him. Moreover, before his release, that fool Su Wenchao had made a point of selecting a husband for Su Muqiu from the Quan City 4th prison, choosing Xiao Zhan among the many inmates. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongguang and Chen Zhanghe's heart sank. They were not fools. Only the three of them knew the details of that incident 5 years ago. The Su family from top to bottom, including Su Bingtian and Su Muqiu, had no acquaintance with Xiao Zhan, let alone Su Wenchao. How could it be such a coincidence? How could Su Wenchao, without ever having met Xiao Zhan, choose him at a glance in the Quan City 4th prison? Clearly, there was a scheme at play. They could not fathom how Xiao Zhan, who had been imprisoned for 5 years and was regarded as a mere useless wretch by the Xiao family in the capital, could possess such power to turn the tables on Su Wenchao. The inability to comprehend the situation was the most terrifying aspect of all. Could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hongguang spoke in a deep voice. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. 5 years ago, he was, after all, the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, cultivated as the heir by the old master of the Xiao family, undoubtedly receiving substantial clandestine support for his own power. The do you think it's possible that those who were loyal to him 5 years ago, unwilling to give up, are attempting to make a comeback? Seeking revenge? Chen Zhanghe nodded. The possibility is indeed significant. The crux of the matter now is that we are unaware of the forces he has in Quan City, and even less so of any remnants of his connections in the capital. This afternoon at the Ruiding Mall, his extravagant display of force against Qian Yiming, who did not dare to retaliate, indicates that the power lurking behind him should not be underestimated. Zhang Fenglin's expression turned grave. Not only that, subsequently, Zhang Fenglin recounted in detail the events that transpired at the entrance of the 4th prison in Quan City earlier that day. Upon hearing this, both Lu Hongguang and Chen Zhanghe turned pale. The military? How could this be possible? If I am not mistaken, those men in black must have been sent by the Xiao family in the capital to deal with Xiao Zhan. Moreover, having Su Wenchao unwittingly select Xiao Zhan and escort him to the Junhuang Hotel is clearly a small step within a larger scheme. Since the military has engaged in the latter part of this plan, we have reason to suspect that the power behind Xiao Zhan is indeed within the military, with military personnel assisting him in his escape. Executing the entire plan, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and if that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying, and no wonder even Qian Yiming, after being struck by Xiao Zhan, had to endure it. Who would dare provoke someone backed by the military? If angered, he could easily summon a couple of hundred soldiers, each wielding submachine guns, capable of annihilating a prominent family in mere moments. Chen Zhanghe was equally alarmed. Quietly glancing at the wall clock, inwardly grateful that he had decisively arranged for Xiao Hui and his mother to book tickets for tonight to flee to the capital. Otherwise, once Xiao Zhan's revenge arrives, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Lu Hongguang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling in fear. What should we do next? We cannot just sit idly by, waiting for him to come after us. Can we? 5 years of imprisonment, coupled with the death of his mother, Miao Xiangzhu, has forged a deep-seated vendetta. Now that he has emerged, he will undoubtedly not let this go lightly. His voice quivered with an unutterable despair. Don't panic. Although Zhang Fenglin was equally shocked and terrified, he remained far more composed than the flustered Lu Hongguang. After pondering for a moment, he scoffed, even if a starving camel is larger than a horse. So what? We may be the horse, unable to contend with him, but do not forget, we acted under the direction of the Xiao family in the capital. His mother, Miao Xiangzhu, died at the doorstep of the Xiao family in the capital. And the Xiao family is the true camel. He has military backing. Does the Xiao family not possess any? Thus, as long as we swiftly notify the Xiao family in the capital of his release. Once they arrive, he will have nowhere to escape. Lu Hongong's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, there is the Xiao family. The Xiao family in the capital is currently under the matriarch's control, and like us, she is eager to eliminate him. You just mentioned that those men in black are likely sent by the Xiao family. As he spoke, he eagerly pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "There is no time to lose. I have the Xiao family's contact information. I will call them immediately, urging them to investigate his background thoroughly and eliminate him." Zhang Fenglin did not stop him at this moment. It was a race against time. If Xiao Zhan were to leverage military connections against the three prominent families, they would be utterly defenseless. Hence, their only hope lay in the Xiao family preemptively striking against Xiao Zhan before he could act against them. However, when Lu Hangong dialed the number, moments later, a familiar electronic voice emerged from the phone. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." In the capital, the Xiao family, as one of the foremost aristocratic families, occupied a vast estate of several acres, with towering buildings and grand halls, exuding an indescribably magnificent aura. At this moment, within one of the lofts, a middle-aged man in his 30s held his phone, his expression gradually growing serious as he listened to the voice on the line. Xiao Zhan. Moments later, the middle-aged man hung up the phone, muttering to himself, "What a fortunate fellow!" Despite sending dozens of men, they failed to capture him and even allowed him to marry into the Su family. Turning, he left the loft and headed toward the main hall. Chapter 38. Xiao Zhan's second uncle. Xiao Hong to master. The middle-aged man arrived at the main hall's entrance and knocked lightly on the door. Moments later, a man's voice called from within, "Come in." Upon pushing the door open, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a gray tang suit. Over 40 years old, with a square face, holding a jade brush about the thickness of a thumb, diligently practicing calligraphy at a desk. This person was none other than Xiao Zhan's second uncle. "Xiao Hong de Zhong, you have arrived just in time." Xiao Hong did not lift his head, smiling. "Come take a look. How do you find my writing?" Zhong strode over and glanced down. Great ambitions. The four characters were written with vigor and grandeur, each stroke infused with an unmistakable wildness, floating like clouds and soaring like dragons. The dots fell like stones, the lines like summer clouds, the hooks like gold, the spears like crossbows, with a balance of form and spirit. Clear and transparent, imbued with a lively essence and sharp brilliance. Zhong seemed to possess a considerable understanding of calligraphy, offering a few casual remarks before bowing. "Congratulations, master. Your calligraphy progresses by leaps and bounds, increasingly showcasing the demeanor of a great master." Flatterer. Xiao Hong set down the jade brush, giving him a sidelong glare. "Your tongue is becoming more adept at flattery. In front of the master, I only speak the truth." Zhong said, unperturbed, boldly praising. Xiao Hong settled into a Nanma chair at the desk, took a sip of the brewed tea, and inquired, "Speak, you rushed over to find me. What is the matter?" Zhong was Xiao Hong's confidant and the steward responsible for managing the affairs of the Xiao family. Devoted to him, Xiao Hong practiced calligraphy daily, during which he did not allow interruptions unless it was a matter of great importance. A rule. Thus, from the moment Zhong knocked on the door, Xiao Hong knew something significant was afoot. After a moment of hesitation, Zhong replied, "It concerns Xiao Zhan." Xiao Zhan. His tone was light and casual, showing no concern for Xiao Zhan's fate. After all, over the past 5 years, Xiao Hong and the matriarch had completely seized control of the Xiao family's resources and connections in the capital, while the faction of Xiao Zhan's father, Xiao Pejun, had been thoroughly eradicated, leaving no chance for resurgence. Living in peace. What storm could a mere recently released convict like Xiao Zhan stir? His life or death was entirely at the matriarch's discretion. No, Zhong shook his head, his expression grave. Not only is he alive, but he is also married into the Su family, becoming their son-in-law. Oh. Xiao Hong was taken aback, momentarily surprised, setting the cup of tea back on the desk. Perplexed, the Su family. Which Su family? The Su family of Quan City, a rather inconspicuous clan, Zhong explained. 5 years ago, Zhang Fenglin and his associates, to solidify Xiao Zhan's guilt, placed a woman in his bed. Her surname is Su, named Su Muchio, the granddaughter of Su Bingtian, the head of the Su family. Xiao Hongtu frowned. Indeed, Zhong nodded. Interesting, interesting. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hongtu suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "It seems this once young master of the Xiao family is quite the romantic. Just a casual encounter. And he seems to want to hold on to that woman for a lifetime. Haha. In the embrace of tenderness lies the grave of heroes. I heard that the woman suddenly became pregnant 5 years ago and bore a daughter. By the timeline, she should be Xiao Zhan's." Zhong recounted the situation of the Su family to Xiao Hongtu. Then he solemnly remarked, "The Su family is not to be feared. Eliminating them would be effortless. However, one thing I cannot comprehend is how, despite the reliable source of information regarding Xiao Zhan's release this morning, the matriarch dispatched dozens of men to the prison entrance to retrieve him. Yet they failed." As silence fell, Xiao Hongtu's smile gradually faded. "Since they encountered difficulties, from whom did you hear the news about Xiao Zhan? Did Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hangong tell you? If they knew Xiao Zhan's whereabouts, how could they be unaware of what transpired?" "Not from them." Zhong shook his head. "Then from whom?" Xiao Hongtu inquired. "Qian Yiming," Zhong remarked. "The son of the wealthiest man in Quan City. Qian Bancheng has somehow acquired my phone number and is aware of the connection between Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family. Consequently, he just called me to inform me of Xiao Zhan's marriage into the Su family. I suspect he intends to curry favor and establish a relationship with us." Ditto. Xiao Hongtu's brows furrowed once more as he sneered. "Qian Bancheng, the richest man in Quan City? I recall him. He once personally visited Beijing and attempted to forge connections with me several times. But I turned him away. Now, having obtained news about Xiao Zhan, he sends his son to contact you. This old fox has ulterior motives that a mere city tycoon does not catch Xiao Hongtu's eye. However, he mistakenly believed that Qian Bancheng was merely playing a clever game, tossing a stone to gauge the response, unaware that Qian Yiming had secretly contacted Zhong without Qian Bancheng's knowledge. According to Qian Yiming, he happened to meet Xiao Zhan at the Ruiding Mall in Quan City this afternoon, where a minor conflict occurred, and he was even kicked by Xiao Zhan." Zhong continued. He also mentioned that Xiao Zhan had reserved an entire clothing store for Su Muchio at the mall and paid using a black card that resembled the limited edition Supreme black card from Global Bank. "Supreme, my foot." As soon as Zhong finished speaking, Xiao Hongtu scoffed coldly. "Does that little brat, who hasn't even grown a full set of hair, know what a Supreme black card from Global Bank looks like? I submitted my application to Global Bank last year, and it has yet to be approved." Like everyone else, Xiao Hongtu dismissed the notion and instinctively felt that Qian Yiming was simply seeing things and speaking nonsense. Few are well acquainted with the Supreme black card from Global Bank, and those who do understand its significance are even less likely to believe Qian Yiming's fabrications. I share the same sentiment. Zhong said awkwardly, just as his phone rang unexpectedly, that he pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and his expression shifted slightly, indicating, "Sir, it's a call from Lu Hangong." "Answer it." Xiao Hongtu waved his hand. "They should know the specifics regarding Xiao Zhan's release from prison. We need to clarify." "Understood." Zhong nodded and promptly connected the call with Lu Hangong. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes, yet Zhong's expression changed multiple times. Xiao Hongtu's sharp eyes scrutinized him. As soon as Zhong hung up, he lifted his gaze, discerning something amiss from Zhong's demeanor. "Sir, it seems something is quite off." Zhong spoke solemnly. Once Lu Hangong and the others learned of Xiao Zhan's early release, they immediately dispatched someone to investigate the situation. He recounted Lu Hangong's words verbatim. "The military?" Hearing these jarring words, even the composed Xiao Hongtu could not help but be taken aback, furrowing his brow. How could he possibly mobilize the military given his current status? "Precisely. That's what feels off." Zhong expressed his concern. "At that time, you and the old lady spared him due to circumstances, but it seems he has not abandoned his desire for revenge during his years in prison, and he is being supported from the shadows." This revelation greatly exceeded Xiao Hongtu's expectations that a creature with 100 legs does not die easily, while he might not believe that Xiao Zhan has hidden support attempting a comeback. The audacious act of sending troops to extract him from prison was indeed hard to fathom. Was this madness? The Xiao family today is far more powerful than it was 5 years ago. Those wishing to assist Xiao Zhan in his revenge should ideally act discreetly, avoiding drawing the Shao family's attention. Yet, they chose the most blatant, direct, and brutal method to confront the Shao family. Did they not fear that the Shao family would follow the trail and uncover their identities, leading to their annihilation? To dare do so, one must either be foolish or exceedingly confident. Investigate. Find out. Xiao Hongtu coldly commanded, "We have spent 5 years thoroughly cleansing the remnants left by the old man and my elder brother. We have essentially cleared out all that can be found, with a few deeply hidden elements remaining elusive." The cold light in his eyes was unmistakable. "Very well. What are your intentions regarding Xiao Zhan?" Lu Hangong was visibly shaken. Fearing that Xiao Zhan might retaliate against them, Dada Zhong was unconcerned about the fate of Lu Hangong and the others. His worry was that if Xiao Zhan were to take action against Lu Hangong and his associates, it would create a storm of chaos in Quan City, potentially resurrecting the events of 5 years ago and thrusting them into the limelight. The power of public opinion is formidable, although the Xiao family holds power. Those with power are even more protective of their reputation. Send Black Hawk. Xiao Hongtu contemplated, stating solemnly, "Xiao Zhan is quite skilled, and there may well be someone covertly protecting him. Sending an ordinary person likely won't suffice. But with Black Hawk's abilities, success is nearly assured. Make every effort to capture him alive." Xiao Hongtu added, "His life still holds some value for us. Firstly, it could lure out those hidden forces behind him. Secondly, it could coerce my elder brother into submission. And thirdly, well, I wish to personally torment him and make him wish for death. Wise as always, sir." Zhong praised, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Hongtu. "I will have Black Hawk rush to Quan City overnight. Did I ask for the old lady?" "I will handle that," Xiao Hongtu replied. "Understood." Zhong nodded, turning to leave, when Xiao Hongtu suddenly seemed to recall something. "Wait, is there anything else, sir?" Zhong was taken aback. Xiao Hongtu inquired, "You mentioned that the woman named Su Muqiu bore Xiao Zhan a daughter?" "Yes." Zhong nodded. "Her surname is Su, and her name is Su Xiaoming. She is 4 years old this year, Su Xiaoming." Xiao Hongtu repeated the name several times, coldly stating Qian Banqing has ulterior motives, sending his son to test the waters, seeking to forge a connection with our Xiao family. "Isn't he? Very well. Then I shall grant him an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Zhong's expression changed dramatically. "Sir, do you mean, having grown up in the Xiao family and serving alongside Xiao Hongtu for nearly 20 years, Zhong had earned Xiao Hongtu's trust and was well-versed in the family's affairs, privy to many unknown secrets, including the mention of the glazed holy water?" "Do as I instruct," Xiao Hongtu commanded icily. "Regardless, she possesses a trace of the Xiao family's bloodline. Although the likelihood is slim, it is better to be safe than sorry." Zhong asked, "What if she is not?" "Not?" Xiao Hongtu shot him a piercing glare, exuding a chilling aura, and scoffed, "Do I need to teach you? Having inherited the Xiao bloodline from the moment she was born, she is fated to have no escape. She will either die in Beijing or perish in Quan City." Zhong's heart trembled slightly. Over the years of following Xiao Hongtu, the number of lives lost by his hand could easily reach hundreds, if not thousands. He was indeed a harbinger of death. However, he had never taken the life of a child. It felt too cruel. Furthermore, as an orphan taken in by the Xiao family, he had been spared from starvation on the streets. Thus he held a unique sentiment towards children. "Rest assured, sir, I will procure the glazed holy water immediately." Yet, under the weight of Xiao Hongtu's orders, the last remnants of pity within Zhong were swiftly suppressed, and he nodded resolutely before turning to leave the main hall. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the VIP ward of the Quan City Hospital, after several hours of emergency rescue, Su Bingtian's vital signs stabilized, and he slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness, thus saving his life. Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, both wrapped in bandages with swollen faces, stood by the bedside, looking increasingly disheveled. That a large crowd of relatives and friends from the Su family had gathered, nearly filling the entire ward. Whispering and discussing amongst themselves, "Grandpa, Dad." Upon seeing Su Bingtian wake, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao were overjoyed, each leaning over the hospital bed, calling out excitedly. The previously chaotic ward fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Su Bingtian, being advanced in age, had a frail body that could not withstand much disturbance. Even after waking, his face remained pale as paper, and his eyes were cloudy and devoid of spirit, giving him a look of near death. The old man just woke up." How could we leave? Indeed, the situation at the company is a complete mess, a headless dragon. We are still waiting for the old man to provide guidance. Many of these individuals were shareholders or executives of the Su Group, and Su Bingtian's well-being directly affected the future of the Su Group, and likewise their own fates. In such a critical moment, how could they possibly leave? If they did, only Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao would remain in the ward, and whatever Su Bingtian said or did would only be known to the two of them. This was absolutely unacceptable. If something unfortunate were to happen to Su Bingtian, if he were to pass away, they could easily produce a self-serving will, even usurp the entire Su Group, who would know the truth. In the face of interests, familial bonds and friendships are utterly fragile. Get out. Su Jiangwo was seized by a fit of rage, his voice suddenly escalating several decibels, nearly resembling a roar, that he then shot a glance at Su Wenchao, who, with unwavering decisiveness, summoned 7 or 8 security personnel stationed outside the ward, snorting, "Expel them all. Anyone who dares to intrude shall be punished." Having endured multiple beatings in a single day, Su Wenchao was filled with pent-up fury, and now he reveled in displaying his dominance. Indeed, in the ward, only Su Bingtian and Su Jiangwo remained, along with the 3 generations of the Su family. Help me sit up," after resting for a moment. Su Bingtian managed to speak with great effort. Su Zhou hurriedly assisted him to recline against the pillow, expressing concern. "Father, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Su Bingtian shook his head. "Grandfather and Director Song, his ascent to the current position owes much to our Su family's contributions. Yet he has turned his back on us, even exchanging glances with Zhao Yongrong. It is utterly despicable." The more Su Wenchao pondered, the angrier he became, grappling with the bewildering events of the day. The occurrences had transpired so abruptly that both Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao felt utterly lost, like monks in a fog. Su Jiangwo inquired, "Father, what did Director Song say to you when he pulled you aside that led to your sudden fainting at the office door?" "The eldest young master?" Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao exchanged glances, their faces turning ashen, each detecting an unmistakable flicker of dread in the other's eyes. It should be that Su Bingtian nodded. But even so, why would they come to Su Muchio's aid? That is no longer of consequence. Su Bingtian sighed, shaking his head. "What matters is that the assault on the Su Group is merely the beginning. I fear it is far from over." "What do you mean, father?" Su Jiangwo's heart sank with foreboding. "Quick, call your sister, Suya." Being the second in the Su family, she was Su Jiangwo's sister and Su Jinqing's elder sibling, who had married into the Zhao family in the provincial capital with her assistance. The Su Group had rapidly flourished, achieving its current stature. Typically, whenever the Su family faced insurmountable troubles, it was Suya who intervened to resolve them. "All right, I will call her at once." Su Jiangwo immediately rose, took out his phone, and dialed Suya's number. Chapter 40. The Duan family's arrival to acquire the Su Group soon. The call connected. "Second sister, it's me." Su Jiangwo urged. "There is something I need you to." "Eldest brother, how did you know?" Su Jiangwo was taken aback. "That I heard about the afternoon's events." Su Ya's tone was grave, deliberately lowered, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "How is father now?" "He just woke up at the municipal hospital." "That is good." "Huh." Su Jiangwo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. "Second sister, what are you saying? You also carry the Su surname. You are part of the Su family, with such a significant crisis befalling us. You cannot just stand by. Are you really willing to watch the Su family's foundation crumble and see father die from anger?" Su Jiangwo was genuinely anxious. Thus, Suya was now the family's only hope. "It's not that I don't want to help, but moreover, my father-in-law, he has already agreed." Her voice was low yet thunderous. This cannot be." Suya was well aware of what Su Jiangwo was about to say, and she preemptively cut him off with a resolute refusal. "In the Zhao family, my father-in-law is a man of his word, unyielding in his decisions, that no one can defy his will. Once he decides something, it cannot be changed. That if I were to intervene now on behalf of our family, it would not only fail to save you or the Su Group, but would also jeopardize my own position. At the very least, I would face a severe reprimand, and at worst, be cast out of the Zhao family." Clearly, Suya harbored a profound fear of her father-in-law, treating him with utmost caution. As the saying goes, entering a noble family is akin to plunging into a deep sea. The larger the family, the stricter the rules and traditions, and the hierarchy becomes increasingly evident. The head of the family is akin to a local emperor. For instance, within the Su family, Su Bingtian's words were akin to edicts. Who would dare to oppose them? If the Su family was thus, how much more so for the Zhao family's aristocracy? Su Jiangwo's complexion turned a sickly hue. "Give me the phone." Noticing Su Jiangwo's distress, Su Bingtian raised his hand, signaling, "Let me speak to Xiao Yi." Su Jingwo passed the phone to him. "Xiao Yi, father, you might as well give up on that thought and accept your fate." Upon hearing this, Su Bingtian, who had just regained a hint of color, turned pale as a sheet. Then, after speaking, Suya hung up without allowing Su Bingtian a chance to respond. Throughout the exchange, Su Bingtian had not managed to utter a single word. With a dull thud, the phone fell onto the bed, and despair etched itself across Su Bingtian's face as his breath quickened, as if his old ailments were resurfacing, posing a risk of him fainting once more. "Father, grandfather!" Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. "It's over, it's over." Reclining on the pillow, Su Bingtian's eyes were vacant, his expression dazed, as if he had not heard Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao's cries. Murmuring to himself, "The Su family is finished. This time, it is truly over. Expulsion. The Duan family has sent people here to annihilate the Su family." Just then, a cold shout from a security guard echoed from outside the ward. "Who are you? This is not a place for you. Get out!" Bang, bang, bang. The security guard's voice had scarcely faded when a cacophony of fists and kicks erupted. The commotion lasted for about 10 seconds, after which the ward door was pushed open, and 2 men and 1 woman strode in. One man was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of refinement, holding a folder, while the other man was robust, clearly a formidable fighter. The woman, young and beautiful, led the way, as if she were in charge. You all." The sudden turn of events startled the 3 generations of the Su family, who turned to see the newcomers. They first froze, brows furrowed in confusion, but upon noticing the sprawled security personnel outside the ward, their faces turned ashen. Without uttering a word, they launched an attack, evidently intent on causing harm. The previously expelled individuals had witnessed the burly man single-handedly overpowering 10 security guards and were equally terrified, falling silent in fear. However, driven by curiosity, they could not help but peek in, straining their ears and widening their eyes to observe the situation within the ward. They wanted to enter, but dared not do so. "Allow me to introduce ourselves, that we have come today to negotiate a transaction with Director Su. As she spoke, Li Fei exchanged a glance with the suited man beside her, who promptly stepped forward and handed the folder to Su Bingtian. Chapter 41. A willing exchange. Who disagrees? Step forward acquisition? Taking over? The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Li Fei's words, barely half-spoken, left everyone dumbfounded, especially the shareholders and executives of the Su group gathered at the entrance, who had rushed to the hospital, fearing that Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao would seize control of the Su group. Now, an unexpected contender had emerged, audaciously attempting to intercept their claim? How could they possibly tolerate this? Su Bingtian sighed inwardly, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed as he glanced through the folder. Moments later, he looked up at Li Fei, his face paling with anger. 50 million. The Su group is valued at over 100 million. 72% of the shares are worth at least 80 million. Are you attempting to enforce a forced buyout? Upon hearing this figure, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in indignation. It should be noted that Su Bingtian had explicitly stated earlier that he intended to formally retire and transfer control of the Su group to them, making it theirs in no time. The Duan family's attempt to acquire the Su group at such a low price was tantamount to carving into their flesh and drinking their blood. Certainly not. Li Fei shook her head with a smile. An asset worth over 100 million is merely your subjective valuation. 80 million is just your father's psychological expectation. In our eyes, the shares that Director Su possesses are only worth 50 million, no more. Refusal? After a moment's hesitation, Su Bingtian cautiously asked, "What would happen if I decline?" "Well," Li Fei smiled, "the consequences will be yours to bear." Su Bingtian's teeth ground in frustration, having navigated the business world for decades. This was the first time he found himself cornered. From the moment they entered, Li Fei had maintained a friendly smile, appearing gentle and gracious, yet her words carried a domineering force. leaving no room for negotiation. The acquisition contract had already been drafted in advance, leaving no possibility for changes that it was either acceptance with a signature or refusal with dire consequences. "You bastard." Suddenly, Su Wenchao, who had remained silent, surged to his feet. Glaring at Li Fei, filled with rage. The feeling of being ridden upon by others was infuriating. Su Bingtian could endure, Su Jiangwo could endure, and Su Wenchao initially intended to endure as well. However, being young and impulsive, he simply could not hold back any longer. "I refuse." Almost simultaneously as Su Wenchao rose to his feet, a man's voice echoed from the doorway of the ward, interrupting his words. Following this, the man strode into the room, unable to contain himself, just like Su Wenchao. Unilateral pricing and coercive acquisition were not business practices. They were outright robbery. Such a contract cannot be signed by Chairman Su, with the first person daring to speak up. The previously silent shareholders and executives outside the door began to stir, rushing into the ward, each contributing to the clamorous uproar. Observing this, the three generations of the Su family quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fei remained unperturbed, turning to the head of security beside her. In the next moment, the head of security sprang into action. Bang! Swiftly, he closed the distance to the leading man, without the slightest hesitation, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest, accompanied by a loud thud and a piercing scream. The man was sent flying before he could even react, crashing into the crowd and toppling 5 or 6 individuals in his wake. Those shareholders and executives who had just gathered their courage to enter the ward were nearly paralyzed with fear, their shouts abruptly silenced, eyes wide with disbelief, swallowing hard as they fell back into a state of silence. To think violence could erupt so swiftly over a mere disagreement. The man, having been kicked away, landed on the ground, spewing blood, his head lolling to one side, eyes closed, and he fell into unconsciousness, his position oddly reminiscent of a crab. The first to dare speak up had, in an instant, transformed into a crab himself. The power of the head of security's kick was evident. "Now, that's more like it." Glancing down at the motionless man on the floor, Li Fei smirked and said, "There's a way to resolve matters amicably. Why raise such a ruckus? As I mentioned, business is built on mutual consent. Now, does anyone still oppose?" She then raised her gaze to the shareholders and executives. Chapter 42. A change of leadership. The new president, the faces of those present turned ashen. How shameless could they be? If one is willing, they nod. If not, they are forced to comply. That's your version of mutual consent. If you choose to remain silent, I shall assume your agreement. That Li Fei's smile widened. Then she turned to Su Wenchao, inquiring, "And you, what were you about to say?" Su Wenchao's face turned ashen, feeling a cold sweat prickling at his scalp. He exchanged a glance with Li Fei and then looked down at the unconscious man, shaking his head. Nothing at all. After enduring several beatings in a single day, Su Wenchao was not eager for another. "Is that so?" Li Fei chuckled. "I thought you were going to scold me." Still smiling? She continued to laugh. Su Wenchao swallowed hard, rendered speechless. That it became clear to him that the beautiful woman named Li Fei, when smiling, resembled a blooming flower, yet she was as ruthless as a thorny rose, a classic case of a smiling demon. "Fine, I will sign. Su Bingtian's heart sank to the depths, realizing there was no escape. And he completely lost the will to resist. Gritting his teeth, he took the pen and swiftly signed his name on the acquisition contract. Su Jiangwo stood by the bedside, looking down, his hands trembling, his heart bleeding. "That was my Su Corporation. Soon it would no longer be. Damn it. Thank you, Chairman Su, for your cooperation. As for you." Li Fei's gaze swept over Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao before turning to the shareholders and executives. Continuing, "You will temporarily remain in the company. Your position's unchanged, and you will follow the new president's arrangements." With that proclamation, in just a few brief sentences, the fate of the Su family was sealed, signifying that starting tomorrow, the Su Corporation would officially undergo a change of leadership. Every heart trembled violently. Everything had transpired too quickly, within mere minutes of Li Fei and her entourage entering the ward. It felt as though a century had passed, like a dream. They were only temporarily allowed to stay in the company. Their fate would depend on the new president's disposition. The change in presidency was a foregone conclusion, and they abandoned any thoughts of further resistance, replaced instead by a common question. Who would be the new president of the Su Corporation? Su Bingtian was no exception. Instantly, all eyes turned in unison towards Li Fei. Ears perked up, nerves taut, eagerly awaiting her answer. Chapter 43. The Mysterious Elder. An exceptional master, would you like to know? Li Fei raised an eyebrow, smiling. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, arrive an hour early to prepare a welcome ceremony for the new president. As for the identity of the new president, you will find out then, that Li Fei teased, leaving them in suspense, before turning on her heel and departing. The group exchanged bewildered glances, staring at one another. At 10 o'clock that evening, outside Nanjing Airport in the southern part of the city, a black Mercedes slowly came to a halt. The door opened, and 3 men and 1 woman emerged, Chen Xiaohui and his mother, preparing to leave the city overnight for the capital, accompanied by 2 bodyguards from the Chen family. After exiting the vehicle, Chen Xiaohui instructed the driver, "No matter what happens here in the city, inform me immediately. Also, ensure my father's safety at all costs." "Rest assured, young master," the driver nodded, then turned the car around, departing from Nanjing Airport. "Mother, let us go." Chen Xiaohui turned to his mother. The mother-son duo led the way, with the 2 Chen family bodyguards following closely behind. As they walked towards the adjacent terminal, Chen Xiaohui hesitated before asking, "Mom, do you really not know why Dad is so anxious for us to leave?" "I truly do not know." Chen's mother shook her head with a sigh, saying, "Your father has that stubborn temperament, always keeping everything bottled up inside. However, I know he has his reasons for acting this way." "Then, what about Dad?" Chen Xiaohui asked anxiously. "He won't get into any trouble, will he?" "I still feel uneasy. I want to stay." "No." Chen's mother firmly shook her head. "We must listen to your father's arrangements. He has our best interests at heart. If we insist on staying, it will only complicate matters for him." "All right then." Although Chen Xiaohui was reluctant, he dared not defy his mother's wishes. Bang bang, as they continued their conversation. Just as they reached the entrance of the terminal, 2 loud thuds echoed from behind them, resembling the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Though the noise was not loud, it was close enough for them to hear clearly. Upon turning around, the sight before them startled the mother and son. The 2 bodyguards following them had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Strangely, there were no outsiders around. Chen Xiaohui's heart sank, and as he bent down to check on the 2 bodyguards, a hoarse voice suddenly called out from behind, "You actually do not wish to leave, do you? Then do not leave." The voice was startlingly close, sending a chill down Chen Xiaohui's spine. His scalp prickled. "Ah!" Chen's mother gasped in alarm. Bang bang! Before they could even catch a glimpse of their assailant, a sharp blow struck the back of their heads, rendering them stiff and dizzy, and they tumbled to the ground. Following in the footsteps of the 2 bodyguards, unconscious, a gray van sped towards them. The van screeched to a halt, and 2 young men leapt out, swiftly lifting the mother and son, along with the 2 bodyguards, and tossing them into the back of the vehicle like stacked cargo. "Uncle Fu." Subsequently, the young men turned to an old man standing nearby, their expressions respectful, awaiting further instructions. The elder appeared to be in his 60s. With graying hair and deeply lined wrinkles, slightly hunchbacked, resembling an ordinary old man. Yet his piercing eyes radiated a depth that was chilling, akin to the cold light of a waning moon in winter. Just a glance into those eyes instilled an inexplicable sense of trepidation. "Proceed as planned," the hunchbacked elder said casually before turning away. Logically, given his age and physical condition, one would expect him to walk slowly. However, under the watchful gaze of the young men, his frail form seemed to vanish into the bustling crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he covered 10 meters with a single step. "Let's go." The young men were unfazed by this, turning to enter the vehicle. Moments later, the gray van sped away, leaving Nanjing Airport. At 10 o'clock that evening, in the Su residence within the Fuyuan community, the lights in Su Muchio's room remained on at this moment. Su Muchio and Su Xiaoming, dressed in matching pajamas, lay side by side on the soft bed, while Xiaozhan sat at the edge of the bed, telling a story to Su Xiaoming, coaxing her to sleep. Xiaozhan gently brushed his rough palm across Su Xiaoming's forehead, a tender smile illuminating his rugged face. "All right." Su Xiaoming beamed sweetly, her cherubic face radiating an abundance of happiness as she turned and leapt into Su Muchio's embrace, exclaiming triumphantly, "Mom, you were right. My dad truly is a super invincible hero. He is simply remarkable. Su Muchio's expression turned to one of embarrassment. She shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Zhan, bewildered by the stories he recounted, which sounded so plausible as if they were his own experiences. Not only did Su Xiaoming seem captivated, but even she found herself somewhat entranced. All right, Su Muchio said, patting Su Xiaoming's back. When Ming Ming grows up, I will accompany you to find your father. Soon enough, Su Xiaoming drifted into dreamland. Thank you. Su Muchio suddenly looked up, her expression becoming grave as she gazed at Xiao Zhan, but he was taken aback. For what? Thank you for repeatedly standing up for me and helping me. Thank you for being so kind to Ming Ming, fabricating such delightful tales to fill the void of paternal love she has long suffered. And I must also thank you for keeping your word and not harboring any inappropriate intentions towards me. Su Muchio's words were heartfelt. Initially, upon learning that Su Bingtian had betrothed her to a rapist, despair had consumed her, and she had braced herself for Xiao Zhan's potential mistreatment. Fortunately, he was not at all as the reports had portrayed, that on the contrary, he treated her family with utmost care. This was a result Su Muchio had never even dared to imagine. Although Xiao Zhan's background left her perplexed, a nagging feeling persisted that he had ulterior motives for approaching her. However, after their interactions today, she was certain that he was not a villain to owe her. That was already more than enough. There's no need for that. These are merely my obligations, Xiao Zhan replied with a smile, shaking his head. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you? Su Muchio was momentarily stunned, frowning as she queried, what could you possibly thank me for? 5 years ago, I was imprisoned, losing my mother, my kin, my family, and everything that once belonged to me. Now, it is you who has given me a home once more, so of course, I must express my gratitude, Xiao Zhan stated solemnly. Though he spoke thus, his heart harbored another sentiment. He wanted to thank her for giving birth to such a sweet and lovely daughter. Raising her with great effort, at the same time, he felt compelled to apologize that I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Su Muchio's cheeks flushed slightly at an orphan. The investigation report by Su Wenchao had merely chronicled Xiao Zhan's conviction for rape 5 years prior, emphasizing his criminal record and psychological instability, yet it made no mention of his family background. Hearing it from Xiao Zhan himself, especially under such circumstances, left Su Muchio astonished, her heart trembling with emotion. She couldn't help but feel touched that he too was a person of misfortune. 5 years ago, Su Muchio was acutely sensitive to that time frame, suddenly recalling her own situation. 5 years ago, she had inexplicably discovered her pregnancy, enduring ridicule and hardship ever since. What a coincidence indeed. Could this be the adage of shared suffering? After a moment's pause, Su Muchio quietly asked what transpired 5 years ago, for reasons she couldn't quite articulate. She had a faint feeling that Xiao Zhan's so-called crime might have been fabricated, a result of a malicious frame dash-up. It was an intuition, a subtle sensation, perhaps a woman's sixth sense. The deal you wish to know? Xiao Zhan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Su Muchio. You may speak or remain silent. Su Muchio's face reddened further as she huffed, clearly wanting to know yet too proud to admit it. Her expression playful and alluring under the light, almost provoking a chuckle. That I will tell you. Xiao Zhan nodded with a smile, then shook his head, but not now. Then when? Su Muchio blurted out. Xiao Zhan pondered briefly before responding. My secret is of great significance and can only be shared with those closest to me. Although we are now engaged, we are not yet true partners. When you genuinely fall in love with me and willingly marry me, on the day we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage, I will reveal my secrets to you. Registering for marriage. A sincere revelation. True partners. Su Muchio's heart trembled violently at the thought. When she noticed Xiao Zhan's gaze drift to her chest, seemingly lingering, her face ignited with embarrassment and indignation. Pa, you wish. She shot him a glare, pulling the covers up and burrowing into the blanket. Turning off the bedside lamp with a flick of her hand, presenting him with her back as she muttered through gritted teeth. Who wants to know your secrets? I warn you. Don't even think about it. The room was engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. Could it be? He seemed to realize something and awkwardly explained, Muchio, you mustn't have misunderstood my intentions. When I spoke of sincere revelations, I meant honesty and trust, not the literal shedding of clothing. Your thoughts appear rather impure. Xiao Zhan protested, feeling wronged. Get lost. In the darkness, Su Muchio's muffled reprimand echoed, her desire to curse tempered by the fear of waking Su Xiaoming. Xiao Zhan's face was as dark as the night. He was the genuine Northern Wolf King, a formidable leader capable of battling 100 foes on the battlefield, yet when it came to soothing a woman's heart, he found himself utterly outmatched. That night felt interminably long. That it was the first time a man had shared her room, and Su Muchio tossed and turned in bed, finding it difficult to sleep as her mind swirled with chaotic thoughts that refused to dissipate. She was also worried about retrieving her personal belongings from the Su group the next day. Even if she severed ties with the Su family, her years of effort would be in vain, and she would have to start anew. How would she navigate the road ahead? Little did she know, Xiao Zhan had already paved the way for her. Unbeknownst to her, starting tomorrow, she would still be a part of the Su group, which would become her domain. Report to the Wolf King. All arrangements are in place. The current Su group is under the name of Xiao. I hope you won't be too shocked tomorrow morning. Xiao Zhan strategized, aiming to provide some compensation to her and her daughter before revealing his true identity. However, he had no inkling that his background had already been exposed. His inadvertent actions at Ruiding Mall alerted Qian Yiming and Qin Zhong, who promptly informed the Xiao family in the capital that moment. The Black Eagle was en route to Quancheng, carrying with him the sacred water specifically designed for Su Xiaoming. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis was quietly approaching. The following morning, when Xiao Zhan awoke, Lu Hongxiu had already prepared breakfast. As soon as he stepped out of his room, she rushed in, seizing Su Muchio's hand, asking eagerly, "Muchio, he didn't do anything to you last night, did he?" "No." Su Muchio pointed to the bedding on the floor, shaking her head. "He simply told Mingming a story and then went to sleep. He was quite well behaved." That's good. That's good." Lu Hongxiu sighed in relief. After breakfast, Xiao Zhan donned the new clothes Su Muchio had selected for him the day before and drove her to the Su group, taking Su Xiaoming along to personally drop her off at school. Just as they departed, Lu Hongxiu dashed back into Su Muchio's room, rummaging around. "What are you looking for?" Su Jiancheng, sitting in his wheelchair, asked, puzzled. Lu Hongxiu ignored him and suddenly bolted out of the room, brandishing an old piece of clothing belonging to Xiao Zhan, exclaiming, "Look! What is this?" As she spoke, she extracted a black card from the old clothing. It was none other than the supreme black card from Global Bank. This is Su Jiancheng took the card, examining it from every angle, but finding nothing unusual. Lu Hongxiu speculated. Xiao Zhan bought so many new clothes for Muchio and even a new car, totaling over 7 million. Could this be his bank card? I'll withdraw. No way. Su Jiancheng was startled by Lu Hongxiu's suggestion, but he pushed the old clothing aside and exclaimed, "Wife, what are you thinking? I warn you, using someone else's bank card without permission is illegal. We cannot act recklessly. Besides, I think Xiao Zhan is quite a decent fellow. He treats both Muchio and Mingming very well." Pa. Before Su Jiancheng could finish, Lu Hongxiu rolled her eyes. "Just because he washed your feet and massaged your legs yesterday. You already enchanted by his looks. Starting to turn your back on us?" Lu Hongxiu was furious. "We have only known him for a few days, not even a full day. How can you be so naive? For all we know, he could be putting on a show, trying to deceive us. After all, he had just emerged from prison with a criminal record, and it was for rape. I can't shake the feeling that his intentions for coming into our lives are far from innocent. He must have ulterior motives. I cannot tolerate the safety risks surrounding Muchio and Mingming. As long as I am unable to ascertain the truth about him, I will remain restless." Having expressed my thoughts with such conviction, I delivered my words with an air of righteousness, my saliva inadvertently splattering Su Jiancheng's face. Given his precarious position at home, he dared not engage in a debate with Lu Hongxiu. With concern, he remarked, "Even if you have reservations about Xiao Zhan, that cannot. It is settled." Lu Hongxiu interrupted, providing no opportunity for Su Jiancheng to voice his concerns. "There happens to be a bank right across from the kindergarten. When Mingming finishes school at noon, we shall pick her up and inquire at the bank. However, be quiet. If you're too timid to go, I will go alone. You wait for me at the bank entrance while I enter to ask." With that, Lu Hongxiu stormed off in a huff. Su Jiancheng sighed, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, Xiao Zhan had already arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. Su Muchio carried Su Xiaoming out of the car and personally escorted her into the school, not forgetting to wink at Xiao Zhan as she departed. "Uncle, you must tell me the story of Dad's competition in the military district tonight." Her mischievous demeanor was utterly endearing. "Of course," Xiao Zhan replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, Su Muchio emerged from the kindergarten, took her seat in the passenger seat, inhaled deeply, and signaled, "Let's go to Su Group." The luxurious Bentley slowly set off. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the bank across the kindergarten, two young men stood, one of whom was Hu Feng, a trusted aide of Qian Yiming, previously responsible for investigating Xiao Zhan's background. "Have you seen clearly?" Hu Feng pointed towards the direction from which Su Xiaoming had just departed. "That little girl is your target at 18 noon. It should be her grandparents coming to pick her up. Shu Xiangyan is Qian Yiming's private villa." "Understood." The other young man nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, it will be foolproof." Given the gravity of the matter, Hu Feng reiterated his warnings several times before getting into a car and swiftly departing, leaving the other young man at the bank entrance to await their opportunity. At 9:30 in the morning, when Xiao Zhan arrived at Su Group with Su Muchio, he found the area outside the group bustling with people, a sea of dark figures pointing and discussing the building. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Muchio immediately furrowed her brow, filled with confusion. She was completely unaware of the events that had transpired the previous afternoon. That it seems there is a celebration. Xiao Zhan parked the car by the roadside and said with a smile, "If you're curious, why not go in and ask?" Su Muchio's gaze swept over the crowd towards the building, and she was utterly shocked to discover that two neat rows of flowers adorned the entrance. A red carpet laid out in between, flanked by 16 ceremonial cannons. The SU Group's employees were busily bustling about. That it certainly appeared to be a celebration. Could it be that Su and Chao has snatched my clients? Hence this grand display to celebrate. Or perhaps they are aware that I am here today to collect something and are deliberately attempting to humiliate me, mock me, and celebrate my expulsion from Su Group. Su Muchio's expression darkened, contemplating several possibilities. That if that were indeed the case, Wunti entering now means subjecting herself to Su and Chao's disdain and humiliation, losing face in the process. Suddenly, Su Muchio hesitated. Xiao Zhan noticed her unease, understanding her concerns, and teased, "What's wrong? Feeling nervous? Afraid to go in? Would you like me to accompany you?" "No need," she replied, steeling herself as she pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. Su Muchio was an exceptionally strong-willed woman. No matter how anxious or frightened she felt, she would not show it, especially not in front of Xiao Zhan. She couldn't afford to lose face before him. "Sister Muchio." Just as she exited, a female employee spotted Su Muchio and hurried over, smiling. "You arrived just in time. The new president should be here shortly, and the company's leaders are preparing the welcome ceremony." "We were just waiting for you, new president." Su Muchio raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What new president? What welcome ceremony?" "Sister Muchio, you don't know?" The female employee's eyes widened in disbelief. "Know what?" Su Muchio's head was filled with questions. "Look over there." The employee pointed towards several male colleagues who were busily inflating a massive inflatable archway. Soon, the arch expanded, revealing bold letters that proclaimed, "Congratulations. Su Group's transformation, celebrating. The new president takes command." This was, instantly, Su Muchio's eyes widened in shock. She had just been at the company 2 days prior. She had only missed 1 day due to her engagement. How could everything have changed so dramatically? How could there be a new president? What about grandfather? Had he truly decided to step down and officially hand over Su Group to Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao? Her face turned ashen. Su Muchio had considered numerous possibilities, yet she had never anticipated this particular outcome. Ironically, this was the result she dreaded the most. "The Su executives are coming out," someone in the crowd shouted, prompting everyone to turn towards the building's entrance. There appeared Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, along with a dozen company shareholders and executives, all rushing out. Among them were 2 men and a woman that Su Muchio did not recognize, Li Fei and others. As Su Jiangwo, Su Wenchao, and Li Fei led the charge, the remaining shareholders and executives followed behind, causing Su Muchio's expression to reveal a hint of suspicion. Who were these 2 men and 1 woman? Su Muchio was certain she had never encountered these 3 individuals at the company before, and today, in such a setting, being seen alongside Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, while overshadowing the other shareholders and executives. clearly indicated their significant status. Just as Su Muchio was puzzling over this, Su Wenchao's gaze swept through the crowd and suddenly locked onto Su Muchio, his expression filled with icy malice. His teeth clenched in a near snarl. Their eyes met. Su Muchio's heart raced. Sensing impending disaster, Su Wenchao immediately quickened his pace, striding purposefully towards her. Su Muchio's heart pounded like thunder as she turned to flee. The courage Xiao Zhan had ignited in her moments before evaporated in an instant. With so many shareholders, executives, and colleagues from Su Group present, not to mention numerous onlookers, if Su Wenchao approached her with scornful taunts and uttered hurtful words, how could she possibly save face? After all, she was a woman. For 5 years, she had endured cold stares and oppression from the Su family. Now, being expelled from Su Group, did she also have to endure a final, humiliating insult from Su Wenchao? She refused to accept it. Sister Muchio, what's wrong? A nearby female employee blocked her path. With such a significant event as the new president's inauguration, you wouldn't want to miss it. Would you? Step aside. Su Muchio pushed the female employee aside forcefully, replying tersely, I'm not feeling well today. I came to the company solely to handle my resignation as for the new president's inauguration. Humph, it has nothing to do with me. With that, she strode away. Resignation? The female employee stood there, stunned, her mind racing as a colleague. She had witnessed Su Muchio's struggles at the company, and now, with the dawn of a new era and a new boss taking over, one would think Su Muchio would be elated. Why was she choosing to resign instead? Su Muchio offered no explanation, her thoughts solely focused on leaving this place as swiftly as possible to avoid Su Wenchao. So she walked quickly, even faster than Su Wenchao, as if fearing he might catch up with her. Where's the car? Where are the people? Upon exiting the car earlier, she had instructed Xiao Zhan to wait outside. Yet now, the road was lined with vehicles. Yet there was no sign of Xiao Zhan's Bentley. In an instant, it felt as if lightning had struck her. That scoundrel. Su Muchio instinctively thought, could it be that he sensed trouble and abandoned me here? Driving off on his own? After a moment of shock, she glanced around and indeed spotted a Bentley with temporary plates speeding around the corner at the end of the street, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Who else could it be but Xiao Zhan? Su Muchio's face turned pale as she stomped her foot in frustration, muttering under her breath, Fraud! 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 Men are utterly unreliable. They falter at critical moments. Who are you cursing, cousin? Just then, Su Wenchao caught up to her. Although Su Muchio's voice was barely audible, it did not escape his ears, following her gaze towards the end of the street. He coldly scoffed, Are you cursing your husband, my brother-in-law, that recently released convict? It's none of your business. Su Muchio snapped, attempting to hail a taxi. Regardless, I am your matchmaker. It concerns me. Su Wenchao stepped closer, blocking her path, and taunted, Oh, cousin, you don't look well. Did you not sleep well last night? Your husband seems quite robust. He must have worn you out in bed. I'm curious, did he cheat you out of your wealth? Or has he also deceived you in matters of intimacy? Or perhaps he has managed to gain both? As anticipated by Su Muchio, Su Wenchao's words were as unpleasant as they could be, each statement more distasteful than the last. Numerous passers-by cast their glances in this direction. Fei remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Good dogs, don't block the way. Get lost, Su Muchio barked. Though his heart sank to the depths, it seemed unavoidable that he would face calamity today. Well said. Su Wenchao stood firm, showing no inclination to yield, gritting his teeth and muttering, Grandfather explicitly informed my father yesterday at noon that he is too old to continue, wishing to retire and transfer the entirety of the Su Corporation to my father and me. And yet, what is the outcome? It is you. Tell me, who is truly obstructing whom? Who is blocking the entire Su family's path? His teeth clenched in fury. Regardless of the circumstances, ultimately, it was all Su Muchio's fault. How could Su Wenchao endure this? His hatred for Su Muchio was no less than Muchio's disdain for him. Were it not for the broad daylight and the multitude of onlookers, he would have relished the opportunity to drag Su Muchio into the nearby BMW and mercilessly torment him, annihilating him time and again. What do you mean? When did this happen? No one informed her. She genuinely knows nothing. Feigning ignorance. Keep pretending. Su Wenchao's expression contorted with rage, his gaze icy. He had intended to restrain himself, but Su Muchio's innocent demeanor was nothing short of a colossal provocation and mockery in his eyes. It was intolerable. Thus he scoffed, "I see you've become befuddled after spending the night with that rapist, shamelessly coming here to watch my misfortune. Very well, I shall give you a spectacle today." Before he could finish, he abruptly raised his right hand and struck Su Muchio's shocked, yet slightly dazed, beautiful cheek. Chapter 47. A slap in the face. You are the new president. The slap was delivered with tremendous force, employing all of Su Wenchao's strength. His fury was fueled by both anger and jealousy. He was enraged that Su Muchio had disrupted their plans, causing them to forfeit the entire Su corporation. And he was envious that even a rapist like Xiao Zhan could possess Su Muchio's body, while he could not. He had intended to bed Su Muchio after inheriting the Su corporation. Now he found himself bereft of both fortune and desire. "Ah!" Su Muchio screamed, instinctively stepping back, raising her hands to shield her face. But alas, the incident occurred so suddenly that she could not fathom that Su Wenchao would actually dare to strike her in his rage. There was simply no time to evade. "Stop!" At that critical moment, a woman's sharp reprimand echoed from nearby. It was Li Fei. Immediately following, a man darted forward like a specter, rushing towards Su Wenchao and Su Muchio with astonishing speed, rendering him a mere blur to the onlookers. "Did you not hear me say to stop?" In the next instant, Su Wenchao's right wrist was seized by someone, rendering him immobile. His hand was barely 5 centimeters from Su Muchio's face. The force of the slap had stirred the air, lifting Su Muchio's hair from her forehead, causing her heart to tremble violently. Nearly gasping for breath, that it was perilously close, just a hair's breadth away. Su Muchio could distinctly sense that had Su Wenchao's hand made contact with her face, it would undoubtedly have sent her reeling and bleeding. "You bastard!" The individual intervening was the security chief brought by Li Fei. The security chief had single-handedly subdued 10 men at the city hospital last night, a feat that remained vivid in Su Wenchao's memory. He was a formidable character, and even if Su Wenchao had the audacity, he would not dare to act recklessly before him. At this moment, Li Fei and the others approached. The company's shareholders and executives who followed exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by Li Fei's sudden command for the security chief to intervene and save Su Muchio upon learning her identity. "Secretary Li," Li Fei paid no heed to him. Instead, she stepped closer to Su Muchio, scrutinizing her intently before inquiring, "Are you Su Muchio? Who are you?" Su Muchio, still shaken, took a deep breath and adjusted her hair. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself." With that, she extended her hand towards Su Muchio. That helloed. Su Muchio took her hand in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your help just now, and no need for thanks." Li Fei replied with a smile, shaking her head, "It is my duty to protect you. Thus, it is simply what I ought to do, duty." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Li Fei's words seemed laden with deeper significance. "Secretary Li, grandfather has signed the equity transfer contract. I have nothing more to say. From now on, the Su Corporation shall be under the stewardship of the new president. However, the personal grievances between Su Muchio and me are private matters of the Su family, which you have no right to interfere with, correct?" Su Wenchao could no longer remain silent, his frustration boiling over that he felt utterly constrained. Li Fei released Su Muchio's hand, disregarding Su Wenchao's presence, and turned her gaze to the security chief. The security chief understood her cue. Thus, slap. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, the security chief delivered a resounding slap to Su Wenchao's face, causing him to stumble, nearly falling over. "You, how dare you strike me?" Su Wenchao lifted his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was taken aback by the security chief's sudden action. They were astonished. Was he truly so audacious? "Secretary Li, what does this mean?" Su Jingwo's face twitched, his previously forced smile transforming into an expression of coldness. There is a limit to everything. That Li Fei was being excessively domineering. Yet Li Fei maintained her amiable smile. After striking the man, she finally spoke to clarify. "You are correct. Your family's private matters and personal grievances have nothing to do with me. I have no authority to intervene." However, with a shift in tone, she continued, "I am now the secretary to the president of the Su Corporation. Regardless of whether it pertains to significant issues or trivial matters, as long as it is related to the president, it is my business to manage." Su Wenchao retorted angrily. "Then pray tell, How does my striking Su Muchio relate to the new president? Li Fei regarded Su Wenchao with an expression akin to that of a fool, pointing at Su Muchio and stating, "Allow me to formally introduce from this day forth, Miss Su Muchio is the new president of the Su Corporation." Boom! The declaration struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone, including Su Wenchao and Su Jiangwo, as well as the shareholders and executives of the company, in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide and unblinking, staring incredulously at Li Fei and Su Muchio. Frozen in shock that Su Muchio herself was no exception. What was happening? If anyone felt shocked, it was certainly Su Muchio, who stood utterly petrified. Others at least had some awareness of the events from the previous afternoon and night, had some psychological preparation for the new president's arrival. They simply did not know who the new president was. But Su Muchio, she had been completely kept in the dark, unaware of the entire sequence of events. To suddenly be informed of such a momentous outcome left her utterly astounded. It was akin to walking down the street when a prominent celebrity abruptly halts your path, seriously declaring, "I am pregnant with your child." How would one feel? Either there was something wrong with her ears, or his brain had been kicked by a donkey. It was absurd. Li Fei fixed her gaze on Su Wenchao and queried, "You intended to strike our new president, and as the president's secretary, I had the security chief intervene and slap you. Is that not appropriate? This. Su Wenchao's face turned a deep shade of crimson. As ugly as it could be, his legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, shaking his head and muttering, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are deceiving me. You must be lying." Li Fei smiled silently. Chapter 48. Su Muchio's Domain. Get out of Quanqing Review. Review what? Not to mention her eyes. Su Muchio's brain was currently in a state of crash, her mind wandering. Of course, Li Fei nodded with a smile. "I am quite certain that the new president I have been awaiting is indeed you. Are you questioning my competence and professionalism by jesting about such matters?" "No, that's not it." Su Muchio furrowed her brow. "But why? Why you? Why would you employ me?" This shared confusion echoed in the minds of all present. That Su Wenchao was on the verge of tears. It was only at this moment that he finally comprehended that Su Muchio had not been feigning innocence. She genuinely had no idea what had transpired yesterday or what was set to unfold today. However, this outcome only fueled his anger and jealousy. Why? Why was this happening? Su Muchio, completely unaware of the situation, had been thrust into the role of president, achieving a remarkable turnaround effortlessly, becoming the new president of the Su Corporation without lifting a finger. Without comparison, there is no pain. Su Wenchao could not accept this. Thus, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Li Fei, straining to hear her explanation. The go-ahead that Li Fei smiled. All employees are to arrive 2 hours early today to prepare for the welcome ceremony. They are all waiting. As for the reason, I will explain it to Miss Su privately later. Li Fei tantalizingly withheld information, aware that the bustling street, teeming with onlookers, made it unwise to voice certain matters aloud. "Shall we discuss this privately?" Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the crowd. "Very well," Su Muchio responded with a nod, turning to Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, the father and son duo. "Since Secretary Li has appointed me as the president of the Su Group, does that imply I now possess the authority of the presidency?" "Indeed," Li Fei replied, fully cognizant of Su Muchio's intentions, a smile gracing her lips. "Feel free to proceed, President Su. From now on, I wish to see no members of the Su family." With that, Su Muchio pivoted and strode away. The Su family had inflicted irreparable harm upon her over the past 5 years, and just as Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao would not spare her, she would not naively repay malice with kindness. For her, expelling Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao from the Su Group was the pinnacle of her mercy. Out of sight, out of mind. Did you hear that? Good. To be expelled from the company is one thing, but to be banished from Quan City. You filthy woman. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you can force me out of Quan City? I swear I'll end you. Su Wenchao was on the brink of insanity. What are you waiting for? He shouted, recklessly charging toward Li Fei, intent on inflicting harm. Alas, the head of security stood resolutely beside Li Fei. Bang! In the presence of the security chief, Su Wenchao, consumed by rage, was no different from a toddler. A swift kick sent him flying backward. The impact was severe. After crashing to the ground, Su Wenchao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sprawled like a beaten dog, struggling yet unable to rise. Wenchao, Su Jingwo, seethed with a mix of fury and disbelief. Initially, he had intended to confront Li Fei, but Su Wenchao had beaten him to it. Now, witnessing Su Wenchao's pitiful state, he clenched his teeth and held back, rushing to check on his son's injuries. Since the previous morning, when Xiao Zhan had been released from prison, Su Wenchao had continuously endured beatings. Old wounds had yet to heal, and new ones had been added, marking a truly lamentable fate to Mr. Su. He intoned ominously, otherwise, leaving Quan City may not be the simplest solution. This world will not accommodate you to a death threat. With that, he turned and walked away. Last night, after forcing Su Bingtian to sign the equity transfer contract at the city hospital, Li Fei had refrained from dealing with Su Jingwo and Su Wenchao on the spot. Wishing to leave that opportunity for Su Muchio, let Su Muchio exact her own vengeance. The shareholders and executives of the company remained in stunned silence, the sound of swallowing filling the air. Until yesterday, Su Bingtian had been the most powerful shareholder of the Su Group, commanding the landscape with an iron fist. Su Jingwo and Su Wenchao had exuded arrogance, looking down on everyone, basking in their glory. And now, every heart trembled as the reality of the situation settled in, arriving with such swiftness that it was nearly unbelievable. Boom! Boom! At this moment, they understood that from this day forth, the Su Group would belong to Su Muchio. Surrounded by admirers, she became the center of attention, akin to the moon encircled by stars. Suppressing her astonishment and confusion, as she neared the end of the red carpet, she could not resist glancing back toward the direction Xiao Zhan had vanished. She mused, did that rascal know of Li Fei's appointment of me as president all along? Hence his hasty departure, showing no concern for me whatsoever? At that moment, Xiao Zhan, driving his luxurious Bentley, had already reached the southern part of the city. Just as Su Muchio had surmised, he was aware of what would transpire and departed with composure, unbeknownst to her that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. For Su Muchio, the Su Group held an unbreakable emotional connection. Although she feigned strength, claiming it was merely a job she had lost and that she could easily find another, Xiao Zhan was not foolish. He could see the depth of her pain. He sought to soothe her suffering. Taking the helm of the Su Group marked a moment of brilliance solely for Su Muchio. Xiao Zhan wished not to overshadow her glory and had more pressing matters to attend to. Visiting his grandparents. 5 years had passed. He had suffered unjust imprisonment. His mother had met a tragic end in the capital, and Xiangjuan media had been seized. His grandparents were aging, alone, and vulnerable, and he was uncertain about their current situation. Surely, they must be struggling. Xiao Zhan could not ease his mind. The villa that once belonged to the Xiao family had been usurped by the Liu family, after inquiring with several former neighbors. He learned that his grandparents had relocated to the outskirts, renting a fruit stand to make ends meet. Thus, Xiao Zhan hastened to the suburbs. Following the address provided by the old neighbors, the luxurious Bentley navigated the winding streets for over half an hour before finally locating the place. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered around the fruit stand, and the sounds of commotion reached his ears. Frowning, he exited the vehicle and approached the throng. The closer he got, the clearer the cacophony became chaotic. Some were crying, others laughing, and a few were hurling insults, their voices sharp and piercing, like the cacophony of a farmyard. Old hag, don't you dare test my patience. I, Wang Yin, initially offered my help out of kindness. Seeing you two old souls alone and pitiful, I let you use the shop and stand half rent. Yet you repay my generosity by destroying my property. Pay up. You must compensate me immediately. The middle-aged woman, claiming to be Wang Yin, was raving like an unleashed beast, poised to attack. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened as he pushed through the crowd. Before him, the sign of the shop read Miao Family Fruits and Vegetables. Inside and outside the shop, chaos reigned. Fruits and vegetables lay strewn across the ground, some trampled to a pulp. Standing before Wang Yin was an elderly woman, her face flushed with tears, her wrinkled visage soaked and panic-stricken. An image of utter helplessness. Miao Yimei. She was Xiao Zhan's grandmother, the mother of Miao Xiangju. Chapter 49. The Plight of Grandparents, Xiao Zhan's Fury. Wang Yin, how can you say such things? We have rented this shop and stand for over 4 years. Always paying on time. never in arrears. You have hiked the rents several times, higher than our neighbors, yet we remained silent. But this time, it is truly not our fault. Meow Ime took a deep breath. As if steeling herself, tremblingly pointing at the group of yellow-haired ruffians across the way, her voice choked with emotion. They deliberately caused chaos, not only smashing your goods but also ruining our fresh fruits and vegetables. We, too, are victims in this matter. Miao Ime was genuinely aggrieved. Since Xiao Zhan's imprisonment 5 years ago, Miao Xiangzhu's tragic demise, and the loss of their villa, the Miao family had fallen into ruin. Forced to leave the bustling city, the elderly couple rented this shop and stand, hoping for a peaceful, ordinary life. Yet fate had other plans. Time and again, local thugs would come to harass them, seeking trouble. Previously, they merely demanded protection money or took what they wanted. And the couple had gritted their teeth and endured. But today, the group of yellow-haired ruffians was even more brazen, each wielding a baseball bat, storming into the shop to destroy everything in sight. Wang Yin, as the landlord, arrived at the scene without inquiry, immediately demanding compensation from Miao Ime. How could she afford to pay? Do you think I am blind? Or a fool? If it's not your fault, do you expect me to take the blame? Wang Yin, however, was deaf to Miao Ime's pleas that if you find my rent too high, then do not rent. If they trouble you, that is your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. You think you can evade responsibility by claiming victimhood. Dream on. Wang Yin, brimming with arrogance, spat as she spoke, showering Miao Ime with saliva. Miao Ime's eyes brimmed with tears. Her face drained of color from anger, her body trembling as she tried to muster a retort, but one of the yellow-haired thugs suddenly approached her, bat in hand. She swallowed hard, the words caught in her throat. What did you just say, old lady? Who's causing trouble? The thug towered nearly 6 feet tall, dwarfing Miao Ime, and approached her with a menacing gait, feigning ignorance as he pretended to clean his ears. Grinning deviously, that my hearing isn't so good. I didn't catch that. Why don't you repeat it? Miao Ime felt her courage falter, retreating repeatedly, unable to meet his gaze. The onlooking neighbors witnessed the entire scene unfold. And even a fool could see that Wang Yin and the ruffians were conspiring to extort Miao Ime. Yet, they all knew better than to intervene, each one silent as a grave. Not a single soul dared to stand up for Miao Ime. In fact, one kind-hearted individual quietly approached her, offering a sympathetic warning. "Aunt Miao, you can't fight against them. In situations like this, we can only count our losses and hope to avoid disaster." Soon, others chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Exactly, why bother? Wang Yin was hardly unreasonable. She wouldn't demand more than necessary. Upon hearing this, Miao Ime's heart sank into despair. Did you hear that? Wang Yin, with an air of triumph, extended her hand and signaled. Those who recognize the situation should quickly compensate and clean up the trash on the ground. Pack your things and get lost. For the sake of the neighbors, bring out 100,000, and we shall consider this matter settled. 100,000. The staggering amount left everyone present in shock, silencing the neighbors who had just claimed Wang Yin would not demand much, only to be proven wrong in an instant. However, there was no way out. They knew it was a trap, but what could they do? Both Wang Yin and her entourage were not to be trifled with. A pack of beasts, just as everyone was sweating for Miao Ime and silently lamenting her plight. A man's voice suddenly boomed through the crowd like a clap of thunder. Today, you shall not take a single cent. Xiao Zhan stepped forward. Chapter 50. The Wrath of the Wolf King. You cannot bear it. Xiao Zhan's voice was not loud, yet it instantly stunned everyone that in an instant. A flurry of astonished and bewildered gazes turned towards him, as he stood there with an icy demeanor that could chill to the bone. He had anticipated that his grandmother and grandfather might endure hardship, yet he never imagined it would reach such depths that a few ruffians and a shrew dared to publicly humiliate Miao Ime. In the past, the Miao family was one of the most prominent families in the southern city, their status elevated further by a union with the illustrious Xiao family from the capital. Basking in glory and admiration, Grandmother Miao Ime and Grandfather Miao Taizan, as the leaders of the Miao family, were once full of vigor and charisma, commanding respect wherever they went. They had never suffered even the slightest indignity. The dragon swims in shallow waters, the tiger falls prey to dogs. And all of this was due to Xiao Zhan. It was Xiao Zhan who had brought this calamity upon them at that moment. The fury swelling within Xiao Zhan was palpable. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze towards Wang Yin and the ruffian sharp as a blade. Yet, when his eyes fell upon the terrified Miao Yimei, he could not help but feel a sting of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Zhana? Amidst the astonished stares, Miao Yimei was the first to recognize Xiao Zhan. After 5 years in the trials of the battlefield, Xiao Zhan had changed significantly from the boy he once was. His skin was no longer as fair, now a bronze hue, his physique more robust, strong as an ox, and his features had matured, with distinct angles. Yet, Miao Yimei recognized him at first glance. "Grandmother," Xiao Zhan responded, taking a step forward, disregarding the astonished gazes surrounding him, and walked straight towards Miao Yimei. The tears that had been welling up in his eyes finally spilled over as he called out to her after 5 long years. A man does not shed tears lightly, only when he reaches the depths of sorrow. "Zhaner, is that really you?" The tears that had just ceased flowing from Miao Yimei's eyes surged forth once more. But this time they were not tears of sadness, anger, helplessness, or grievance faced against Wang Yin and the ruffians. Instead, seeing Xiao Zhan, the tears streaming down were those of excitement, surprise, anticipation, and joy. She hastily reached out to wipe them away repeatedly. Yet they would not dry, her vision blurred with tears, fearing that if she blinked, Xiao Zhan might vanish, as if this moment were merely a figment of her imagination. "Grandmother, it's me," Zhan Miao Yimei cried out, her emotions nearly overwhelming her, completely forgetting the presence of Wang Yin and the ruffians, opening her arms to embrace Xiao Zhan. However, Wang Yin and the ruffians had not forgotten their purpose. "Zhan, you little brat, stop right there." After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Yin exchanged glances with the ruffians, and one of them raised his baseball bat, blocking Miao Yimei's path, that he then turned to Xiao Zhan, asking, "What did you just call this old woman?" "Grandmother?" The ruffian, a local bully, was somewhat familiar with the Miao family's past, and Xiao Zhan's address immediately sparked recognition of certain people and events. "Yes, it's him." Wang Yin scrutinized Xiao Zhan closely and scoffed. "I've seen him from a distance once before. I know him, that he is the grandson of this old woman, the son of Miao Xiangzhu, the little young master of the Xiao family in the capital." A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd at this revelation, their expressions shifting as they looked at Xiao Zhan. But that was in the past. Wang Yin quickly shifted her tone, adding, "I heard that this little brat was imprisoned 5 years ago for rape, bringing ruin to the entire Miao family, causing his mother and uncle to die, leading to the Miao family's downfall. Otherwise, how could this old woman possibly be living in the suburbs, renting my shop, and relying on street vending to make a living? He is essentially a calamity. If this were 5 years ago, a character as insignificant as Wang Yin would not have had the right to even meet Xiao Zhan. Even when Xiao Zhan and his mother visited Quancheng, she could only gaze at them from afar. Yet now, in her eyes, Xiao Zhan was a fallen man. Thus, she raised her chin, hands on her hips, unafraid as she faced Xiao Zhan, her gaze filled with disdain and contempt. The feeling was utterly exhilarating. It was even more satisfying than when she had just bullied and humiliated Miao Yimei. Just imagine, once a towering figure before you, someone you could only look up to, suddenly falling from grace, appearing before you like a wretched dog, open for you to trample upon. How could one not revel in such a moment? Instantly, her sense of superiority surged. The stark contrast in status and the psychological disparity brought her immense pleasure, especially for someone like Wang Yin, who thrived on bullying the weak and despising the poor. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the little young master of the Xiao family from the capital." Confirming Xiao Zhan's identity, the ruffian grinned widely, mirroring Wang Yan's excitement, his hand gripping the baseball bat feeling a bit antsy. These small-time thugs usually only bullied the ordinary folk in the suburbs, but upon encountering someone of stature, they shrank back like cowards. Now, having chanced upon someone like Xiao Zhan, who had once been glorious but was now in ruin, they saw a rare opportunity that if they didn't take the chance to bully and humiliate him, how could they justify their thug existence? "You just arrived at the right time." The ruffian lifted his right leg, placing a foot atop the nearby table, gesturing toward Xiao Zhan. "Your grandmother owes us 100,000. I'm giving you 2 choices. Either you repay the debt for her, or you can crawl through here. If I'm in a good mood, I might show mercy and let you all go." With that, he pointed to his crotch, The other ruffians immediately surrounded Xiao Zhan, making it clear, having arrived. Today you either crawl or you crawl. Chapter 51 Kneel. Otherwise death. No, don't do this. Seeing Xiao Zhan in peril, Miao Yimei panicked, exclaiming, 100,000, I'll pay. Just don't hurt Zhan or I'll go get the money right now. With that, she turned to head towards the shop. Previously, when alone against Wang Yin and her thugs, Miao Yimei had gritted her teeth, refusing to pay and trying to reason with them. But now, when Xiao Zhan was in danger, she immediately capitulated. Xiao Zhan did not stop her, knowing that the ensuing scene might turn bloody and violent, and it would be better for Miao Yimei not to witness it, at least this old woman knows her place. Spineless fool. Wang Yin grew increasingly emboldened, eager to unleash all the insults she had bottled up inside, directing them all at Xiao Zhan. After all, such an opportunity to flaunt her superiority was rare. Are you done yet? Xiao Zhan replied coldly, locking eyes with Wang Yin. I also give you two choices. Either you wait for my grandmother to come out and bow down in apology until she forgives you. Or what can you do to me? Before Xiao Zhan could finish, Wang Yin scoffed disdainfully. Are you really going to hit me? Come on, hit me. Standing behind one of the ruffians, she provocatively pointed to her own face. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll acknowledge you as AM, and my face has been itching lately. Not getting hit is simply unsatisfying. Why don't you hit me, so I can feel good? The expression on Wang Yan's face was infuriatingly arrogant. Not only Xiao Zhan, but even the neighbors watching could hardly bear to see it if it weren't for their fear of the ruffians. They would have rushed forward to slap her. Ha ha! The ruffians erupted in laughter, and the leader, who had one foot on the table, suddenly changed his mind, declaring, I've changed my mind that you'll pay up. And you'll crawl through. Neither can be missed. Your grandmother will pay, and you will crawl bang. The words crawl through got stuck in the ruffian's throat before he could finish, as Xiao Zhan, who had stood motionless in the center, suddenly struck out. One punch slammed into the abdomen of one of the ruffians. The thug, caught off guard, couldn't even react, let alone block. He only felt a sharp pain in his stomach before he was sent flying like a cannonball, landing 2 meters away on a pile of rotten fruit, unconscious without a sound. What just transpired? The speed of Xiao Zhan's actions was so astonishing that everyone only witnessed the aftermath, failing to grasp the sequence of events. In the blink of an eye, that yellow-haired individual found himself 2 meters away, transitioning from standing to lying down, from consciousness to unconsciousness. Even magic tricks would shy away from such a display. Gulping in disbelief, someone queried, Kid, did you do that? Did you not see clearly? Xiao Zhan retorted, and immediately, another punch was unleashed, bang. The second yellow-haired man was sent flying, collapsing in a stupor just like the first. Can you see clearly now? Following suit were the third, fourth, and fifth. Within a mere 10 seconds, the cadre of yellow-haired thugs encircling Xiao Zhan were dispatched one after another. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a cinematic masterpiece reminiscent of Stephen Chow's film Kung Fu. Kicking someone resembled kicking a football. Striking someone felt like playing volleyball. Whoever was hit would soar away. As Wang Yin stood behind one of the yellow-haired men. When he was propelled backward, he crashed directly into her, and they both tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, while Wang Yin was severely injured, she did not lose consciousness. The event was brief, yet the visual impact was monumental. Everyone gaped in horror, akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight, instinctively retreating further away from Xiao Zhan. Only one yellow-haired man remained, his foot resting upon the table. Clang, suddenly, unable to contain himself, a faint sound of liquid trickling from his open trousers echoed, rapidly sketching an irregular map upon his pants. You just said for me to crawl between your legs, did you not? The fury within Xiao Zhan had yet to dissipate, his cold demeanor unyielding. He crossed 2 steps towards the yellow-haired man, towering at 1.85 meters, 5 or 6 centimeters taller than him. The latter quivered, resembling a frightened old dog. Crawl between your legs? Nonsense. He wished he could merge his legs into one, erasing his trousers from existence. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. Wrongdoings always incur repercussions. Xiao Zhan did not grant him the opportunity to plead for mercy. He seized the man's right wrist and forcefully twisted it. With a sharp crack, accompanied by a series of anguished cries, the yellow-haired man's right arm was broken, the bones shattered. You just said for my grandmother to pay, did you not? Xiao Zhan inquired again. Brother, I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I offended you, please. I beg you. Spare me. Before he could finish, his left hand was snapped. However, the ringleader must be dealt with severely. Kneel, after breaking both his hands. Xiao Zhan looked down at him, casually uttering a cold scoff, infused with an undeniable authority. Remember what I just said. Kneel until my grandmother forgives you. Otherwise, you shall die, the yellow-haired man, enduring the pain. Felt the veins in his neck bulging, cold sweat pouring from his forehead like a waterfall. This moment, confronted with Xiao Zhan's command, he dared not hesitate, and no sooner had Xiao Zhan's words fallen than he hastily knelt. He felt an overwhelming sense that if he did not comply, Xiao Zhan might genuinely take his life. Xiao Zhan ignored him further and turned his gaze towards Wang Yin. Chapter 52. Shouting 10 times. Too ruthless Wang Yin, struck by one of the yellow-haired men, was thrown and lay half dead, her bones seemingly dislocated. After much struggling, she finally managed to stand, only to meet Xiao Zhan's icy stare in an instant. Her face turned ashen, resembling the color of ash. Xiao Zhan strode towards her. Don't come any closer. As a middle-aged woman who had previously roamed this suburban area with impunity, relying on the support of the yellow-haired thugs, she now found her courage shattered, realizing that the very individuals who had once emboldened her were now injured or incapacitated, even their leader kneeling before Xiao Zhan. She felt weak in the knees, an urge to urinate overwhelming her, yet she fought desperately to hold it in, retreating step by step until her back met the wall. She had nowhere left to escape. At that moment, Xiao Zhan stood before her. In despair, before Xiao Zhan could utter a word, she collapsed, half kneeling and half squatting, grasping at his trousers, pleading, "Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. I realize my mistake." Tears streamed down her face, turning her into a pitiful sight. A woman's tears are a man's weakness. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhan was no ordinary man. Having endured countless battles and weathered the fiercest gunfire, his heart had long since hardened like steel. That I seldom strike women. You should feel honored that I am hitting you. It signifies you have crossed my bottom line. It is warranted. Lowering his gaze, he fixed his eyes on Wang Yin without a hint of hesitation. As soon as his words fell, his hand rose and fell, producing a sharp and resounding crack as he knocked Wang Yin to the ground. With the strength he possessed, a mere 5% of his power could have rendered her half dead, or at the very least, like the yellow-haired ruffians, unconscious. Yet, Xiao Zhan refrained from doing so, that he only exerted 3% of his strength. The rationale was simple. Wang Yan's transgressions were not something easily resolved with a single slap. Allowing her to lose consciousness so quickly would only be a disservice to her. Thus, when Wang Yin raised her head, clutching her left cheek, Xiao Zhan swung again, striking her right cheek and sending her tumbling once more. If I recall correctly, you just insisted that your face has been itching these past few days. And not being hit feels quite uncomfortable, does it not? This time, Wang Yin collapsed at Xiao Zhan's feet, unable to rise for a long while, her cries filled with despair. "Young Master Xiao," I spoke out of turn. "I was talking nonsense. Please have mercy on me. Treat me as if I were nothing. Just let me go." "Let you go?" Xiao Zhan scoffed. "That I am merely helping you feel comfortable. So, is your face no longer itching?" "It doesn't itch, not at all." Wang Yin fervently shook her head. Xiao Zhan replied coldly, "Your face may not itch, but my fist is still a bit itchy. Therefore, kneel here, bow your head in apology, and shout 10 times, 'You are a shrew, a scoundrel, a beast.'" As he spoke, he waved his fist before Wang Yin. Wang Yin exclaimed, "This 20 times shout, I shall shout this instant." Wang Yin, unable to hold it any longer, truly urinated as she cried, her voice cracking as she shouted at the top of her lungs. "I was wrong. I realize my mistake. I truly know my mistake. I am a shrew, a scoundrel, a beast." Wang Yan's voice soared, piercing the air with a timbre that could surpass 100 decibels, truly embodying a shrewish woman. Each utterance echoed into the ears of the surrounding neighbors, and combined with the appalling scene before them, all wore ashen expressions, their hearts trembling, goosebumps cascading down their arms. My goodness, how ruthless could this be? They gazed at Xiao Zhan with eyes full of dread and astonishment, pondering, is this truly the young master of the Xiao family from the capital? A child cultivated by a prominent family. Indeed extraordinary. When it came to bullying others, he was utterly unorthodox and ingenious. That moment, Miao Yime's panicked voice emerged from the shop. She too had heard Wang Yan's cries, and, believing that Wang Yan and her yellow-haired cohorts had dared to assault Xiaozhan, rushed out in haste. Clutching a pile of colorful banknotes, she called out as she ran, "Do not harm Zhan. Money, I will give you money. There are only over 60,000 in the shop, the rest. I have already called Taizan. He is withdrawing from the bank and will be here shortly." With a crash, denominations of 150, 2010, 5, and even a plethora of 1 yuan coins scattered about. This is, looking down at the yellow-haired leader kneeling at the shop's entrance. Wang Yan sprawled at Xiao Zhan's feet, shouting in delight, and the multitude of yellow-haired ruffians sprawled about. Miao Yimei's gaze finally fell upon Xiao Zhan, speechless with astonishment that I asked Xiao Zhan's grandmother. She was well aware of his martial prowess, having been so for 5 years. However, Xiao Zhan seldom visited Quancheng, and as a dignified young master of the Xiao family, who would dare lay a hand on him? Thus, opportunities for him to display his skills were rare. And Miao Yimei had never witnessed it. "Grandma, you are my dear grandmother. I am sorry. I was wrong. I underestimated you. I did not recognize your greatness, and I dared to trouble you that I beg you, in light of my sincere remorse. Considering my 2 broken hands, please spare me this once that I will compensate for the losses in the shop. I will repay it all from now on. I am your grandson. Whatever orders you have, I shall comply. If I frown even once, may I suffer the worst fate." Before Xiao Zhan could utter a word of explanation, the yellow-haired leader, previously kneeling there, suddenly prostrated before Miao Yimei, repeatedly bowing in apology, referring to her as grandmother and himself as her grandson, utterly disregarding his dignity in a desperate plea for forgiveness. And I too. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yan ceased her cries. Momentarily stunned, yet unwilling to concede, she crawled towards Miao Yimei, grasping her right leg and weeping. "Miao, I realize my mistake too. I no longer wish to bear the burden of the shop's rent, and I shall not do so again henceforth. Let it be considered as a tribute to your esteemed self." 2 individuals, as if in a contest, each outshouting the other, one wailing more fiercely than the next. This scene instantaneously dazzled the eyes of the surrounding neighbors, the once domineering figures of Wang Yan and Huang Mao. How could they find themselves in such a predicament today? Truly, it is an astonishing sight. Not only they, but even Xiao Zhan could not help but furrow his brow slightly, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Indeed, the audacity of those devoid of shame knows no bounds. They are all too aware of the old woman's soft heart, hence they are scrambling to portray their miseries before her, brothers and sisters. Thank you all for your affection and support. Remember to add this to your bookshelf to prevent getting lost. This is quite significant, exceedingly important. Indeed. Chapter 53. The Hidden Hand, Deserving a Punishment. As anticipated by Xiao Zhan. The events unfolded as such. Get up quickly. The Miao family had once basked in glory 5 years prior. Miao Yimei, having lived a considerable part of her life, had weathered many storms, hence, after a moment of shock, she exhibited far greater composure than the onlookers. Bending down, she extended her hand to assist Wang Yan and Huang Mao, sighed deeply, and spoke earnestly. "We are all neighbors. We see each other often, and there are no grievances that cannot be resolved. Let us speak openly. Indeed, the elderly are easily swayed." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you." Wang Yan and Huang Mao exchanged glances as if granted a reprieve, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, silently relieved to have escaped calamity. "The money seems to be damp." Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly rang out from behind. The 2 felt a jolt of fear, glancing down to see the scattered bills Miao Yimei had brought, lying amidst the trampled fruits and vegetables, many stained with water and mud, filthy. These funds were the result of Miao Yimei and Miao Tieshan's tireless efforts, painstakingly accumulated over time. Not a single cent could be squandered. "We'll compensate." No need for Xiao Zhan to voice it directly. Wang Yan understood and swiftly turned to pick up a QR code that Miao Yimei usually used for receiving payments, hastily retrieving her phone to transfer the funds. "Sister Yin, please help me out. Take my phone and transfer some to Grandma." Huang Mao, his hands incapacitated, gestured to Wang Yan. "I have several tens of thousands in my phone. I'll transfer it all to Grandma as compensation for the loss of these fruits and vegetables." "Wait, you needn't do this." The speed at which Wang Yan and Huang Mao changed their demeanor was astonishing. Their malice could provoke one to gnash their teeth, Yet their newfound sincerity left Miao Ime feeling rather embarrassed. Repeatedly waving her hands, "These fruits and vegetables are not worth that much." Huang Mao hurriedly added, "The remainder is a tribute from your grandson." The sudden emergence of such a substantial grandson left Miao Ime both amused and exasperated. Unable to stop them, she turned to Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan advised, "Grandma, if they wish to give, you should accept." "Yes, yes." Huang Mao nodded vigorously. "From now on, in this corner of the suburbs, should anyone dare to trouble Grandma, I will ensure they face dire consequences." "Well, all right then." Miao Ime, with no alternative, could only acquiesce. Xiaozhan bent down, about to gather the scattered money from the rotting fruits, when a familiar male voice suddenly rang out from beyond the crowd. "Make way. Please make way. I have retrieved the money. Do not touch my grandson." It was Miao Taizhan. The onlooking neighbors promptly retreated, clearing a path. Miao Taizhan rushed in, visibly anxious, holding 4 bundles of cash freshly withdrawn from the bank. Together with Miao Ime's over 60,000, it totaled just over 100,000 to Grandpa. Xiaozhan immediately stood, raising his head to meet Miao Tieshan's worried gaze. Their eyes locked, upon witnessing the scene before him. Devoid of surprise, Miao Taizhan was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Zhaner, what is happening here? The matter has been resolved." Just as Miao Ime was about to explain, Xiaozhan suddenly knelt before Miao Taizhan, his robust figure akin to a towering mountain. Even while on his knees, he remained steadfast and upright. "Grandpa, I am sorry." Xiaozhan's voice was resolute, speaking from the heart. "It is I who has brought trouble upon you. These past years, you and Grandma have endured much suffering." This time, Xiaozhan held back his tears. However, in this moment, facing Miao Taizhan, he wished to express his remorse like a true man. Men do not shed tears but bear their burdens. This was a phrase Miao Taizhan had once imparted to Xiaozhan. A lesson he had etched deeply in his heart and lived by through his actions over the past 5 years, gallantly fighting and prevailing in battle. "It is good that you have returned." "It is good." Miao Tieshan's eyes instantly reddened, yet he too restrained his tears, stepping closer to Xiaozhan, lifting him up and embracing him tightly. Patting Xiaozhan's back, he spoke in a choked yet resolute tone. "Silly child, it is not your fault. As long as you live well, your mother and uncle will find peace in the afterlife." The grandfather and grandson shared a heartfelt embrace. Neither cried, yet Miao Ime, witnessing this scene, could no longer hold back. The tears she had just restrained surged forth anew, dampening her wrinkled, aged cheeks. Even the onlooking neighbors were touched, murmuring amongst themselves, filled with emotion. However, to everyone's astonishment, this heartwarming moment lasted but 2 or 3 minutes before Wang Yan and Huang Mao hesitated and also knelt to the ground. "Uncle Miao, Grandpa," it was as if they had conspired beforehand. Nearly in unison, they said, "We apologize. In the past, we were ungrateful, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, constantly troubling you and Aunt Miao Grandma. We acknowledge our wrongs." Both Wang Yan and Huang Mao were astute individuals. Having seen Xiaozhan kneel, how could they dare not follow suit? In conclusion, Huang Mao added, "In truth, our frequent troubles with Grandpa and Grandma were also at the behest of young Master Zhang Feihu, young Master Lu Ziong, and young Master Chen Xiaowei. We were left with no choice. All right, you all may rise." Miao Taizhan released Xiaozhan, glancing at Wang Yan and Huang Mao sighed. "Every family has its own difficulties. I understand your predicaments." As for Huang Mao's words, Miao Taizhan appeared neither surprised nor taken aback, clearly aware of the underlying circumstances. Meanwhile, Xiaozhan's expression gradually hardened, realizing, Zhang Feihu, Lu Zong, Chen Xiaowei, are they not the offspring of Zhang Fenglin, Lu Hangong, and Chen Zhong? This is intolerable. It seems it is time to settle the score with those scoundrels. Chapter 54, A Crisis Lurks, Xiaozhan's Secret. All right. Miao Taizhan nodded with a smile. Yet Xiaozhan interjected. "Grandma, Grandpa, you should leave first. It is rather chaotic here, that I will tidy up and join you shortly." Miao Ime and Miao Taizhan exchanged glances, realizing Xiaozhan wished to speak privately with Wang Yan and Huang Mao. Thus they nodded, collecting the scattered money at their feet before turning to depart. However, Wang Yan and Huang Mao's hearts immediately tightened. Xiaozhan was an undeniable force to be reckoned with, far less accommodating than Miao Ime and Miao Taizhan. "Young Master Xiaoyu." Wang Yan instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing herself from Xiao Zhan before speaking. "If you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. Whatever we can do, we shall certainly fulfill." "Yes, yes." Huang Mao nodded obsequiously. Xiao Zhan's gaze bore into Huang Mao as he inquired, "You mentioned earlier that you were under the influence of Zhang Feihu, Lu Ziang, and Chen Xiaohui?" "Indeed." Huang Mao replied, "That's so. You are quite familiar with them?" "Well," Huang Mao stammered, "they're the notorious three young masters of the South City. Relying on their family's wealth and influence, they are notoriously arrogant, while I merely serve as their lackey, taking their money and doing their bidding." Xiao Zhan, growing impatient, stated, "You need to arrange for them to meet this afternoon and then call me with the address." "What?" Huang Mao was taken aback. "Young Master Xiao, you intend to? Do not feign ignorance with me." Xiao Zhan's expression turned cold. "You deliberately mentioned in front of me that you were acting under their orders. Were you not harboring ill intentions, trying to incite me to seek them out for retribution? In that case, when we engage in conflict, you will stand by and wait for the opportunity to benefit from the chaos, siding with whichever party prevails. Correct?" Xiao Zhan was not foolish. Miao Taizan was clearly aware that the unseen puppet masters behind Wang Yin and Huang Mao were Chen Xiaohui and his associates. However, Huang Mao insisted on reiterating it, clearly intending to provoke Xiao Zhan into vengeance. Originally, Huang Mao and Wang Yin could have contacted Chen Xiaohui and the others privately after leaving, alerting them to Xiao Zhan's presence, allowing them to come and confront him, thereby venting their resentment. However, doing so would irrevocably alienate Xiao Zhan. The issue lay in Xiao Zhan's recent display of formidable combat prowess, which was simply too alarming, should Chen Xiaohui and his ilk prove no match for Xiao Zhan. The consequences would be dire. Thus, Huang Mao played a cunning game. Let Xiao Zhan take the initiative to seek out Chen Xiaohui and others that I in this way, regardless of the outcome. Who is stronger or weaker? Who wins or loses? None of the blame can be placed upon him. He has seized the upper hand and can easily adopt the role of a carefree opportunist, swaying with the wind. It must be said that individuals like Huang Mao, despite their lack of character and ability, possess a profound understanding of survival and the wisdom of self-preservation. Unfortunately, his schemes were easily seen through by Xiao Zhan. Such petty tricks, in Xiao Zhan's eyes, were akin to child's play. With a flourish, his deceptive ploy was swiftly unveiled, causing Huang Mao's face to turn ashen, fear gripping his heart. But in an instant, he fell to his knees before Xiao Zhan, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Young Master Xiao, please show mercy. I had no other choice. You and the Golden Three Young Masters are formidable figures beyond my reach that I cannot afford to offend either side." There is a measure of truth in his words that if Chen Xiaohui and his associates were to confront Xiao Zhan, regardless of whether it was Huang Mao who informed them, it is likely that Xiao Zhan would lay the blame at his feet. "Rise," Xiao Zhan said coldly. "Whether you choose to report or find another excuse matters not to me. I care only for the outcome. This afternoon, you must arrange a meeting with them. The so-called schemes and plots appear utterly ineffectual in the face of overwhelming power." Xiao Zhan was confident in his strength. Thus he remained indifferent to whether Huang Mao would betray him or if Chen Xiaohui and the others had set a trap for him. "No matter how cunning your schemes may be, I shall shatter them with a single blow. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your generosity." Huang Mao stood, raising his head, drenched in cold sweat, and earnestly declared, "Rest assured, I will see this matter through and redeem myself. Get lost." Xiao Zhan gestured to go to the hospital and get your hand bandaged. "It should not be too severe, you." Then Xiao Zhan turned to Wang Yin and instructed, "Fetch a basin of cold water and splash it on them to wake them up. Clean the ground thoroughly." "Yes, yes," the two responded, nodding vigorously. Once these arrangements were made, Xiao Zhan strode into the shop to find Miao Taizan and Miao Yimei. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhan, among the onlookers, there was an unremarkable middle-aged man who witnessed the entirety of his wrath and watched as he entered the shop. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Fu Bo, once the call connected, the middle-aged man stepped away from the crowd and spoke cautiously. "As expected by the boss, the target has appeared in the southern outskirts of the city, seeking out Miao Taizan and Miao Yimei." He recounted the events that had just transpired in detail, understood that a deep, resonant voice came through the phone, continued to monitor him closely, reporting his every move to me. "All right." The middle-aged man hung up and seamlessly rejoined the crowd. Mingling with the neighbors, disappearing without a trace. At 11 o'clock noon, with roughly 20 minutes left before Su Xiaoming's school ended, Lu Hongxiu held Xiao Zhan's prestigious black card and pushed Su Jianqing toward the bank across from the kindergarten. People were coming and going, bustling about. Nearby, on a patch of grass, a young man crouched, staring intently at his phone while smoking a cigarette, occasionally glancing toward the kindergarten entrance. This was the very individual sent by Qian Yiming to abduct Su Xiaoming. At one moment, Lu Hongxiu even inadvertently locked eyes with the young man, but alas, she did not recognize him, and after a brief glance, she moved on without a second thought. However, the young man recognized her. The reason was simple. He had seen photos of Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianqing prior to his arrival. Bah! The young man stood, casually flicking his half-burned cigarette aside, brushing past Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianqing with an air of confidence. Striding directly toward the kindergarten entrance to lie in wait. You stay here. I will go in alone. Lu Hongxiu, focused solely on uncovering Xiao Zhan's true nature, remained unaware, releasing the wheelchair, inhaling deeply, her grip tight on the prestigious black card as she strode into the bank. Heading straight for the counter, Chapter 55, A Grave Situation. There is an issue with your card. The bank was bustling with customers. Lu Hongxiu took a number from the machine beside the counter. Her heart pounding as she waited in line. Her right hand clammy with sweat as it clutched the prestigious black card. To say she was not nervous would be a lie. After all, this was Xiao Zhan's card. Having lived for over half a lifetime, Lu Hongxiu had never engaged in any underhanded dealings. Were it not for her concerns for Su Muqiu and Su Xiaoming's safety. Fearing Xiao Zhan's ulterior motives towards the Su family, she would never have secretly investigated his background. 10 minutes later, it was Lu Hongxiu's turn. Young lady. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hongxiu steeled herself and timidly approached. Handing the prestigious black card to the bank teller behind the glass window, signaling, "Could you please check if this dark card is a bank card?" Upon hearing this, the teller was taken aback. She raised her head, her expression filled with surprise, confusion, and impatience, thinking to herself, "You come to the bank to conduct business and don't even know if this is a bank card. Annie, are you bored and purposely trying to stir up trouble?" Though she felt disdain, the teller, out of politeness and professionalism, accepted the prestigious black card, glancing at it carelessly before tossing it back to Lu Hongxiu, shaking her head. "This is not a card from our bank." "Nah." Lu Hongxiu's brows furrowed as she pressed further. "Then, is it a card from another bank?" "I don't know. I've never seen it before." The teller continued to shake her head. She was neither lying nor dismissive. She genuinely had never encountered it. Even though she worked at a bank, the limited edition prestigious black card from Universal Bank was exceedingly rare. Not to mention her. Even Qian Yiming, the son of the wealthiest man in Quancheng, had only seen a photo of the prestigious black card. This, Lu Hongxiu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, wondering if it was merely a supermarket membership card or a hotel room key. "If there's nothing else, please step aside." Seeing Lu Hongxiu standing there in a daze, unwilling to leave, the teller waved her hand impatiently. Lu Hongxiu ruminated for a moment, but remained undeterred, once again extending the prestigious black card. Asking, "Young lady, could you please swipe it on the card reader to check? This is not a card from our bank." "How can I test it?" The teller's eyes widened, growing a bit angry. "Just once. A quick swipe will suffice." Xiao Zhan had forgotten the prestigious black card at home while changing his clothes, and such an opportunity was rare. If she missed it, it would be gone. Lu Hongxiu was determined not to let it slip away. Thus she mustered her courage and said, "If it can't be swiped, I will leave immediately. I appreciate your help." Considering Lu Hongxiu's age, the teller suppressed her rising anger, refraining from kicking her out. With a cold expression, she picked up the prestigious black card and lightly swiped it on the nearby card reader. Immediately, a shocking scene unfolded. The card reader connected to the teller's computer, and as soon as the card was swiped, the computer screen flickered, instantly displaying an image, signifying a successful transaction. This meant that the dark card was undoubtedly a bank card. But how is this possible? The teller's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. As her gaze fell upon the content displayed on the computer screen, she gulped, struggling to swallow. Universal Bank? Her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, her jaw almost dropping onto her desk. Although the teller had never seen the limited edition prestigious black card from Universal Bank, She had certainly heard of IT as a bank employee. She understood the significance tied to Universal Bank's cards. She knew well that the hierarchy of Universal Bank's cards was strictly regulated, ranging from ordinary cards, bronze cards, silver cards, gold cards, to black gold cards, and so forth. Cards below silver could be applied for at Universal Bank's branches across various countries and can only be used in the country of application. It is no exaggeration to say that Universal Bank's cards are a symbol of status and identity. Their holders are either wealthy or noble. Young lady, what did you just say? What ball? Soccer? Volleyball? Ping pong? You must be joking. It's the Earth, the Earth. You bring a Universal Bank card and treat it like an ordinary membership card. Are you sure you're not here just to mess with me? Auntie, is this black card yours? The teller suppressed her shock and confusion, attempting to probe into the identity of the prestigious black card's owner and Lu Hongxiu's background. That IT was unfortunate, that Lu Hongxiu's attire and demeanor were far too ordinary. She appeared to be just an average neighborly aunt. How could such a person possibly possess a Universal Bank card, and a black one at that? Although the teller was unaware of the specific rank of the prestigious black card. Merely based on its appearance and her intuition, she instinctively sensed that the black card held in her hand likely ranked above the gold card. Such a card, in the entire Quancheng, was probably only accessible to Qian Banqing, the wealthiest man in the city. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was amiss, particularly regarding Lu Hongxiu's recent demeanor, her fleeting gaze, constrained expression, and anxious disposition. Not only did she fail to embody the image of a wealthy woman, but she instead resembled a thief who had committed a misdeed, furtively glancing around, fearful of drawing attention to herself. This was suddenly confronted by a female employee's inquiry. Lu Hongxiu became even more agitated. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally stammered, "It's my son-in-law's card to son-in-law." The employee was taken aback and pressed further. "May I ask what your son-in-law's name is and what he does for a living?" Lu Hongxiu turned pale. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her heart raced thunderously, thinking, could this young woman have uncovered my secret? Am I being caught for secretly using Xiao Zhan's card? Otherwise, why would she inquire about Xiao Zhan? Lu Hongxiu's silence and disarray only reinforced the employee's suspicions. Evidently, this black card was either not found by the elderly woman or was stolen. This was a serious matter that required reporting to superiors. Thus, the employee rose, smilingly reassured her, "Annie, please wait here for a moment. I will be right back." With that, she turned and left. Lu Hongxiu stood frozen, as if turned to stone, her body stiffening. She glanced at the employee's hurried, retreating figure and inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. Even if she had been slow to react, she sensed that something was amiss. However, Lu Hongxiu was uncertain about what the employee had discovered. Had she uncovered that Lu Hongxiu had secretly taken Xiao Zhan's card? Or had she found something amiss with the black card? Or perhaps had she discovered Xiao Zhan's issues through that black card? Chapter 56. Come here and lick it clean. In a moment of panic, Lu Hongxiu suddenly felt the urge to flee. The tension was overwhelming, especially after the employee departed, as two security guards approached Lu Hongxiu, standing about 2 meters behind her, one on each side, silently watching her, as if guarding against a thief, seemingly anticipating her attempt to escape. "Manager Chun, something has happened." The employee, clutching the prestigious black card, hurriedly stumbled into the second-floor manager's office, bursting through the door without knocking. Startling Manager Chun, who was brewing tea. His hand trembled, spilling tea across the desk. "What is happening?" Manager Chun looked up at the employee, his face filled with anger, and coldly remarked, "Look at you, so flustered. What kind of conduct is this? The information you are about to share had better be shocking. Otherwise," he glanced down at the wet stains on the desk, signifying, "Come here and lick it clean." The employee was momentarily taken aback. "Lick?" Her cheeks flushed, but she quickly dismissed her embarrassment, extending the prestigious black card to Manager Chun. "Manager Chun, look at this. What is it?" Manager Chun continued his tea preparations, glancing casually at the dark card, and like the employee's initial reaction, failed to recognize IT. "Is this the reason for your panic?" Clearly dissatisfied with the employee's explanation, she asserted, "I just tested it on the card reader. The information displayed indicates that this black card was issued by Global Bank. I lack the authority to check its specific level, so I brought it for you to examine." With a sudden jolt, Manager Chin's body involuntarily trembled again, and his hand holding the teapot shook uncontrollably. causing it to slip from his grasp and crash onto the desk. Scalding tea splattered everywhere, soaking many documents. Yet this time, Manager Chen did not mind, but he was too preoccupied. He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the employee, and asked, "Repeat that. Whose bank card is it?" "Global Bank." The employee secretly exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, "Manager Chun, surely that has frightened you, right? I suppose I need not worry about licking those stains clean? Give it to me." Manager Chen's mouth twitched violently as he snatched the prestigious black card from her, scrutinizing it intently for a long while before typing away on the keyboard. Soon, an image appeared on the computer screen. Moreover, it appeared to be a limited edition prestigious black card. It should, while he could not guarantee absolute certainty, the probability was certainly above 50%. The prestigious black card? Although the employee had her own suspicions before arriving, she had prepared herself mentally. However, hearing Manager Chen utter the words prestigious black card still left her utterly astonished. She knew precisely what those four simple words entailed. Whereas the person, upon confirming the extraordinary significance of the prestigious black card, Manager Chen's face flushed with excitement, and he immediately inquired, "Who possesses this black card? What do they look like? What is their identity? Are they from the Qian family?" In the entire Quan City, when it came to wealth and power, no one could compare to the tycoon Qian Bansheng. Thus, if there were to be only one person in Quan City worthy of such a high-level black card, it would undoubtedly be Qian Bansheng. No, the employee shook her head, stating the individual who came to the bank with this black card was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed quite ordinarily, and she appeared very nervous. The employee recounted the events to Manager Chun, truthfully ditto. Manager Chen's previously excited expression darkened, and he scoffed. "Are you implying that this card does not belong to her, but was either found or stolen?" "I can only speculate. I cannot be certain, which is why I sought your guidance, Manager Chun." The employee did not dare to draw definitive conclusions regarding such an important matter, as making a mistake could lead to consequences she could not bear. According to her, this is her son-in-law's card. Son-in-law? Manager Chen shot up, coldly snorting without a second thought. What kind of son-in-law does she think she has? Is he Qian Yiming, the young master of the Qian family? Is he one of those wealthy heirs from prestigious families in the capital? Nonsense. A son-in-law like that could never possess such a high-level black card. Utterly ridiculous. Fuming with anger. I think so too. The employee nodded. When I inquired about her son-in-law, she hesitated and refused to answer, clearly hiding something. Manager Chen asked, "Where is she?" "Still in the main hall on the first floor." The employee replied, "When I arrived, I had already instructed the security guards to keep an eye on her to prevent her from escaping." "Good. Very good." Manager Chen pondered, then commanded, "You must call the police immediately and have Director Song come over personally. Then have security bring that old woman who stole the card to the security room. That I want to see exactly who has the audacity to steal a black card from Global Bank and brazenly attempt to use it in broad daylight." What Manager Chun did not voice was that, compared to the identity of the card thief, he was even more eager to uncover the true owner of the prestigious black card. Contemplating this, Manager Chen's spirit soared, adopting an imposing demeanor as he left the manager's office, striding towards the security room. In the main hall on the first floor, the two security guards, initially tasked with monitoring Lu Hongxiu, suddenly received a phone call. Exchanging glances, they strode purposefully to the anxious Lu Hongxiu, stating solemnly, "Hello, please accompany us." Without further ado, they seized Lu Hongxiu's arms on either side, dragging her away. In an instant, Lu Hongxiu's face turned ashen. Chapter 57. Blood debts must be repaid. Not a single one can be missed. What are you doing? Let go of me. By the time Lu Hongxiu realized what was happening, she had already been pulled several meters away, instinctively shouting and struggling violently, drawing the attention of many onlookers. "Per our leader's orders, please cooperate with our work." One of the guards stated loudly, intentionally addressing the gathered crowd, as it was essential to provide a reason for apprehending someone in a bank. Otherwise, should someone capture the moment and post it online, claiming they were bullying an elderly citizen, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. These guards, seasoned in their work, naturally understood how to protect themselves. "Who is your leader? By what authority are you arresting me? Let go of me, or I will call the police," she shouted. "Calm down." The guard retorted, "You know what you have done, that we have already reported it to the police. And they will arrive shortly. That if you are truly innocent, you will have your chance to clear your name." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxiu felt as if her heart had plummeted. The bank had taken the initiative to call the police, which indicated that they possessed sufficient evidence to prove that she had secretly taken out Xiao Zhan's card. This was disastrous. Lu Hongxiu regretted her actions deeply. Had she known this would happen, she would have confronted Xiao Zhan directly with the black card. At worst, she could have brought Xiao Zhan to the bank to clarify matters. She was perplexed about what the black card truly was. If it were merely an ordinary membership card, even if she had stolen it, it would not warrant such a significant uproar, leading to her being apprehended and the police being called. In her panic, just before the security guards dragged her out of the main hall, Lu Hongxiu shouted towards the bank entrance, Su Jianxing! Su Jianxing, quickly! Call Xiao Zhan and have him come here immediately. The card belongs to Xiao Zhan. Only by summoning him can Lu Hongxiu's innocence be substantiated. Otherwise, when the police arrive, even if Lu Hongxiu were to proclaim her innocence with her every word, it would be exceedingly challenging to clarify the situation. After all, she is utterly ignorant of that black card, and merely asserting that it was neither stolen nor snatched would elicit skepticism. If she were in their shoes, she would doubt it too. At this moment, it is the time for Su Xiaoming to finish school. Regrettably, he is disabled, confined to a wheelchair, unable to ascend the steps at the bank's entrance. Nevertheless, he has likely surmised what has transpired, which is precisely what he fears most. Consequently, he promptly retrieves his phone and calls Xiao Zhan. In the suburban area of South City, at the Miao family's fruit and vegetable store, Miao Yimei is personally preparing a meal of Xiao Zhan's favorite dishes, braised pork and garlic fish. Miao Taizhan, meanwhile, presents a few bottles of strong liquor. The return of Xiao Zhan fills the elderly couple with immense joy, their wrinkled faces radiating happiness as they surround him, expressing concern and warmth. It has been 5 years. The couple has never been as elated as they are today. Xiao Zhan shares in their delight, enjoying a hearty meal filled with laughter and camaraderie that he refrains from revealing the harrowing details of his 5 years of service in the military, fearing it would only cause them anxiety and distress. Moreover, Xiao Zhan's identity is classified, not to be disclosed, even to his grandparents. This is a matter of military discipline, as the alcohol begins to take effect. Miao Taizhan, inebriated, recounts the events that unfolded after Xiao Zhan's imprisonment 5 years ago, including how Xiao Zhan's mother, Miao Xiangzhu, came to Beijing to plead for mercy, only to perish before the gates of the Xiao family manor. Miao Zhan's uncle, Miao Wenyuan, was ruthlessly persecuted by Zhang Fenglin and others in an attempt to safeguard the Miao family's assets, resulting in the tragic demise of his entire family. The Miao family's properties, villa, and company were ultimately consumed and divided among the Zhang, Lu, and Chen families. One by one, each incident manifests as a deep-seated enmity, an insurmountable grudge. Xiao Zhan listens in silence, his expression growing increasingly cold, the chill in his demeanor as sharp as a blade. Debts must be repaid. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Xiao Zhan's return is to decisively resolve the grievances of none involved in that conspiracy, be they planners or executors, shall escape unscathed. Why bring up such unhappy matters? With that, he pulls Miao Taizhan into the adjacent bedroom, and 5 minutes later, Miao Yimei emerges alone, sitting beside Xiao Zhan, taking his hand and advising. Zhan, your grandfather has a poor tolerance for alcohol and tends to speak nonsensically when intoxicated. Do not take his words to heart. Clearly, Miao Yimei is reluctant for Xiao Zhan to seek revenge. It is far too perilous, not to mention that the Zhang, Lu, and Chen families, having flourished over the past 5 years, now wield tremendous power in the southern district. Xiao Zhan could hardly be their match, let alone contend with the Xiao family in the capital. To Miao Yimei's mind, if the Xiao family could frame Xiao Zhan once 5 years ago, they could easily do so again. Eliminating Xiao Zhan would be as simple as squashing an ant. Thus, evasion is the only path to survival. Does Miao Yimei not desire retribution? Of course, she does, more than anyone. Her 2 children, Miao Wenyuan and Miao Xiangzhu, perished due to the Xiao family, leading to the utter destruction of her household. At times, she wishes she could buy a ticket to the capital and confront those scoundrels of the Xiao family. However, Xiao Zhan is still alive. The elderly couple is advanced in years, their time on this earth limited. Even in death, it matters not. Yet, Xiao Zhan must live well, as he is the last remnant of the Miao family in this world. Rest assured, Grandma, I know my limits and will not act impulsively. Xiao Zhan understands Miao Yimei's concerns, forcing a smile as he reassures her. My life was preserved by my mother and uncle. I live for them. Hence I value my life more than anyone. That is good. That is good. Miao Yimei finally breathes a sigh of relief and changes the subject, saying, by the way, your grandfather and I have relied on each other these past few years. It has been rather lonely, so we supported a college student named Lin Xian. She is quite bright and grateful, having grown up in an orphanage after losing both parents and has taken us as her guardians. After graduation, she works in the city and often comes to care for us that we have a photo of her at home. Wait a moment. I will fetch it. Miao Yimei turns to retrieve the photo. Your aunt? Xiao Zhan finds it amusing, taking the photo and glancing at it casually. However, upon doing so, his pupils constrict and his heart skips a beat, leaving him momentarily stunned. No way. Is it her? Who could have guessed that Xiao Zhan's aunt would be this person? Chapter 58. Unabashed, I will end you. Xiao Zhan truly never anticipated that the college student his grandparents supported, the one they took in as their goddaughter, would be someone he recognized. Moreover, he had seen her just yesterday afternoon at the Bentley dealership. She was the saleswoman who had been ostracized by her colleagues and was responsible for attending to Xiao Zhan. She is his aunt? What a remarkable coincidence. After consuming over a kilogram of liquor, Xiao Zhan, though not intoxicated, feels slightly tipsy, surprise etched on his flushed face. After a moment, he looks up at Miao Yimei and asks, Grandma, is she Lin Xian, my aunt? Indeed, Miao Yimei replies, frowning. What is the matter? Xiao Zhan presses. Does she work at a Bentley dealership in the city as a car salesperson? Absolutely. Miao Yimei nods, her brow furrowing even deeper. How do you know? I've met her. Xiao Zhan chuckles wryly, then recounts the events of purchasing the car to Miao Yimei. Though he deliberately omits the details of Lin Xian's situation at the dealership to spare her any worry. What a coincidence. Miao Yimei's eyes widen in surprise. Then she laughs, saying, as the saying goes, not a family. Not in the same door. It seems Lin Xian is indeed fated to be connected to our family if she crossed paths with you. Quite a fate, Xiao Zhan replies with a smile. Though in his heart, he contemplates Lin Xian's precarious situation. Her work has not been smooth sailing. Coincidentally, she needs to go to the Bentley dealership this afternoon to exchange for her official license plates. Perhaps he could lend her a hand. Just then, Xiao Zhan's phone suddenly rings. Checking the screen, he sees it as a call from Su Jianqing. Grandma, I need to take this call. Xiao Zhan stands up, stepping away from Miao Yimei, that he has yet to discuss his engagement with Su Muqiu, intending to resolve matters with the Su family before directly bringing Su Muqiu and Su Xiaoming to meet his grandparents. To give them a delightful surprise, as soon as the call connects, Xiao Zhan calls out, only to hear Su Jianqing's anxious voice on the other end. Xiao Zhan, hurry! You must come quickly. Something has happened. Your mother. She has been taken. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's face changes dramatically, the remnants of his inebriation vanishing in an instant. Dad, please don't panic. Slowly tell me, who has taken my mother? What is the reason? It's Su Jianqing struggles to find the words, but with urgency pressing upon him, he can only speak the truth. Your mother is worried about you. She suspects you have ulterior motives for coming to our home and fears for Muqiu and Mengming's safety. So she decided to investigate your background while you were away. This morning, when you changed clothes, you left a black card behind. Your mother thought it was your bank card, so she secretly took it out, intending to inquire at the bank across from Mengming's kindergarten. The result, Su Jianqing is a straightforward man, speaking candidly to Xiao Zhan without any concealment. Xiao Zhan instinctively reaches for his pocket, realizing that the esteemed black card is indeed not on him. He checks the time and asks, what about Xiaoming? Has she finished school? She is that I initially planned to pick Mingming up from school, but your mother was suddenly taken, shouting for me to call you. So I'm on my way. Without waiting for Su Jianqing to finish, Xiao Zhan instructs, Dad, you go to the school and pick up Xiaoming, that I'll head directly to the bank. Ending the call. He turns to leave to go on. Seeing Xiao Zhan's expression, Miao Yimei understands the gravity of the situation and refrains from asking further, simply nodding and reminding him, remember what Grandma just said, do not act impulsively. Do not take unnecessary risks with your life. With that, Xiao Zhan hugs Miao Yimei tightly, planting a firm kiss on her forehead, and earnestly assures her, Grandma, rest assured, I have matured. Indeed, you have grown. watching Xiao Zhan's hurried departure. Miao Imei's wrinkled face blossoms into a smile, thinking that if Wen Yuan and Xiangzhu were aware, they would surely be delighted to see Zhan safe and sound, returning to the front of the luxurious Bentley. Xiao Zhan opens the door and drives straight to the kindergarten where Su Xiaoming is located, fortunate to have personally taken her to school that morning, making the journey familiar at that moment. In the bank's security room, Lu Hongxiu is brought inside, and one of the guards forcefully grabs her shoulder, shoving her into a chair with an intimidating demeanor, starkly contrasting with the earlier attitude displayed in the lobby. Explanation, reassurance, such notions are non-existent. Initially, there were concerns due to the many watchful eyes surrounding them, fearing that a harsh demeanor would create a negative impression. Now, however, in the expansive security room, only Manager Chun and a female employee remain. On one's own turf, what is there to fear? Such a rare opportunity. They deliberately showcase their domineering side, eager to impress Manager Chun. Seated on the opposite sofa, Manager Chun leaned back, crossing his legs, cradling a cup of tea, and casting a disdainful glance at Lu Hongxiu, as if looking down upon a lowly insect that he completely disregarded her presence. The more vulgar Lu Hongxiu's attire, and the more ordinary her demeanor, the more delighted Manager Chun became, for it confirmed his suspicions. He had caught this card thief. Once he identified the true owner of the supreme black card, fortune would be his. The female staff member stood beside Manager Chun, waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Manager Chun, the person is brought to you. It is she. After pinning Lu Hongxiu to the chair, the security guard did not release his grip, preventing her from struggling. He looked up at Manager Chun, his initially fierce expression instantly replaced by a sycophantic smile. The change was swifter than turning a page. Witnessing this scene, Lu Hongxiu was already terrified, her voice trembling as she demanded, "What do you want from me?" "Annie, you truly have some audacity," Manager Chun replied, raising the supreme black card in his hand and sneering. "Now, tell me, did you steal this card or merely find it? Whose card is it, or where did you find it?" "I didn't steal anything." Upon realizing she was truly being treated as a thief, Lu Hongxiu's face flushed with indignation, and she couldn't help but struggle. "You don't slander me. This is my son-in-law's card." Initially, Lu Hongxiu did not acknowledge her son-in-law, the rapist Xiao Zhan, but the situation had changed as she claimed no connection to Xiao Zhan while possessing his card. Wouldn't that be contradictory? In a moment of desperation, she could only grit her teeth and concede. "Stop pretending." Manager Chun sighed, shaking his head. "At your age, engaging in such petty thievery. Aren't you ashamed? Do you have no pride?" "We have already reported this to the police. The officers would arrive shortly, and if she had any sense, she would clarify the situation. Otherwise, being taken to the police station would be far more than just a loss of face." There was a real possibility of imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxiu could no longer contain herself. Imprisonment? After toiling for most of her life, how could she endure such injustice? In a fit of rage, she struggled even more fiercely, her voice rising to a wail. "Let me go. You must release me. I am innocent." Slap. Observing this, another security guard raised his hand, striking Lu Hongxiu's face without hesitation, cursing, "Innocent my foot. Move again, and I'll make you wish you hadn't." Chapter 59. Scoundrel. "I'll fight you." The blow was forceful, echoing loudly. Lu Hongxiu barely had time to scream before her face was violently thrown aside. Had it not been for the first guard's firm hold on her shoulder, she would have surely fallen to the ground. After the hit, the guard glanced at Manager Chun, as if to say, "Look, Manager, I'm impressive, am I not? This slap was quite powerful, wasn't it? My salary isn't going to waste, right?" His face was filled with self-satisfaction. Manager Chun smiled, instantly inflating the guard's vanity, prompting him to roll up his sleeves and spit at Lu Hongxiu. Scoffing, when Manager Chun is questioning you. Don't you dare play tricks. Now, where did that card come from? Tears of grievance streamed down Lu Hongxiu's face. This slap not only struck her cheek, but also trampled upon her self-esteem, which she held dear as life itself. "You dare to hit me." She didn't even bother to wipe her tears, glaring at the guard who struck her, her expression twisted with fury, as if she had gone mad. Suddenly finding strength from somewhere, she broke free from the guard's grasp, leaping to her feet. With all her might, she lunged at the guard who had hit her, clawing and scratching at his face. Wishing to peel his skin off and rip his muscles apart, "Then I'll fight you." Unfortunately, As an ordinary middle-aged woman, she lacked the strength to compete against the guard. Slap. In her flurry, the guard swung again, landing a blow on the other side of her face. This time, with no one restraining her, her balance faltered, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Overestimating yourself. The guard spat at Lu Hongxiu once more, then straightened his uniform, exuding arrogance. Bind her. Manager Chen leisurely sipped his tea and advised, "You sought the path to heaven, but chose to tread the road to hell. Annie, what a pity to do you truly wish to wait for the police to arrive and be imprisoned." With a feigned expression of sympathy, the two guards quickly fetched ropes, hoisting the panting Lu Hongxiu back into the chair and binding her tightly. "Scoundrels! You scoundrels!" Lu Hongxiu's cheeks were swollen. Blood trickled from her lips. Tears poured down her face, and she trembled all over, devoid of any strength to struggle. She could only cry out in anger, "What gives you the right to hit me? What gives you the right to wrong me? What gives you the right to bind me? Was it a crime to ask for your help regarding the black card? What wrong have I committed?" She could not comprehend. It was utterly incomprehensible. In her fury, she declared, "When my son-in-law arrives, I will demand justice from you." One of the guards laughed at Lu Hongxiu's quip, looking down at her, as if she were a fool, disdainfully retorting, "When your son-in-law arrives, I'll take him down too. I'll make him kneel and call me grandpa." The female employee standing beside Manager Chen scoffed, "You still dare to claim that card belongs to your son-in-law? Do you even know what kind of card it is?" "What card?" Lu Hongxiu was taken aback, realizing this was the crux of the matter, that IT was the global. Just as the female employee was about to reveal this to frighten Lu Hongxiu, a sudden sound interrupted her. With a sharp crack, the door of the security room swung open, and in walked the director of the Quan City Public Security Bureau, Song Qingshan, accompanied by two uniformed police officers. Clearly acquainted with Manager Chen, Song Qingshan glanced at Lu Hongxiu, who was tied to the chair, and his expression shifted as he asked, "Isn't this Ms. Lu from the Su family? Why is she bound? What crime has she committed?" Song Qingshan had a close relationship with Su Bingtian, and since Lu Hongxiu was Su Bingtian's daughter-in-law, he recognized her. "Director Song, save me." Upon seeing Song Qingshan, Lu Hongxiu felt as if she had found a savior. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "I merely came to inquire about that black card, and they dragged me here without a word, beat me, insulted me, and tied me up, falsely accusing me of stealing the card. I swear, that is my son-in-law's card. Director Song, you must uphold justice for me." She pointed at the supreme black card in Manager Chen's hand. Song Qingshan's frown deepened at son-in-law. Is that the rapist Xiao Zhan, who was just released from the Quan City 4th prison and is engaged to Su Muqiu? His mind raced, recalling the events from the previous afternoon at the Su group, but he did not wish to follow in Su Bingtian's footsteps. Thus, when he turned his attention back to Manager Chen, his expression turned icy. "Xiao Chun, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, your abuse of power and restriction of personal freedom is a clear violation of the law." His tone was as cold as his demeanor. "Director Song, this..." Manager Chen was taken aback by Song Qingshan's attitude. The fact that he and Lu Hongxiu knew each other was beyond his expectations, that he quickly stood up, explaining, "Let me explain everything to you." He strode over to Song Qingshan, whispering a few words in his ear. Soon, Song Qingshan's expression grew grave. "Did I ask this true?" He glanced down at the supreme black card in Manager Chen's hand, who immediately offered it up with both hands. Nodding, "Absolutely true." Song Qingshan's lips twitched slightly, and his heart raced. The names Global Bank and Supreme Black Card carried immense weight, heavy enough that even a police chief like Song Qingshan felt a profound shock upon hearing them. "Of course," Lu Hongxiu nodded, about to affirm, when suddenly, a voice as cold as ice echoed from outside the security room. "The card is mine. Is there a problem?" Bang! Almost simultaneously with the words, the door of the security room was kicked open with a thunderous crash, nearly shattering it. Chapter 60. Xiao Zhan has arrived. "That is my mother." Xiao Zhan appeared at the entrance of the security room, radiating an aura of menace, upon seeing Lu Hongxiu, bound to the chair. Drenched in tears, her cheeks swollen and her condition pitiful, an icy chill emanated from his body, instantly enveloping the entire security room. The temperature within the security room seemed to plummet by several degrees, and everyone could distinctly feel the chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. They stood there, dumbfounded, with their hearts pounding like thunder. "Mom!" Xiao Zhan shouted, striding toward Lu Hongxiu. Stop. In an instant, his movement was so swift that it felt as though Xiao Zhan's body was devoid of flesh and blood, more like an ethereal shadow that could effortlessly glide past any obstruction. What the hell? The two policemen froze, their hands suspended in midair, exchanging bewildered glances. They could not comprehend how Xiao Zhan had managed to appear behind them without making contact. Despite their attempts to block his path, their inability to fathom it only heightened their fear. Not just the two of them, but everyone else failed to grasp the speed of Xiao Zhan's actions in that fleeting moment. They merely assumed the two had reacted too late to intercept him. You little brat. One of the security guards, standing beside Lu Hongxiu, took a few steps forward, confronting Xiao Zhan. Are you the son-in-law of this old hag? How dare you run rampant on my turf, flaunting your bravado? You've got quite the audacity. This guard was the same one who had struck Lu Hongxiu earlier and had boasted that if Xiao Zhan showed up, he would beat him until he knelt and called him grandpa. Now, with Xiao Zhan present, he was eager to fulfill his promise. Slap. Without pausing, Xiao Zhan approached the guard and delivered a swift slap, applying just enough force to land squarely on the guard's face. Tell me, who is the thief? The resounding crack of the slap left everyone astounded. The guard was instantly stunned. He staggered a few steps before struggling to regain his balance, his anger igniting as he raised his fist to strike back at Xiao Zhan. Cursing, you mother! Slap! Another slap landed on his face, this time with greater force. Xiao Zhan was a man of iron will, a formidable warrior known as the Wolf King of the North. Though he had retired from active duty, his military spirit remained intact, his resolve unshaken. While he would avoid confronting police officers directly, this guard was an entirely different matter. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhan's strike was overwhelming, and the guard had no chance to scream before he collapsed to the ground. Spewing a mouthful of blood, among which lay a broken tooth, he lay there, incapacitated, unable to rise. Daring to disrespect my mother, a beating is a mere leniency. Xiao Zhan looked down at the fallen guard, then stepped over him without a second thought. Stop him. Manager Chen was equally startled, not expecting that Lu Hongxiu, who appeared so unassuming, would have such a ferocious son-in-law that he quickly commanded another guard to take action. The second guard hesitated. After all, if his colleague couldn't stop Xiao Zhan, how could he? Furthermore, Xiao Zhan's methods were no ordinary brutality. The prior example lay starkly before him. Charging him would be tantamount to inviting a beating. Yet, he had no choice. Manager Chen was the bank's authority. If he failed to act, his own position could be at stake. After a brief moment of deliberation, weighing the consequences, the guard ultimately chose to protect his job over enduring a beating. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to block Xiao Zhan. You get lost, predictably. As he approached Xiao Zhan, he barely managed to utter his words when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Sent flying by a kick from Xiao Zhan, that he landed 2 meters away, his insides churning violently. Fortunately, he didn't vomit blood. Xiao Zhan had held back. The guard, though down, could have immediately gotten back up. But only a fool would do that. Writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach, he resembled a worm. His face contorted in agony, that a masterful performance. Seeing this, Manager Chen's face turned pale. He turned to Song Qingshan beside him, urgently saying, Director Song, you can't just stand there and watch. This kid is assaulting people right in front of the police. Aren't you going to intervene? Song Qingshan, fixated on Xiao Zhan, wore a grave expression. As the saying goes, an expert sees the essence, while a novice sees the spectacle. Although Xiao Zhan's earlier moves were executed simply and swiftly, Song Qingshan, with his wealth of investigative experience, sensed something amiss. Xiao Zhan's combat prowess was formidable, far beyond the ordinary. Those who frequently engage in combat share an uncanny psychological connection, akin to a woman's unpredictable temperament. Song Qingshan pondered, with such remarkable skills. Xiao Zhan showed no fear in the presence of the police, his demeanor calm and indifferent, as if he held the director in utter disregard. How could such a person be ordinary? Moreover, having previously conducted a thorough investigation into Xiao Zhan, he had been unable to uncover any details regarding his background or the rape case from 5 years prior. As thoughts raced through his mind, Song Qingshan began piecing together the clues, arriving at a chilling conclusion. Could it be Lu Hongxiu had spoken the truth, that supreme black card from Global Bank truly belonged to Xiao Zhan? The mere thought sent his heart racing. There was no longer room for him to consider Manager Chen. The single word caused Manager Chen's face to flush with rage as he furiously untied the ropes binding Lu Hongxiu. "Mom, I'm sorry for being late." Upon meeting Xiao Zhan's apologetic gaze, Lu Hongxiu felt utterly mortified that it was her suspicions about Xiao Zhan that had led her to obtain his supreme black card for a discreet inquiry into his background. Yet now, he had come to her rescue and was apologizing. Where could she possibly hide her face? Xiao Zhan inquired, "Mom, tell me, who struck your face?" Lu Hongxiu hesitated for a moment before pointing to the guard who had lost a tooth. Truthfully stating, "It was him. He slapped me twice that I said it was your card. And he said if you came, he would beat you too, that he even said he would make you kneel and call him Grandpa." Upon hearing this, the guard's face drained of color, and after spitting up blood, he barely managed to rise, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed again. That's so. Xiao Zhan glanced at the guard, casually picking up a fruit knife as he strode toward him. Chapter 61. The Fury of the Wolf King, Bloodshed Gulp. The guard swallowed hard, his face paling in terror as he instinctively retreated. His voice trembling, "What do you want?" "Don't come any closer." His voice quivered. Employed in security at the bank, he had often taken advantage of others, acting arrogant and overbearing. But this was mere child's play. He had never encountered someone like Xiao Zhan, who would brandish a knife at the slightest provocation. "Aren't you the one who wanted to beat me? Come on." Xiao Zhan advanced relentlessly, his voice booming like thunder. His presence as fierce as a startled hawk in the blink of an eye. He had cornered the guard against the wall, leaving him with nowhere to escape. "Aren't you the one who wanted me to kneel and call you Grandpa? Come on." The look in Xiao Zhan's eyes was that of a ravenous wolf, imbued with an indescribable ferocity and brutality. Locking eyes with the guard, the latter felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His very soul trembled. Can you fathom that sense of despair? It was akin to being scrutinized by the eyes of a reaper from hell, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of dread and terror, leaving him with a tingling scalp and a quaking heart. This was the essence of Xiao Zhan's gaze, the gaze of the Wolf King of the North, with 5 years of blood-soaked battles. 5 years of unrelenting dominance. Xiao Zhan had slain countless foes, his hands stained with the crimson of enemies, bearing the weight of their lives upon his shoulders. He had endured the trials of fire and blood, having triumphed over life and death. As the saying goes, a general success is built upon countless corpses. Rising from the pile of the dead, he was a hero who had traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Though he appeared magnificent on the surface, the wrath of the Wolf King was terrifying, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Under Xiao Zhan's overwhelming presence, the guard held out for about 10 seconds before his trembling legs buckled, forcing him to kneel before Xiao Zhan. "BB brother." His tongue seemed to tie itself in knots, unable to articulate clearly. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I was just spouting nonsense. You are my grandpa. My real grandpa. Please spare me, please." This spectacle left everyone present in disbelief, their hearts pounding with fear. That he knelt? With his back turned to them, they could only see Xiao Zhan's imposing silhouette, but they could sense the immense psychological pressure emanating from his earlier roar, which resonated like a wolf's howl. Director Song, this, Manager Chun and a female employee exchanged glances, both recognizing the overwhelming terror reflected in each other's eyes. The two guards had attacked Lu Hongxiu, after all, at their behest. What if Xiao Zhan sought retribution against them afterward? Yet, Song Qingshan remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to restrain himself, Manager Chun tapped Song Qingshan on the shoulder, his face ashen as he whispered, "Director Song, this kid is so brutal. He might have a criminal record. Since you are here, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Manager Chun, are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Song Qingshan turned his head, glaring at Manager Chun. Manager Chun was filled with silent fury, unable to voice his anger, his expression contorted as if he had consumed something foul. The two police officers brought by Song Qingshan stood alert, their eyes fixed on every movement of Xiao Zhan, their ears perked up in anticipation of Song Qingshan's command. Meanwhile, Lu Hongxiu was utterly petrified. Just yesterday, at the engagement banquet at the Junhuang Grand Hotel, Xiao Zhan had displayed his strength, assaulting someone for the sake of Su Muqiu and Su Xiaoming, a sight Lu Hongxiu had witnessed firsthand, the memory still vivid. This time, Xiao Zhan was doing it for her. His mother-in-law, She was terrified beyond measure, yet also somewhat touched at a tumult of emotions. Indeed, what need was there for the police? Xiao Zhan's words reached the ears of the two officers, inciting their displeasure. They thought to themselves, "Young man, we are right here. Your arrogance, attacking in our presence and uttering such words, is a slap in our faces. How can we endure this?" Xiao Zhan paid no heed to their feelings, with his words still hanging in the air. He extended his left hand, seizing the security guard's right wrist with a firm grip, effortlessly lifting him, that he then inquired, "Did you use this hand to strike my mother?" Aye. The security guard was drenched in sweat. Swiftly, Xiao Zhan pushed forward, pinning the guard's right hand against the wall, simultaneously raising the fruit knife he held in his right hand. "Xiao Zhan, what are you doing?" It was evident to anyone, even the most foolish, what Xiao Zhan intended. Lu Hongxiu's eyes widened in shock as she sprang to her feet, desperate to intervene. "Young man, stop. You too intervene." Having remained a mere observer until now, Song Qingshan's pupils contracted sharply, startled by Xiao Zhan's nearly frenzied actions. In that critical moment, he had no time to ponder further and immediately commanded the two poised officers. Yes, without a moment's hesitation, the two officers sprang into action, rushing toward Xiao Zhan. Alas, they were a step too late. In terms of speed, not only could they not match Xiao Zhan, but likely no one in the entire city of Quanqing could rival him. Bang! In an instant, Xiao Zhan's knife struck down, before the astonished gazes of all present. The blade buried itself into the security guard's palm, piercing through flesh and bone. Penetrating straight through his hand, and with lingering force, it drove into the wall behind him. That it was as if a thick, long steel nail had pinned the guard's hand to the wall. With a sickening squelch, accompanied by the guard's agonized screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, blood erupted, splattering like rain, dousing the face of another guard lying on the ground in a feigned state of death. Sending chills down his spine, he instinctively averted his head, closing his eyes. Better to feign death. Yet, despite his superb acting skills, he could not conceal the overwhelming terror coursing through him, his body frozen in place. Even as a certain faucet below malfunctioned, betraying him at a crucial moment. With a rush, his pants were soaked in an instant. Lu Hongxiu stood there, as rigid as stone, her heart turned to ashes. Witnessing the gruesome scene before her, she felt dizzy, her mind buzzing. She never dreamed that events would spiral to such a degree. Xiao Zhan, in his quest for her vindication, would disregard everything to wield a knife against another in front of the police. There could be no doubt it was a criminal act, and Xiao Zhan had only just emerged from prison that very morning. Surely he wouldn't be thrown back in at the thought. Lu Hongxiu regretted her earlier decisions. Chapter 62. The Authority of the Supreme Black Card. Young man. Song Qingshan produced the Supreme Black Card, preparing to inquire, for the ownership of the Supreme Black Card was of paramount importance. If it truly belonged to Xiao Zhan, then regardless of whether he wielded a knife in violence, even if he took a life before him, as long as the justification was sound, he would have no authority to intervene. The power and privileges of the Supreme Black Card were immense, so vast that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As the head of the Quanqing Public Security Bureau, Song Qingshan was privy to more knowledge than Qian Banqing, the city's wealthiest man. For while Qian Banqing was merely a businessman, Song Qingshan was a public servant responsible for criminal matters. Director Song. Xiao Zhan, anticipating Song Qingshan's inquiry, interrupted sharply before he could speak. He then turned away, no longer regarding the security guard impaled against the wall. In that moment of turning, his demonic gaze swiftly softened, his furious expression returning to its usual calm, that he strode over to Lu Hongxiu, smiling sincerely. "Mom, it's all right. Dad has gone to the school to pick up Xiaoming. He's not very mobile, so I'll help you out to see him." In that moment, facing Lu Hongxiu, Xiao Zhan's smile was utterly genuine, enveloping her in a warm breeze. Compared to the fierce Xiao Zhan from moments prior, he seemed like a different person altogether. Lu Hongxiu, worried, asked, "But you?" She wished to inquire if he was unharmed, but the words caught in her throat. "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine too." Lu Hongxiu glanced at the Supreme Black Card in Song Qingshan's hand. All of this had arisen because of her. Regrettably, she ultimately failed to uncover the secrets hidden behind the Supreme Black Card, let alone Xiao Zhan's true nature. "Please believe me. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." His tone was resolute, his words ringing with conviction. "Then, very well. Lu Hongxiu was not the type to be unreasonable. With the conversation reaching this juncture, even if her heart brimmed with curiosity and concern, she could not press further in front of so many people that I'm not seriously injured. I can walk on my own. Just be careful. After offering a few reminders, Lu Hongxiu turned to leave. Song Qingshan signaled to the two officers, who immediately understood, each taking one arm to assist Lu Hongxiu out of the security room. Next, Xiao Zhan would likely discuss matters regarding the Supreme Black Card, which was of great significance that it was inappropriate for those officers to eavesdrop. And Song Qingshan then looked at Manager Chun and the female employee, signaling for them to exit as well. They exchanged awkward glances, their faces filled with embarrassment. Ironically, they were the first to recognize the Supreme Black Card, subsequently calling Song Qingshan, particularly Manager Chun, who had hoped to attach himself to a powerful figure after locating the card's owner. Now, it seemed they would not even have the right to listen in. However, after glancing at Xiao Zhan, Manager Chun felt a chill run down his spine, thinking it better to retreat. This man was exceedingly ruthless. And if the card truly belonged to him, it would be a fortunate outcome if he merely lost a favor rather than his own life. Let us go. Manager Chun and the female employee left together. But just as they reached the door of the security room, Xiao Zhan's voice rang out from behind. Wait at the door. Our accounts have yet to be settled. At his words, both felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Aside from the two security guards, the once bustling security room was now left with only Xiao Zhan and Song Qingshan. They moved to the window, avoiding the ears of the two guards. After a deep breath, Song Qingshan produced the Supreme Black Card and asked, "Whose card is this, exactly?" It was clear that Director Song understood its significance. Xiao Zhan did not answer, but countered with a question. Of course, Song Qingshan's expression turned serious on the surface. It appears merely as a bank card. Yet in reality, it is far from that in commerce. It has a credit limit of 10 billion, allowing for withdrawals anywhere in the world without interest or repayment deadlines. In critical moments, it can force an airplane to land, halt a train, or even seal off an entire city. One by one, Song Qingshan recounted the card's capabilities, his excitement palpable, clearly knowledgeable about the privileges of the Supreme Black Card. Once he finished, Xiao Zhan inquired, "Since Director Song is aware of all this, you must also know that the cardholder has the responsibility to rectify injustices and the authority to act first and report later. Even murder does not necessitate a penalty." Song Qingshan's understanding of the Supreme Black Card exceeded Xiao Zhan's expectations. Nevertheless, this was beneficial. As the head of Chuanqing's Public Security Bureau, overseeing criminal matters and maintaining public order, his next actions, seeking vengeance and settling debts, would demand blood and sacrifice, making it impossible to conceal from him. Thus, it would be prudent to speak candidly, sharing certain truths to avert unnecessary complications that I understand. Song Qingshan nodded. Xiao Zhan's comprehension of the Supreme Black Card astonished him. He instinctively thought, the more Xiao Zhan knows about the Supreme Black Card, does that not imply that it is increasingly likely to belong to him? Therefore, he tentatively remarked, as far as I know, the Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank is exceedingly difficult to apply for, with only a minuscule number approved. One must either save the global economy. In short, it cannot be merely achieved through wealth. Its possessor is undoubtedly a formidable figure or a national leader. So this card. His implications were clear, and Xiao Zhan understood. However, he did not nod in affirmation nor shake his head in denial. For the issue of the card's ownership was too crucial. Regardless of what he affirmed or denied, a mere word could not earn Song Qingshan's trust. Thus, Xiao Zhan reached out, took the Supreme Black Card, and then pulled out his phone, opening a QR code scanning app, aiming it at the wolf head emblem in the upper left corner of the Supreme Black Card, accompanied by a soft beep. A screen sprang to life on the smartphone, prompting the entry of a 32-digit unlock password. With fingers flying like the wind, Xiao Zhan deftly tapped the phone's keyboard. Moments later, he raised his hand, positioning the screen before Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan's eyes widened, his heart pounding like thunder, overwhelmed with excitement, yet too apprehensive to even draw a breath. What appeared on the screen was, astonishingly, a photograph. Thank you to users 19694015015556 and 830262 for 923475 for the gifts. I Meng truly appreciate it, moi. Chapter 63, The super tycoon, the unparalleled gentleman beneath the photograph. If one were to scroll down, they would discover personal information about Xiao Zhan, along with his remarkable achievements. These were indeed the reasons he qualified for the esteemed black card. However, Xiao Zhan refrained from allowing Song Qingshan to view it, as that information was classified. The identity of the holders of the Global Bank's Supreme Black Card is unique. Each member is a renowned super tycoon, and their personal data must remain absolutely confidential. Any breach could lead to dire consequences. The only individuals privy to this information are the 81 brothers of the Blood Wolf Group and the supervising officials responsible for its formation. The level of secrecy is evident. Thus, the Global Bank invested a substantial amount of resources and time into the research and design of the Supreme Black Card, ensuring that its security measures are world-class. The wolf head emblem in the upper left corner of Xiao Zhan's Supreme Black Card not only symbolizes the Blood Wolf Group, but also serves as a special QR code that requires specific scanning software to access the designated page. Should the 32-digit password be entered incorrectly, or should the black card fall into the hands of outsiders attempting to decrypt it, the protective system of the card will activate immediately, shutting down the access page. Song Qingshan, with eyes sharp as a hawk, stared at the smartphone screen for nearly half a minute. Even though he had made some guesses and prepared himself mentally, when the truth lay before him and the dust settled, he could not conceal the excitement radiating from his features. "It's really you." Shifting his gaze from the phone screen to Xiao Zhan, Song Qingshan's expression was a tapestry of shock, confusion, curiosity, and an overwhelming sense of admiration and reverence. Yes, it was indeed admiration and reverence. Although he had not seen the personal information beneath the photograph or Xiao Zhan's illustrious accomplishments, it was unnecessary to look. As he had just stated, those worthy of the Supreme Black Card are either titans of industry or national leaders. Regardless of which category Xiao Zhan belonged to, how could one not admire and revere someone so young, yet so accomplished? This card, as well as my identity, is classified, Xiao Zhan reminded him. "I understand." Song Qingshan nodded vigorously, solemnly stating, "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will keep this matter under wraps from now on. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall exert my utmost effort." Song Qingshan comprehended everything, the realization dawning upon him. No wonder Xiao Zhan had been imprisoned for rape 5 years ago, yet as the director of the Public Security Bureau, he could find no detailed files. No wonder Xiao Zhan had just gotten engaged to Su Muchio yesterday, and today, the Su Group underwent a complete transformation. Having pieced this together, Song Qingshan was eager to curry favor with Xiao Zhan, even pledging loyalty. Such an opportunity was rare and fleeting that a living super tycoon stood before him. How could he let this chance slip away? His words were heartfelt. He genuinely desired to follow Xiao Zhan and offer his unwavering commitment. Xiao Zhan, sensing his sincerity, replied, "There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. Please, Mr. Xiao, go ahead." Song Qingshan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Xiao Zhan intoned gravely, "In the coming days, I need to take care of some matters. To eliminate a few individuals, Quancheng will likely not be peaceful. Eliminate?" Song Qingshan gasped, startled that to seek to kill so soon after being released from prison. Was this truly such a thrill? Raising his eyes to glance at Xiao Zhan, he noticed the latter's expression was as calm as still water, and he could not help but think, truly, a super tycoon. Such a grave matter seemed to roll off his tongue as casually as one would discuss a mere chicken. "What does Mr. Xiao wish for me to do?" Song Qingshan inquired. He refrained from questioning whom Xiao Zhan intended to kill, why, when, or how, knowing that to do so would only reveal his insincerity and lack of resolve. Such a trivial error was one he would certainly avoid. "It's straightforward," Xiao Zhan stated. "Your role is unique. You need not be involved in the specific process. Your task is to minimize the impact of these events and maintain the stability and order of Quancheng." "Is that all?" Song Qingshan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased to him. Xiao Zhan's refusal to involve him seemed a clear sign of insufficient trust. "That if you possess the courage, you may bring your men and your weapon to accompany me for a thorough cleansing. However, in that case, your position as director would likely be at an end." With that, Xiao Zhan turned and walked away. Song Qingshan broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, as a public officer, a dignified director of the Public Security Bureau, a guardian of societal order, how could he lead the charge in murder? Moreover, Xiao Zhan, with his inscrutable depth as a super tycoon and the protection of the supreme black card, wielded a sort of immunity. As long as his reasons were sound and purposes just, even taking a life would bear no consequence. But what of him? He had no such black card. As Xiao Zhan exited the security room, Manager Chun and the female staff member awaited obediently outside. However, Chun was less than compliant, pressing his ear against the door, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation between Xiao Zhan and Song Qingshan. When the door swung open, both were startled. Every misstep carries its price. That's enough, Xiao Zhan declared, striding away. You, Manager Chun seethed, wishing to hurl an insult at Xiao Zhan's departing figure. What gives you the authority to dismiss me? He could hardly believe that someone of such brutish demeanor could be the possessor of a supreme black card, the stuff of legends. A true man can bend and yield. For now, I shall yield. But next time, we shall see. Lost in thought, Song Qingshan followed closely behind, prompting Manager Chen to inquire, Director Song, how did it go? Did you find out who that scoundrel truly is? Chapter 64. Is wealth all that matters? Get lost. Remember Mr. Zhao's words. Huh? Manager Chen was taken aback at Mr. Xiao. What on earth? When mentioning Xiao Zhan, Manager Chen perceived an unprecedented respect in Song Qingshan's demeanor, as if he were discussing his superior. In fact, it seemed even more reverent than his treatment of his own superiors. Moreover, Song Qingshan continued, everything that transpired here today, including Mr. Xiao and that card, must remain confidential. One word to the outside world, and I possess 100 reasons and 1,000 methods to ensure you spend a lifetime in prison. Never to emerge. A threat, an intimidation, uttered without any pretense, direct and brazen. Uncle. Annie. What on earth is this? Manager Chun and the female staff exchanged glances, utterly stunned. Given their ages, Song Qingshan, Lu Hongxiu, and Su Jiansheng were evidently of the same generation. Just moments ago, they had addressed Lu as Ms. Lu, and now, suddenly, he was calling them Uncle and Annie with such familiarity. Could it be? The female staff's face turned ashen, her heart racing in despair as she murmured. Manager Chun, could it be that the black card truly belongs to Xiao Zhan? Song Qingshan and Xiao Zhan had engaged in a private conversation in the security room for over 10 minutes, undoubtedly confirming certain matters. Though Manager Chun and the female staff had not overheard their dialogue, their reaction suggested the truth was nearly undeniable. After all, how could Xiao Zhan, having harmed someone and drawn blood, brazenly depart right under Song Qingshan's nose? Furthermore, Song Qingshan's attitude toward Xiao Zhan only corroborated this notion. Thud, thud. Manager Chun, not foolish, quickly connected the dots. His heart quaked violently. His lips twitched in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how someone like Xiao Zhan could possibly be a super tycoon. It seemed implausible, yet the reality was inescapable. Slapping the female staff without warning, Manager Chen scolded, "This is all your fault. If you had simply relayed what Aunt Lu wished to know, none of this would have happened. Why did you come here to file a ridiculous report?" Having vented his frustration, he stormed away. The female staff, her face burning with embarrassment, was momentarily taken aback, urgently asking, "Manager Chen, what do we do now? What can we do? Do you want to end up in prison?" In the manager's office, Manager Chun completed his resignation letter, placing it on his desk as he packed his belongings. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. Drawing nearer, moments later, the office door swung open. Distracted and annoyed, Manager Chun assumed it was that insufferable female staff member returning to bother him. Without lifting his head, he barked, "Get lost. Can't you understand human speech? Don't come to irritate me." Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, accompanied by a faint sound, Manager Chun felt a shadow flash before his eyes, startling him. Upon focusing, he was astonished to find a bank card unexpectedly resting on his desk. He was taken aback. Realizing something was amiss, he abruptly lifted his gaze, and indeed, the person standing in his office was not the female employee, but a stranger, a middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Manager Chen stammered. "What do you want? What does this mean?" His brows furrowed, contemplating whether it was a bribe. Employed at a bank and occupying a managerial position, he wielded considerable authority. A lucrative position, indeed, with many coming to him for favors and gifts. To take someone's money and do their bidding. However, it was the first time he encountered someone so brazenly demanding his assistance. The middle-aged man gestured, suggesting that such a simple task could yield substantial rewards. Under normal circumstances, Manager Chen would have readily accepted, responding to any inquiry. Yet today was different. Having just suffered an unfortunate setback, losing his job and brimming with frustration, he found it intolerable to think that a mere 100,000 yuan could compel him to bow and scrape. Dream on. Take your filthy money away. Manager Chen picked up the bank card and tossed it back at the middle-aged man, declaring, I'm in a foul mood right now. You have 3 seconds to disappear from my office. 200,000. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, upping the ante. Manager Chen, growing impatient, retorted, Do I look like someone in need of money? Do you think being wealthy makes you impressive? Such bravado. After years of careful maneuvering as a bank manager, he had never dared to be so audacious before, especially in front of the affluent. The feeling of viewing money as mere refuse was exhilarating. Instantly, his mood brightened. 500,000 at the middle-aged man, without wasting words. Raised the stakes again, seemingly determined to succeed. You, Manager Chen halted his actions, fixing an unwavering gaze upon the middle-aged man. His heart racing, he wanted to unleash a torrent of insults, maintaining his dominance, but the words failed to escape his lips. 500,000, dim. That was quite a sum. What do you want to know? After a moment's hesitation, Manager Chen reluctantly lowered his proud head before this pile of cash, his previously defiant heart beginning to waver. The middle-aged man cut to the chase. What happened in the security room earlier? Upon hearing this, Manager Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Who are you exactly? Before leaving, Song Qingshan had just warned Manager Chen not to leak today's events, lest he face dire consequences. Now, merely 10 minutes later, someone was inquiring into it, offering a staggering 500,000 for information. Anyone could tell that the unremarkable middle-aged man before him was far from ordinary. My answer is beyond your means, that I do not understand what you are saying. Manager Chen's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons, while 500,000 was no trifling sum. It paled in comparison to Song Qingshan's threat that if he divulged any information today, and Song Qingshan learned of it tomorrow, he would find no refuge in the entire city of Quanqing. He even questioned whether this suddenly appearing middle-aged man was a probe sent by Song Qingshan. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the information so swiftly? Not comprehending, are you? The middle-aged man strode to the desk and coldly stated, In that case, allow me to assist you in organizing your thoughts and restoring your memory. Perhaps a clearer answer will emerge. With that, he reached out, seizing Manager Chen's neck across the desk. Chapter 65, Crisis Strikes. Su Xiaoming goes missing. The middle-aged man's grip on Manager Chen's neck was like a vice, applying just enough pressure to render him speechless, his throat aching as if it were about to snap. In an instant, the veins in his neck bulged, his terrified visage turning a deep shade of purple. How does it feel? The middle-aged man inquired. Have you recalled anything? As he spoke, the man's arm lifted slightly, and in an astonishing display, he hoisted Manager Chen off the ground with one hand. That it was worth noting that Manager Chen weighed approximately 150 jin. Manager Chen's toes barely grazed the floor, his entire weight hanging from his neck, which felt as though it would snap at any moment. He struggled to breathe, sensing the suffocating grip of death closing in. This was ruthless. The middle-aged man before him was even more vicious than Xiao Zhan, decisive, intent on taking a life with the first blow. Manager Chen struggled desperately, but it was futile. Speak. I will speak. He grasped the middle-aged man's wrist, exerting all his strength to pry it away, finally earning a brief respite. No longer daring to be obstinate, he quickly capitulated and begged for mercy. Previously, the threat from Song Qingshan loomed larger. Yet now, in stark contrast, this middle-aged man appeared far more terrifying. That it was a choice between information and his life. And Manager Chen knew well which to choose, so quickly grasped the situation, remembered. The middle-aged man casually tossed Manager Chen back into the revolving chair behind his desk, shaking his head in disappointment. What a letdown. I initially thought you were made of sterner stuff, and had hoped to entertain you a while longer. Cough, cough, cough. Manager Chen slumped in the chair, resembling a puddle of mud, clutching his neck, coughing violently for a time before his breathing gradually stabilized, his complexion improving slightly. Speak. The middle-aged man declared impatiently, Do not test my patience, or you shall never have the chance to speak again. Manager Chen dared not hesitate, promptly stating, It concerns a card, a supreme black card from the global bank. For the next 10 minutes, Manager Chen recounted every detail, from Lu Hongxiu entering the bank to his forced resignation by Xiao Zhan, leaving nothing out that he dared not conceal a single thing. Who knew what this middle-aged man might already know? Xiao Zhan, Global Bank, Supreme Black Card. The middle-aged man committed these pivotal names to memory, his pupils narrowing. Visibly moved that he then turned to leave. Wait. Manager Chen called out, that card. What card? The middle-aged man continued walking. The bank card in your hand at your right. That was earlier. Thus, I spared your life. We owe each other nothing. With that, the middle-aged man's figure vanished from the office doorway. Damn. In an instant, Manager Chen's expression darkened, as if 1,000 furious horses were charging through his chest, feeling utterly frustrated that he had received nothing, yet had divulged information regarding Xiao Zhan and the Supreme Black Card, which could summon retribution from both Song Qingshan and Xiao Zhan at any moment. But he had truly lost both the maiden and the troops. It seemed there would be no place for him in the entire city of Quancheng. After the middle-aged man departed the office, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and he spoke in a low voice. Fu Bo, Xiao Zhan has arrived at the bank. He relayed Manager Chen's words verbatim. Supreme Black Card? The weight of this name was immense, even causing the elder on the other end, addressed as Fu Bo, to gasp in surprise, asking, Did you see it with your own eyes? Can you be certain? Not exactly. The middle-aged man shook his head. Xiao Zhan's skills surpass mine, and he is highly alert that I dared not approach for fear of being detected and jeopardizing the boss's grand plans. However, based on the bank manager's account and my speculation, the likelihood is quite high. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. All right, I understand that. A moment later, Fu Bo stated, I will report this to the boss immediately. You continue to keep watch. Understood. In Fu Bo's presence, the middle-aged man was utterly deferential, a stark contrast to the haughty demeanor he had exhibited toward Manager Chen. At noon, Xiao Zhan and Song Qingshan exited the bank and headed straight for the kindergarten across the street. The luxurious Bentley was parked at the entrance, and Su Xiaoming had been out of class for nearly half an hour. By all accounts, Su Jianqing and Lu Hongxiu should have picked Su Xiaoming up and were waiting in the car. However, as they approached the Bentley, Xiao Zhan opened the door only to find the interior empty. No one was there. Where is she? Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. It must be that the school had some issues and dismissed late. Song Qingshan hurriedly explained. Those two officers left with Aunt Lu. They would certainly ensure her safety. After speaking, he took out his phone and called one of the officers. Director Song, something terrible has happened. As soon as the call connected, before Song Qingshan could inquire, the officer's urgent voice crackled through the phone. This lady's granddaughter went missing after school. We searched the school with the teachers for quite some time and have yet to find her. Boom! The officer's words struck like a thunderclap in Song Qingshan's ears, leaving him frozen in place, his complexion ashen as a corpse that he had just declared that nothing would go wrong. And in the blink of an eye, a calamity had indeed occurred. One of such magnitude. Was this not a blatant slap in Xiao Zhan's face, right before his eyes? Song Qingshan glanced at Xiao Zhan, initially intending to inform him about Su Xiaoming's disappearance. However, at the moment he raised his head, he merely caught sight of a fleeting black shadow, and in the next instant, Xiao Zhan had vanished from view. Xiao Zhan possessed an acute sense of hearing, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although Song Qingshan had not activated the speakerphone on his mobile device, he could still hear the police officer's words distinctly, every syllable crystal clear. Su Xiaoming's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. Thus, Xiao Zhan rushed into the kindergarten with utmost urgency. Chapter 66. Preconceived and thorough investigation. The kindergarten was not particularly large. Xiao Zhan transformed into a blur, darting through the premises in less than a minute. He had scoured the entire establishment, simultaneously unleashing his inner strength to extend his perception within a 10-meter radius to no avail. After this thorough search, Xiao Zhan could affirm with certainty that Su Xiaoming was not present in the kindergarten. Yet, according to school regulations, students were not permitted to leave the premises on their own unless accompanied by a parent. After all, kindergartners were of such tender age that departing alone posed significant risks. Thus, only one possibility remained. Su Xiaoming had likely been abducted by someone from the school. Was it members of the Su family, the Qin family, the Lu family, or perhaps the Zhang family? Just yesterday morning, Xiao Zhan had emerged from prison. He had very few enemies or individuals aware of his true identity. However, they should not possess the audacity to act against him. The wrath of the Duan family was a burden they could not bear. Unless, of course, they were courting death. Regarding the southern district, if Huang Mao had betrayed Xiao Zhan and disclosed his affairs to the Chun, Liu, and Zhang families, then Qin Zhonghe and others would surely realize that Xiao Zhan would seek revenge. Thus, to safeguard themselves, they might have preemptively abducted Su Xiaoming, using her as leverage against him, which was entirely plausible. After all, 5 years ago, Xiao Zhan had been wrongfully imprisoned. His mother, Miao Xiangzhu, had met with a tragic end in the capital, and his uncle, Miao Wenyuan, had suffered a devastating loss, all intertwined with the affairs of those 3 families. This was a blood debt. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. There was no room for reconciliation. Xiao Zhan arrived before the teaching building, where a crowd had already gathered, including teachers, the principal, security personnel, Song Qingshan, and the 2 police officers. Lu Hongxiu was in tears, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jianqing, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You worthless cripple. If anything happens to Meng Meng, I won't live either." Su Xiaoming was the jewel of the family. Both Lu Hongxiu and Su Muqiu regarded her as their sole emotional anchor, showering her with unwavering love and care. Mr. Xiao. Upon spotting Xiao Zhan, Song Qingshan immediately approached him, his expression somber as he said, "According to the information provided by the teachers, when school ended, many parents came to pick up their children, and the situation was rather chaotic. Consequently, no one noticed who took Su Xiaoming away." "Does the school not have surveillance?" Xiao Zhan inquired. "There is indeed some," but Song Qingshan shook his head and continued, "There are no cameras inside the teaching building. The security room at the main entrance can only monitor entry and exit records, and according to the security personnel, the cameras malfunctioned about 10 minutes before school ended and have yet to be repaired. The individual who abducted Su Xiaoming must be highly skilled, with exceptional counter-surveillance abilities." Song Qingshan's face grew grave. Not only was the main entrance's surveillance compromised, but before our arrival, those 2 police officers had already visited nearby shops and discovered that all surveillance devices capable of capturing footage of the school had been deliberately destroyed in advance. Clearly, this was a meticulously planned operation, executed with forethought. "Investigate. Continue the investigation." Xiao Zhan commanded coldly that a person leaves traces, just as a wild goose leaves its call, no matter how adept the perpetrator's counter-surveillance skills. As long as they have been here, there will undoubtedly be clues to uncover. Deploy personnel to contact Xiaoming's classmates and inquire with the parents of those students one by one. Usually, it is my father and mother who pick Xiaoming up. They are acquainted with those parents that if a stranger took Xiaoming away, the other parents would surely recall something. Song Qingshan nodded. "I will arrange this immediately." Furthermore, Xiao Zhan continued, with the school surveillance equipment down, "We must check the cameras at all nearby intersections and scrutinize every vehicle that passed through. 1. To identify the suspect's vehicle. 2. To contact the owners of those vehicles and review their dash cams. School dismissal coincides with rush hour, so the traffic flow near the school is substantial. As long as the suspect entered through the main gate, they must have been recorded. Solving a case and apprehending criminals is fundamentally a process of investigation and counter-investigation." Although Xiao Zhan was not a police officer, his investigative skills were unparalleled. "Understood." Afterward, Xiao Zhan turned and approached Lu Hongxiu, offering her words of comfort. "Mother, with Director Song here, Xiaoming will be safe. Woo woo woo. You can call me mother. I can regard you as my own son." Lu Hongxiu was truly frantic. She would risk everything for Su Xiaoming. "Mother, do not worry. Woo woo woo." This was also the reason why Lu Hongxiu had not informed Su Muqiu about Su Xiaoming's disappearance at the first opportunity. "Shouldn't be any issues." Before parting, Xiao Zhan cautioned Song Qingshan to pay close attention to the movements of the Su, Chun, Liu, and Zhang families while pursuing the suspect, for they were the most suspicious. If it were the Su family that acted, they were unaware of Xiao Zhan's true identity, and Miao Yimei, Miao Taizan, and Lin Xian should be safe. Conversely, if the perpetrators were from the Chun, Liu, or Zhang families, then all of Xiao Zhan's relatives would be in grave danger. Therefore, he entrusted the search for Su Xiaoming to Song Qingshan, while he needed to expedite the protection of Miao Yimei and others to prevent further misfortune. 15 minutes later, a Mulsan came to a halt at the entrance of the 4S dealership. Chapter 67. Intrigue and Deceit. Ant falls into a trap. Xiao Zhan pushed the door open and stepped out. Striding into the 4S dealership, upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of noise, men shouting and women sobbing, a most jarring symphony. Turning his head, he spotted a crowd gathered around a gleaming Bentley. 240,000, not a cent more. Among them was a young man in his 20s, his back to Xiao Zhan, emanating an air of fury as he raged. Last night, when she was in bed with me, she clearly stated 240,000. Now she wants to back out. Nonsense. I only brought this much money today. I must take the car away. He exuded righteous indignation. Bed? What bed? Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed as he scanned the shop. Failing to locate his aunt Lin Xian, and thus made his way through the throng, that Mr. Wang, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. That a middle-aged woman wore a forced smile, attempting to placate the enraged young man. Rest assured, we will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Satisfactory? Nonsense. The young man scoffed. What is there to investigate? That wretched woman encouraged me to buy the car. She added me on WeChat yesterday afternoon. Arranged to meet me that evening, and we booked a hotel room. In bed. She suggested I bring money today for a car listed at 289,000, and she would provide me with a quote for 240,000, on the condition that I privately pay her a 10,000 commission. After our night together, I promptly transferred the 10,000 to her, and yet she turned her back on our agreement, demanding 289,000. Ugh, what a shameless harlot. The young man's fury escalated as he spat in the direction of the crowd, when Xiao Zhan had visited to purchase a vehicle yesterday. Those saleswomen had looked down on him, arms crossed with smug smiles on their faces. One of them could no longer contain herself and scoffed, with just 2 days left in the 3-month internship. You suddenly sell a Mulsanne yesterday, and now a Bentley today? I thought your wooden head had finally come to its senses. What a surprise. It seems your heart has grown wild, your face thickened, and your courage expanded. You dare to seduce clients, meet them privately, sleep with them, and attempt to game the system for personal gain. People like you deserve to be punished. This woman, known as Mei Jie, was the small team leader among the saleswomen. Indeed, Mei Jie's words were echoed by the other saleswomen. You traitorous wretch, shameless. You aim to swindle both the company and clients. Your ambitions are quite grand. Had it not been for the client's complaint, we would still be in the dark from this single transaction. You could reap substantial benefits, right? That Mulsanne from yesterday. Who knows how long you've been in bed with the client? Each word was a piercing attack. Yesterday? Mulsanne? Upon hearing their remarks, a sense of dread gripped Xiao Zhan. His already grim visage darkened further. Could it be that the one they were surrounding and berating at this very moment was his own aunt, Lin Xian? He quickened his pace. Emerging from the throng, Xiao Zhan peered through the gaps in the crowd, and as anticipated, a familiar figure was crouched on the ground, incessantly wiping her tears, trembling uncontrollably, and sobbing silently. Who else could it be but Lin Xian? No, Manager Li, I truly did not. Lin Xian fervently shook her head, explaining, yesterday afternoon, a client came to view the car that he took the initiative to add me on WeChat and my phone number. After work, he unexpectedly transferred me 100,000 yuan, calling to inform me that it was a deposit for the car he wished to purchase. However, shortly thereafter, he insisted on meeting me that evening, requesting I accompany him for the night. When I refused, he declared he would not buy the car and demanded a refund. Moreover, he insisted on cash only. So I went to the bank to withdraw the money and returned it to him personally. As Lin Xian spoke through her tears, they streamed down her face like rain. The account she provided contradicted the young man's earlier statements. The middle-aged woman, addressed as Manager Li, inquired, "Where is the receipt? Did you have the client write a receipt when you refunded the money?" No, Lin Xian shook her head. The deposit was made privately, and I couldn't issue a receipt, so I didn't ask him for one when returning the money. Lies. You continue to fabricate. Before Manager Li could press further or the young man could retort, Mei Jie rolled her eyes and was the first to voice her skepticism. The story you concocted is rather impressive, yet devoid of any evidence. The deal you take us all for fools. The client possesses a transfer record. What do you have? You claim the client called you, transferred money to you, and proposed spending the night together. May I ask, did you record the conversation? Is there any evidence? You assert you refunded the client, yet he claims you did not, and you lack a receipt. Even if the police arrive, they would not believe your absurd tale. As Mei Jie spoke, she looked down at Lin Xian. a smirk of triumph playing on her lips that it was clear to anyone with discernment that Lin Xian had fallen into someone else's trap. The WeChat transfer, without any mention of a deposit in the chat, coupled with the phone call requesting a night together and the subsequent demand for a cash refund, indicated a deliberate effort to leave no trace of evidence. The sole transfer record became Lin Xian's Achilles heel. No matter what she did, she could not absolve herself of guilt. How ruthless! Manager Lee, not oblivious to the oddities, had witnessed enough of such treachery in the workplace to be unfazed and certainly would not foolishly defend Lin Xian. In my view, let us proceed as follows, she suggested after a moment's contemplation, her voice steady. The 100,000 yuan deposit was collected by Lin Xian herself, thus she shall bear the responsibility for the reimbursement. As for this vehicle, originally priced at 2,890,000, since Lin Xian unilaterally agreed to sell it for 240,000, the 49,000 difference shall be covered by her as compensation for the company's loss. With just a few words, she sealed Lin Xian's fate. Upon hearing this, Mei Jie was instantly elated, unable to restrain herself from giving Manager Li a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Manager Li possesses remarkable insight. Truly a wise and formidable leader. A person of her ilk deserves to pay for her misdeeds." The other female sales associates joined in applause, praising the decision. Meanwhile, Lin Xian sat on the cold floor, her expression one of utter despair. Her face ashen, tears flowing uncontrollably, her eyes nearly swollen from crying. 100,000, 49,000. Together, that amounted to 59,000 yuan. As a recent university graduate, how could she possibly repay such a sum? Manager Li paid no heed to the flattery from the other sales associates. Nor did she acknowledge Lin Xian's plight. Instead, she turned to the young man beside her, asking, "Sir, may I inquire if you find my handling of the situation satisfactory?" "I am not satisfied," the young man, feeling triumphant, was about to concur when a cold voice interrupted from behind him. It was none other than Xiao Zhan. In the brief span of 2 minutes since Xiao Zhan entered the Bentley showroom, he had grasped the gist of the situation and was fully aware of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Mei Jie and the others were so engrossed in their attack on Lin Xian that they had completely overlooked Xiao Zhan's presence. When he finally spoke, his words stunned everyone into silence. "Who the hell are you?" The young man, taken aback by Xiao Zhan's frigid demeanor, instinctively took 2 steps back, resembling a cornered animal ready to lash out. "You," Mei Jie stammered, clearly recognizing Xiao Zhan, having misjudged him the previous day as a mere impoverished youth, only to be sharply rebuked. "You know him?" Manager Li queried, puzzled. "Manager Li, you may not be aware, but this is Mr. Xiao, the big client who extravagantly purchased that Mulsan yesterday." "Oh." Manager Li's gaze shifted back to Xiao Zhan, her surprise now tinged with admiration. Bentley is a quintessential luxury vehicle, typically reserved for the affluent. With prices easily reaching several million that in the entire city of Quan, few could afford a Mulsan, making a client like Xiao Zhan a rare find indeed. Naturally, she sought to greet him warmly, unwilling to offend. After a brief pause, she studied Xiao Zhan intently before extending her hand with a smile. "Mr. Xiao, greetings. I am the sales manager here. My name is Li." "Your name holds no interest for me," Xiao Zhan replied coldly, barely sparing her a glance. "Let me repeat, I am not satisfied with your resolution." Each word resonated with clarity and firmness. The outstretched hand of Manager Li froze midair, her professional smile faltering into an awkward grimace. It was abundantly clear that Xiao Zhan was not to be trifled with. Mr. Xiao. Even Lin Xian, who was weeping on the floor, could hardly fathom Xiao Zhan's sudden appearance and his willingness to speak on her behalf. After all, they had only met once, a fleeting encounter devoid of any emotional ties. Xiao Zhan strode forward, bending down to help Lin Xian to her feet, asking, "Are you all right? Is everything okay? You still haven't changed my official license plate?" "Mr. Xiao." Lin Xian nodded, about to respond, when Mei Jie interjected. "Mr. Xiao may not be aware, but Lin Xian has violated company policy and is about to be terminated. Her position will be assumed by me. Thus I will also handle your official license plate." Snatching Lin Xian's client was one of Mei Jie's ulterior motives, and she was determined not to miss this opportunity. "You." Xiao Zhan shot her a glare, shaking his head. "Get lost. You are unworthy to serve me." The blunt dismissal left Mei Jie momentarily speechless. The young man, unable to contain himself, raised his fist and charged at Xiao Zhan. shouting, "What? Are you out of your mind? Trying to play the hero in front of me?" Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan's foot connected with him. The young man, having just approached Xiao Zhan, found his abdomen constricted by an unseen force. And in an instant, he was sent sprawling several meters away, landing with a thud. Like a worm, he writhed on the ground, unable to rise. "What can you do about it?" Xiao Zhan regarded him from a distance, his icy gaze exuding a regal disdain, for a mere upstart was hardly worthy of his effort. Given his already foul mood due to Su Xiaoming's disappearance, he had swiftly incapacitated the young man with a single kick. Everyone stood in stunned silence. One of the female sales associates could not help but murmur under her breath, "He treats that worthless Lin Xian so well. Could it be that they truly shared a night together?" The whisper was barely audible, yet Xiao Zhan's keen hearing caught it despite the proximity. Smack! In an instant, Xiao Zhan was before the woman, delivering a sharp slap that sent her crashing to the floor. "Your mouth is truly vile. Always in a hurry." Just as he had been pressed for time during his car purchase yesterday, now he was hastily dealing with this situation as well. Who exactly was this man? Even Mei Jie and the remaining female sales associates turned pale, their hearts racing with fear. Though they had not been struck, they felt the sting of humiliation and quickly retreated to distance themselves from Xiao Zhan. "Mr. Xiao Yu," Lin Xian looked up at Xiao Zhan with tear-filled eyes, a mixture of surprise, confusion, gratitude, and panic swirling within her, utterly bewildered as to why he would come to her aid. However, she did not seek revenge on Mei Jie and the others in a fit of anger. Instead, taking a deep breath, she endeavored to muster a faint smile and said, "Actually, you need not act this way. Resorting to violence is unseemly. As long as we can clarify the matter, I shall be content." Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, blossoming into a benevolent smile, and at that moment, Lin Xian appeared truly beautiful. A remarkable young woman indeed. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of emotion. His grandparents had taken Lin Xian as their goddaughter, supporting her university education. A worthy investment that a girl of her caliber certainly deserved the favor of fate. Yet, kindness can often make one vulnerable to exploitation, and even if Lin Xian chose to overlook it, her aunt had been subjected to such humiliation and extortion. Xiao Zhan could no longer endure this. Yes, a misunderstanding. Indeed, it must be a misunderstanding. Noticing Lin Xian's reluctance to pursue the matter further, Manager Li breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly attempted to smooth things over. In situations like this, each party has their own perspective. Since Xiao Xian lacks evidence, I had no choice but to ask her to compensate. With a forced smile plastered on his face, he continued, "Since Mr. Xiao believes Xiao Xian has been wronged, let's discuss this further." His tone was now infinitely gentler, and he referred to Lin Xian with a newfound warmth and no need for further discussion. Xiao Zhan shook his head, his voice icy. "You seek evidence, do you? I possess it." With that, he strode towards the young man whom he had just kicked aside. Upon seeing him approach, the young man nearly soiled himself in fear. "What? Here he comes again?" Xiao Zhan stood before the young man, placing a foot upon his chest, looking down with a cold gaze, and inquired, "You just stated that it was Lin Xian who initiated the call to you. Is that correct?" His tone was frigid, and as he spoke, he applied a bit more pressure, causing the young man to feel a tightening in his chest. Struggling to breathe, The young man began to speak. But Xiao Zhan interrupted him. "You also claimed that Lin Xian was the one who suggested meeting you privately, arranging a rendezvous, and even offering to share a room with you. Is that right?" The pressure on his foot intensified. The young man's face flushed, veins bulging in his neck, his legs kicking like a frog, desperately trying to escape, yet to no avail. He could only shake his head and stammer. "This big brother. Actually, you gave Lin Xian 100,000 as a deposit, and to this day, she has yet to return it to you. Is that correct?" One question after another bombarded the young man, each inquiry accompanied by a greater force pressing down on him. After 3 successive questions, he felt his insides roiling, a strong urge to spew blood overwhelming him. Xiao Zhan pressed on relentlessly, "Big brother." Meeting Xiao Zhan's icy gaze, the young man felt tears welling up. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, I can hear perfectly well, and this hurts like hell. I concede. Is that not enough? You won't let me speak, and then blame me for being disobedient? Brother, you are my true brother. We are all men here, merely posturing in front of our women. Can't we be reasonable about it?" Huh, can we, brother? Suddenly, whether from the pressure of Xiao Zhan's foot or the pent-up frustration within, the young man could no longer contain himself and spewed a fountain of blood from his mouth, soaring half a meter high, a veritable crimson geyser. How grotesque. Xiao Zhan regarded the young man with disdain. The young man clutched his chest, and upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, his face darkened as if he had just lost a loved one. Do you think I wanted to vomit? Is this my fault? Brother, today I truly learned something. When it comes to shamelessness, I bow to you. Xiao Zhan, preoccupied with concerns for Su Xiaoming and Miao Xiangju's safety, was reluctant to waste any more time here, that he impatiently declared. Remember, you have only one opportunity. The words you choose to speak next must align with what I wish to hear. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to speak again. An overt threat, the young man, with a mournful expression, exerted great effort to sit upright, not daring to hesitate for even a moment, and promptly nodded. I will speak. I will tell everything. I admit I deliberately framed that saleswoman named Lin Xian. Within a minute, he confessed everything, his account mirroring almost precisely what Lin Xian had described earlier. From the moment he first visited the Bentley 4S dealership yesterday afternoon, he had been scheming against Lin Xian, setting a trap and gradually luring her into it. As he recounted his tale, Lin Xian and Manager Li exchanged shocked glances, while Mei Jie and the others went pale as ashes. Lin Xian approached Xiao Zhan, summoning her courage to ask the young man, I have no grievances with you, so why would you harm me? The young man hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and stating, for Mei Jie, you speak nonsense. Mei Jie's heart skipped a beat. As soon as the young man finished speaking, she lunged at him like a rabid dog, pointing a finger at him and hurling insults. Bastard, do not slander me. I have no connection with you. You deranged fool, having tried to frame Lin Xian. Now that your scheme has been exposed, you wish to shift the blame onto me and sow discord between me and Lin Xian? I spit on you, dream on. Mei Jie's voice was boisterous, akin to a shrew, spitting as she fervently accused him. Her transformation more rapid than turning a page in a book, that it was evident to all that she was using her loud outburst to mask her own guilt. After her tirade, she seized the young man's arm and, without further ado, shoved him towards the exit, huffing, Get lost. The Bentley 4S dealership is not a place for scoundrels like you to wreak havoc. If I see you here again, I will flay your skin off. In an instant, she had pushed the young man several meters away. Xiao Zhan stood silently nearby, observing with raised eyebrows, thinking to himself, oh, this woman has quite the thick skin. She is even more shameless than I. Did she really think she could pull the wool over everyone's eyes in front of so many people? Not a chance. Wait. Just as the young man was about to be pushed out the door, Xiao Zhan's cold voice rang out. No one leaves until everything is thoroughly clarified. Mei Jie froze, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Xiao Zhan ignored her and directly questioned the young man. You claim you framed Lin Xian for the sake of Mei Jie. Then tell me, what is your relationship with her? Why did you conspire with her to harm Lin Xian? I want to pursue her. The young man glanced at Mei Jie, his face contorting in pain as he explained. Mei Jie and I are college classmates. She is 1 year my senior sister. And the belle of our school that I have always had feelings for her, but she has never given me a chance. Yesterday afternoon, she suddenly called me, asking for my help with something, promising that if I succeeded, she would agree to be with me. She wanted me to approach Lin Xian under the pretense of buying a car, with the plan to both drive Lin Xian out of the dealership and extort $100,000 from her, while also acquiring a Bentley at a low price, a trifecta of benefits. The young man recounted the details of Mei Jie's scheme, leaving Lin Xian and Manager Li dumbfounded, while the other female sales staff looked on in wide-eyed astonishment. You bastard! I will strangle you, with the conspiracy fully exposed. Mei Jie was on the brink of madness, lunging at the young man, hitting and cursing him. Her razor-sharp nails dug into his skin, clawing at his face and neck. The young man, still recovering from Xiao Zhan's earlier assault, was no match for Mei Jie, who was like a ferocious tigress, and soon he was left bleeding profusely, a pitiful sight. Just a glance was enough to make one shudder. Xiao Zhan, unfazed, turned to Manager Li and the female sales staff, stating coldly, Since the situation has been clarified, do you not owe Lin Xian an apology? Of course, we must apologize. I am sorry for the grievance you've suffered. But rest assured, now that the truth has come to light, I will ensure justice is served on your behalf. As she spoke, she glanced at the frenzied Mei Jie and added, I hereby announce that Lu Mei is terminated from her position. And Xiao Xian, you are officially promoted to take her place as the new sales lead at our dealership. Her words turned the tide. Just moments ago, they were discussing Lin Xian's dismissal, but now Lu Mei was the one being let go. And Lin Xian was not only retaining her job, but also receiving a promotion. Manager Li had the authority to dismiss an employee and promote a lead. Is this truly happening? Lin Xian's cheeks flushed with excitement. As a recent graduate, she desperately needed this job to stabilize her life. Otherwise, having studied business management in university, she would not have sought an internship at the Bentley dealership. That is indeed true. Manager Li, with a knowing glance toward Xiaozhan, smiled. From now on, we are all sisters here, working together for the company. Do not hesitate to come to me if you have any questions or if anyone bullies you. The voice was gentle, truly akin to that of sisters. Xiaozhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Good grief, this woman's audacity knows no bounds. Approaching 40, and yet she dares to address Lin Xian as if they were of the same generation. Calling her little Xian with such familiarity, her face unflushed, her heart untroubled, exuding a warmth that felt almost intimate. Those who manage to navigate the complexities of the workplace are indeed like cunning foxes. Slippery and duplicitous, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Xiaozhan's former battlefield was a vast realm of such intrigues, and this seemingly inconspicuous Bentley dealership was but a microcosm of it. In this world, where one drifts through the tumult, who can escape unscathed? It is merely a matter of you stabbing me, and I return the favor, all in pursuit of our own interests, vying for the last laugh. Sister Lin Xian, congratulations. In the past, we were at fault. We were bewitched by that wretched Lu Mei, who led us astray, causing us to wrong you. May you, being magnanimous, overlook our transgressions as luck would have it. The workday was concluding, and we would like to treat Sister Lin Xian to a meal, if you please. This would serve as an apology as well as a celebration of her promotion. The other female sales staff gathered around, each exchanging words of contrition and flattery, addressing her as Sister Lin Xian with a seamless camaraderie, while Lu Mei, who had recently been their pillar of support, was now vilified as the despicable wretch. Such is human nature. Self-interest prevails, and the human heart is inscrutable. Lu Mei was perched atop a young man, scratching at his face until she was breathless. Intending to take a moment to recover, but upon hearing the voices behind her, her teeth clenched in rage. She didn't know where she found the strength, but she raised her hand and clawed fiercely at the young man's neck. Bastard! She cursed, not knowing whether her ire was directed at him or at those treacherous female sales staff. Brother, save me, please. The young man was genuinely sobbing now, tears of pain streaming down his face. Xiaozhan averted his gaze, pretending not to see, while Lin Xian found herself encircled by Manager Li and the other female sales staff, akin to stars surrounding the moon. She appeared both surprised and slightly anxious, clearly struggling to adapt to this sudden and monumental shift. Moments later, Lin Xian extricated herself from the throng and approached Xiaozhan, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, looking at him with utmost sincerity. Mr. Xiao, thank you. There were no superfluous words, for she knew such a great kindness could never truly be repaid. She understood implicitly that Manager Li's change in demeanor was entirely due to Xiaozhan's presence. And the shift in attitude from the female sales staff stemmed from Manager Li's newfound regard for her. Xiaozhan thought to himself, why the gratitude? After all, you are my dear aunt. Yet before such a multitude, he refrained from exposing the true nature of their relationship. That Mr. Xiao, I wonder if you were satisfied with how I handled things. Manager Li approached as well. All eyes turned to Xiaozhan, who recognized that Manager Li was feigning ignorance. Seeking praise for her actions, with Lin Xian now promoted, what could he possibly find dissatisfactory? However, Xiaozhan shook his head. Dissatisfied. Just 3 simple words, spoken lightly, yet they sent a shiver through everyone present, their hearts racing and mouths twitching. Particularly the female sales staff, who exchanged glances, their faces paling. The young man was beaten, Lu Mei lost her job, and we remained unscathed. Surely he won to target us next. The thought left them feeling utterly despondent. If Xiaozhan truly sought revenge, they would be defenseless. Lin Xian froze, realizing the implications, and hastily interjected, "Mr. Xiao, actually, they have been quite good to me." You needn't. Lin Xian, being the kind-hearted girl she was, intended to plead for them. "Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for them." Xiao Zhan understood that Lin Xian had misconstrued his intent, so he smiled and shook his head, then turned to Manager Li, pointing to the Bentley Continental that the young man had previously expressed interest in, casually stating, "I want that car. However, I will only pay 240,000." At the declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Another car purchase? Hadn't he just acquired a luxury Bentley worth 620,000 the previous afternoon? The formal registration plates hadn't even been affixed yet. Moreover, this price previously, the young man and Liu Mei had conspired against Lin Xian, managing to reduce the price of the 289,000 Bentley to 240,000. Now Xiao Zhan intended to buy it at the same price, clearly taking advantage of the situation, a tit for tat. Manager Li awkwardly began, "Mr. Xiao, the price for this vehicle is—" "I don't care." Xiao Zhan's expression turned icy. Interjecting, "Earlier, they were told to have Lin Xian cover the price difference, and now that I'm buying, how you address that difference is your problem, not mine." His tone was decidedly domineering, leaving no room for dispute. Manager Li's face darkened instantly, wishing he could slap himself for asking such a foolish question. Now, the customer was dissatisfied and wanted to buy at a lower price. He glanced at Liu Mei, his thoughts murderous. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Liu Mei felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place for a full 10 seconds, thinking, 49,000 in difference, he can't possibly expect me to cover that. Can he? Without another word, she turned and fled, her speed impressive, disappearing into the throng outside the Bentley dealership in the blink of an eye. Manager Li, with a darkened expression, looked down at the young man on the ground. "What are you looking at me for? I have no money." The young man scrambled away, blood still smeared across his face, escaping in utter panic. "Mr. Xiao, this. I am in a hurry." Xiao Zhan replied coldly, "I want to pick up the car within half an hour. Also, Lin Xian will not take Liu Mei's position, nor will she continue working in your establishment. I will be taking her with me." Boom. The words left everyone, including Lin Xian, utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief. "Take Lin Xian with you? What does that mean? Are you interested in her? Seeking to woo her?" Half an hour later. "This, a direct delivery of the car? That's nearly 3 million for the Bentley Continental. And he's just giving it away. Is this how wealthy individuals pursue romance nowadays, so brazenly and straightforwardly? My goodness, where are such exceptional men for me to encounter?" The female sales staff watched in awe as Manager Li personally handed the keys of the Bentley Continental to Lin Xian, their expressions filled with an indescribable envy. Their gazes toward Xiao Zhan were akin to wolves spotting their prey. He was utterly charming. When Xiao Zhan first visited the previous afternoon, they had dismissed him as a penniless youth. But now, in their eyes, he was a celestial being, extraordinarily handsome. Especially when he produced that prestigious black card to pay at the counter, he seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. Conversely, Lin Xian remained in a daze as she received the car keys from Manager Li. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhan had asked to borrow her identification, but he had not disclosed that he intended to use it for the purchase. By the time she realized, it was too late. Hearing the whispers from the female sales staff, Lin Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding furiously, her right hand gripping the car keys growing clammy with sweat. "Mr. Xiao has already helped me resolve my troubles. I am forever grateful and at a loss for how to repay him. Why then is he gifting me a car? A luxury vehicle worth nearly 3 million. Typical company owners would struggle to afford such a thing. Yet Mr. Xiao suddenly offers it to me. Could it be, as they suggest, that Mr. Xiao, he wishes to woo me?" Lin Xian lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Zhan's gaze, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Her heart thundering in her chest, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. What if Mr. Xiao confesses to me? What should I do then? Reject him? Or accept? If I agree, will he think me frivolous? Will he believe that I am merely after his wealth? Or that I am reluctantly accepting out of a sense of obligation? After all, we only met yesterday afternoon, and until now, we have hardly exchanged more than a few words. Let us go. Xiao Zhan tucked the prestigious black card away, casually taking Lin Xian's hand as he strode toward the Bentley Continental, his movements fluid and natural, devoid of any awkwardness. They were holding hands. The female sales staff watched in astonishment, their eyes wide, their expressions filled with excitement, as if witnessing a romantic drama unfold before them, nearly shouting, "Get together! Get together!" Lin Xian allowed Xiao Zhan to lead her to the front of the Bentley Continental, where he opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to get in. "Mr. Xiao, Lin Xian struggled internally, hesitating. Although Xiao Zhan had helped her and was her benefactor, she was certainly not the kind of woman who would act casually. Who knows where Xiao Zhan intended to take her? What did he want to do with her? Rest assured, I bear you no ill will. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, fully aware of Lin Xian's concerns. And without further ado, he pushed her into the car, murmuring softly, "With my good looks, do I really seem like a bad person? Look how frightened my little Anne is." He then turned and took his place in the driver's seat, snatching the car keys from Lin Xian's hands before striding out of the Bentley dealership with an air of confidence. The female sales staff watched them leave, staring vacantly at the receding tail of the speeding Bentley. Suddenly, one of the saleswomen inquired, "What do you think? Where is the handsome Xiao taking Sister Lin Xian? It's lunchtime, they must be going for a lavish meal. And after eating, perhaps off to see a movie." "Nonsense," another saleswoman scoffed. "What is so great about a movie? In my opinion, they're definitely headed to some luxurious hotel, booking a room, and then performing their own little film right there in the car. Just the two of them." Look quickly." Suddenly, another saleswoman exclaimed, "The car is stopped. It's parked right next to that Mustang, and neither of them has gotten out." Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their pupils nearly popping out of their sockets. Even Manager Lee couldn't resist approaching. "Am I seeing things? Look closely. Is that Bentley moving?" One saleswoman rubbed her eyes and gasped, "Goodness. The handsome Xiao looks so strong and vigorous. Could it be that he is too lazy to go eat or check into a hotel, and is instead putting on a show right there in the car?" Such a statement left everyone blushing, unable to suppress their wild imaginations. After all, women are inherently curious creatures at that moment, sitting in the car. Lin Xian was overwhelmed with embarrassment at Mr. Xiao. "This one do. This is absolutely unacceptable." Her face flushed crimson as she nervously waved her hands in refusal. "I am deeply grateful for your help, but this car, it's far too valuable. I can't possibly accept such an extravagant gift." The moment Xiao Zhan parked the car, Lin Xian panicked. Like the saleswoman, she instinctively thought, "Surely Mr. Xiao doesn't intend to confess his feelings in the car and expect me to engage in something scandalous with him?" If it were any other saleswoman receiving such favor from Xiao Zhan, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed, eager to become his woman, to bask in the wealth of this extravagant magnate. But Lin Xian was different. After all, she had never been in a relationship, and before this, she hadn't even held a man's hand. How could she possibly jump into such reckless actions right away? Even if she had a very positive impression of Xiao Zhan and felt a strong attraction, it was simply not an option. Absolutely not. This was a matter of principle. In her imagination, love was enchanting, romantic and gradual. It could not be rushed or bypassed in the most crucial stages, culminating in a mere transaction. Just accept it. Xiao Zhan found it amusing and, with no other choice, explained, "This car is not only a gift for you but also for my grandmother and grandfather. They are elderly and have difficulty moving around, and I have many responsibilities that prevent me from being by their side all the time." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was taken aback, puzzled. "Your grandmother and grandfather? What does that have to do with me?" Though she spoke thus, Lin Xian's thoughts raced. "You haven't even formally confessed your feelings to me, and I haven't officially agreed to be with you. Why are you already making plans involving your family? Have you taken me as one of your own?" Xiao Zhan looked at her, nodding with a smile. "My grandmother's surname is Miao. Her name is Miao Mei. And my grandfather also shares the surname Miao, named Miao Taizan. You, my dear, are their goddaughter, which makes you my god-and I ask there any issue with me asking you to take care of them?" His voice was soft. Yet it struck Lin Xian like a clap of thunder. "God-aunt?" In an instant, Lin Xian's eyes widened as if they were brass bells, and she jerked her head up to look at Xiao Zhan, her previously rosy and bashful face now turning pale. "Thank you. See you in Chunda. Itia 29, and user 861047169087 for the gifts. Hugs." Chapter 72. The Banquet of Intrigue and Suspicion. Indeed, got it. Xiao Zhan had initially thought that Lin Xian, being so young, would be a few years younger than him, and that calling her aunt face-to-face would be incredibly awkward, even impossible to utter. However, he anticipated that Lu Mei's antics would dispel all the expected awkwardness. In fact, it felt quite natural to say it, especially seeing Lin Xian's expression, which mixed shock with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Xiao Zhan found it hard to suppress a laugh, though he held it back. Could it be that you are the young master of the Xiao family from the capital, the grandson of my godfather and godmother? Xiao Zhan no longer felt awkward in that moment. After all the excitement, worry, hesitation, and anticipation, the outcome was as shocking as a bolt from the blue, leaving Lin Xian thoroughly embarrassed. Just moments ago, she had mistakenly thought that Xiao Zhan was about to confess his feelings, her heart racing like a young deer. Now, she felt as if she had been struck. Got it. Goodness, if you recognized my identity and understood our relationship, couldn't you have informed me sooner? This joke has gone a bit too far, hasn't he? Indeed, it is me. Xiao Zhan nodded with a smile and asked, has my god heard of me? My godmother mentioned your name in passing, so that's how it is. Xiao Zhan sighed inwardly, fully aware of why Miao Yimei had kept this from Lin Xian. After all, 5 years ago, he had been suddenly imprisoned on charges of assault. Such a stain would haunt any man for a lifetime. Bringing it up would only add to the heartache. Moreover, Lin Xian had become Miao Yimei and Miao Taizhan's goddaughter only after his imprisonment. There was no need for her to be entangled in such fears. Keeping it from her was undoubtedly for her own good. The two sat in the car and talked for about 5 minutes before Xiao Zhan once again handed the car keys to Lin Xian, asking, my dear aunt, you surely won't refuse me this time, will you? Who wouldn't want such an expensive car? Lin Xian accepted the keys without hesitation, now that she knew Xiao Zhan's identity. Her defenses and worries melted away, and she felt much more at ease in his presence, no longer as reserved as before. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. You were just so reluctant a moment ago. You don't seem so decisive now that if someone who didn't know the situation saw us, they might think I was about to do something to you. This matter is not to be mentioned again. Just mentioning it made Lin Xian blush. She thought to herself, even I, being unaware of the situation, thought you were going to do something to me. What more could outsiders think? Oh, if you rogue. All right, I won't bring it up again. Xiao Zhan put aside his playful demeanor and said earnestly, I rushed to find you not only to reconnect, but also because there is something very important that requires your immediate attention. Oh, Lin Xian asked, puzzled. What is it? Xiao Zhan spoke in a serious tone. I have some enemies in Quan City who may strike at any moment against those close to me. Your grandmother and grandfather, including you, are all in danger. They might send someone to abduct you as leverage against me. Therefore, you must immediately head to the southern part of the city, devise a reason that your grandmother and grandfather cannot refuse, and take them away, whether it's to a hotel, a friend's place, or even taking this car and going on a trip to avoid the storm. Xiao Zhan explained his intentions to Lin Xian. When he had left his grandmother's house that morning, Miao Yimei had repeatedly urged him not to act impulsively or seek revenge, and now his identity was likely exposed. The arrow was on the string and had to be released. He could handle this alone and did not want Miao Yimei and Miao Taizhan to worry about him. Are your enemies very powerful? Lin Xian, having just relaxed, felt her anxiety return. Yes, they are quite formidable. Xiao Zhan did not specify, but in his eyes, the Zhang, Lu, and Chun families of the southern district were not particularly intimidating. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, they were definitely behemoths to be reckoned with. Moreover, behind these three families loomed the true unicorn of the capital, the Xiao family. Lin Xian, worried, asked, if we all leave, what will you do? Xiao Zhan smiled. Of course, I will stay alone. Yes, will you manage? I should be able to. Xiao Zhan refrained from making definitive statements, to prevent Lin Xian from thinking he was boasting. After all, he should be more formidable than they were. Though he didn't voice it, from Lin Xian's expression, Xiao Zhan could see that despite his low-key demeanor, she still believed he was bragging. Forget it, let them think what they will. Xiao Zhan dismissed the need to explain. Exceptional individuals are often misunderstood by others. At that moment, a jarring ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Xiao Zhan retrieved his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number, likely belonging to the previous yellow-haired leader. Earlier that morning, he had divulged his phone number to the leader in the southern part of the city, yet failed to commit the leader's number to memory. Otherwise, he would have contacted the yellow-haired leader at the first sign of Su Xiaoming's disappearance, as he suspected that the Zhang, Lu, and Chun families from the south pose the greatest threat. Follow my instructions. Let's go. With that, Xiaozhan pushed the door open and exited the vehicle, leaving Lin Xian alone inside. After watching Lin Xian drive away, he promptly answered the call. Almost instantly, a triumphant voice echoed through the phone. Young Master Xiao. The matter has been taken care of. After I left the municipal hospital, I sought out Zhang Feihu and informed him about a wealthy outsider who has recently come to Quancheng and wishes to connect with local affluent individuals. Zhang Feihu agreed to meet you at the Tianshui Bathing Center in the southern part of the city at 3 o'clock, and he also invited Lu Ziying.as for Qinshaohui. It seems he left Quancheng yesterday and will not be able to attend. It was indeed that yellow-haired leader. Left, Xiao Zhan was taken aback. He had met Qinshaohui yesterday afternoon, and the latter had abruptly departed that night, suggesting something amiss and unusual. Thoughts raced through Xiao Zhan's mind as he quietly pondered. If this were true, the suspicion that the Chun, Zhang, and Lu families had orchestrated Su Xiaoming's abduction would be quite substantial. Moreover, the Tianshui Bathing Center might very well be a trap. All right, I understand. Xiao Zhan glanced at the clock, 2:30 in the afternoon, with half an hour remaining until 3 o'clock. He could make it to the southern part of the city in time. Then he nodded, affirming, I will definitely arrive on time. With that, he hung up. Chapter 73, Black Hawk. The whereabouts of Su Xiaoming, for the sake of Su Xiaoming's safety. Regardless of whether it was a trap or not, Xiao Zhan felt compelled to attend. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the water rises, I shall dam it. These three families from the south are hardly worthy of my concern. Thus, he was too indifferent to even inquire whether the yellow-haired leader had betrayed him. It matters not. No matter your schemes, I shall shatter them with a single blow. Strength is the ultimate truth. Xiao Zhan approached the luxurious Bentley, opened the door and sped away. Meanwhile, inside the Bentley dealership, Manager Li and several female sales associates, eagerly awaiting Xiao Zhan's departure, were left disheartened by the sight of the car's rear as it vanished. Is that it? One of the female sales associates checked the time and lamented. The Bentley sped off for only 10 minutes and Xiao, the handsome man, was already out of the car. This movie is too short. Indeed. Another female sales associate chimed in. My ex-boyfriend was as thin as a monkey, yet could go for half an hour in bed. Xiao, the handsome man, seems so vigorous and strong, yet who would have thought he turns out to be a 3-second hero? Clearly, they mistakenly believed that Xiao Zhan and Lin Xian had been caught up in an impassioned moment within the speeding Bentley, and the duration far exceeded their expectations. It was unexpectedly brief. Xiao Zhan's robust physique had led them to anticipate an epic showdown. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, they were astounded by its abrupt conclusion. Disappointment washed over them. Suddenly, the radiant image of Xiao Zhan in their eyes dimmed considerably. Silence. Manager Li, still fuming over the staggering price difference of the Bentley, glared at the female sales associates and admonished, control your tongues from now on. Do not speak nonsense in front of clients. If another incident like today occurs, the company's losses will be shared among you, deducted from your salaries. Now, get back to work. His words sent a shiver down the spines of the female sales associates. Had it not been for their collusion with Lu Mei, their disdain for the less fortunate, and their poor judgment that led to yesterday's negligence toward Xiao Zhan, they would not have incurred the company's losses today. Yesterday, Xiao Zhan had purchased the luxurious Bentley without haggling, so the company had initially profited handsomely. Now, however, they were facing a complete loss with the Bentley. How could Manager Li not be furious? Suddenly, as they turned to disperse, the screech of brakes interrupted them, followed by Xiao Zhan's voice. Wait! Instantly, a chill ran down everyone's spines. Could it be that the handsome Xiao overheard what we just said? Mr. Xiao, is there something you need? The female sales associates exchanged glances, paralyzed with fear. Xiao Zhan inquired, do you have any more luxury Bentleys in stock? Manager Li was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Zhan casually remarked, if you do, I would like to purchase another. Manager Li was left utterly speechless, her body stiffening. Another purchase? My goodness, Mr. Xiao, you can't be joking, can you? You just bought a 6.2 million luxury Bentley yesterday, and a 2.4 million flying spur today, and now you want to buy another luxury Bentley in 10 minutes. Are you really buying cars, or are you grocery shopping? Is there any available? Xiao Zhan replied impatiently. I am in a hurry, In their minds, Xiao Zhan had always been in a rush, which is why he would pay swiftly without any unnecessary conversation during car purchases. Yes, we have. Manager Lee exclaimed that that's good enough. Xiao Zhan produced his supreme black card and extended it, signaling, swipe it quickly. Manager Lee hesitated. What about the price? Market price. All right. Manager Lee's joy was palpable as she accepted the supreme black card. She had initially worried that Xiao Zhan would try to take advantage of the situation again, as he did with the flying spur now. The company would reap significant profits once more. Manager Lee's previously gloomy mood evaporated in an instant as she cheerfully asked, Mr. Xiao, shall we use your ID for the purchase or no? Xiao Zhan shook his head and countered, do you know the location of the Su group? The Su group of the Su family? Manager Lee pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, yes. Xiao Zhan instructed, later, deliver the car directly to the entrance of the Su group and arrange the purchase under the ID of the current president. Su Muchio. Su Muchio. Upon hearing this name, Manager Lee hesitated. Mr. Xiao, here's the thing that if you are not present during the purchase process, we will need to confirm your relationship with Miss Su beforehand. Otherwise, if Miss Su refuses to sign, we may encounter difficulties in processing. She is my wife. Xiao Zhan stated plainly, wife? Those 5 words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Manager Lee and the female sales associates dumbfounded. What? They were truly struck by lightning. Their gazes toward Xiao Zhan were immensely complex. They thought to themselves, just earlier, you spent 2.4 million to buy the flying spur for Lin Xian, wooed her, and even couldn't wait to have a moment with her in the car. And now, you claim you have a wife? A wife who is the president of the Su Group? Is the red flag at home still standing while you are flying colorful flags outside? The world of the wealthy truly differs from ours. Is there a problem? Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar in how the women were looking at him. No problem at all, Manager Lee hastily replied. Then hurry up and swipe the card. All right, I'm on it. Manager Lee quickly turned to the counter to swipe the card. Meanwhile, at the Shuxiang Yiyuan, in Qian Yiming's private villa, Su Xiaoming had been abducted by the young man from the kindergarten and brought here. Now, in a dim room within the villa, Qian Yiming stood respectfully beside the sofa, his demeanor solemn. He looked as though he were an ordinary servant. Yet, he was the son of the wealthiest man in Quancheng. Now he could only stand. On the sofa sat a man dressed entirely in black, wearing black military boots, black trousers, and a black shirt. Even inside the room, he donned a black hat. Chapter 74. The Eerie, Glazed Holy Water. Daddy, save me. The brim of the hat was pulled low, and as Qian Yiming stood beside him, he could only see the man's neck and chin. Unable to glimpse his eyes, his skin was dark. Resembling bronze, the man sat there motionless, and Qian Yiming, standing next to him, could distinctly feel an indescribable chill emanating from him, causing his heart to tremble and his anxiety to mount. That was the aura of death. A person who has taken many lives carries an inherent aura of dread in their demeanor. On the other end of the sofa lay a 4-year-old girl, unconscious but appearing serene as if merely asleep. Thus far, she had not sustained any harm. Who else could it be but Su Xiaoming? Qian Yiming stole a glance at Su Xiaoming and, mustering his courage, inquired, Mr. He, you asked me to bring Su Muchio's daughter here to threaten Xiao Zhan. Is that correct? However, Qian Yiming voiced his concerns. She is Su Muchio's illegitimate daughter, born of some unknown man, and has no blood relation to Xiao Zhan. They only got engaged yesterday morning, so he likely won't care about the fates of her and her mother. For instance, the woman who was initially thrown onto Xiao Zhan's bed was none other than Su Muchio, and Xiao Zhan happens to be the biological father of Su Xiaoming, even Qian Yiming's father. Qian Bancheng, the wealthiest man in Quancheng, only managed to investigate the general circumstances through his extensive connections after the fact. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhang Fenglin, Lu Hongguang, and Chen Zhanghe resolutely kept their lips sealed, harboring this monumental secret within themselves. Not only outsiders, but even their own sons were kept in the dark. Thus, it is only natural for Qian Yiming to inquire that if he were to switch places with Xiao Zhan, he certainly would not succumb to the threats of Black Hawk for the sake of another's child, Su Xiaoming. Threats? I disdain such trivialities. The implication being that, in confronting Xiao Zhan, Black Hawk possessed absolute confidence in his own prowess to subdue him without resorting to despicable tricks. Masters, indeed, carry the pride of masters. The corners of Qian Yiming's mouth twitched slightly. He undoubtedly believed in Black Hawk's capabilities, but found himself unable to comprehend and could not resist pressing further. If that is the case, does Mr. Hay wish for me to capture this little girl? Surely, there must be a reason for such an order. Before Qian Yiming could finish his query, Black Hawk's tone suddenly turned frigid as he scoffed. It is best not to inquire into matters that do not concern you. Loose lips bring disaster. And no one can guarantee that should you ask questions better left unasked, you will still have the life to hear the answers you desire. His icy voice echoed. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. The palpable aura of menace intensified immeasurably. Indeed, indeed. Qian Yiming wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded fervently. Thank you, Mr. Hay, for your guidance, just as Black Hawk had stated. In the face of absolute strength, the concepts of wealth, power, and strategy are rendered insignificant, utterly unworthy of consideration. Just like now, Black Hawk possesses his own pride, and so does Qian Yiming. However, the arrogance Qian Yiming had accumulated through wealth and influence might serve him well among ordinary people. But in the presence of Black Hawk, he must remain humble. Even the son of Chuanqing's wealthiest man must obediently stand aside. There was no other option. After all, Black Hawk's strength was formidable enough that with a single blow, he could obliterate Qian Yiming on the spot. You may leave now. Black Hawk rose, dismissively waving his hand. No one is permitted to approach this room. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Understood. Qian Yiming dared not utter another word or hesitate. Promptly turning to depart, he stepped outside and closed the door behind him. He stole a furtive glance and caught sight of Black Hawk bending over the unconscious Su Xiaoming, reaching out to caress her delicate cheek. Damn! Qian Yiming's heart raced, startled, his hand trembled, and he quickly shut the door, clutching his chest as he took a deep breath, secretly pondering. Could it be that Mr. Hay has an interest in the little girl, harboring some peculiar predilection? Just the thought sent chills down his spine. However, while Qian Yiming witnessed the beginning, he remained oblivious to the ending. After he left, Black Hawk grasped Su Xiaoming's chin, scrutinizing her youthful visage for a moment. Then, shaking his head, he muttered to himself, so young and so charming. What a pity that I have always adhered to the principle of not harming the elderly, the weak, or women and children. Yet today, I fear I must make an exception. With that, he released his grip and reached into his chest pocket, retrieving a small porcelain vial adorned with a blue and white design, followed swiftly by a syringe no thicker than a pinky finger. With a flick of his finger, he dislodged the vial's cork, inserting the syringe's needle and drawing in a measure of the eerie blood-red liquid. This was the fabled Lioli holy water, invaluable beyond compare. Subsequently, Black Hawk tore open the collar of Su Xiaoming's garment, exposing her right shoulder, and without the slightest hesitation, plunged the syringe's needle into her flesh, gently pushing the plunger, allowing the crimson liquid to flow into her body. As he injected, he remarked, "You can only blame your lineage as the daughter of the young master for the blood of the Shao family coursing through your veins." Soon, the syringe was emptied. Afterward, he turned and exited the dimly lit room in her unconscious state. Su Xiaoming stirred her fingers, her brow furrowing tightly as if enduring immense agony, or perhaps caught in a terrifying nightmare, her lips parting as she murmured in distress, "Daddy. It hurts, Daddy. I'm scared. Daddy, save me." At that moment, Black Hawk had already reached the door, hearing Su Xiaoming's pained whispers. Yet his dark, frigid countenance betrayed no sign of emotion. He remained indifferent. With a soft click, Black Hawk's form vanished completely. The door sealing shut behind him, plunging the room back into an oppressive darkness, leaving Su Xiaoming alone, desolate upon the sofa, silently enduring the boundless torment inflicted by the Lioli holy water. Fong Siwen Shan. Thank you all for your love and support for this book. To facilitate your reading, beginning today, updates will be consistently scheduled around noon and 8 p.m. daily. Dear readers, please rest early that I write slowly, but I will endeavor to write as much as possible and will add updates at irregular intervals. Chapter 75. The True Identity of the Mysterious Elder Mr. Hay. You finished so quickly. Qian Yiming, waiting not far away, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Black Hawk emerge, then quickly approached, smiling as he gestured. Mr. Hay, after your long journey, now that the task is complete, I have arranged a welcome banquet. Please follow me. Indeed, it was rather swift. Qian Yiming had assumed that Black Hawk, harboring certain inclinations, would be eager to remain, perhaps indulging for hours on end, or even until nightfall. Who would have anticipated that he would emerge in less than 20 minutes? Black Hawk ignored him and strode away, just as Qian Yiming was about to follow. His phone rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to find it was a call from his father, Qian Bancheng. Momentarily taken aback, he responded, "Mr. He, please excuse me. I must take this call, Dad." After Black Hawk had distanced himself, Qian Yiming answered, "What is it you need? Where are you?" Qian Bancheng countered, "At Shu Xiang Yuan. What is the matter?" Qian Yiming certainly would not divulge his clandestine connections with the Xiao family in the capital. So he fabricated a lie. "I have some friends from the Martial Arts Society over for drinks. Did I ask that so?" Qian Bancheng remained skeptical. Qian Yiming rolled his eyes. "Dad, come now. When have I ever deceived you? Besides, it's merely a few drinks. You've never forbidden me from doing so, so why would I lie?" Despite his words, Qian Yiming felt a twinge of unease, sensing something amiss. Typically, Qian Bancheng, preoccupied with work, rarely inquired about his affairs, much less called to question him with such trivial inquiries that a moment of silence passed on the other end of the line. After a brief pause, Qian Bancheng's voice returned. "Somber, I heard that Xiao Zhan's daughter suddenly went missing after school today, that you'd better come clean. Does this have anything to do with you? Damn, just as I feared." Qian Yiming's heart dropped, his hand trembling, nearly dropping the phone. "Did I just captured that little girl? And yet Dad has learned of it so swiftly?" Clearly, while Dad outwardly professed to wait and see, he was secretly monitoring the movements of both Xiao Zhan and the Su family. Could it be that the kidnapping of the little girl was witnessed by Dad's men? Qian Yiming's heart raced with trepidation. Missing? Suppressing his surprise and worry, Qian Yiming attempted to feign ignorance. "Who told you that?" "Dad, I have no idea. No one informed me." "You truly don't know?" Qian Bancheng continued to sound doubtful. "That I swear." The more guilty a person feels, the more vehemently they will assert their innocence, attempting to mask their inner turmoil. And Qian Yiming was no exception, that he insisted. "Dad, I am your own son. Do you not know me? Have I ever defied your wishes? Last time you said not to meddle in Xiao Zhan's affairs." "I certainly did not." "Do you no longer trust my word?" There was a hint of grievance amidst his resolve. "As long as it has nothing to do with you, that is all I care about." "Dad means no offense, nor does he doubt you, but this matter is of utmost significance and must not be taken lightly. One misstep could lead to utter ruin." Qian Bancheng's tone softened considerably, yet grew increasingly grave. "What do you mean?" Qian Yiming inquired. "Dad, you seem off today. Have you uncovered something?" "Yes." Qian Bancheng did not withhold anything from Qian Yiming, speaking in a low voice. "I had someone follow Xiao Zhan and discovered some things. The black card you mentioned previously is indeed the supreme black card from Universal Bank. This much can now be confirmed. Moreover, that supreme black card holds an exceptionally high status, and it is nearly certain that it belongs to Xiao Zhan himself." Qian Yiming was left speechless, utterly astounded. "Xiao Zhan is certainly not as simple as he appears." Qian Bancheng spoke in a low voice. "What we perceive is merely an illusion that on the surface. He appears to be just a young master abandoned by the Xiao family in the capital, a recently released convict from the 4th prison of Quancheng. However, in reality, his background is unfathomably deep. And like the Xiao family, he is a formidable figure we cannot afford to provoke. Therefore, you must remember such a person is not to be trifled with." Qian Bancheng's words struck Qian Yiming like a thunderbolt from the heavens, truly startling him. Xiao Zhan? Is he really such an unfathomable figure? Is he truly the owner of that supreme black card? Is he really someone we must not offend? "Fine." Qian Yiming nodded at his phone, saying, "I will remember." Yet, after hanging up, a resolute and fierce expression crossed his gloomy face as he thought to himself, "Father, you have discovered this too late. This call was made too late. The Xiao family from the capital has already sent the Black Hawk to Quancheng. Right at my Shu Xiang Yiyun, you want me to let go now? Impossible. Inviting the deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. But if I were to seek out the Black Hawk now and tell him that Xiao Zhan is a significant figure I dare not confront. So I have changed my mind and no longer wish to cooperate with the Xiao family. What would be the outcome? I would likely be slapped to death by the Black Hawk. The murderous aura surrounding the Black Hawk is overwhelming, enough to instill terror. He is undoubtedly a ruthless individual who treats human life as trifling. If we cannot provoke Xiao Zhan, can we truly provoke the Black Hawk of the Qian family? The arrow is knocked, and it must be released. I can only gamble. Father, this time, I will win. Gritting his teeth, Qian Yiming strode heavily towards the main hall to host a welcoming banquet for the Black Hawk's arrival in Quancheng. Each step felt burdensome, as he fully understood the immense stakes of this gamble. If he lost, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Qianjiang Group, after putting down his phone, Qian Bancheng took a deep breath, finally able to relax the heart that had been in suspense. The matter of Su Xiaoming's disappearance was unrelated to Qian Yiming, and that was good. This way, he could continue to watch the tiger fight from a distance, allowing Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family from the capital to contend with each other. When the situation becomes clear, the Qian family would still have the opportunity and leeway to choose sides. Master. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and an elderly man with graying hair entered the Fu Bo. You arrived just in time. Qian Bancheng quickly stood up, showing great respect for the elderly man, smiling as he said, I just called Yiming and inquired. He assured me that he had nothing to do with Su Xiaoming's disappearance. That's good. Fu Bo nodded with a smile. Fu Bo, this unremarkable-looking yet highly respected elder, wore a loose tang suit, his wrinkled face marked by age, slightly hunched, and he was the mysterious old man who had abducted Chen Xiaohui and his mother at the Nanxiang airport the previous night. Chapter 76. Darkness Under the Light. Tianshui Bathing Center. Fu Bo, please have a seat. After inviting Fu Bo to the sofa, Qian Bancheng asked, how is the investigation on your end? Any leads on Su Xiaoming's whereabouts? Not yet. Fu Bo shook his head and remarked, the disappearance of that little girl was very sudden. It must have been the work of a skilled individual, according to the feedback from the police. The school and nearby surveillance were disabled in advance, clearly indicating that the perpetrator was well prepared. Did I sigh and admit that it's my fault for not considering this? I had people monitoring Xiao Zhan and the Su family, but completely overlooked that 4-year-old girl. As a result, the problem arose with the little girl. Given Su Xiaoming's tender age, and without knowledge of her being Xiao Zhan's biological daughter, who would have anticipated that someone would suddenly set their sights on her? What could they achieve by abducting her, threatening Xiao Zhan? Would that be effective? No matter how one thinks about it, it feels odd and contrary to reason. Soon after, Su Xiaoming mysteriously vanished. Fu Bo, do you think the abductor of Su Xiaoming could be someone sent by the Xiao family from the capital? Skilled, in terms of capability, the individuals dispatched by the Xiao family from the capital undoubtedly possess the prowess to silently abduct Su Xiaoming from her school. And as for the motive, the enmity between Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family is irreconcilable. There is a possibility. Fu Bo nodded. Ever since confirming Xiao Zhan's identity, the Xiao family from the capital, along with the 3 prominent families from the southern part of the city and the Su family, have all placed their eyes on us, every move monitored. Only the mysterious figures sent by the Xiao family and that little girl have eluded our sight, and the simultaneous disappearance of both raises suspicions of a connection. After pondering, he shook his head again. However, what do you mean? Qian Bancheng inquired. Unless they abducted that little girl for another purpose. Though Fu Bo was elderly with graying hair, his sharp gaze and quick wit were intact. You hit the nail on the head. Perhaps. Qian Bancheng nodded in agreement, speaking solemnly. Let the investigation regarding Su Xiaoming come to a halt. If it truly is the work of the Xiao family, continuing our pursuit could easily alert the snake, bringing fire to ourselves. Indeed, Fu Bo concurred. The Xiao family's influence is far too extensive. Once provoked, the consequences of incurring their wrath are unimaginable. What about the situation with Xiao Zhan? Then Qian Bancheng continued. Xiao Zhan is an enigmatic figure, deeply concealed. He was imprisoned in the 4th prison of Quancheng for 5 years, yet no one knows what he endured during that time. In fact, no one even knows if he was truly imprisoned all that time. Now it's interesting, Qian Bancheng scoffed, with the Xiao family sending people over. If Xiao Zhan does not wish to sit idly by and surrender, he will undoubtedly reveal some of his unknown background and secrets. At that point, we shall watch the tigers fight and take advantage of the situation, placing our bets on whoever appears to have the greater chance of winning. In plain terms, it is akin to being a fence-sitter, blowing with the wind, to preserve oneself, not to be a reckless hero providing assistance in times of distress, but to be a wise person adding a flourish to the already splendid. Master, you are indeed wise. Fu Bo smiled. Before I came here, I received news that Xiao Zhan entrusted the matter of finding that little girl to Song Qingshan, that he himself went to a Bentley dealership, purchased a Bentley Continental GT, sent off Miao Taizhan and Miao Yimei's goddaughter, and then drove alone to the southern part of the city to meet with Zhang Fenglin's son, Zhang Feihu, and Lu Hongong's son, Lu Ziong, at the Tianshui Bathing Center at 3 in the afternoon. Every move of Xiao Zhan is under Fu Bo's control. Oh, Qian Banqing raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems he is unaware that the Xiao family has already sent people to Quanqing, mistaking the three families from the southern part of the city as the masterminds behind Su Xiaoming's abduction. That works in our favor. Let them fight. The more fiercely they clash, the clearer our view of the situation becomes. The three families from the southern part of the city are certainly not Xiao Zhan's match. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to draw out the Xiao family members who have just arrived in Quanqing and gone into hiding. Qian Banqing was confident. However, despite his meticulous efforts, he could not trace the whereabouts of the Xiao family members, unaware that at this very moment, the Black Hawk sent by the Xiao family to deal with Xiao Zhan was already within his son's private villa, attending the meticulously prepared welcoming banquet. Darkness under the light. To control the situation, he could monitor the entire city, yet he could not monitor his own son. At 3 in the afternoon, at the entrance of the Tianshui Bathing Center. When Xiao Zhan arrived here, guided by the navigation, there were still about 5 minutes until the agreed-upon time. The yellow-haired leader, along with a group of subordinates, had already been waiting at the entrance for some time. Young Master Xiao. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan arrive in a luxurious Bentley, the yellow-haired leader's eyes lit up, his smile broadening as he eagerly approached. As per your instructions, everything has been arranged. Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong are in the pool on the second floor. Previously interrupted by Xiao Zhan and suffering broken hands, the yellow-haired leader now wore 2 bandages around his neck, supporting his arms, both of which were encased in plaster, but he looked quite pitiful. After Xiao Zhan exited the car, he directly asked, "Did you betray me?" Huh? The yellow-haired leader was taken aback, his heart racing sharply, and his smile instantly froze on his face. Without further ado, he dropped to his knees before Xiao Zhan, right in front of his subordinates. "Young Master Xiao, I did not. I absolutely did not betray you." His tone was resolute. "I only told Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong that you are a wealthy outsider surnamed Xiao. As for your identity and background, I swear I did not reveal a single word to them." Witnessing this scene, the subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, all utterly astonished that is this really our big brother? Big brother? We are just thugs living off protection money, okay? Shouldn't thugs be as arrogant as possible? You kneel so readily. What happened to the professionalism that comes with being a thug? Where is your dignity? Does it do justice to the proud profession of being a thug? Among the surrounding subordinates, some had been present in the morning but had been knocked unconscious by Xiao Zhan's strikes, missing the display of his might. Those who were not present at the time were even more shocked, unable to comprehend why their leader would bow before Xiao Zhan. After all, this was southern city territory. It was the domain of the 3 prominent families, whether it was Zhang Feihu or Lu Ziong. They were the backing behind them. With Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong present, what was there to fear from Xiao Zhan alone? Most importantly, you are the leader, and we are but your subordinates. When you act submissively before Xiao Zhan, how are we to maintain our facade? Should we adopt an even more servile demeanor? Do not be anxious. Rise, Xiao Zhan, taken aback by the effect of his words on the blonde leader, rolled his eyes and casually remarked, "I was merely inquiring. As I mentioned this morning, even if you were to betray me, I would not hold it against you that I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The blonde leader stood up, a cold sweat beading on his forehead, thinking to himself, merely inquiring. Who knows if you were just being casual this morning? Is it truly wise to be so nonchalant? It's quite frightening. Xiao Zhan continued, "Are you aware that the 3 prominent families in the south of the city dispatched someone this morning to capture a 4-year-old girl? A little girl?" The blonde leader was taken aback. I haven't heard anything about that." "Never mind." Xiao Zhan waved his hand, discerning from the blonde leader's expression that no useful information could be extracted from him, and impatiently added, "I can go in alone. You all will remain at the entrance and prevent any unauthorized personnel from entering." All right. The blonde leader nodded vigorously, secretly relieved that he wouldn't have to accompany Xiao Zhan inside. If a conflict arose, he might become collateral damage. However, he kindly cautioned, Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong have brought numerous bodyguards. "Young Master Xiao, Please exercise caution. Xiao Zhan paid him no mind and strode into the Tianshui bathhouse. Bodyguards? Mere trifles. Chapter 77. Murder for money. The perverse pleasures of the wealthy. The Tianshui bathhouse is the most renowned bathing establishment in the southern part of the city, not only due to its expansive size and lavish decor, but also because it is a joint venture of the Chun, Zhang, and Lu families. In the south, these three families are undoubtedly the ruling powers. Their alliance is of great significance. This is precisely why Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang chose to meet at the Tianshui bathhouse. It is their territory, filled with their people, allowing them to showcase their status as the Golden Trio while simultaneously exerting pressure on Xiao Zhan, got a dual advantage. Wealthy outsiders. I have encountered my fair share of affluent individuals. When they step onto my turf, the dragons must coil, and the dogs must lie low. If one wishes to conduct business in the southern region, they must seek my approval. Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment? As Xiao Zhan entered the first-floor lobby, he was approached by a young woman in a fitted suit, who greeted him politely with a professional smile. Yes, Xiao Zhan nodded. My surname is Xiao. I am here to see Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang. You are Mr. Xiao? The young woman was taken aback, unable to help but scrutinize Xiao Zhan a few more times. She then gestured. Young Master Zhang and Young Master Lu are waiting for you on the second floor. Please follow me. Very well. Xiao Zhan followed the young woman upstairs. The second floor housed a vast swimming pool, approximately 50 meters long and 20 meters wide, nearly occupying the entire level around the pool. Every 5 meters stood a bodyguard in black attire, facing away from the water, forming a neat perimeter that a rough estimate revealed there were about 30 bodyguards stationed in the expansive pool. People were bustling about, laughter and shouts echoing. There were indeed many individuals present. Among them, only 2 were MENAS for the women. They were a throng, truly a throng, with no fewer than a dozen, resembling a lively school of goldfish darting about in the water. The 2 men present were naturally Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang. As for the beautiful women, it was unclear whether they were employees of the bathhouse or companions brought along by Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang for amusement. At that moment, they were engaged in a game reminiscent of eagle-catching chicks. Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang played the role of the eagle, tasked with catching the group of lovely women. Who were the chicks scurrying about in the pool? Laughter and joy permeating the atmosphere as splashes of water flew in all directions. Upon entering the second floor, Xiao Zhan was immediately met with a cacophony of laughter and playful shouts. Upon focusing his gaze, his pupils constricted slightly, and his already stern expression darkened further. Damn, they really know how to indulge. These mere scions of the small families in the south, emboldened by their family's wealth, lead such a debauched lifestyle. Once upon a time, Xiao Zhan, as the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, the future heir, had never indulged to such an extent. This was inconsequential. What mattered was that the so-called 3 prominent families in the south were the accomplices of the Xiao family. They were the executioners behind Xiao Zhan's plight. They were the culprits responsible for the deaths of his mother, Miao Xiangzhu, and his uncle, Miao Wenyuan, along with their entire family. They conspired to ensnare Xiao Zhan, thereby earning the favor of the Xiao family in the capital. They ascended to their current positions by stepping upon the backs of Xiao Zhan and his mother. They carved up the Miao family's assets. Thriving in the south for 5 years, the guns in their hands are stained with the blood of Miao Xiangzhu and her family. In Xiao Zhan's eyes, the seemingly clear water of the pool was, in truth, a deep crimson, the color of blood. They deserve to die. Who is that? Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, especially the icy demeanor he wore, 2 of the bodyguards immediately approached him. The young woman who had escorted Xiao Zhan smiled, saying, "This is Mr. Xiao, who is here to meet young Master Zhang and young Master Lu today." The 2 bodyguards scrutinized Xiao Zhan with their eyes. "Please wait here." One of the bodyguards turned and approached the poolside. Addressing Zhang Feihu, who had just caught a beautiful woman, "Young Master Zhang, Mr. Xiao has arrived." Zhang Feihu paused his actions, turning to spare Xiao Zhan a cursory glance, and gestured, "Let him come over." "All right." Zhang Feihu exited the water, and a bodyguard promptly handed him a bathrobe, which he donned without personally going to greet Xiao Zhan. Instead, he waved from a distance. "Mr. Xiao, come this way." As he spoke, he comfortably reclined on a lounge chair by the shore. Lu Xiang also noticed Xiao Zhan, but rather than welcoming him, he didn't even step ashore. Indeed, he did not even acknowledge Xiao Zhan, merely glancing at him before returning his attention to the group of beautiful women. Clearly, Lu Xiang held Xiao Zhan in no regard today, an outsider, a wealthy individual. How could he possibly compare to this group of children? Xiao Zhan strode toward Zhang Feihu, his icy demeanor softening slightly, yet still far from pleasant. In the presence of his adversaries, he had no desire to feign cordiality, nor did he deem it worthwhile. 4 bodyguards trailed closely behind him to prevent any hostile actions toward Zhang Feihu. Mr. Xiao, would you care to join us for a bit of fun? Zhang Feihu, upon reaching Xiao Zhan, pointed to the group of beautiful women in the pool with a smile. Not interested. Xiao Zhan seated himself on the lounge chair beside Zhang Feihu. Mr. Xiao seems to lack an appreciation for the finer pleasures in life, Zhang Feihu remarked, his smile fading slightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. Or perhaps Mr. Xiao is unwilling to give me this face. Disdainful of mingling with us? Is he angry? Xiao Zhan remained unfazed. His purpose for coming today was to settle scores with Zhang Feihu and Lu Xiang, not to curry their favor, that if they were pleased, it would signify Xiao Zhan's failure. Thus, he casually replied, interpret it however you wish. I am indifferent, ditto. Zhang Feihu's expression darkened further, and his simmering anger intensified, yet he refrained from lashing out immediately, continuing to inquire. I heard from Han that Mr. Xiao is a wealthy outsider looking to develop in Quanqing. May I ask what business your family is involved in? Though Zhang Feihu was proud, he was not reckless. He had not yet reached the point of confronting Xiao Zhan without first discerning his background. After all, one must not judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its measure. Better safe than sorry. What if Xiao Zhan truly was a formidable opponent? Businessmen value relationships and are mindful of gains and losses. They excel at discerning people and situations, yet their greatest fear is misjudging a person and making the wrong move. Kill. Xiao Zhan recognized that Zhang Feihu was testing him, so he replied nonchalantly, killing for life, acting on behalf of heaven. His voice was low, yet it carried a chilling aura as soon as Xiao Zhan's words fell. Zhang Feihu's pupils dilated sharply, and he sat up straight, while the 4 bodyguards behind Xiao Zhan tensed, swiftly surrounding him from all sides. Chapter 78. Human or ghost? The power of hidden strength killing. Who are we killing? Taking life. Whose life are we taking? Xiao Zhan's words birthed a profound sense of unease within Zhang Feihu, who now upright, coldly scrutinized Xiao Zhan, asking, Mr. Xiao, are you here to cause trouble? From Zhang Feihu's reaction, Xiao Zhan could ascertain that the blonde leader had indeed not betrayed him. Zhang Feihu was unaware of his identity. Not at all. Xiao Zhan shook his head, stating, I have never sought trouble with others unless they first provoke me. Zhang Feihu replied gravely, I have never crossed paths with Mr. Xiao. It seems I have not caused you any trouble. Indeed, we have never met. Xiao Zhan did not deny this, turning to glance at the 4 alert bodyguards. He asked, so, I merely stated my profession, yet young Master Zhang is so tense. Why is that? If one does not harbor a guilty conscience, they need not fear a ghost knocking at the door. Could it be that young Master Zhang harbors something sinister in his heart? 5 years ago, the specifics of that wrongful case were unbeknownst to the 3 golden young masters. Yet, deep down, they were acutely aware that their family's rapid rise in the southern part of the city was due to the division of assets that rightfully belonged to the Miao family. Over the past few years, they had brazenly roamed the southern district, undoubtedly committing numerous transgressions and offending many along the way. Otherwise, why would they require such a multitude of bodyguards? I do not believe in ghosts. Zhang Feihu scoffed that if I fear not humans, why should I fear ghosts? Since Mr. Xiao is engaged in the business of taking lives, it seems rather unfortunate that I hold no interest in such dealings. With that, he raised his gaze and exchanged a glance with the bodyguards. Instantly, one of them gestured, Mr. Xiao, please. This was a clear indication to escort him out. Xiao Zhan remained seated in the recliner, showing no inclination to rise. And sighed, indeed, it is quite unfortunate that young Master Zhang is disinterested in this line of business, yet it seems others are intrigued. What do you mean? Zhang Feihu inquired impatiently. Who sent you? How much did they pay you? What do they want you to do? I have come today to ask a single question and to accomplish one task. If young Master Zhang can provide me with a satisfactory answer that fulfills my desires, I shall take my leave. Xiao Zhan merely stated his purpose. Zhang Feihu, unable to endure any longer, sprang to his feet. With a command, the 4 bodyguards surrounding Xiao Zhan acted without hesitation. 2 of them pinned Xiao Zhan's shoulders, while the other 2 grasped his arms. In an instant, it was 4 against 1, firmly restraining Xiao Zhan in the recliner, rendering him immobile. Xiao Zhan made no effort to resist. He simply raised his head to meet the menacing gaze of Zhang Feihu and asked, "Is this the answer young Master Zhang provides? How dare you?" Zhang Feihu, initially believing that Xiao Zhan, being involved in the murderous trade, must be a ruthless outlaw with formidable skills, felt a weight lift from his heart as he witnessed Xiao Zhan being subdued by his bodyguards. His usual swagger swelled in arrogance. Unable to contain himself, he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Zhan, berating, "How dare you act fierce before me? Have you looked in the mirror? Who do you think you are? You think you can kill? I can do that too. Beat him. Render him incapable of self-care. Extract the identity of his puppeteer." The uproar drew the attention of the bodyguards around the pool and startled Lu Ziyang, who was enjoying the company of a beautiful woman, and turned to shout, "Tiger, what is happening?" "Nothing," Zhang Feihu replied. "This pretentious outsider is merely a big-headed fool attempting to show off before me. Continue enjoying yourselves. I intend to teach him a lesson today." Remarkably, despite having been restrained by the 4 bodyguards, Xiao Zhan stood up from the recliner, defying all expectations, the bodyguards still gripping his shoulders and arms. Wore expressions of disbelief and exertion, as if they had summoned every ounce of strength. Yet, despite their 4-on-1 advantage, they could not contain him. "You!" Zhang Feihu's complexion shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating a few steps as he bellowed at the bodyguards. "Useless fools! I've spent so much money on you, treating you like dogs, and you haven't even had a bite to eat." The bodyguards, inwardly cursing, thought, "Of course we've eaten, but this guy possesses incredible strength. Unbelievably so. If you doubt it, come and try it. Do you think I am merely boasting?" Xiao Zhan retorted, "Regrettably, you have lost your chance." Boom. The instant his words fell, a torrent of hidden energy erupted within him, releasing a powerful force that surged outward. What is this?" Cries of astonishment rang out as the 4 bodyguards, who were clinging to Xiao Zhan, were hurled away as if struck by invisible fists. Uncontrollably soaring through the air, a cacophony ensued as 2 landed on the cold floor, while the others splashed into the nearby swimming pool. Throughout this spectacle, Xiao Zhan stood unwaveringly, completely unmoved. The hidden energy was silent, colorless and formless, akin to the wind. A mere breath of wind is so slight that it can be disregarded, causing no harm to the human body. But what of a level 5 wind? An 8? A 10? What if one were to stand in the eye of a 10-level wind? The power is boundless. Like the fan of the Iron Fan Princess, it could instantly propel a person thousands of miles away, or even tear their very being asunder. This scene was simply astonishing. Zhang Feihu was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes bulging, heart racing, legs trembling, his tongue seemingly tangled, unable to articulate a coherent thought. The arrogance he once held vanished, replaced by an indescribable terror and dread. After a long pause, he stammered, "What on earth are you?" "Does it matter?" Xiao Zhan countered. "Didn't young Master Zhang just assert that he fears not humanity, so why fear ghosts?" With that, he took a step toward Zhang Feihu, who recoiled in retreat. As one of the 3 golden young masters, Chen Xiaohui served as the vice president of the Wudao Association in Quanqing City, and both Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziyang possessed commendable martial skills. Yet, having witnessed the inexplicable scene before him, Zhang Feihu found himself bereft of the courage to strike. His very soul quaked in fear. The bodyguards surrounding the pool, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed towards the scene. Xiao Zhan remained unconcerned, deliberately moving at a leisurely pace, each step echoing lightly, yet felt as though they were pressing down on Zhang Feihu's heart, gradually pulling him into despair. Grievances have a source. Debts have an owner. The individuals responsible for framing Xiao Zhan 5 years ago were none other than the fathers of Zhang Feihu and his cohorts. Xiao Zhan had initially come solely to inquire about Su Xiaoming's whereabouts, with no intention of causing a ruckus. However, now he had changed his mind. Since he was here, he would settle the scores of the past 5 years with the 3 families of Southern City once and for all. Chapter 79. 5 years apart. All is well soon. Bodyguards close to Xiao Zhan surged forward, positioning themselves between him and Zhang Feihu. 1, 2, 3. These bodyguards were not fools. They had witnessed the terrifying display of Xiao Zhan sending 4 men flying in an instant. Though they were too far to discern precisely what had transpired, it was clear that Xiao Zhan was a formidable opponent. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would surely be overwhelmed, with approximately 30 bodyguards remaining. Having just seen 4 dispatched with ease, Zhang Feihu felt a surge of confidence. Onward, attack! Behind the mass of bodyguards, Zhang Feihu's fear diminished. Replaced by bravado, he waved his hand menacingly, declaring, "Kill him! I want his life today." With that command, over 20 bodyguards charged forward like a pack of wolves, encircling Xiao Zhan in the blink of an eye. Fists flew like bullets and feet like arrows, striking towards Xiao Zhan with chaotic abandon. This was the advantage of numbers. Each individual contributing a punch or a kick was enough to seal off all avenues of retreat. Regardless of how swift one might be, could they evade 3, 5, or even 10 blows? For an ordinary person, such an onslaught would be insurmountable. Yet by unfortunate coincidence, Xiao Zhan was far from ordinary. After 5 years of bloodshed and battle, each confrontation Xiao Zhan faced was a group engagement amidst a battlefield of thousands, where being besieged was a commonplace occurrence. In contrast, the bodyguards before him resembled mere toddlers in their ineptitude. "Get lost!" A sudden roar erupted from within the throng, followed by a chilling aura. Instantly, the hidden energy burst forth once more, radiating from Xiao Zhan like a bomb detonating, sending shockwaves in every direction. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, a scene even more unbelievable unfolded. Though encircled by the bodyguards, Xiao Zhan appeared trapped, yet with a furious shout. They were all sent hurtling backward, scattering in all directions like petals blown by the wind. Zhang Feihu stood 10 meters away, witnessing the scene unfold with stark clarity. The spectacle resembled the aftermath of an explosion, as over 20 men were launched into the air, some crashing against the opposite wall, others plunging into the swimming pool, and a few hurtling toward Zhang Feihu himself, collapsing at his feet and losing consciousness. Gulp! Zhang Feihu swallowed hard, feeling parched and his scalp tingling. Was this truly a human being? How could one possess such terrifying power? Such a scene he had only ever witnessed in television dramas, beyond the capacity of human strength. Heavens above, am I seeing things? What on earth have I just witnessed? Moments ago, Xiao Zhan sent 4 individuals flying in an instant, and Zhang Feihu merely thought it was due to Xiao Zhan's speed, which left him unable to comprehend the action. But now, seeing over 20 people hurled away, it is evident that such a feat cannot be attributed solely to swiftness. It is as if, for Xiao Zhan, whether surrounded by 4 or 40 individuals, it makes no difference. When the god of war is enraged, nothing remains unscathed. Although 7 or 8 bodyguards plummeted into the swimming pool like dumplings, startling the beautiful women within, who erupted into a chorus of piercing screams. Lu Xiong, clutching 2 stunning women, sensed something amiss and surfaced from the depths of the pool. Upon raising his gaze, he was instantly petrified by the scene before him. This chaos left only one overwhelming thought in his mind: run. In such circumstances, anyone who does not flee is a fool. But just as Zhang Feihu turned to escape, Xiao Zhan let out a disdainful snort. His feet moved, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Zhang Feihu. The 10-meter distance was traversed in the blink of an eye, akin to teleportation. As Zhang Feihu had just turned around, he collided headlong with Xiao Zhan's chest, which felt as solid as iron, giving him the illusion of crashing against a wall. With a cry of agony, he clasped his forehead and collapsed to the ground. Now, he thought to flee? Does young Master Zhang not realize that it is too late? Xiao Zhan looked down at the terror-stricken Zhang Feihu, his cold gaze akin to that of a predator regarding a mere ant. Upon meeting Xiao Zhan's eyes, Zhang Feihu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Trembling all over, Zhang Feihu struggled to suppress the urge to urinate, mustering the courage to say, "We have had no grievances in the past, nor enmity in recent times. Why must you pursue total annihilation? It was my fault for not recognizing your worth and treating you with disrespect. I apologize. Whatever you desire, you need only ask, and I shall provide it all. Regardless of who hired you to deal with me or how much they offered, I can pay double. No, tenfold, I implore you. I implore you to show mercy and spare me this time. Under the eaves, one must bow their head before absolute power. Even Zhang Feihu, one of the notorious Golden Three young masters, could only humbly plead for mercy. But can mercy truly be granted? No grievances in the past. No enmity recently. 5 years ago, my mother, Miao Xiangzhu, died in a humiliating manner. My uncle, Miao Wenyuan, and his family were utterly annihilated. The Xiangzhu media and the Miao family's wealth were seized. For 5 years, my grandmother, Miao Yimei, and grandfather, Miao Taizan, have lived in hardship, reduced to selling vegetables to survive, while those bastards from the 3 major families continue to harass them, instigating trouble. If this can be called no grievances or enmity, then what enmity exists in this world? Xiao Zhan did not share these grievances with Zhang Feihu, but instead inquired, "This morning, did you send anyone to kidnap a 4-year-old girl from the kindergarten?" Discovering the whereabouts of Su Xiaoming is of utmost urgency. Girl? Zhang Feihu was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. My father specifically instructed me yesterday, saying that the situation has become precarious and it is unsafe, advising me to remain indoors. Therefore, I have been at home all morning. Zhang Fenglin. Xiao Zhan's heart stirred as he observed Zhang Feihu's expression, which did not suggest deceit. Yet, Zhang Feihu's words inadvertently revealed crucial information. Zhang Fenglin is aware of the danger. What danger? It seems that my identity has indeed been exposed. Zhang Fenglin's admonitions to Zhang Feihu, coupled with Qin Zhong's insistence that Qin Shaohui leave Quancheng in haste last night, all support this notion. Moreover, the exposure of Xiao Zhan's identity has heightened the suspicion that the 3 major families would send someone to kidnap Su Xiaoming. After all, knowing that Xiao Zhan has been released from prison and would seek revenge, they would certainly not sit idly by. The only perplexity for Xiao Zhan lies in why they would choose to target Su Xiaoming instead of kidnapping Miao Yimei and Miao Taizan. To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Xiao Zhan's mind raced as he pondered, and since he could not make sense of it, he decided to focus elsewhere, pointing to Zhang Feihu's phone and commanding, "Call your father." Zhang Feihu was taken aback again. "Call my father? Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Have him bring people over?" "Enough chatter, call now." Xiao Zhan pressed his foot firmly on Zhang Feihu's chest, exuding an overwhelming aura. All right, I'll call that I'm doing it now." Zhang Feihu dared not hesitate, immediately grabbing his phone, trembling as he dialed Zhang Fenglin's number. Moments later, the call connected, and a frantic male voice erupted from the phone. "Where the hell have you run off to? Didn't I tell you to stay at home and not go out?" "Dad!" Just as Zhang Feihu was about to speak, Xiao Zhan suddenly bent down, snatching the phone from his hand and placing it to his own ear, coldly stating, "Is this the head of the Zhang family? It has been 5 years. I trust you have been well." "You? Who are you?" Initially, upon hearing Zhang Feihu's voice, Zhang Fenglin was infuriated but secretly relieved. However, the next moment, upon hearing Xiao Zhan's voice, the breath he had just released was caught in his throat once more. Especially with the content of Xiao Zhan's words. 5 years. Zhang Fenglin was not too familiar with Xiao Zhan's voice to begin with, and after 5 years, he could not recognize his identity. Yet the timing was too significant. Moreover, he had only learned of Xiao Zhan's release from prison yesterday afternoon and had been worried about it since. In an instant, he thought of Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan. Simultaneously, Zhang Feihu, pinned beneath Xiao Zhan's foot, paled as he recognized his identity. The father and son, one present and the other on the phone, simultaneously called out his name. "Xiao, the visitor does not come in peace. He knows my father, Zhang Fenglin." 5 years. Piecing together this information, even the slow-witted Zhang Feihu could begin to grasp some truths. "You are that young master from the Xiao family in the capital." Now, looking at Xiao Zhan, Zhang Feihu suddenly understood that Xiao Zhan was not merely a hired hand seeking revenge, but had come specifically to avenge himself. No wonder his father, Zhang Fenglin, had repeatedly warned him to stay home and not venture out without bodyguards for protection. He had previously dismissed these warnings, but now he comprehended, albeit too late. "You have come to find me." "Indeed, I have," Xiao Zhan replied, glancing down at Zhang Feihu beneath his foot before addressing Zhang Fenglin on the phone. "I am relieved to know that the head of the Zhang family is still alive. For your life, I intend to claim myself." His tone was calm, yet each word dripped with murderous intent. "Where are you?" Zhang Fenglin was rendered speechless, momentarily paralyzed with fear. What have you done to my son? I warn you, do not harm him. Otherwise, what could the head of the Zhang family do? Attempt to frame me again. Xiao Zhan scoffed, applying pressure with his foot. Zhang Feihu let out a wretched cry. The sound piercing and agonizing. Even through the phone, Zhang Fenglin could hear it clearly. Are you threatening me? Apologies, but I am not afraid. If you do not wish for me to harm your son, I shall do it anyway. If you dare challenge me, come and bite me. You. Zhang Fenglin's voice trembled with rage, yet he refrained from provoking Xiao Zhan any further in this moment, forcing himself to suppress his fury. Gritting his teeth as he asked, Xiao Zhan, what exactly do you want? It was I who harmed you. Zhang Feihu is innocent. If you still consider yourself a man, then confront me directly. A father's love is steadfast. In the face of familial bonds, distinctions between good and evil blur. Rest assured, you shall not escape unscathed. Xiao Zhan retorted. However, before that, a life for a life. Return my daughter to me, and your son may live. Fail to comply, and he shall face certain death. Your daughter? Zhang Fenglin stammered. What has happened to your daughter? Do not feign ignorance before me. Testing my patience will yield no benefits for your son. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan increased the pressure on Zhang Feihu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Feihu, feeling the strain, turned red in the face, veins bulging, and unable to endure. He spat out a mouthful of blood that stained Xiao Zhan's pants. Do not act recklessly. Zhang Fenglin's heart raced at the sound, nearly driving him mad. Clarify your words. What has happened to your daughter? What does it have to do with me? This morning, she was abducted from kindergarten. It was orchestrated by the three major families, correct? Abduction? Zhang Fenglin exclaimed in disbelief. That is impossible. It was not me. I swear. I only learned of your release yesterday afternoon. How could I possibly have sent someone to kidnap your daughter today? There must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Xiao Zhan certainly would not believe that. Yet, lacking evidence to implicate the three major families, he resorted to a ruse. What I seek is my daughter, Su Xiaoming. Not your excuses or explanations that a life for a life. This is only fair. It is now 3:30 in the afternoon, at 5 o'clock. I shall be at the Yong'anling Cemetery in the western outskirts of Quancheng, waiting by my mother's grave for you. Lu Hongong's son, Lu Ziong, is also in my possession, so remember to bring him and Chen Zhong along. I shall exchange my daughter's life for that of your son. If you fail to appear, or if I do not see my daughter, Su Xiaoming, then this evening I shall unleash a bloodbath upon the three prominent families. None shall escape. Every last one must pay the price alongside my mother and daughter. Xiao Zhan's voice was chilling and terrifying, reminiscent of a death knell from the depths of hell. Implicitly, he declared that he cared not whether his daughter, Su Xiaoming, had indeed been abducted by them. He had already determined their culpability, with or without evidence. Surrender my daughter, and your son shall be spared. Otherwise, this night shall witness the annihilation of the three families. Such is my audacity, so brazen as to defy reason. Having uttered his declaration, he granted Zhang Fenglin no opportunity for explanation or negotiation, casually tossing Zhang Feihu's phone into the nearby swimming pool, where it sank to the bottom. Zhang Feihu, having overheard the exchange between Xiao Zhan and Zhang Fenglin, appeared ashen-faced. He understood all too well that the blood feud between them, and Xiao Zhan allowed for no reconciliation. Only blood and lives could resolve it. Thus, he lay prostrate at Xiao Zhan's feet. Akin to a dead dog, devoid of any thought of pleading for mercy, to at that moment, the leader of the gang with yellow hair raced over with his entourage, while Lu Ziong, clad only in gaudy swim trunks, was firmly held by two of the yellow-haired thugs. Young Master Xiao coughed. This scoundrel just attempted to flee, and we happened upon him until we caught him just as he reached the first-floor hall. Please, young Master Xiao, decide his fate. The yellow-haired leader wore a look of smug satisfaction. Previously, he had been nothing more than a sycophant before the Golden Three, yet now, witnessing Xiao Zhan's formidable presence, his confidence surged, compelling him to decisively betray his former masters. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Xiao Zhan inquired, "Is your surname Han?" "Indeed." The yellow-haired leader nodded eagerly. "My father is a gambler, fond of playing mahjong, and thus named me Han Santiao. 4-3 is his lucky number, and he has won 3 times with at this juncture. Han Sanqiao willingly presented Lu Ziong to Xiao Zhan, clearly indicating his intent to defect, given Xiao Zhan's solitary predicament. He indeed required a few subordinates to assist him. Yes, yes, young Master Xiao, the yellow-haired gang echoed in unison. Upon witnessing Han Sanqiao's deference to Xiao Zhan, they had previously harbored doubts, but having now witnessed Xiao Zhan's might, their shouts of young Master Xiao were sincere. Yet Xiao Zhan retorted, "Call me Mr. Xiao." Having severed ties with the Xiao family in the capital, he now held a strong aversion to the title of young Master Xiao. Mr. Xiao. The gang quickly corrected themselves. Lu Ziong, having focused solely on escaping, now realized Xiao Zhan's true identity. However, unaware of Han Sanqiao and the others' betrayal, he erupted in rage, struggling and cursing. "You shameless scoundrels dare to set a trap for me. Just wait, the entire southern city is my domain. And as long as I live today, mark my words, I shall..." Smack! Mid-sentence, Han Sanqiao charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Lu Ziong's abdomen, declaring triumphantly, "Silence! How dare you flaunt your bravado before Mr. Xiao? Should Mr. Xiao give the word, do you believe I would hesitate to end you right here?" Lu Ziong was left utterly stunned. The once subservient Han Sanqiao now dared to lay hands on him? This kick struck not only his abdomen, but also trampled upon his pride and sense of superiority, rendering it an unspeakable humiliation. "What are you staring at?" Han Sanqiao boldly met Lu Ziong's menacing gaze, defiantly proclaiming, "Dare to glare again, and I shall gouge your eyes out." Han Sanqiao reveled in his triumph. The young master who had once treated him like a dog was now being utterly humiliated by him. A stark contrast that delighted him to the core. The more enraged and humiliated Lu Ziong became, the more satisfaction Han Sanqiao derived. Just wait. Lu Ziong's murderous intent simmered within him, yet recognizing his precarious situation, he forcibly quelled his rage and shifted his gaze to Xiao Zhan, scoffing. "So, Mr. Xiao, is it? My father is Lu Hangong. I advise you to tread lightly, for in this southern territory, should you provoke the three families, not even a wealthy outsider such as yourself can leave the city unscathed." He was clever. Since Han Sanqiao had defected, acknowledging Xiao Zhan as his superior, he intended to directly threaten the leader. Hoping to intimidate him into submission, Han Sanqiao and the others looked anxiously to Xiao Zhan, fearful that he might yield to Lu Ziong's threat. Zhang Feihu cast a nearly hopeless glance at Lu Ziong, as if observing a fool oblivious to his dire predicament. "You threaten me, do you not?" Meeting Lu Ziong's gaze, Xiao Zhan shook his head with a smile. "I apologize, but I fear many things. Save for threats, initially, I had no intention of dealing with either of you. However, having heard your threat, I have changed my mind." With that, he gestured to Han Sanqiao. "Fetch a knife. Sever one hand from each of them. Then deliver them to the Lu and Zhang families as a gift from me." His words left everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 81. Lucky number, suddenly unthinkable sever. A hand? Han Sanqiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Zhan, quietly warning, "Mr. Xiao, you may not be aware that the three families wield immense influence in the southern city. Their bodyguards are numerous, numbering in the hundreds. Moreover, young Master Chen Xiaowei of the Chen family is the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. With connections to the Golden Three, they are formidable fighters and not to be trifled with." Xiao Zhan disregarded Lu Ziong's threats, which allowed Han Sanqiao to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he could never have imagined that Xiao Zhan would be so ruthless, ready to sever hands at the slightest provocation. Those were the hands of Lu Ziong, Zhang Feihu, and the Golden Three. Was he jesting? Now that Han Sanqiao had defected, betraying the Golden Three to follow Xiao Zhan, he felt a pressing need to consider his own safety, as he had long navigated the southern city, fully aware that the three families were akin to deities and kings in that realm. A person's perspective determines their height and scope. A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the sky. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Zhan's voice thundered, imbued with an icy chill. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, Lu Zong burst into laughter, his face alight with triumph. "Xiao, you truly have no idea what the three families represent in southern city. These scoundrels know well. Listen patiently as they recount tales of the three families. And do not be surprised if you soil your pants." Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Zhan transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then, with a swift motion, he struck at Lu Ziong's left hand. Crack! The entire sequence took scarcely 3 seconds. Lu Xiong's smug grin had yet to fade when, accompanied by a sharp crack, his left hand was severed. Falling to the floor, a searing pain coursed through him. Instinctively looking down, he beheld his severed hand. The blood gushing from the stump, and the excruciating agony engulfed him. Lu Xiong's facial muscles twitched violently, his smile contorting into a grotesque mask of horror as he unleashed a scream that echoed like a wail from the depths of hell, piercing the eardrums of all present. This scene was nothing short of shocking. Damn it. Not only Lu Xiong, but the yellow-haired thugs surrounding him were equally paralyzed by shock, particularly those two holding his arms. Upon witnessing the gruesome act, it felt as though a wave of icy dread surged from their feet to their heads, leaving them chilled to the bone as they gasped in astonishment. Releasing their grip and collapsing to the ground, it was far too sudden. This unheralded strike caught everyone off guard. Gulp. Han Santiao swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine, glancing at Lu Xiong's severed hand and then at the fruit knife in Xiao Zhan's hand. He thought to himself, is this truly my new master? My heavens, this master is terrifying beyond belief. His emotions concealed. When he acted, he was tenfold more ruthless than the Golden Three. Following such a formidable figure, one would surely live in constant fear. Yet it was exhilarating. Does it hurt? With a single strike, severing a hand, Xiao Zhan spoke nonchalantly to Lu Xiong. It should, for you seem unaware of what kind of existence I am. Young Master Zhang knows more than you might think. Later, let him narrate my story to you. Perhaps you will truly wet your pants. The same words were delivered by Xiao Zhan to Lu Xiong. Slapping him in the face, Lu Xiang's eyes widened in fury, gritting his teeth as searing pain made cold sweat bead on his forehead. How could he dare to exchange barbs with Xiao Zhan now? His legs trembled incessantly, and not only did he feel an overwhelming urge to wet himself at that moment, he was desperately trying to hold it in. Xiao Zhan then turned to Han Santiao. Your father's lucky number is 3. Correct? I shall give you 3 minutes. Each of them will take one hand and send someone to the Zhang and Lu families to bring them to me that I'll be waiting outside. If you lack the courage, then go to the 3 major families and apologize for your betrayal today. After speaking, he casually tossed the fruit knife onto the ground and turned to leave. Han Santiao stood there, stunned like a wooden puppet. Apologize? For what? Losing Xiao Zhan's protection meant that the 3 major families would surely flay him alive. There was no choice, as Xiao Zhan walked further away. Han Santiao gritted his teeth and gestured to one of the yellow-haired men. Why are you standing there in a daze? Pick up the knife and get to it. The yellow-haired man's legs turned to jelly. He thought, you put on a brave front and expect me to do the dirty work. How shameless can you be? If you keep hesitating, do you believe I want to chop you up? Han Santiao glared, justifying himself. If it weren't for my injured hand, would I need you to do it? At that moment, he felt a twinge of luck that his hands had been broken by Xiao Zhan earlier. Allowing him to act so brazenly, the yellow-haired man was speechless, conceding, fine, you're the boss. You call the shots. But you truly have no shame. Reluctantly, he bent down, picked up the fruit knife, and trembled as he approached the unconscious Zhang Feihu, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. As Xiao Zhan passed the swimming pool and reached the entrance of the second floor, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from behind. Following that came Han Santiao's shout, Mr. Xiao, it's done. What about Lu Xiong? Han Santiao was taken aback. Didn't he already chop off his left hand? I merely demonstrated, Xiao Zhan replied nonchalantly. And your father's lucky number is 3. Isn't it? Let us sever his right hand as well. Consider it a gesture to enhance your father's luck. Upon hearing this, Han Santiao's face turned pale. Bro, I was just saying that casually. Did you really take it to heart? Are you that good to my dad? Lu Xiang's face turned an even deeper shade of green as he looked at Han Santiao, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Thinking, what's wrong with that old bastard of a father? Playing mahjong, believing in lucky numbers. If he keeps drawing 9 tiles, am I to be turned into mincemeat today? 3 minutes later, Han Santiao swaggered out of the Tianshui bathing center, followed by several yellow-haired men carrying the already fainted Lu Xiong and Zhang Feihu. Although this was the territory of the 3 major families, upon seeing the pitiful state of Lu Xiong and Zhang Feihu, no one dared to intervene. Even if the police were called, Song Qingshan would certainly not interfere, knowing it was Xiao Zhan's doing. You two, take their severed hands to the Zhang and Lu families. Han Santiao issued a few commands, then approached Xiao Zhan with a smile. Mr. Xiao, what's next? That vehicle over there is yours, right? Xiao Zhan pointed to a gray van across the street. Han Santiao nodded, indeed. Load them into the car and follow me. Xiao Zhan entered a luxurious Bentley, leading the way as they sped off towards the Yongyanling Cemetery on the western outskirts of the city. Mom, your son has come to see you. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa in the southern part of the city, Zhang Fenglin rushed to find Lu Hongong after receiving a call from Xiao Zhan. And on the way, he also called Chen Zhanghe. Originally, this villa belonged to the Miao family, but now it was occupied by the Lu family, scoundrel. Upon hearing Zhang Fenglin's account of his son Lu Ziong being captured by Xiao Zhan, Lu Hongong's fury erupted, slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What an ignorant fool Xiao Zhan is! We hadn't even made our move, and he recklessly comes knocking at our door, seeking death. Does he really think he is still the Xiao family's young master from 5 years ago, where we had to bow and scrape before him, in a fit of rage?" He exuded an intimidating aura. Zhang Fenglin, with a dark expression, stated, "He has been imprisoned for 5 long years, just released yesterday. With everything lost, he must harbor deep hatred for us, logically speaking, given the current power of our 3 major families in the south of the city. He alone should pose no threat. Yes, a cornered animal. When a person is pushed to their limits, they become mentally unstable, losing all hope for life, leaving only hatred for their enemies, and they will do anything without hesitation. What is there to fear? Nothing left to lose." Lu Hongong scoffed. "Miao Taizan and Miao Yimei are still alive, aren't they? We showed mercy by keeping them under our watch to prevent situations like this from arising, to stop Xiao Zhan from being driven to desperation. And where are those 2 now?" Zhang Fenglin shook his head. "Before arriving, I sent someone to capture them, but unfortunately, they were taken away by Lin Xian, their adopted daughter, in a speeding Bentley, and their whereabouts are unknown." "They escaped?" Lu Hongong's eyes widened, gritting his teeth. "They truly came prepared. Call the police. This is kidnapping. Have Song Qingshan go and capture him. Throw him back in prison. 5 years ago, Xiao Zhan's alleged crime against Su Muqiu was a trap they set. And now, the undeniable fact of Xiao Zhan kidnapping Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong provided them with a solid pretext to act through Song Qingshan. As long as we can get Xiao Zhan back into prison, we will have countless ways to ensure he never walks out of those doors again. Useless." However, Zhang Fenglin shook his head again, sighing. "On the way here, I called Song Qingshan myself, but he said he was busy investigating the case of Xiao Zhan's daughter, Su Xiaoming, who went missing and cannot spare any manpower." "What does that mean?" "Isn't it clear enough?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hongong's face turned ashen. "Su Xiaoming?" It should be known that it was precisely because Su Xiaoming disappeared that Xiao Zhan, cornered and desperate, captured Lu Ziong and Zhang Feihu, forcing the 3 major families to give up Su Xiaoming. Yet Song Qingshan was preoccupied with the case of Su Xiaoming and ignored Xiao Zhan's situation. This attitude was rather revealing that it was evident that he was leaning towards Xiao Zhan. Zhang Fenglin continued. "Yesterday, Old Chen witnessed Song Qingshan bringing people to the Su Corporation. Yet he didn't speak up for Su Bingtian, instead sending him to the hospital. And this morning, Su Muqiu took over as the president of the Su Corporation, replacing Su Bingtian. All of this only served to indicate that Song Qingshan and Su Muqiu, or perhaps even Xiao Zhan, shared an extraordinary relationship and would not come to our aid at this critical moment." Lu Hongong's expression grew even darker in the midst of turmoil. "How can there be peace? You're clever, leaving without a word, directly sending your wife and child to the capital last night. Now, our sons have been captured by Xiao Zhan, their fate's uncertain, and yet you remain as silent as a bystander. What does that mean? Do you wish to avoid the chaos and stand by idly?" Chen Zhanghe's current demeanor was one of detached calmness, which greatly displeased Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongong. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhanghe slowly lifted his head, a bystander. His face was equally grim as he asked, "You mentioned that Xiao Zhan came prepared, but if that is the case, do you think he would only target you while sparing me?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongong exchanged puzzled glances. Chen Zhanghe snorted. "Indeed. After learning of Xiao Zhan's release yesterday, I was concerned about potential retaliation and immediately arranged for my wife and child to seek refuge in the capital, without informing you. But do you understand? This is not a trivial matter. Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongong were both stunned by Chen Zhanghe's revelation. Missing? After a moment, Lu Hongong spoke solemnly. So, this means that Xiao Zhan's actions are not merely due to Su Xiaoming's disappearance, but that from the moment he stepped out of the fourth prison in Quanqing yesterday, he had already devised a plan against us. Indeed, Su Xiaoming went missing just this noon. Yet, Chen Xiaohui and his mother disappeared last night. Who else but Xiao Zhan could have kidnapped them? There is one thing I still can't wrap my head around. Zhang Fenglin pondered. If we three didn't kidnap Su Xiaoming, then who did? This is no longer important. Lu Hongong's expression grew grave as he stated, Xiao Zhan has already concluded that we are responsible for the abduction of Su Xiaoming. Whether we admit or deny, it is of no consequence. If we fail to deliver Su Xiaoming by 5 o'clock, our son may well face dire consequences. Zhang Fenglin inquired, what shall we do then? We cannot afford to hesitate. Lu Hongong's fierce demeanor became apparent as he declared, since he insists on waiting for us at the Yong'an tomb, we shall gather our forces and pay him a visit, sending him to meet the King of Hell, to reunite with Miao Xiangzhu and Miao Wenyuan's family. However, before we proceed, it is prudent to seek the counsel of the Xiao family in the capital. To avoid acting rashly and incurring their wrath, he turned to Zhang Fenglin and said, I will make the call now. Zhang Fenglin immediately stood, retrieved his phone, and dialed the butler Ajong of the Xiao family in the capital. Moments later, the call connected, and he relayed the situation in detail. What do you think? 2 minutes later, just as Zhang Fenglin hung up, Lu Hongong and Chen Zhanghe rose, their faces filled with anticipation. Zhang Fenglin spoke solemnly. Ajong mentioned that after our call last night, the Xiao family dispatched a skilled individual named Black Hawk to rush to Quanqing, and he should have arrived by now. Oh? Lu Hongong and Chen Zhanghe were immediately elated. In their view, the Xiao family taking direct action to subdue a mere Xiao Zhan was hardly a challenge. Zhang Fenglin continued, Ajong has provided me with Black Hawk's contact information and instructed us to follow his lead, ensuring a decisive strike to eliminate the threat posed by Xiao Zhan once and for all. Then let us not linger any longer. Make the call, Lu Hongong urged. At IT is already 4 in the afternoon. We have but 1 hour left until Xiao Zhan's appointed time. Time is of the essence. Any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Very well. Zhang Fenglin promptly dialed Black Hawk's number. Meanwhile, in a room at Shuxiangyuan, Black Hawk's cold, menacing gaze fell upon the still unconscious Su Xiaoming. That in his tranquil eyes, a barely perceptible ripple of intrigue emerged. She is still alive. Black Hawk mused silently. It appears that the master's suspicions were not unfounded. The Xiao family's bloodline indeed possesses remarkable resilience, that if she can endure through this night, then this vial of glazed holy water will not have been wasted in vain. At that moment, Su Xiaoming was burning with fever. Her cheeks flushed, her frail body involuntarily trembling as she continued to endure the excruciating pain, which showed no signs of abating, but rather intensified. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Black Hawk pulled out his phone, glanced at the unfamiliar number, hesitated briefly, then stood up and pressed the answer button, remaining silent as he awaited a response. Is this Mr. Black Hawk? Came Zhang Fenglin's cautious voice from the other end. I am Zhang Fenglin from the Zhang family of Qingnan. I just spoke with Mr. Ajong, who informed me that Mr. Black Hawk has arrived in Quanqing, so I am reaching out to you. What is it? Speak, Black Hawk replied coldly. Zhang Fenglin promptly relayed the details of Xiao Zhan's abduction of Lu Xiang and Zhang Feihu, and their arrangement to meet at Yong'an tomb, requesting Black Hawk's assistance in apprehending Xiao Zhan swiftly. 5 o'clock, Black Hawk checked the time, his voice icy. You shall proceed as planned. When the time is right, I will take action. Good, thank you, Mr. Black Hawk. Zhang Fenglin expressed his gratitude profusely, but Black Hawk had already hung up. Exiting the dimly lit room, he addressed Qian Yiming, who was waiting outside. Prepare a vehicle and find someone to take me to the Yong'an tomb in the western suburbs. Now, Qian Yiming was momentarily taken aback. Curiosity piqued, yet he dared not question Black Hawk's intentions. Black Hawk nodded. Qian Yiming asked, should I gather some personnel to accompany Mr. Black Hawk? Unnecessary. Black Hawk shook his head. Your subordinates are nothing but a burden, hindering my efforts and proving of little use. On the other side, at the entrance of the Qinjiang Group's building, Qian Banqing emerged from the company, where Fu Bo awaited him by a Rolls-Royce. Having been there for some time, it confirmed. Qian Banqing approached and inquired. Fu Bo nodded, confirmed that at 5 o'clock at Yong'an Tomb, Xiao Zhan went to Tianshui bathhouse to capture Lu Ziang and Zhang Feihu, and has severed 3 of their hands. The 3 prominent families of Qingnan must attend, he added. A grand spectacle is expected shortly. His words flowed from his lips with an air of nonchalance. Oh, why 3 hands for 2 individuals? Qian Banqing questioned. Well, Fu Bo replied, it is said that one of them, a thug named Han Santiao, has submitted to Xiao Zhan. Han Santiao's father is a gambler fond of playing mahjong, often winning with 3 tiles, and the number 3 is his lucky charm. Hence, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Such child's play. Interesting indeed. Let us dispatch someone to escort Chen Xiaowei and his mother to Yong'an Tomb to witness today's grand performance. Qian Banqing laughed as he bent down to enter the Rolls-Royce, heading straight for Yong'an Tomb in the western suburbs. In a flash, various forces converged, their swords drawn and aimed at the resting place of Miao Xiangzhu. The Yong'an Tomb. Outside the Lu family villa, a 30-member bodyguard team swiftly assembled, standing at the ready, while 8 gray vans idled nearby, poised for action. These were merely the bodyguards dedicated to safeguarding the villa. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity to summon reinforcements from the company, and moreover, this was not solely a matter for the Lu family. Zhang Fenglin and Chen Zhanghe had already contacted their homes, and reinforcements were en route to the Yong'an Tomb in the western suburbs. With the 3 families converging, their numbers would surely exceed 100, coupled with the formidable Black Hawk dispatched by the Xiao family in the capital. Dealing with Xiao Zhan should be more than manageable. Get in. Lu Hangong, Zhang Fenglin, and Chen Zhanghe emerged from the villa, casting a glance at the bodyguards outside. Lu Hangong waved his hand decisively, commanding the 30 bodyguards to turn and open the van doors. Pouring inside, that moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair approached timidly, his furtive demeanor suggesting he was no upstanding citizen. Tightly clutching a leather jacket to his chest, he was none other than Han Santiao's subordinate, sent by Xiao Zhan to deliver a gift to Lu Hangong. Within the leather jacket lay the gruesome present, the severed hands of Lu Ziang. What is happening? The yellow-haired youth, spotting the commotion at the villa entrance, felt a surge of dread, his legs trembling uncontrollably at the thought of delivering a hand to the Lu family. Had they come to confront Xiao Zhan? Just as he wrestled with his anxiety, a cold gaze suddenly fell upon him. A member of the Lu family had noticed his presence and barked, "Get lost! The road is closed today." Terrified, the yellow-haired youth stammered, "I am here to deliver something." Deliver something? The Lu family member was taken aback. What is it this? The young man halted several meters away, his courage waning. He gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, set the leather jacket down on the concrete ground, declaring, "This is a great gift from Mr. Xiao to Master Liu." As soon as he finished speaking, he bolted away, his speed rivaling that of a startled rabbit, as if the leather jacket contained a ticking time bomb. Fearing he would be caught in the explosion, Mr. Xiao. The onlookers, now acutely sensitive to the name Xiao, felt their nerves tighten at the mention, their hearts racing in response to the yellow-haired youth's unusual reaction. Go, retrieve that item. Lu Hangong's pupils contracted, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. Yes, Lu Hangong glanced down, signaling, "Open it, master, this." The Lu family member hesitated, feeling the weight of the contents through the leather jacket, their hearts sinking as they realized something was amiss. Unsure whether to open it in front of Zhang Fenglin and Chen Zhanghe, they faltered. I said, "Open it." Have you gone deaf? Lu Hangong glared, fury radiating from his eyes. All right. Reluctantly, the Lu family member complied, one hand supporting the jacket while the other slowly untied the sleeves. Then gently lifted it aside. The next moment, a pair of bloodied hands emerged, horrifying all who beheld the sight. As the patriarch of one of Qingnan's 3 prominent families, Lu Hangong had witnessed much in his lifetime. Though utterly shocked, he maintained his composure, unlike the average person who would have panicked and screamed. Nevertheless, even he, along with Zhang Fenglin and Chen Zhanghe, instinctively took a few steps back, but Lu Hangong, a tempest of rage igniting within him, recognized those hands, his son Lu Ziang's. On the right thumb, he spotted the deep green jade ring he had gifted Lu Ziang for his 18th birthday. A great gift? No, this was a provocation, a declaration of war. Xiao Zhan was making it abundantly clear that blood debts must be repaid in blood. Lu Ziang's blood is merely the prelude, merely the beginning, merely the interest. What Xiao Zhan truly desires is the blood of Lu Hongguang. Indeed, even the very life of Lu Hongguang. He intends for the entire Lu family to accompany Miao Xiangzhu and Miao Wenyuan to their graves, a profound vendetta, one that cannot coexist. Either you perish, or I do. My lord, please temper your anger. A tearful Lu family member, trembling in voice, offered a gentle plea, their hands quaking as they held Lu Xiang's severed limbs. Xiao Zhan, Lu Hongguang was nearly driven to the brink of fury, gritting his teeth as an icy voice, laced with an indescribable aura of murderous intent, escaped his lips. Today, I shall take your wretched life. I will carve you into minced meat, piece by piece. The hatred surged like an unbridled tide beside them. Zhang Fenglin and Qin Zhanghe exchanged glances, each discerning the deep concern mirrored in the other's eyes. Xiao Zhan had severed Lu Zong's hands and dispatched them to the Lu family. What of Zhang Feihu and Qin Shaohui? Would they fear not? What comes is inevitable. Just as the two were engulfed in trepidation, a sudden, jarring ringtone shattered the heavy atmosphere, resonating eerily as though a call from the depths of hell. It was Zhang Fenglin's phone. Startled, he quickly glanced at the screen, revealing a call from the butler, causing his expression to darken. Could it truly be? Casting a glance at Lu Xiang's dismembered hands, Zhang Fenglin dared not contemplate further. After a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply, stifling his rising anxiety, and pressed the answer button. Anxious words from the butler pierced through the line. My lord, this is dire. A package was just delivered, claimed to be a gift from Mr. Xiao for you. Upon opening, we discovered a severed hand. After verification, it appears to be the young master's hand. Zhang Fenglin's body jolted violently, nearly toppling over. Qin Zhanghe rushed to steady him, inquiring, what is the situation? Have our people head immediately to the Yong'anling cemetery in the western suburbs? He bellowed into the phone, then turned to Qin Zhanghe, gritting his teeth. The hand, my son's hand. That Bi Xiao Zhan has severed my son's hand and sent it to our home. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhanghe's face turned ashen. The omens were grim. One hand? Lu Hongguang suddenly turned, furrowing his brow and asking, are you certain you did not mishear? One hand, not two? What do you mean by that? Zhang Fenglin retorted angrily, perceiving Lu Hongguang's implication as a slight against Zhang Feihu's fate at the hands of Xiao Zhan. Lu Hongguang scowled, I simply cannot fathom why, when my son and yours were captured together, that scoundrel Xiao Zhan would sever my son's hands, yet only one of yours. What time is it? Do you still have the energy to quibble over such matters? Zhang Fenglin glared at Lu Hongguang, an impulse to strike surfacing, pointing at Qin Zhanghe. You received 2 hands, I received 1, and old Qin hasn't received a single hand. Instantly, Lu Hongguang turned his gaze toward Qin Zhanghe, skepticism lining his features. The capture of Lu Xiang and Zhang Feihu by Xiao Zhan was a foregone conclusion, yet Qin Shaohui's case was different. Yesterday, Qin Shaohui had been dispatched from Quancheng by Qin Zhanghe under the cover of night. And now Qin Zhanghe suddenly claimed that Qin Shaohui had never boarded the plane and had mysteriously vanished. But that was merely Qin Zhanghe's one-sided account. Who could ascertain the truth? What if Qin Zhanghe was lying? What if Qin Shaohui had not disappeared at all? Furthermore, how could Xiao Zhan possibly know the whereabouts of Zhang Feihu and Lu Xiang? Was it conceivable that someone had clandestinely contacted Xiao Zhan and brokered some unspeakable transaction? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. The implications were terrifying. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Zhanghe, not lacking in intelligence, understood the suspicions swirling in Lu Hongguang and Zhang Fenglin's minds. He urgently declared, I swear, if I utter a single falsehood to you, may the heavens strike me down. I shall not die a peaceful death. Such matters were indeed beyond explanation. Yet Qin Zhanghe felt profoundly wronged. Once that scoundrel Xiao Zhan is dealt with, I will investigate today's events thoroughly. If anyone proves treacherous, I shall personally flay them alive. With that, Lu Hongguang turned to enter his vehicle. Did I feel the same? Zhang Fenglin followed closely behind. Qin Zhanghe stood there, stunned for a long moment, a torrent of frustration surging within him, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his chest. Were it not for the imminent threat, he would have wished to sever ties on the spot. However, the current circumstances ignited a flicker of hope within Qin Zhanghe. Might the sudden disappearance of his wife and son not be the doing of Xiao Zhan? But if not Xiao Zhan, then who could it be? Whether true or false, upon arriving at Yong'anling Cemetery and encountering Xiao Zhan, all would be revealed, and the truth would emerge. Meanwhile, in the office of the president at the Su Corporation, Su Muchio sat in her swivel chair behind the desk, alone in the expansive office. Even hours later, her emotions remained in tumult, as if she were ensnared in a dream that Li Fei had mentioned that she, too, was unaware of the details, merely following orders. After a bustling afternoon, the Su Corporation had resumed normal operations, yet Su Muchio's confusion only deepened, her eyelids twitching incessantly. Both eyelids seemed to be in a state of agitation. It is said that the left eye twitches for fortune and the right for disaster. What, then, does it mean when both twitch simultaneously? Does it signify both fortune and misfortune? If taking over the Su Corporation was akin to an unexpected windfall, then what calamity could follow? President Su. Just as Su Muchio was engulfed in anxiety, the office door swung open, and Li Fei entered with a smile, saying, "There are some women outside looking for you. They arrived in a Mulsanne Bentley, claiming to be sent by your husband, Mr. Xiao Zhan." Su Muchio was taken aback, her heart stirring. Women, several at once, arriving in a Mulsanne Bentley. Is this the calamity I feared coming to fruition? Chapter 84, Mother. A son's unfilial act. The tomb of Miao Xiangju. Su Muchio even contemplated that Xiao Zhan, having been imprisoned for rape, must have a tarnished romantic history, now that she was engaged to him. Would his past entanglements come seeking him? Infuriating, silently cursing Xiao Zhan, Su Muchio steeled herself and stood up, stating, "I'll go see for myself, no need." Li Fei replied, "That I'll accompany President Su, that it's my personal matter. I can handle it myself." Su Muchio shook her head firmly. If it were indeed as she suspected, such an embarrassing situation was not one she wished to have others witness. "But I am President Su's secretary," Li Fei insisted with a smile. "As I mentioned this morning, whether it be a major or minor issue, public or private, if it concerns President Su, it concerns me, and I find it necessary to be involved." "You?" Su Muchio glared at Li Fei, pondering for a moment, thinking to herself, "Secretary. You remember you are my secretary. Is there any secretary who speaks to the president in such a manner? You might as well take my place. President Su, please do not regard me with such disdain, that I am merely acting upon orders, fulfilling my duties, that I hope for your understanding. Acting upon orders." Again with the following orders. Li Fei's excessive protectiveness made Su Muchio feel as though she were under surveillance. It was an unpleasant sensation. "Do as you wish." With a cold huff, Su Muchio turned on her heel. Li Fei followed closely behind. The two exited the building housing the Su Corporation, and in the small square outside, they encountered the women Li Fei had mentioned, along with the Mulsanne Bentley. As expected, Su Muchio did not recognize any of the women. In fact, this was the first time she had laid eyes on the Bentley, which was distinctly not the same car Xiao Zhan had purchased the previous afternoon. Xiao Zhan's was a gemstone black, while the one before her was a storm silver. "Who are you?" Su Muchio approached, brimming with questions. "You must be Miss Su, the wife of Mr. Xiao Zhan." The leading woman observed Su Muchio closely before extending her hand, introducing herself with a smile. "Hello, Miss Su, we are sales representatives from the Bentley 4S store. My surname is Li, and I am the sales manager. These two are our sales staff." Hello. Su Muchio politely shook hands with Manager Li, realizing that these women were not the entanglements of Xiao Zhan's past, which relieved her somewhat. She then inquired, "You came to see me for a reason?" Whether it was a figment of her imagination, Su Muchio felt that the two sales staff behind Manager Li were regarding her with strange gazes. "It is this," Manager Li quickly explained, "that Mr. Xiao purchased a vehicle for you from our store, this very storm silver Mulsanne Bentley, and instructed us to deliver it to you and complete the purchase procedures using your identification." "A car?" In an instant, Su Muchio's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Manager Li, then at the Mulsanne Bentley beside her. He had bought a Mulsanne Bentley just yesterday afternoon, and now he was buying another one this afternoon. From what she knew, a Mulsanne Bentley cost around 6.2 million. Was he buying it for fun? Indeed. Manager Li turned around, taking a folder from the hands of a staff member behind him, and handed it to Su Muchio with a smile, saying, "Mr. Xiao has already settled the payment for you. You merely need to sign the purchase agreement, and then we can process the relevant formalities on-site using your identification card." "Paid?" Su Muchio was taken aback once more. A Bentley Mulsanne priced at $6.2 million for two cars that totals $12.4 million. Is it possible that Xiao Zhan, who was just released from prison yesterday morning for committing a heinous crime, possesses such wealth? Previously, she had assumed that Xiao Zhan's money was saved before his incarceration. However, her perspective had shifted. Over $1 million. For an ordinary person, accumulating such a fortune would take a lifetime, even if Su Muchio were slow-witted. She now realized that Xiao Zhan's background was certainly not as simple as it appeared. In fact, the circumstances surrounding his imprisonment might be shrouded in deeper mysteries. After all, a man who spends money as if it were water, casually able to produce over $1 million, how could he resort to such vile acts? Is there even a need for such a thing? In this materialistic society, where money reigns supreme, if Xiao Zhan merely swiped his bank card, undoubtedly, a myriad of beautiful women would vie for his attention, eager to leap into his embrace, desperately wishing to share his bed. The notion of rape, in retrospect, it seems utterly ludicrous. Miss Su, seeing Su Muchio lost in thought, managerly called out to her $6.2 million is far too extravagant and wasteful for Su Muchio, who has lived frugally for the past 5 years, even if she were to purchase a car. Her previous budget would never exceed $300,000. Moreover, she had only met Xiao Zhan yesterday morning. Although they had hastily become engaged, they had neither registered their marriage nor developed any feelings. She did not wish to repeatedly spend Xiao Zhan's money under the guise of being his wife. Just yesterday, while shopping at Raiding Mall, he had spent nearly $1 million to defend her honor, which had already left her feeling quite guilty. Returning the item, Manager Li's hand trembled, nearly dropping the folder to the ground. His smile freezing in place as he awkwardly replied, "The money was paid by Mr. Xiao, that if Miss Su wishes to return the item, it would first require Mr. Zhao's consent, and furthermore, our store's refund process is quite complicated." I'm afraid the implication was unmistakable. It could not be returned. Absolutely could not be returned. After all, encountering a lavish spender like Xiao Zhan, making such a lucrative deal, with the coveted commission within reach. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Well, very well, Su Muchio, with no other options, reluctantly took the folder and the pen, signing her name on the purchase agreement before handing her identification card to Manager Li. The staff worked efficiently, seemingly anxious that any delay might prompt Su Muchio to reconsider her request for a return. Miss Su, thank you for your cooperation. This Bentley Mulsanne now belongs to you. Here are your keys. May you and your husband enjoy a blissful life and bear children soon. With that, he turned and left. Bear children soon? Su Muchio's cheeks flushed, and she noticed with some discomfort that the two female staff members exchanged peculiar glances as they departed, as if they had something to say but could not voice it. She was not mistaken. Just a few meters away, the two female staff members could no longer contain themselves, whispering to each other. Mr. Zhao's wife is truly stunning. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. The president of the Su Group, yet so down-to-earth. She even complained about the price of the car her husband bought for her, wanting to return it. They praised Su Muchio to no end. What a pity, though, that despite Mr. Zhao's wealth, he is nothing more than a notorious playboy, unable to resist flirting with every woman, even those as unassuming as Lin Xian. What a scoundrel! They openly criticized Xiao Zhan. If he were to overhear their remarks, one could only imagine his reaction. Truly, one is seated in the carriage, while calamity descends from the heavens. Miss Su, I must attend to something. I will take my leave now. Li Fei smiled awkwardly, recognizing the moment to depart, while secretly thinking, I must meet this man named Xiao Zhan one day. When Su Muchio received Xiao Zhan's call, he and his companions had already arrived at the foot of Mang Mountain in the western suburbs of Quancheng. Mang Mountain was not particularly high, with an elevation of only about 1,000 meters. The Yong'an Cemetery was situated at the foothills of Mang Mountain, opposite the Qingchuan River, boasting a picturesque location with excellent feng shui. Hello, my wife. Xiao Zhan quickened his pace, leaving Han Santiao and the others behind. Where are you? And why did you buy me a car? A Bentley Mulsanne at such a high price. A barrage of questions bombarded him, clearly indicating that Su Muchio had been holding back her inquiries. You are my wife. Is there anything wrong with me buying a car for my own wife? Originally, Xiao Zhan had intended to surprise Su Muchio, but it was evident she had been startled instead. It seemed he could no longer keep it a secret. However, with only 20 minutes left until 5 o'clock, the imminent threat of the three major families' arrival was pressing. This was not the time for explanations. With that, he abruptly ended the call and switched off his phone. That Su Xiaoming's abduction remained unresolved, and with no news from Zhang Fenglin or Song Qingshan, Xiao Zhan's mood was a chaotic mess. Su Xiaoming was Su Muchio's lifeline. In her eyes, the safety of Su Xiaoming far outweighed the significance of the Su group. Soon, Xiao Zhan arrived at the base of Mang Mountain, standing before the Yong'an cemetery. He gazed across the rows of gravestones, neatly lined up, solemn and dignified. There were hundreds. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the midst of the gravestones, his sharp gaze scanning each one, when suddenly his eyes locked onto a particular gravestone. There, inscribed upon it, were the words, "Grave of beloved daughter Miao Xiangzhu." Above it was a photograph of Miao Xiangzhu. The moment Xiao Zhan laid eyes on it, his once resolute expression crumbled into profound sorrow. His pupils constricting, and tears began to well up uncontrollably in his eyes, surging forth, as if yearning to break free from their confines. But Xiao Zhan held them back. Clenching his fists, he fought desperately to contain his emotions. With a sudden collapse, he knelt before Miao Xiangzhu's gravestone, bowing 3 times, his voice choked with emotion. "Mother, I have been unfilial. I have brought misfortune upon you. Mother, I have been unfilial. It is only now that I can visit you. Mother, I have been unfilial. Your blood feud remains unavenged." Each low, anguished cry echoed like a wolf's howl. Han Santiao and the others, escorting the now-awakened Zhang Feihu and Lu Zong, approached the Yong'an cemetery, witnessing this scene. And suddenly understood, and oh wonder, Xiao Zhan sought to capture Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong, and even contacted Zhang Fenglin to arrange a meeting with the three major families here. That it was to avenge the grievances of the past, to seek justice for his mother. However, could Xiao Zhan truly contend against the formidable three major families with his solitary strength? Han Santiao and the others felt a tremor in their hearts, a sense of foreboding. Forward now. With fierce determination, they surged ahead, a formidable throng of over 100, ready to shed their blood and lives to honor her soul. With those words, he wiped away his tears and rose to his feet. 4100 371-8622-810-038. Chapter 85. Divine Weapon, Bloodthirsty Wolf Slaughter Blood. Life. Upon hearing these two bloody words and watching Xiao Zhan's imposing figure, Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong exchanged glances, both recognizing the deep-seated fear reflected in each other's pale faces. They were struck with terror. Could Xiao Zhan truly be audacious enough to commit murder in broad daylight? They did not believe it, for they did not dare, even as scions of the three major families. Known for their arrogance and impunity, they would never dare to take a life so lightly. Where did Xiao Zhan find such courage? Bring them over here. Han Santiao promptly stepped forward, signaling several of his subordinates to escort Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong behind Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan coldly commanded, "Kneel. Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Mr. Xiao commanded you to kneel. Did you not hear?" Seeing Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong hesitate, Han Santiao angrily approached them from behind, delivering several swift kicks to their knees, forcing them to kneel before Xiao Zhan at Miao Xiangzhu's gravestone. "You scoundrels! I will make you wish you were dead." Han Santiao's lips twitched in anger. The forces of the three major families were already at the foot of the mountain, rapidly advancing towards the Yong'an cemetery. They would arrive within 5 minutes, and bloodshed was imminent. Xiao Zhan's combat prowess was extraordinary. Han Santiao had witnessed it firsthand and had no doubts. However, the three major families were not to be underestimated. Could one man truly face 100? What if Xiao Zhan were to lose? To say that Han Santiao was not worried or frightened would be a lie. His heart raced, now lodged in his throat as he gazed at the dark mass of people gathering at the foot of the mountain, gripped by fear. However, before Xiao Zhan, he dared not reveal his true feelings. Having boarded Xiao Zhan's ship of thieves, it was now too late to turn back. Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong's hands had been severed by them. As long as the three prominent families stood, their lives would remain in jeopardy. Thus, it was a path they must tread to the bitter end. Gritting his teeth, Han Santiao charged forward, cursing, "Damn it," in front of Mr. Xiao. "You mere trifles of three prominent families are nothing but a joke. Mr. Xiao can expel your pathetic families from Quancheng at any moment." Since we might perish here today, we shall, of course, put on a grand show and revel in it. With a flurry of curses, he flattered Xiao Zhan while simultaneously bolstering his own morale. Lu Zong was knocked to the ground by Han Santiao's kick, blood gushing from his nose. Surprisingly, instead of fuming, he burst into maniacal laughter. Just wait. Your doomsday is nigh. The forces of the three prominent families are on their way. Ha! In a fit of rage, Han Santiao raised his foot again to kick. But at that moment, Xiao Zhan slowly turned around, casting a cold glance at Lu Ziong, and spoke in a deep voice, I shall make you witness the downfall of the three prominent families before your very eyes. You will see your father, Lu Hongguang, perish right before you. This is also the reason you are still drawing breath. The laughter abruptly ceased. Ignoring Lu Ziong further, Xiao Zhan gestured, Bring me my knife. Immediately, two lackeys approached, hoisting a gleaming steel blade and presenting it to Xiao Zhan. Indeed, they were lifting it. The blade measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, weighing a staggering 55 kilograms, forged from the cold iron of the snowy regions. The back was embroidered with dragon and phoenix designs, the hilt carved with a wolf's head tattoo, and the tip slightly curved, radiating a chilling brilliance akin to the fangs of a ravenous wolf, evoking fear at a mere glance. For 5 years of battlefield conquest, it was the most adept weapon in Xiao Zhan's hands, having claimed countless enemies' lives, drinking blood and gnawing bones. It was aptly named Wolf Butcher, the blade of the Wolf King, annihilating all foes that dare approach. As Xiao Zhan gripped the 110-pound Wolf Butcher, lifting it effortlessly, the cold glimmer that struck terror in others appeared to him as a gentle gaze from a loved one. Mr. Xiao. However, today, since we have aligned ourselves with Mr. Xiao, we too wish to be brave. We desire to stand tall as men. Thus, we are willing to share life and death with Mr. Xiao, to take down the damned three prominent families. Upon concluding, he turned to the group of lackeys beside him, that I am willing. So am I. These lackeys were not fools. Surrounded by the forces of the three prominent families on the mountainside, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Fight desperately or await their doom. There was simply no other choice. In an instant, the air was charged with fervor and boiling blood. Yet as Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over them, he shook his head, stating, Your task is to remain here and keep an eye on those two. I will handle the killing that my vendetta is mine to settle. With that, he grasped the Wolf Butcher and strode towards the entrance of the Yong'an tomb. Revenge must be achieved. However, he could not allow the blood of those scoundrels to soil his mother's grave. Mr. Xiao, this is an order. Xiao Zhan's words brooked no dissent. Han Santiao and the others exchanged glances. Their earlier zeal suddenly diminished, and they could only watch from afar, silently praying that Xiao Zhan could indeed single-handedly slay the forces of the three prominent families. When Xiao Zhan arrived at the tomb entrance, the forces of the three prominent families had just arrived. Over 100 black-clad bodyguards led the way, with Zhang Fenglin and others trailing behind. Quick, surround him! After running approximately 500 meters along the mountain path, the black-clad bodyguards were somewhat fine, but Zhang Fenglin and the others were panting heavily, hardly able to rest. Lu Hongguang waved his hand angrily. Surround him! Today, I demand his life. The group of black-clad bodyguards, armed with steel knives and clubs, surged forward, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Xiao Zhan that a glance revealed that only Xiao Zhan stood at the tomb entrance. While within the tomb, only Han Santiao and his band of ruffians remained. Lu Hongguang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With such a meager group, they dared to oppose the three prominent families? They were courting death. Dad, save me. I'm here. Hurry and save me. Upon hearing Lu Hongguang's voice, Lu Zong inside the tomb immediately screamed at the top of his lungs. Even Zhang Feihu, who had maintained silence until now, could no longer restrain himself and shouted, Dad, kill them. Not one of these scoundrels can be spared. Bang, bang. Following that, a series of ear-piercing sounds of fists and kicks erupted as Han Santiao cursed, To hell with your rescue. Who kills whom is still uncertain. Beat them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ziong and Zhang Feihu were left battered and bruised, on the verge of collapse, unable to utter a sound. Stop, Lu Hongguang shouted from a distance. But to no avail. Zhang Fenglin furrowed his brows and asked Xiao Zhan, Why are only Feihu and Ziong here? Where is Chen Xiaowei? Indeed, Where's Qin Shaohui? Qin Zhanghe also immediately noticed something amiss. Having not seen Qin Shaohui's figure, his heart filled with both shock and suspicion, yet he did not dare to question carelessly. After all, Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongguang were already suspicious of him, and discovering Qin Shaohui's absence would likely deepen their misgivings that as expected. Lu Hongguang directly inquired, Qin, do you have anything to say? Your wife and child were taken by him last night, weren't they? Where are they? Qin Zhanghe's face instantly darkened. Where are they? By heaven's witness, he too wished to know Qin Shaohui's whereabouts more than anyone else. Thus, without addressing Lu Hongguang's question, he turned to Xiao Zhan, asking, last night, was it you who kidnapped Shaohui and his mother on the way to the airport? Regarding the mysterious disappearance of Qin Shaohui and his mother, Xiao Zhan was completely oblivious. Moreover, it seemed that their peculiar vanishing had sown discord among the three prominent families, which was quite an advantageous opportunity for Xiao Zhan. An opportunity for sowing discord. If Xiao Zhan now sought to ingratiate himself with Qin Zhanghe, portraying himself as an accomplice, it would surely amplify Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongguang's suspicions towards Qin Zhanghe. It could even incite infighting, a conflict within their own ranks. However, Xiao Zhan held no interest in such trivialities. Where is my daughter? I have stated before that your daughter is not in our custody. Zhang Fenglin scoffed, and yet you, without a hint of understanding, severed my son's hand. If you want them to release my son, I might consider sparing your life. Not a chance. A heavy silence fell over Xiao Zhan, a murderous aura radiating from him, that I have also stated that regardless of whether my daughter was taken by you, she must be brought to me. Only then can your son live. You have now forfeited this opportunity for survival. And you are prepared to pay the price for what happened 5 years ago, are you not? As he spoke, Xiao Zhan raised the wolf butcher and strode towards Zhang Fenglin and the others. Words were futile. If they could not produce Su Xiaoming, then they would face death. Chapter 86. Facing 100, invincible facing 100, Xiao Zhan stood resolute, his icy gaze ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Block his path. Zhang Fenglin and the others, equally filled with animosity, were taken aback when Xiao Zhan made no threats against Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziyang's lives before engaging in battle. This unexpected turn only fueled their overwhelming desire to kill. Kill! I command you to kill! The leaders of the three prominent families issued their orders, roaring in fury as over 100 black-clad bodyguards surged forth, wielding steel knives and clubs, rapidly closing in on Xiao Zhan. Those who obstruct my path shall perish. Xiao Zhan's eyes were devoid of warmth, reflecting a determination that treated life as inconsequential as he swung the wolf butcher downwards, cleaving through the oncoming black-clad bodyguards. A resounding clamor of metal clashing filled the AIN the next moment. An astonishing scene unfolded. The blade sliced through steel with ease. Such was the sharpness of the wolf butcher, forged from the cold iron of the snowy regions. Ordinary weapons were as ineffective against it as tofu against a cleaver. The advance of the black-clad bodyguards faltered. Especially the front line, they gazed down at the weapons in their hands, now reduced to mere halves. Their hearts racing wildly, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads and backs, their blades shattered like mere vegetables. How could they continue fighting? The thought of being struck by Xiao Zhan's wolf butcher sent chills down their spines. Useless fools! Zhang Fenglin and the others also witnessed this unbelievable spectacle, momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining their composure and shouting, Charge! All of you charge! What if his blade is swift? You outnumber him. Even if it takes time, we shall wear him down today. Only the commanders spoke, while the real fighters were not them. They were merely standing by, unscathed. That previous strike was merely a warning. Xiao Zhan, however, coldly declared, You take money to fight for others. With no enmity toward me, I have no desire to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. But if you stubbornly seek your own demise, I would not hesitate to accompany you on your journey. I assure you, the next strike shall draw blood. Take your life. The voice, chilling to the bone, resonated with an unparalleled confidence, suggesting that as long as Xiao Zhan willed it, he could extinguish the lives of over 100 black-clad bodyguards in an instant. This was no idle boast. Xiao Zhan was indeed capable of such feats. Unfortunately, those present, including Zhang Fenglin, were oblivious to Xiao Zhan's background and capabilities. Thus no one believed he could single-handedly contend with 100 foes. As Zhang Fenglin had proclaimed, even with sheer numbers, they could wear Xiao Zhan down to his last breath. After weighing the pros and cons, one of the black-clad bodyguards, seemingly their leader, steeled himself and ultimately decided to heed Zhang Fenglin's command, preparing to engage Xiao Zhan in a fierce battle. After all, they were the bodyguards of the three prominent families. In their eyes, these families were akin to the heavens of the southern city, the kings of the realm. To betray them now would yield unimaginable consequences. With that thought, the black-clad leader was the first to wield his blade and charge at Xiao Zhan. The others, seeing this, hesitated no longer, surging forward like a swarm, and once again, the air was filled with the whistling of steel blades and clubs. Having made their choice, they braced to pay the price for it. Xiao Zhan let out a scoff, his hand raised as he brought down his blade. With one swift strike, he severed the neck of the charging black-clad leader. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from the leader's throat. His movements abruptly ceased, and he fell backwards, his life extinguished in an instant, dead. As foretold, Xiao Zhan's second strike claimed a life. This time, it was not a warning nor a display of power, but a genuine slaughter. Thus, after dispatching the black-clad leader, Xiao Zhan showed no signs of pausing. He propelled himself forward like a ferocious wolf, wielding his blade of slaughter, plunging into the throngs, the blade shimmering as he unleashed his third, fourth, and fifth strikes. Each strike was true, with every cold arc of his blade slicing through the air. 1, 2, or even several black-clad bodyguards met their demise, and the cacophony of screams echoed as blood gushed forth, painting the scene red, reminiscent of a western sunset staining the sky. This horrifying spectacle left Zhang Fenglin and his companions, who had cowered behind the bodyguards, utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes, feeling dazed and weak, involuntarily retreating step by step. Even as they did so, blood splattered upon them, on their faces, even entering their open mouths. That it was too brutal. The level of savagery exhibited by Xiao Zhan exceeded their wildest imaginations. "We cannot continue like this." Lu Hangong swallowed hard, urgent. "If this persists, we may not stand a chance against Xiao Zhan. If we cannot withstand him, we will all perish today. What then shall we do?" Chen Zhong was equally frantic. Lu Hangong turned to Zhang Fenglin. "Don't you have Mr. Blackhawk's number? Didn't he say he would come personally? Where is he? Quickly, call Mr. Blackhawk." Zhang Fenglin immediately fished out his phone, trembling hands searching for Blackhawk's number, nodding fervently. Yes, Mr. Blackhawk is a master dispatched by the Xiao family from the capital. No matter how formidable Xiao Zhan is, he cannot possibly match Mr. Blackhawk. Soon, the call connected. "Hello? Is this Mr. Blackhawk?" Zhang Fenglin urged. "We have arrived. Where are you?" "Xiao Zhan is simply a monster. Too ruthless. Despite bringing over 100 men, we have been unable to subdue him. If this drags on, the consequences will be dire." He briefed Blackhawk on their predicament. Moments later, Blackhawk's voice resonated through the phone. "I shall arrive in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Zhang Fenglin felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he glanced at the battleground. Despair creeping in. But he wanted to say, "But we might not last 5 minutes. However, before he could voice it, Blackhawk had already hung up. Zhang Fenglin's face turned ashen. With a tremor, his phone slipped from his grasp, falling into the weeds at his feet. "Come." At that moment, Xiao Zhan's commanding roar echoed. "Do you not wish to obstruct my path? Do you not seek my life? Come, kill me," centered around Xiao Zhan. The ground within a 10-meter radius was already drenched in blood, and on the blood-soaked earth lay over 20 corpses of black-clad bodyguards, all having met their end beneath Xiao Zhan's blade. Xiao Zhan himself was also splattered with the blood of his enemies. His imposing figure, menacing expression, an icy roar painted him as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, each movement and utterance radiating an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Yet, Xiao Zhan was not lost to madness. He maintained his composure, for this was not the battlefield of yore, nor were his adversaries the ruthless foes of the past. Although he had just dispatched over 20 black-clad bodyguards, he had shown restraint. Otherwise, at this moment, none of the over 100 black-clad bodyguards before him would have survived. To kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, since words failed to deter these black-clad bodyguards. He would make them comprehend the folly of their earlier choices through the blood and lives of their comrades. The remaining black-clad bodyguards fell silent, their eyes filled with boundless terror as they regarded Xiao Zhan. They wished to flee but dared not, for Zhang Fenglin and his companions had not ordered a retreat. "Hold him back!" Zhang Fenglin and the others, not foolish, quickly recognized the bodyguards' fear and trepidation. Thus they shouted with forced bravado, "I have already called for the master from the Xiao family in the capital. He will arrive in 5 minutes. As long as we can delay him for 5 minutes, he will have no escape." Now, they could only bolster the resolve of the black-clad bodyguards, trying to instill confidence. Lu Hangong also shouted, "Whoever can injure Xiao Zhan, I shall reward him 1 million. Whoever can kill him, I shall grant 5 million. People die for wealth, birds perish for food." These black-clad bodyguards had been hired by the 3 prominent families. They valued money above all else, and in such dire circumstances, the allure of wealth outweighed any words of caution. The Xiao family from the capital? Zhang Fenglin's proclamation stirred something within Xiao Zhan. The Xiao family from the capital sent someone to Quansheng. He instinctively wondered if the sudden disappearance of Xiao Meng was somehow connected to the Xiao family from the capital. 5 minutes. Is it? Very well. I shall wait for him for 5 minutes. I am curious to see who the Xiao family from the capital has dispatched this time. Xiao Zhan scoffed, lifting his gaze towards Lu Hangong. Disdain evident in his voice. 1 million? 5 million? Is my life so cheap, so worthless in your eyes? Then, turning towards the trembling black-clad bodyguards around him, he raised the stakes. "Whoever can injure me, I shall reward him 10 million. Whoever can kill me, I shall grant 100 million. Provided, of course, that you possess the courage and capability to do so." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone was left stunned, thinking, "Are you serious? While others offer bounties on your life, you, instead, deem the rewards insufficient and raise the stakes? Moreover, from 1 million to 10 million, from 5 million to 100 million. A 10-fold and 20-fold increase? Do you truly wish to die that badly? A lunatic? Those who do not value their lives, come forth. Those who wish to live, depart." Xiao Zhan surveyed the area. As the saying goes, under a generous reward, there will surely be brave souls. Indeed, the black-clad bodyguards exchanged glances, and moments later, a few reckless individuals, valuing money over their lives, stepped forward. Their reasoning was simple. They sought not to slay Xiao Zhan, but merely to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. The earnings would suffice to secure a life free from want for the rest of their days. Fortune favors the bold. That was their creed. Very well. However, just as they stepped out from the crowd, Xiao Zhan's gaze fell upon them, and in an instant he moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Puff! In the next moment, before they could react, the blade of slaughter had brutally pierced the abdomen of one black-clad bodyguard. Xiao Zhan, with a subtle flicker of dark energy, infused it through the blade into the bodyguard, as if placing a heavy bomb within him, and at the moment Xiao Zhan withdrew his blade. Boom! In an instant, that black-clad bodyguard exploded into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing from existence. The shockwave sent the remaining bodyguards careening backwards several meters. Who else? Xiao Zhan raised the blade of slaughter, pointing its edge, and none dared to respond. Chapter 87. The arrival of Black Hawk, master of the Shadow Realm. The air was filled with drifting blood mist, settling upon the remaining black-clad bodyguards like a fine rain, permeating the atmosphere with a chilling stench of blood. This scene was enough to instill fear. Who else? The grim reminder of what had transpired shattered the avarice within the hearts of the black-clad bodyguards. As Xiao Zhan had just articulated, money, the 3 prominent families possess. I too have it. But do you have the ability to claim it? Do you have the life to spend it? When a person dies, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Zhan, and gradually, they became transfixed upon the wolf slayer, the exquisite blade in his hand. That it was only at this moment that they were struck with a sense of disbelief. The wolf slayer seemed somewhat eerie. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly dispatched over 20 black-clad bodyguards and caused one to explode on the spot. Yet his attire was now soaked in the deep crimson of blood, while the blade in his grasp remained impeccably pristine, untouched by a single drop. How could this be? Where was the blood? The blood-drinking wolf slayer appeared as though it truly could quench its thirst for blood. This scene was utterly bizarre, so surreal that it was hard to fathom, instilling a sense of ghostly dread, especially amidst the brutal atmosphere. He was not human. He was a devil. The knife in his hand was a sinister instrument that could drink human blood. Suddenly, the oppressive silence was shattered by a piercing shriek from the crowd. And then, a figure turned and fled in a panic. Following suit were the second, third, and fourth. The remaining black-clad bodyguards, mentally shattered, had lost all courage to fight Xiao Zhan to the bitter end. Fight? To hell with that. Survival was of paramount importance. Nearly 100 of them discarded their armor and scattered like frightened birds and beasts, their earlier bravery in charging up the mountain now replaced by utter disarray in their retreat. "Don't go, please," Lu Hangong cried out in desperation. "Don't leave. Hold him. Hold him. If you can just delay him, I will pay you." However, no one paid him heed. Xiao Zhan, wielding the wolf slayer, advanced deliberately towards Lu Hangong and the others. Their faces turned pale. "Run." Qin Zhonghe realized the gravity of the situation. As the tide turned against them, he swiftly decided to join the black-clad bodyguards in their retreat. After all, at this moment in the Yong'an Mausoleum, only Lu Hongong's son Lu Ziong and Zhang Fenglin's son, Zhang Feihu, were present. His own son, Qin Shaohui, was not there. Therefore, he had no reason to stay and await his demise. "Qin, you bastard!" Lu Hangong and Zhang Fenglin exchanged a furious glance. Their tempers flaring, they had already harbored doubts about Qin Zhonghe, and now, confronted with danger, this scoundrel was the first to flee. A shadow darted past. Qin Zhonghe had barely covered a few meters when Xiao Zhan intercepted him, the razor-sharp wolf slayer pressing against his throat. Xiao Zhan scoffed coldly, planning to leave. "Did you seek my permission?" With a thud, Qin Zhonghe's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the grass. His death was inconsequential. "Since you have come today, not a single one of you shall escape." His voice thundered with wrath. Without hesitation, they fell to their knees before Xiao Zhan. "Young Master Xiao." Lu Hangong was the first to plead for mercy. "What happened 5 years ago was beyond our control. It was the Xiao family from the capital. They were the ones who contacted us to frame you." Yes, it was the Xiao family's conspiracy." Zhang Fenglin chimed in. "Young Master Xiao must understand that when the old master of the Xiao family suddenly passed away, the matriarch seized power, and she would not tolerate you and your mother. It was only a matter of time before she acted against you both that we dared not defy the orders from the Xiao family. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the Xiao family did not only seek our assistance but approached others as well. Even if we had refused, others would have taken our place." The implication was clear. They were innocent. They too were powerless, coerced by the threats and inducements of the Xiao family. It was all to survive. "If you and your mother did not perish, we would not survive either." Their reasoning appeared sound, and as they spoke, they continued to plead for mercy. Lu Hangong and Zhang Fenglin silently counting the seconds. 1, 2, 5, 8, half a minute. The Black Eagle had said he would arrive within 5 minutes, and now at least 3 or 4 minutes had passed, that if they could just hold on until the Black Eagle appeared, perhaps there was still a chance to turn the tables. A man, a true man, can bend and stretch. For villains like Lu Hangong and Zhang Fenglin, such pragmatism was second nature. They saw no honor, only profit, as long as it benefited them. What was a little submission? What harm was there in kneeling? "The true victor is the one who laughs last." Xiao Zhan scoffed. "What I desire is the outcome, not hypotheticals. Perhaps if you had not acted, someone else would have. But the fact remains, you did act. And for that, you must bear the consequences." Xiao Zhan was no fool. He understood that Lu Hangong and Zhang Fenglin were deliberately stalling for time. Yet he was unconcerned, as he too was waiting for the Xiao family to arrive. "We were wrong. As long as young Master Xiao spares our lives, we are willing to serve Miao Taizhan and Miao Yimei for the rest of our days to atone for our past sins." In a desperate bid for survival, the heads of the 3 major families now groveled like dogs, utterly discarding their dignity. The arrogant demeanor they had once possessed was now a distant memory. "Go to my mother's grave and repent." Xiao Zhan snorted. Upon hearing this, Lu Hangong and the others were elated, hastily getting to their feet, nodding vigorously. Yes, we shall go at once." They rushed towards the grave of Miao Xiangju with fervor. Meanwhile, Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong, standing before the gravestone of Miao Xiangzhu, were already paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. Utterly stunned by Xiao Zhan's earlier brutality, they seemed to have lost their very souls. Collapsing into a heap, the bodyguards from the three major families skilled in martial arts were accustomed to dominating ordinary citizens that in 01 knew this better than Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong. Yet against Xiao Zhan, even 100 skilled bodyguards could not come close to subduing him. In the blink of an eye, over 20 had fallen to his blade. Their father, too, had knelt and begged for mercy. How could they possibly survive? Little brat, why aren't you shouting anymore? Huh? Shout! Come on, shout! Weren't you so brave before, claiming you would kill young Master Xiao? I've said it before, young Master Xiao could wipe out your trifling three major families in a heartbeat. On the contrary, following the tremendous shock, Han Santiao and his group of yellow-haired youths were met with immense exhilaration, as the previously waning fervor surged back to life. Their skin prickled with excitement, their blood boiling, feeling more alive than if they were battling themselves. It was absolutely incredible. In their eyes, Xiao Zhan's earlier display of might was nothing short of awe-inspiring, unparalleled in its ferocity. If they had felt any lingering resentment or reluctance while aligning themselves with Xiao Zhan, at this moment all doubts were cast aside. They were thoroughly captivated by his strength and charismatic presence. Simultaneously, they made a resolute decision. From this day forth, regardless of the trials ahead, they would follow Xiao Zhan without hesitation. Having such an extraordinary leader was a blessing beyond measure. Hurry up! As Lu Hangong and the others entered Yong'an Mausoleum, they were seized by several yellow-haired youths, who forcefully pushed them down before Miao Xiangzhu's gravestone. Scolding, "Stop dawdling. Young Master Xiao is gracious enough to give you a chance to repent. Don't be so shameless as to refuse." The trifling three major families? Those yellow-haired youths, emboldened by their association with Xiao Zhan, exuded an air of arrogance, relishing the moment as they trampled upon the heads of the three major families. This exhilarating sensation was beyond words. It was simply thrilling. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan remained at the entrance of the cemetery, neither following them nor interrupting the triumphant antics of Han Santiao and the others, but he inhaled deeply, his icy gaze fixed upon the distant foot of the mountain. While he had punished the three major families, he had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Su Xiaoming. Xiao Zhan's heart was restless. At the foot of the mountain, vehicles lined the area. Xiao Zhan's luxurious Bentley, Lu Hongong's and others' Mercedes and BMWs, as well as the gray vans used by the black-clad bodyguards. After the remaining black-clad bodyguards fled down the mountain, many had quickly departed, leaving only a fraction behind. Fixating on those vehicles for a moment, Xiao Zhan's pupils abruptly contracted, his cold gaze locking onto a black Mercedes that a flicker of intuition stirred within him. He sensed that someone was inside that car. At the same time, approximately 300 meters away from Yong'an Mausoleum, two familiar figures stood on another hillside. The wealthiest man in Quancheng, Qian Bancheng, and the hunchbacked elder, Fu Bo. Having witnessed the horrific scene unfold, even from a distance, and despite his status, Qian Bancheng could not suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Astonished by Xiao Zhan's ferocity, decisiveness, and combat prowess, which far exceeded his previous expectations. "Fu Bo, what do you think?" Turning to the elder beside him, Qian Bancheng inquired that in the realm of martial arts, Fu Bo was an extraordinary expert. Certain matters might escape Qian Bancheng's eyes, yet they would undoubtedly be discerned by Fu Bo. Fu Bo's expression was grave as he replied, that final strike could only be executed by a master of the dark realm. Moreover, the blade he wielded exuded an overwhelming killing intent. It is a divine weapon, and beneath its edge, countless souls are destined to perish. Oh? Qian Bancheng was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished, as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "A master of the dark realm, is he not akin to you?" "Indeed." Uncle Fu nodded gravely, that he is both similar and dissimilar. The similarity lies in the fact that both Uncle Fu and Xiao Zhan are masters of the dark realm. Yet they differ in age. Uncle Fu has surpassed 60, while Xiao Zhan is merely in his 20s. Such a young master of the dark realm is indeed a rarity. The future is boundless. Although Qian Bancheng was a businessman with scant knowledge of martial arts, he could discern from Uncle Fu's solemn expression and his understanding of Uncle Fu's prowess what the term master of the dark realm truly signified. After a brief silence, Qin Banqing suddenly posed a question. Uncle Fu, if you were to face him, who would prevail? This. Uncle Fu hesitated, deliberating for a moment before responding solemnly, based solely on his demonstrated combat prowess. I estimate a 70% chance of overcoming him. But what? Qin Banqing's curiosity was piqued. Uncle Fu shook his head, stating, if my instincts are not mistaken, he fought alone against the bodyguards of the three major families. And while the scene appeared dire, it seems he held back, not unleashing his full potential. If that is indeed the case, it is terrifying. Given that Xiao Zhan was holding back, Uncle Fu's probability of victory was merely 70%. What would occur if Xiao Zhan were to exert his full strength? Could it be that even someone as formidable as Uncle Fu could not contend with Xiao Zhan? At that moment, Uncle Fu noticed something unusual about Xiao Zhan and followed his gaze down the mountain, where his puzzled eyes fixated on a black Mercedes. Moments later, he gestured to Qin Banqing, saying, Sir, look. It appears that someone from the Xiao family in the capital has arrived. Qin Banqing immediately turned and retrieved a prepared pair of binoculars from his waist, peering down the mountain. Lacking the strength and keen sight of Xiao Zhan and Uncle Fu, he could not discern clearly from such a distance with the naked eye. It was Black Eagle, Chapter 88. In 10 moves, I will slay you dressed entirely in black. Black clothing, black pants, black military boots, and a black hat obscuring Qin Banqing's view. He could not even see Black Eagle's face despite using the binoculars. Only catching a glimpse of his bronze, dark chin. Of course, Qin Banqing did not recognize Black Eagle. Seeing his face would be of no consequence, whether intentional or not, after Black Eagle exited the vehicle. He suddenly lifted his head and cast a distant glance towards Qin Banqing and Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu immediately became alert, his expression shifting dramatically. Sir, be cautious. He pulled Qin Banqing aside, hiding behind a large tree. Startled, Qin Banqing exclaimed, What is it? Uncle Fu explained this individual, like Xiao Zhan, is also a master of the Dark Realm, and his perception is remarkable. He seems to have sensed our presence. Today has been filled with astonishing revelations for Qin Banqing. As he gaped, momentarily losing his composure, another master of the Dark Realm. He pondered, even among masters of the Dark Realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength. They were currently situated only about 300 meters from the Eternal Peace Tomb, where Xiao Zhan was located. Yet Xiao Zhan had not detected their presence. Conversely, despite being 500 meters away, the Xiao family's envoy had sensed them immediately. Did this not imply that the individual sent by the Xiao family was stronger than Xiao Zhan? Uncle Fu seemingly anticipated Qin Banqing's concerns and remarked, the Xiao family in the capital is intent on eliminating Xiao Zhan swiftly. Having been born and raised in the Xiao family, they are more familiar with his capabilities than anyone else. Therefore, the individuals they dispatch to kill him must possess strength superior to his. Otherwise, how could they succeed? Qin Banqing nodded in agreement, though a tinge of worry crept in as he said, If what you say is true, then Xiao Zhan is surely doomed today. The odds are grim, and the prospects bleak. Uncle Fu did not deny this, then questioned, Does Sir not wish for his survival? Not particularly. Qin Banqing sighed, shaking his head. You see, I have made several trips to the capital, hoping to cultivate a relationship with the Xiao family, only to be rebuffed by that old curmudgeon Xiao Hongtu. It was quite humiliating. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan harbors a deep-seated enmity with the Xiao family. If his strength could yield unexpected surprises, perhaps even shake the foundations of the Xiao family, the chances for the Qianjiang group to expand into the capital would greatly increase. Moreover, Qin Banqing hesitated. His thoughts trailing off, Uncle Fu inquired, What else is there? Qin Banqing cast a few glances towards the Eternal Peace Tomb, then solemnly declared, Regardless, Xiao Zhan is a man in possession of the supreme black card from the Global Bank. My instincts tell me he cannot be as simple as we perceive or speculate. This, Uncle Fu contemplated for a moment before nodding. That is indeed a valid point that T.O. possessed the supreme black card from the Global Bank. Xiao Zhan's identity must be extraordinary. Such a person would undoubtedly have experts safeguarding him, and it is unlikely he would recklessly put himself in danger. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. Qin Banqing gestured. Uncle Fu, with your keen perception, can you sense if there are any other masters of the Dark Realm concealed nearby? None. Uncle Fu shook his head decisively. For the sake of your safety. I conducted a thorough search of the surrounding area before arriving, and I am nearly certain no other experts are lying in wait. This is indeed perplexing. Let us wait and see, in the absence of covert assistance from any masters. Everything now rests on Xiao Zhan's shoulders. On the other side, as Uncle Fu feared, Black Eagle emerged from the Mercedes and immediately sensed Xian Banqing and Uncle Fu's presence. However, Black Eagle merely glanced at them casually before redirecting his gaze to Xiao Zhan, who stood at the entrance of the Eternal Peace tomb. From a distance of 500 meters, Black Eagle's eyes met Xiao Zhan's. Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted. He instantly recognized Black Eagle's identity, although Black Eagle's face was rarely seen by outsiders. It was indelibly etched in Xiao Zhan's memory. Xiao Zhan did not anticipate that the individual sent by the Xiao family to confront him would be Black Eagle. In the next instant, Black Eagle sprang into action. With the wind at his heels, he moved like a specter, akin to an arrow shot through the air, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving only a blurred afterimage. This startled the driver in the Mercedes. Wow, that was fast? Is he even human? The elite dispatched by the Xiao family from the capital was indeed formidable. 10 seconds, just moments ago, Zhang Fengling and over 100 black-clad bodyguards took nearly 5 minutes to ascend the mountainside to the Eternal Peace tomb, while Black Eagle covered the distance to stand face-to-face with Xiao Zhan, approximately 5 meters away, in a mere 10 seconds. This exemplified the stark contrast between masters of the Dark Realm and ordinary individuals. Young master, it has been a long time. Locking eyes with Xiao Zhan from close range, Black Eagle's chiseled face revealed no discernible change in expression, as if to him, Xiao Zhan were merely an objective of this operation. No different from a stranger, his hoarse voice carried a chilling indifference. Indeed, it has been a while. Xiao Zhan replied, his expression equally devoid of emotion as he coldly remarked, the last time we met, you were my master, and today, you have become my adversary, master. No one understood his strength better than Black Eagle. Thus, the Xiao family in the capital dispatched Black Eagle to confront him. A clever yet cruel decision. Fate is capricious, and the world is ever-changing. Black Eagle acknowledged this, and then cast a cold gaze over the scene of carnage beneath them, ultimately settling his gaze on the wolf slayer blade in Xiao Zhan's hand. His brow furrowing slightly, that he intoned, it seems that after years apart, young master has made considerable progress in his skills that a mere prison in Quansheng could not possibly contain you. With a single glance, Black Eagle discerned the truth. He even surmised that for the past 5 years, Xiao Zhan had not been continuously imprisoned in Xuanqing's 4th prison, but had instead executed a cunning escape and engaged in various activities. After all, a divine weapon forged from the cold iron of the snowy region was not something just anyone could easily acquire. The intense killing intent emanating from the wolf slayer blade was no mere accomplishment of a day. Xiao Zhan replied, people strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. Without progress, how could one speak of vengeance and blood feuds? Vengeance, blood feuds. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Black Eagle's mouth, forming a disdainful sneer. Does young master believe that with such meager prowess, he is qualified to oppose the Xiao family? How would I know if I do not try? Xiao Zhan retorted, very well. Black Eagle shook his head. It seems that as your former master, I have both the responsibility and the obligation to enlighten you on how foolish and ignorant such thoughts are. As he spoke, Black Eagle reached behind him and drew forth a spiked club. The club, like Black Eagle's attire, was entirely black, measuring over 1 meter in length and as thick as a calf, its surface bristling with steel spikes, resembling the fangs of a ferocious wolf, appearing menacing and terrifying. This was Black Eagle's weapon of choice, and Xiao Zhan knew that this spiked club, like the wolf slayer blade in his hand, was also forged from cold iron, indestructible and capable of slicing through steel with ease. With both weapons on par, the ensuing battle would depend solely on their individual capabilities. The victor would be hailed as king, while the vanquished would be deemed a rogue. Mr. Black Eagle? In the cemetery, Zhang Fenglin and his companions noticed the commotion and overheard the exchange between Black Hawk and Xiao Zhan. Their spirits soared with delight, especially upon learning that Black Hawk was Xiao Zhan's master. They could hardly contain their excitement as they shouted, Mr. Black Hawk, we're here. Here, please come and save us. Bang. Before he could finish his plea, Han Santiao's foot came crashing down on his face. Cursing, shut your mouth. How dare you make noise with death looming over you? Do you believe I won't just kill you right now? Zhang Fenglin struggled. Are your ears deaf? Can't you hear? Mr. Blackhawk is a master sent by the Xiao family of the capital. Do you think Xiao Zhan could possibly be a match for him? Be sensible and release us now. Otherwise, bang. Zhang Fenglin's words were once again cut short as Han Sanqiao ruthlessly kicked him again. Then spat on his face, scoffing. Do you think I am a coward like you? Let me tell you. If Mr. Xiao wins, you will die. If Mr. Xiao loses, you can forget about living, should anything happen to Mr. Xiao. I will immediately slit your throat and drag you to the underworld to repay the blood debts of the past. His tone was resolute, exuding an undeniable dominance that I in the past, faced with such dire circumstances. Han Sanqiao might have considered betraying Xiao Zhan, but now his heart was steadfast, echoing the unwavering conviction in his words. You. Zhang Fenglin's eyes widened in fury, yet he dared not shout at Han Sanqiao. For he understood that given the situation, angering him could lead to his demise. With one foot on Zhang Fenglin's face, Han Sanqiao looked toward Xiao Zhan and Black Hawk outside the cemetery. Despite his tough exterior, he felt a deep-seated anxiety within, with beads of sweat forming in his palms. Could Xiao Zhan truly defeat his former master? He didn't know, nor dared to contemplate, for the consequences of Xiao Zhan's defeat would be catastrophic. The few subordinates he had gathered were decent, though not particularly skilled. Their loyalty was commendable. Black Hawk glanced around the cemetery with his Wolfang club, showing no intention of rescuing Zhang Fenglin and the others. In fact, he had arrived even before the group of black-clad bodyguards attacked Xiao Zhan. His delay in intervening was merely to assess Xiao Zhan's current strength for the safety of Zhang Fenglin and the others. He cared not a whit for their fates. To him, the so-called three great families of Southern City were akin to ants, utterly unworthy of his intervention. He raised his Wolfang club, pointing it at Xiao Zhan, curiously remarking, if I recall correctly, 5 years ago, you could not last more than 10 moves against me, that I wonder how many you can endure today. Within 10 moves, I shall slay you. The implication was clear. Should Xiao Zhan fail to withstand 10 moves, he would deserve his fate. If he managed to endure, only then would he be worthy of survival. Such arrogance. Chapter 89. The Battle of Master and Disciple at Su Xiaoming. Black Hawk repeated the name several times before shaking his head and inquiring. Is she the little wildling you accidentally acquired 5 years ago? Indeed, she is in my possession, though I cannot say whether she will survive the night. Little wildling. Xiao Zhan's gaze turned razor-sharp, filled with murderous intent. He was astonished that such words could escape Black Hawk's lips. After all, they had shared a master-disciple bond. Though he and the Xiao family were now at odds, there had been no enmity between him and Black Hawk. The conspiracy from 5 years prior had not involved Black Hawk. Therefore, Xiao Zhan's impression of him still lingered on that cold, austere master who had cared for him and taught him with great diligence. But now, times had changed. The world was different. Black Hawk had become just like those bodyguards of the Xiao family he had encountered at the entrance of the 4th prison in Quancheng, kicking him while he was down, treating him like a dog. Is the young master getting angry? Black Hawk, unfazed by the fury and killing intent emanating from Xiao Zhan, spoke in a hoarse voice laced with arrogance. For a woman you barely know, with whom you shared but a single night, you have chosen to become a son-in-law to the Su family. You are angry over a little wildling, a mere byproduct of a conspiracy. Truly, like father, like son, a continuous cycle. Your father disregarded family opposition to marry a lowly woman from Quancheng, and you have followed suit, finding an even more despicable woman, resulting in a little wildling. The noble bloodline of the Xiao family has been thoroughly tarnished by you two. I have come to put an end to such occurrences. Each word pierced the heart. Xiao Zhan remained silent, raising his precious wolf-slaying knife, stating coldly, if you are defeated, I will surely kill you. Is that so? Black Hawk sneered. If the young master truly possesses such ability, it would indicate that you have not sullied the noble bloodline of the Xiao family, and I would feel gratified when you place the blade against my throat. Perhaps as a reward, I will share the whereabouts of that little wildling with you, allowing for a reunion between father and daughter. Whoosh, without hesitation, Xiao Zhan charged forward, wielding the wolf-slaying knife. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 5-meter distance, Black Hawk brimming with battle intent, swung his wolf fang club with a fierce wind, striking down upon Xiao Zhan. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. The clash between Dark Realm Masters was not to be compared with mere skirmishes of ordinary folk. Their speed reached an unprecedented level, leaving only blurred afterimages outside the cemetery, imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp, piercing sounds of their weapons clashing rang out like a tempest, relentless and fierce. This spectacle, witnessed by Han Santiao and the others in the cemetery, was truly dazzling, their eyes struggling to keep up with the rapid movements, as the two indistinct figures seemed to teleport from the cemetery entrance to dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky darkened, the deafening sounds of their weapons colliding filled the air, igniting sparks and glimmers of cold light. Boom! Boom! The dark energy within Xiao Zhan and Black Hawk erupted during the battle. Akin to guns and cannons, their immense destructive force obliterating rocks and toppling trees with a resounding crash. Han Santiao and his companions swallowed hard, their hearts racing, not daring to breathe, their eyes wide as they desperately sought to follow the movements of Xiao Zhan and Black Hawk. Relying solely on the bursts of sparks, fallen trees, and shattered stones to gauge their positions. Approximately half a minute later, 10 moves had passed. Bang! Black Hawk landed heavily on the ground. This strike was vicious and domineering. It was clear that Xiao Zhan was at a disadvantage. Staring at Xiao Zhan's imposing figure, Han Santiao and the others turned pale, shocked by Black Hawk's formidable prowess that Mr. Xiao must hold his ground. He must hold on. The stakes were high, involving their very lives. Though merely spectators, Han Santiao and his companions felt more anxious than Xiao Zhan himself, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads and backs. Conversely, Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances, secretly relieved. Wonderful. The Xiao family truly is a nemesis to Xiao Zhan. With a single blow, they have overshadowed him and suppressed his power. There is hope now. We might survive. However, despite their inner joy, they dared not show it, fearing that Han Santiao might fulfill his earlier promise, acting in a fit of rage and dragging them down with him before Black Hawk could finish Xiao Zhan off. Not bad. Having forced Xiao Zhan back, Black Hawk's hoarse voice echoed, "If you can endure 10 moves, you may live to—" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he pressed his advantage, swinging the Wolf Fang club once more toward Xiao Zhan. The dark energy within him surged to its peak. He aimed to decisively overpower Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow in silence, parrying with his knife, under the relentless onslaught of Black Hawk's ferocious attacks. His figure flickered unpredictably, retreating continuously, repeatedly pressured by Black Hawk's Wolf Fang club. It seemed he could only evade, utterly powerless to retaliate. This is bad. Han Santiao and the others watched in horror, their legs trembling, wishing they could pick up a stone and hurl it at Black Hawk's head to relieve Xiao Zhan's burden. Unfortunately, their lack of strength prevented them from even tracking Black Hawk's movements. The situation appeared dire. 300 meters away, on the hillside, Uncle Fu's expression was equally grave as he spoke in a low voice. The combat strength Xiao Zhan has displayed has indeed improved by 2 or 3 times compared to earlier, making him a match for me. However, the individual sent by the Xiao family of the capital is far too powerful. It is certain he is above me. If this continues, Xiao Zhan will surely show signs of defeat within 3 moves. Uncle Fu's assessment was one Qian Bancheng would never question. Nevertheless, he found it hard to believe that Xiao Zhan, who possessed the supreme black card from Global Bank, would so easily succumb to Black Hawk's Wolf Fang Club. Taking a deep breath, he frowned, saying, "Be patient. Let's wait a little longer." But Uncle Fu hesitated. "From my observations, if I join forces with Xiao Zhan, we should be able to withstand the Wolf Fang Club of that Dark Realm Master from the Xiao family, at least ensuring Xiao Zhan's survival. The premise being, Xiao Zhan is uninjured before that. Once Xiao Zhan is wounded and his combat capability diminished, even if I extend my hand to assist, it would likely be of no avail. And rather, it might ignite disaster for myself. Therefore, if the master intends to save someone, it is prudent to act swiftly rather than delay. Delaying will render any rescue efforts futile." Qian Bancheng, with his mind racing, pondered for a moment, ultimately resolutely shaking his head and stating, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. To rush out recklessly would entail excessive risk. Should we fail to save him or have our identities exposed?" The entire Qian family would undoubtedly bear the wrath of the Shao family in the capital. So, we won't save him? Fu Bo inquired. Indeed. What use is there? As a businessman driven by profit, Qian Banqing is a genuine merchant. His desire to ally with Xiao Zhan and cultivate a favorable relationship is merely a means to exploit the enmity between Xiao Zhan and the Shao family in the capital. Leveraging the immense potential that comes with being the holder of the supreme black card, to bolster the Qianjiang group and establish a foothold in the capital, if Xiao Zhan is so weak. Saving him would hardly serve Qian Banqing's objectives. Thus, to save him, not worth it. Fu Bo contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Boom! At that moment, another thunderous sound erupted from the cemetery 300 meters away. Fu Bo and Qian Banqing were both startled, turning their heads to see Xiao Zhan once more being repelled by the Black Eagle's wolf-tooth club, kneeling on one knee, one hand gripping the wolf slayer's sword. Its tip embedded in the ground, its brilliance waning. Moreover, a trace of blood hung from the corner of Xiao Zhan's mouth, his chest marred by a gash from the iron spike of the wolf-tooth club. His clothing torn, flesh rolled back, revealing a horrifying 10-centimeter-long wound. 3 moves. Just as Fu Bo had surmised, after 10 exchanges, the Black Eagle had managed to reveal Xiao Zhan's defeat and inflict injury in merely 3 moves. This master-apprentice duel seemed to have reached a predetermined conclusion. Panting, Han Sanqiao and others from the cemetery collapsed onto the ground, their faces ashen, limbs cold. Did I ask this so? Xiao Zhan lifted his head and suddenly asked, Is this truly the extent of your power? What do you mean? The Black Eagle furrowed his brow. Meeting the Black Eagle's gaze, Xiao Zhan spoke in a deep voice. My martial arts were learned under your tutelage from a young age. You may disregard our bond as teacher and student, but I cannot neglect the grace of your teachings that I allowed you 3 moves to repay your kindness over the years. The blow I received is a reminder of that fateful day when, at the age of 9, you risked your life to save me, nearly succumbing to a sword through the heart. Now, our bond is severed. With that, Xiao Zhan drew his blade, slicing away a portion of his clothing. Severing the bond. Rising slowly, his voice resonated like thunder. Since you are obstinately misguided, aiding tyranny, vowing allegiance to the Shao family, and dishonoring my parents while taking my daughter captive, I have repaid my debt of gratitude. Now, it is time for vengeance. Upon finishing his words, the blade was raised. A torrent of momentum caused the Black Eagle's pupils to constrict, and even his typically expressionless, cold demeanor betrayed a hint of unmasked shock. Xiao Zhan's speed was astonishing. It was not merely a slight increase from before. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter distance, leaving the Black Eagle with no chance to evade. He could only confront it head-on. Thus, the Black Eagle, disregarding his surprise, immediately raised the wolf-tooth club to shield himself, unleashing the full extent of his internal dark energy to withstand the ferocious strike from Xiao Zhan. Chapter 90. Ruthless and Merciless, the Death of the Black Eagle. Boom. In an instant, the wolf slayer's sword clashed violently with the wolf-tooth club, the sharp blade meeting the pointed iron spikes, generating a thunderous noise that echoed like a sonic boom. Centered around the two combatants, dark energy surged, creating a gust of wind that swept across dozens of meters, bending trees, scattering dust and debris, instantly obscuring the view of all onlookers. This. Han Sanqiao and others were nearly paralyzed by fear. Their eyes wide with terror, mouths agape as if one could fit a fist within. This is simply astounding, isn't it? They had never dared to boast so grandly in their lives. Their limited strength had constrained their imagination. The dazzling spectacle before them was something they had only witnessed in television dramas, enhanced by post-production effects, never truly believing it. Yet, unexpectedly, it was vividly manifesting before their very eyes. The flicker of hope that had arisen in Zhang Fenglin and others' hearts was extinguished in an instant by Xiao Zhan's unparalleled strike. Their spirits plummeted to the depths, their faces turned ashen. It was evident to even the simplest observer that the Black Eagle had previously been on the offensive while Xiao Zhan had been on the defensive. Yet now, the tides had turned. Xiao Zhan had transformed his defense into an attack, forcing the Black Eagle into a defensive stance. Most importantly, Xiao Zhan's assault was several times more ferocious than the Black Eagle's earlier onslaught. Clearly, Xiao Zhan had not been exaggerating. Nor was he speaking in hyperbole. He had indeed held back, genuinely allowing the Black Eagle 3 moves, truly repaying a debt of gratitude. What was now unveiled may very well be his true strength. Indeed, did you see? Just as I suspected, Xiao Zhan has been concealing his abilities, deliberately feigning weakness to deceive us all. We were misled by the illusion he created. Fu Bo's brow was equally lined with shock. After a moment's pause, he nodded, taking a deep breath and stating, "To strike with such power indicates that his strength has reached the pinnacle of the Dark Realm, that if I were to face him at this moment, I would be grievously injured at the very least, or worse, I might even perish on the spot." His tone carried a palpable sense of trepidation. Qian Banqing rejoiced. "It appears my choice was not misguided. Having captured Qin Xiaohui and his mother in advance, once Xiao Zhan deals with that Dark Realm expert from the Xiao family, we can hand them over and take this opportunity to establish a connection with him, gaining a favor in return." It seemed events were unfolding in alignment with Qian Banqing's expectations, filling him with excitement. However, Fu Bo harbored a subtle worry, his expression grave as he remarked, "Master, matters may not be as simple as you think." "Oh," Qian Banqing was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Fu Bo shook his head, sighing. "We have all underestimated Xiao Zhan's strength, that if he surpasses me and is also stronger than that Dark Realm expert from the Xiao family. Have you considered, Master, that the Dark Realm expert was situated at the foot of the mountain, 500 meters away, and sensed our presence immediately? Could Xiao Zhan possibly be unaware of us?" This, Qian Banqing's heart sank, his smile frozen on his face. "Indeed, this location is merely 300 meters from the Yongyuan Ling Cemetery. With such strength, how could Xiao Zhan fail to notice us? But if he did notice, why did he not act? Was it disdain? Or a test?" Qian Banqing suddenly contemplated a dangerous possibility, asking, "Fu Bo, do you think Xiao Zhan feigning weakness earlier was a performance for our benefit? He may have guessed our intentions and wanted to test our sincerity, observing whether we would come to his aid in times of peril. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Xiao Zhan, being in dire straits, would naturally discern who among us is sincere and who is not." Fu Bo expressed his concerns. "For now, we can only hope that the situation is not as dire as we fear." Qian Banqing's expression gradually darkened. Half a minute later, the dust swirling in front of the cemetery was finally dispersed by the evening breeze, and the figures of Xiao Zhan and the Black Eagle re-emerged in the sight of the crowd. Xiao Zhan's robust form stood tall and unwavering, like a resilient pine tree, while the Black Eagle, however, had knelt before him, not of his own accord, but compelled to kneel. The immense impact from that previous strike rendered him incapable of standing, even as he unleashed his internal dark energy to the utmost limit. He was still brought to his knees by Xiao Zhan's blow. His hands, gripping the wolf-tooth club, were tingling, and his insides churned violently as he spat a mouthful of blood at Xiao Zhan's feet. Furthermore, even the formidable wolf-tooth club, resembling the fangs of a vicious wolf, had several of its steel spikes cleaved off by the wolf-slayer's sword. The reason was simple, although their weapons were of equal caliber. The internal dark energy within each combatant differed in strength. Xiao Zhan was superior. Gazing down at the panting Black Eagle, Xiao Zhan's eyes were cold, his voice frigid. "I have the right to live." "But you do not." The Black Eagle lifted his head, meeting Xiao Zhan's gaze. "Do you truly dare to kill me?" Suddenly, the Black Eagle let out a cold laugh. "If you kill me, you will expose your true strength. The Xiao family will never allow such a formidable threat at the pinnacle of the Dark Realm to exist in this world. You, along with your wife and daughter, will find no peace, forever facing the threat of annihilation until you are all eradicated by the Xiao family, accompanying me to the underworld." The Black Eagle's words were both a threat and a grim reality. 5 years ago, Xiao Zhan's strength was far inferior to what it is now. In the eyes of the powerful Xiao family in the capital, his existence was almost equivalent to being dead, posing no threat whatsoever. This was also why, after Miao Xiangju's tragic demise at the Xiao family's gate, the matriarch did not pursue him relentlessly to eliminate him entirely. But now, the situation was different. The pinnacle of the Dark Realm signifies what? It signifies that Xiao Zhan's presence could pose a substantial threat to the Xiao family in the capital. Undoubtedly, the Xiao family would seek to eliminate Xiao Zhan swiftly. meaning that for Xiao Zhan, killing the Black Eagle would only lead to a far more perilous predicament. So, to kill, or not to kill? Xiao Zhan directly inquired. Where's my daughter? Are you begging me? The smile on Black Hawk's face deepened, and as the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Xiao Zhan's concern for Su Xiaoming was his greatest bargaining chip, but he firmly believed that, whether for Su Xiaoming's safety or for Su Muchio's future, Xiao Zhan would not dare to take his life. Not only would he not dare to kill, but he would also demand something from him. Therefore, even after being defeated by Xiao Zhan's blade, he remained defiant and arrogant, even going so far as to provoke him, showing no fear of inciting Xiao Zhan's wrath. Beg you, Xiao Zhan scoffed, you are not worthy. As the words fell, Xiao Zhan raised his hand, once again hoisting the Wolf Slayer dagger high. With a swift motion, the blade descended. The smile on Black Hawk's face faltered, clearly taken aback and surprised. However, despite his injuries, he would not sit idly by. Instinctively, he raised the Wolf Fang club, summoning all his strength to defend himself. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as blade met club, and the fierce wind spiraled around them. Da-da! Amidst the cacophony, a man's anguished scream pierced the air. Moments later, as the dust stirred up by the fierce winds began to settle, Xiao Zhan still stood firm, while Black Hawk remained kneeling. The difference was that Xiao Zhan still gripped the Wolf Slayer dagger. While the Wolf Fang club had fallen at Xiao Zhan's feet, it had slipped from his grasp. It had dropped, for Black Hawk had now lost the use of his hands. Black Hawk's dark energy was inherently inferior to Xiao Zhan's. In his severely injured state, how could he possibly match Xiao Zhan? Xiao Zhan's dark energy surged into the Wolf Slayer dagger and, through the Wolf Fang club, instantly penetrated Black Hawk's arms, obliterating his hands in the process. Just like the previous black-clad bodyguard, Black Hawk's hands were shattered into dust by Xiao Zhan's dark energy, transforming into a spray of blood that now floated in the air around them. The pain caused Black Hawk's lips to twitch as he gritted his teeth in fury. Good. Very good. He glared viciously at Xiao Zhan, his voice trembling. Your indecisiveness and mercy were your greatest flaws in the past. It seems now that not only has your strength undergone a qualitative leap, but your character has also become more resolute and your heart more ruthless. In the past, having experienced the tragic destruction of his family and the brutal killings of the battlefield, walking over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, how could Xiao Zhan's heart not be hardened? Ignoring Black Hawk's lament, Xiao Zhan pressed the Wolf Slayer dagger against Black Hawk's throat and coldly stated, You just said that when I put the knife to your neck, you would reveal Xiaoming's whereabouts. Now, you have but one chance to speak if your words do not yield the answer I seek. Then death. At this juncture, Black Hawk no longer doubted that Xiao Zhan would act on his threats and truly kill him. Yet he still refused to concede, replying in a low voice, After I die, you swish, just as Black Hawk began to speak. Xiao Zhan made his move. With a swift slash of the Wolf Slayer dagger, it zipped past Black Hawk's neck like a flash of lightning. Black Hawk's voice was abruptly silenced, his breath cut off. After you die? Sorry, I have no interest in hearing that. Xiao Zhan extended his left hand and grasped Black Hawk's hair, gently pulling upward as if plucking a peach, detaching Black Hawk's head from his body. Blood dripping incessantly from the severed neck did I end the graveyard. Witnessing Xiao Zhan decapitate Black Hawk and approach while holding his head, Zhang Fenglin and the others were utterly terrified, their faces drained of color. Hearts racing uncontrollably, N01 had their throats constricted, yet they felt a suffocating terror. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's imposing figure appeared to them, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. His soft footfalls resonating like the death knell in their ears, causing their scalps to tingle with dread. Black Hawk was dead, killed by Xiao Zhan's hand. Therefore, how far could their own demise be? Would Xiao Zhan spare them? As they trembled in fear, Xiao Zhan arrived before them, passing by and placing Black Hawk's head before the tombstone of Miao Xiangzhu. Kneeling, he spoke solemnly, Mother, are you there? Did you see this? The executioner who framed us has come to bow and repent. Each word resonated with conviction. All were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, unsure of whom Xiao Zhan was addressing, for aside from him, no one else heard any sound. Mr. Xiao. However, the next moment, a man's voice came from outside the graveyard, followed by hurried footsteps as two familiar figures entered. It was Qian Banqing and Fu Bo, who had been observing from 300 meters away. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, both were taken aback. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. Just as they had worried, Xiao Zhan had indeed discovered their presence, and the tone of his speech was evidently unfriendly. Qian Banqing walked forward, bowing respectfully as he approached Xiao Zhan, cautiously saying, "My surname is Qian. I am Qian Banqing, the head of the Qinjiang group in Quancheng. I came here today to watch the show." "Correct. Those who have been monitoring me are your people, aren't they?" At his words, the corners of Qian Banqing's mouth twitched violently. He knows this? Not only he, but Fu Bo was equally astonished, since learning of Xiao Zhan's identity yesterday. Qian Banqing had issued the order, yet it was Fu Bo who personally arranged for the surveillance of Xiao Zhan's every move. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Qian Banqing hurriedly explained, "Mr. Xiao, please do not misunderstand that I had people tailing you, and it was never with ill intent, that I simply wished to ascertain your whereabouts and intentions, so that I could offer assistance when necessary, and I came here today with sincere intentions." Zhang Fenglin and the others exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to fathom that the wealthy Qian Banqing would suddenly appear at this moment, becoming embroiled in such matters. Was he attempting to curry favor with Xiao Zhan? Such a revelation stunned them all, especially Zhang Fenglin and Qin Zhanghe, the latter's face turning a deep shade of green in an instant. Qin Xiaohui, that is the son of Qin Zhanghe. Qin Xiaohui's mother is Qin Zhanghe's wife. Last night, he had urgently sent his wife and child away from the tumultuous Quancheng to seek refuge in the capital, all to ensure their safety. Yet, they had mysteriously gone missing. He had searched tirelessly for an entire day, finding no clues. And now, Xiao Zhan claimed that it was Qian Banqing who had secretly abducted his wife and child? The intention, merely to appease Xiao Zhan? To use his family as a bargaining chip to curry favor with Xiao Zhan. All eyes turned to Qian Banqing, awaiting his response. Faced with Qin Zhanghe, Qian Banqing appeared somewhat awkward but unafraid, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, scoundrel!" In an instant, Qin Zhanghe erupted in rage, his hatred for Qian Banqing overshadowing his fear of Xiao Zhan. Ignoring everything, he struggled to rise, lunging at Qian Banqing. Gritting his teeth, "I will strangle you. Return my wife and child." However, Fu Bo stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Qian Banqing. Within his stooped form lay immense power. With a casual wave, he sent Qin Zhanghe crashing to the ground, looking down at him with disdain, that he then commanded, "Bring them up." Footsteps sounded. Instantly, over a dozen bodyguards from the Qian family entered the graveyard, carrying two individuals, none other than the unconscious Qin Xiaohui and his mother. "Xiaohui." Qin Zhanghe's tears flowed freely as he attempted to rush forward to check on his wife and child's condition. But Fu Bo's foot pinned him to the ground, rendering him helpless, like a turtle flipped on its back, limbs flailing, unable to rise no matter how he struggled. Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hangong felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they had misunderstood old Chun. Ignoring Qin Zhanghe's cries and curses, Qian Banqing bowed to Xiao Zhan, saying, "Please, Mr. Xiao, dispose of them as you see fit at once." All eyes turned to Xiao Zhan. How would he handle this? Would he kill them all? Including Black Hawk, who had been sent by the Xiao family in the capital. He had already taken so many lives, and now, no one doubted Xiao Zhan's courage and audacity. He dared to kill. Xiao Zhan's icy gaze swept over Zhang Fenglin and the others, his hawk-like, piercing eyes sending shivers down their spines, instilling a sense of despair and terror as they awaited the judgment of death. Not a single one left. Moments later, Xiao Zhan's cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. With a casual remark, he sealed the fates of Zhang Fenglin and the others. However, he did not take action himself but walked over to Qian Banqing. Speaking as he moved, "You will do it yourself, that I want the heads of Zhang Fenglin, Lu Hangong, and Qin Zhanghe. They're useful." Qian Banqing was taken aback, "Mr. Xiao, this," although he was the wealthiest man in Quancheng. Having reached his current status, Qian Banqing had committed numerous heinous acts, yet he had never personally taken a life. Now, Xiao Zhan demanded that he, the esteemed head of a city, personally deal with these members of the three major families, specifically naming Zhang Fenglin and the other two as targets, just like with Black Hawk. Xiao Zhan had previously stated that after Black Hawk's death, he would send his head to the Xiao family in the capital as a formal declaration of his return to power. Thus, if Xiao Zhan sought the heads of Zhang Fenglin and the others, was it not also to complete a tally? After all, The incident from 5 years ago was orchestrated by the head of the Xiao family in the capital and executed by Zhang Fenglin and his accomplices. The three of them were nothing short of executioners, their hands stained with the fresh blood of Miao Xiangzhu and her family. What are you afraid? Xiao Zhan continued his stride, brushing past Qian Bancheng, and coldly remarked, providing assistance in times of need is beyond your capability. Embellishing the situation is unnecessary for me. Remember, the favor of Chen Xiaoyi and his mother is not a gift from you. Nor does it represent your sincerity. It is merely compensation for your surveillance over me, that I owe you nothing. With that, he strode out of the cemetery. Qian Bancheng stood there, exchanging a glance with Uncle Fu. His mind racing as he pondered Xiao Zhan's words. The implication was clear. He had sent someone to abduct Chen Xiaohui and his mother, intending to deliver them to Xiao Zhan, only to find that it amounted to nothing. On the contrary, should he deliver them, Xiao Zhan would not owe him a favor. If he refrained, he would find himself indebted to Xiao Zhan. This transaction was rather unprofitable. If anyone was to blame, it was himself for being overly cautious. Always seeking to maximize benefits while minimizing risks, wavering in his stance, and failing to escape Xiao Zhan's keen perception. Thus, his sudden emergence with embellishments was insufficient to earn Xiao Zhan's trust that Mr. Xiao, I will act. After a moment's hesitation, just as Xiao Zhan reached the cemetery entrance, Qian Bancheng gritted his teeth, resolved to seize a steel blade from a nearby henchman, and viciously swung it at Lu Ziang, who was closest to him. Instantly, chaos erupted in the cemetery. The air was filled with piercing screams of agony, desperate pleas for mercy, and frenzied curses, all resonating in a cacophony that pierced the eardrums. To this, Xiao Zhan remained indifferent. Having endured the brutality of the battlefield and traversed mountains of corpses, such a scene was merely mundane to him. 5 minutes later, the cemetery fell silent. Qian Bancheng and Uncle Fu exited. Approaching Xiao Zhan, who stood with a heavy heart despite having eradicated 3 prominent families, the whereabouts of Su Xiaoming remained a mystery. The Black Hawk was likely the only one privy to her location. And now that he was dead, Xiao Zhan understood his character well. He would not speak unless prompted, leaving Xiao Zhan with no recourse. Thus, he had no qualms in eliminating him. Could there be others sent by the Xiao family in the capital to Quancheng? After abducting Su Xiaoming, would they not have hurriedly sent her to the capital? Or another possibility that Xiao Zhan dared not contemplate, as such an outcome was beyond his acceptance. The Black Hawk had warned that Su Xiaoming might not survive the night. While Xiao Zhan's mind raced with these thoughts, a faint siren echoed from the foot of the mountain, growing louder and closer, soon followed by flashing lights as several police cars sped towards the scene. It was Song Qingshan. Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted, his heart stirred with instinctive thought. Had Song Qingshan spent the entire afternoon tracking down clues about Xiaoming's whereabouts? Mr. Xiao. Minutes later, Song Qingshan arrived at the Yong'an cemetery, surveying the gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the ground. Even as the director of the Quancheng Public Security Bureau, accustomed to such brutality, he was taken aback, his scalp tingling and goosebumps rising. Earlier that morning at the bank, Xiao Zhan had informed him of his intentions to carry out certain deeds, including taking lives. Now, Xiao Zhan had indeed done so. Song Qingshan had mentally prepared himself. Yet he suddenly realized that his preparations had been insufficient. Previously, he had underestimated the gravity of Xiao Zhan's words. Director Song, especially those following behind Song Qingshan, who were oblivious to Xiao Zhan's background, instinctively reached for their firearms in panic. Stop! Song Qingshan quickly raised his hand to halt them, then approached Xiao Zhan without uttering any unnecessary words, choosing instead to act as if he had seen nothing. Mr. Xiao, diligence pays off. Following your investigative lead, we have finally tracked the culprit's whereabouts and pinpointed their hideout. He had come to report to Xiao Zhan, not to apprehend anyone. Xiao Zhan's heart raced, his eyes gleaming as he inquired. Who are they? Where are they located? The Qian family. Song Qingshan replied solemnly, the son of Qian Bancheng, Qian Yiming. We traced all vehicles passing the kindergarten during the dismissal time and examined their dashcam footage, uncovering 2 suspects. One left midway, while the other remained, and took your daughter, Su Xiaoming, amidst the chaos of the dismissal. Subsequently, we tracked the movements of the vehicle used by the suspects throughout the city and discovered that it headed to Qian Yiming's private villa, Shuxiang Yiyun. After entering, it never emerged again. Song Qingshan succinctly recounted the investigation process to Xiao Zhan, who upon hearing this, felt a cold intensity radiate from his eyes, an inner force surging forth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The Qian family, indeed? Xiao Zhan turned to glance in the direction where Qian Bancheng and Uncle Fu had departed, incredulous that Qian Bancheng had just moments ago feigned cordiality while attempting to forge a connection, only to now reveal that it was his son who had abducted Xiao Zhan's daughter. Song Qingshan, perceptive to Xiao Zhan's thoughts, asked, "On the way here, I believe I spotted Qian Bancheng's vehicle. Should I call and have it intercepted?" "No need." Xiao Zhan shook his head and then asked, "How did you know I was here?" The Qian family's enterprise was based in Quancheng. One could run but not escape their roots. Moreover, based on Qian Bancheng's earlier reaction, Xiao Zhan was nearly certain that the abduction of Su Xiaoming was Qian Yiming's personal act, carried out without his father's knowledge. It was because of that black Mercedes at the foot of the mountain. Song Qingshan explained. "After tracking down Shuxiang Yuan, we stationed personnel to monitor it and noticed the black Mercedes displaying suspicious behavior as it left the villa heading towards the western suburbs. Fearing they might secretly transfer your daughter, I led my team to follow. Did I see?" Xiao Zhan's understanding dawned. Everything fell into place. The black Mercedes at the foot of the mountain had emerged from Qian Yiming's private villa, and the Black Hawk had previously exited from that very vehicle, indicating that Qian Yiming was colluding with the Xiao family in the capital behind Qian Bancheng's back, acting as a pawn to abduct Su Xiaoming, using her as leverage to curry favor with the Xiao family. Damn it. Furthermore, Song Qingshan continued, "We just searched that black Mercedes at the foot of the mountain. There was a driver inside, one of the suspects who had abducted your daughter from the kindergarten. The one who left midway. Immediately, a young man was brought before Xiao Zhan by 2 police officers. This individual was none other than Qian Yiming's confidant, the one who had previously investigated Xiao Zhan's background and orchestrated the abduction of Su Xiaoming. His surname was Hu, and his name was Hu Feng.